Born with full spiritual power and having awakened as the strongest output profession, the gunner, I was mocked by the entire school as a 3-second real man. This was solely because if a gunner runs out of ammunition, even the village dogs dare to pee on you. A gunner's weapon also needs to be handcrafted. Good is good, power is good, resources. However, I am not worried at all because my professional skill is a weapon itself, and I have also awakened the gunner's exclusive talent. Phase 1, Unlimited Ammunition. Note, Level 20 unlocks the second phase of exclusive talent. At this moment, I am ready to take my girlfriend to experience what unlimited firepower feels like in a dungeon. Coming out of Awakening Hall 1, I head straight for Awakening Hall 3. Upon entering the hall, I immediately spot Dugu Yin standing by the Awakening platform. At our academy, Dugu Yan's fame could almost rival mine. I am known for my unprecedented full spiritual power of 100, while Dugu Yin is known for her stunning beauty. Yes, as the top genius of the academy, my girlfriend is actually the joke of our school, the goddess in the hearts of all male students, Yin. I had only shouted half of her name when I suddenly saw a proud-looking blonde young man standing next to Dugu Yin. That was Yuan Ting, the second genius of the academy besides me, with a spiritual power of 95. Before awakening, I heard people discussing Yuan Ting, who seems to have also awakened as a phantom god, and he's one of the stronger ones, the Night Wanderer. Dugu Yin was chatting animatedly with Yuan Ting, looking joyously beautiful. Hearing the exclusive nickname Yinner, Dugu Yin immediately turned her head this way. Her expression changed. She sneakily glanced at Yuan Ting beside her, and her smile quickly faded, turning somewhat cold. Yin, are you? Before I could finish, Dugu Yin suddenly interrupted. I told you the day before yesterday. We are over. Don't bother me anymore. Saying this, Dugu Yin took out her phone and opened a screenshot. The screenshot was of her chat history with me. I was stunned. Dugu Yin quickly flashed her phone in front of me, then casually held it in her hand, angling the screen towards Yuan Ting. All these small actions were clearly seen by me. The surprise on my face slowly faded, and I stared intently at Dugu Yin. Dugu Yin, feeling a bit flustered by my gaze, forced a composed look. Are you sure? I slowly spoke. Hearing my question, Dugu Yin sighed in relief, knowing that if I asked like this, it meant I would not expose her lies. Dugu Yin understood my personality well, knowing I appear easygoing but am quite aloof inside. Some things I simply disdain to explain, nor do I care about others' opinions about me. Dugu Yin's eyes quickly swept over the nearby pavilion, making sure the pavilion saw the screenshot on her phone before she put it away. Over this past year, I've realized our personalities don't really match. If that's the case, it's better to break up early, which is good for both sides and won't hold either back. I raised an eyebrow, understanding why Dugu Yin acted this way. The screenshot was taken from a flirtatious chat between Dugu Yin and me 2 days ago, but she had selectively cropped it. Clearly, Dugu Yin was prepared. But until today's awakening, Dugu Yin and I were still chatting and laughing, with no problems between us. That means Dugu Yin's change happened just now. What has happened? After my professional awakening, I went to the restroom alone to check my skills and that hidden talent. The news of my awakening as a machinist must have already reached Dugu Yin through various channels. You know I've awakened as a machinist? I looked deeply at Dugu Yin. Dugu Yin's gaze flickered slightly, her tone flat. I heard someone mention it earlier. Indeed. What profession have you awakened as? I asked again. Holy priest, Dugu Yin replied, lifting her chin slightly. A top-tier profession, holy priest. A ridiculous expression crossed my face. I didn't expect, just when I was about to share good news with Dugu Yin, she showed such a realistic and ruthless side. I never expected that Dugu Yin's kindness to me was only because of my unprecedented full spiritual power talent. And when she learned that Yuan Ting had awakened as a powerful night wanderer, while I was just a lowly regarded machinist, she decisively abandoned our relationship. I shook my head in disappointment, ready to turn and leave. For such a person, I have no interest in salvaging anything, nor do I care to speak another word to her. Li Hao Hian, unexpected, isn't it? Reality is always full of drama. Even if you have great talent, awakening as a garbage profession like machinist is meaningless. Yuan Ting looked at me smugly. I wonder what the old stories in the professional guild think. Machinist, a profession that dies in a second, also worthy of being called a phantom god? In my view, it's no different from a sewer worker's job. Yinner choosing me is the right decision, because only a powerful night wanderer like me can properly protect a milkmaid. Saying this, Yuan Ting wrapped his arms around Dugu Yan's waist, his gaze heatedly sweeping over her ample milk bottle. Dugu Yin wore a shy smile, showing no intention of resistance. My face showed a mocking smile. From now on, I don't need a milkmaid anymore. Sewer profession, indeed quite the drama. Yuan Ting, Take good care of your milkmaid. Be careful. If she meets stronger teammates later, she might just run off to feed someone else. I coldly left these words behind, decisively turned, and walked away. Yuan Ting watched my departing back, suddenly recalling that in the past year, his milkmaid had fed me countless times. His face instantly darkened. Li Haoyan, without the aura of a genius. What right do you have to be arrogant? Don't let me find an opportunity, or else. A dark fire began to burn in Yuan Ting's heart. I left the awakening hall, pondering briefly before heading to the dungeon teleportation hall. There are usually two modes of leveling up after professional awakening. The first is to form a team and go into the wilderness to grind monsters for experience. Outside the city's walls, it's all wild monsters. As long as you don't stray too far from the city, the low-level small monsters nearby are actually quite suitable for beginners to practice. However, the downside is that after each year's professional awakening, there are too many people grinding monsters outside, and competing for monsters is a very annoying thing. As for the second method, it involves buying dungeon entry tickets at the dungeon teleportation hall, directly teleporting to a dungeon suitable for your level. This way, no one competes with you for monsters, and there's also a dungeon completion experience bonus, allowing for faster leveling. The entry limit for dungeons is 4 people, and you can form teams freely, but an individual's level cannot exceed the dungeon level by more than 5. I arrived at the ticket window and gritted my teeth as I handed over 100 gold coins. I want a ticket to the Dark Forest. Grinding dungeons is certainly faster, but the price has always been high. 100 gold coins is all the money I have right now. As an orphan, Li Haoyan's finances have always been tight. This money is what he saved after being thrifty. If the materials produced in the dungeon can be exclusively mine, then I can still earn back the ticket price, Li Haoyan thought to himself. The staff took the gold coins and handed him a registration form. Please fill in the number of people, profession, level, name, and corresponding ID. Li Haoyan knew this was a precautionary measure to prevent accidents among dungeon challengers. After all, the difficulty of the dungeon is much stronger than those low-level wild monsters. It is common for equally leveled professionals to get wiped out if they are not careful. Leaving some information ensures they can know who died at least. Li Haoyan quickly wrote down the information and handed it back. The staff looked at it, suddenly raised his head, and stared at Li Haoyan in shock. Level 10, just a awakened mechanic? That's right, Li Haoyan nodded. The staff gasped in surprise. Are you looking for death? You want to solo the Dark Forest? Chapter 3 Solo. Speedrun the Dark Forest. Seeing the staff's bewildered expression, Li Haoyan smiled slightly. If he were an ordinary mechanic, soloing the Dark Forest would indeed be suicidal. The Minotaurs in the Dark Forest are at least level 10 monsters. Elite Minotaurs are level 11, and the dungeon boss, the Minotaur Chief, is as high as level 12. Moreover, the Minotaurs have tough skin, high health, and defense. No profession of the same level could solo it, let alone a mere mechanic. Under normal circumstances, unless a wealthy player with a divine profession stacks up gear with money and wears a full set of purple equipment. Otherwise, the chance of soloing a dungeon at the same level is very rare. However, Li Haoyan has a special talent. With unlimited ammo, why be afraid of taking down a few Minotaurs? It's fine, I just want to try. With the teleportation crystal, with the speed of the Minotaurs, if they can't beat me, at least they can't catch me. Right? The staff shook his head speechlessly. Really, you newbies never believe in danger. Always want to do such foolish things. But grumbling aside, since Li Haoyan was determined, the staff didn't bother saying anything further. As long as Li Haoyan pays for the ticket, whether he can fight through or not has nothing to do with him. Entering the dungeon, life and death are on one's own. Even if Li Haoyan dies in there, the staff bears no responsibility. Soon, the staff completed the registration and handed Li Haoyan a ticket and a teleportation crystal. As long as he uses the teleportation crystal after leaving combat, he can teleport out of the dungeon. Li Haoyan took the ticket and walked toward the teleportation gate nearby. Arriving at the beginner's dungeon area, Li Haoyan, holding the ticket, stood in the teleportation zone of the Dark Forest and activated the ticket. With a flash of white light, Li Haoyan's figure disappeared. As his vision blurred, Li Haoyan appeared at the entrance of a sparse forest. In front of him was a dirt path winding into the forest. The forest was dimly lit with scattered trees around. In the shadows, Li Haoyan could vaguely see huge creatures over 2 meters tall wandering in the dark forest. He knew these were the monsters of the dark forest, the Minotaurs. The Minotaurs were spaced apart. If he gets within 5 meters of them, they would attack him automatically. Of course, if they were attacked, even if he exceeded this range, they would transfer their aggro to the one who attacked them. Li Haoyan's gaze sharpened. He knew that although he had unlimited ammo, he still needed to be careful and not pull too many monsters at once. Otherwise, once surrounded by these Minotaurs, he would still fall into danger. He took a deep breath and used his skill, the Glot pistol. A flash of white light appeared, and a matte silver Glot pistol appeared in his hand. With a thought, the pistol quickly left his palm and quietly floated in front of him. This is a passive skill that all mechanics possess, psychic control. Through psychic control, a mechanic can control all the superweapons they create with their mind. After all, in the later stages, the number of superweapons for mechanics will be extremely exaggerated. Without this passive skill, they would have no choice but to rely on their hands, making them no different from sewer workers. At the same time, Li Haoyan saw his spirit power decrease slightly, from 200 to 199. This means that the Glot pistol can exist in the real world for the next minute. When the time is up, it will deduct another point of spirit power to extend the existence time of the superweapon. During this time, Li Haoyan can use the superweapon infinitely. Because the ammunition is infinite, time is precious, and Li Haoyan dared not delay. He continued to summon the Glot pistol. In the blink of an eye, 10 Glot pistols appeared in front of Li Haoyan, their dark muzzles all pointing forward. Yes, since he didn't need to craft them, and with enough spirit power, Li Haoyan could summon multiple superweapons at the same time. 10 Glot pistols. Each will consume 10 spirit points for 1 minute. My current spirit power is 200. Although spirit power recovers slowly, it certainly cannot keep up with the consumption during use. This means, for safety, I must clear the dungeon within 20 minutes. That should be enough time. Excitement flashed in Li Haoyan's eyes as he walked into the dark forest. The effective killing range of the Glot pistol is 50 meters. But Li Haoyan knew his marksmanship wasn't great, so he walked until he was 20 meters away before controlling all 10 Glot pistols to fire simultaneously. Bang, 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 bang. The dense gunfire erupted instantly, and a burst of blood fog suddenly exploded from the Minotaur's body. Moo! The Minotaur barely turned around, not even able to take a step, before it fell dramatically to the ground under Li Haoyan's fire. Kill the Minotaur. Gain 10 experience points. Seeing the sudden kill notification floating in front of him, Li Haoyan gasped and murmured, "Oh my gosh, this is truly lightning fast." Li Haoyan's body trembled with excitement. So powerful. It was just too powerful. Infinite firepower. This is how a mechanic should truly function. With a rough understanding of the Minotaur's defense and his own attack power, Li Haoyan felt at ease. He made sure to keep a distance of about 20 meters from the Minotaur before concentrating fire again. In just 2 seconds, the Minotaur would peacefully fall like a sieve. Fortunately, the monsters in the dungeon have their own aggro mechanic. Unless they intrude into their 5-meter range, they won't attack even if they hear the sound. Surrounded by 10 Glot pistols, Li Haoyan fought deeper into the dark forest. On the way, he encountered 2 elite Minotaurs, but under the pressure of infinite ammunition, the elite Minotaurs were no different from regular ones, letting out an extra moo, and then peacefully falling asleep, contributing 20 experience points to Li Haoyan, double that of a regular Minotaur. The Dark Forest is an introductory dungeon, including 1 boss, 2 elites, and 47 regular Minotaurs. Under the crushing power of Li Haoyan's infinite ammunition, in just 10 short minutes, he passed through the forest path and reached the deepest part of the Dark Forest. By a nearby bonfire, a giant bull-headed man, taller than 3 meters, paced back and forth, wearing a bright silver armor that exuded a fierce aura. Seeing the final boss, Li Haoyan showed no hesitation, and with a thought, 10 Glot handguns began to rain down bullets crazily. Moo roar. The bull-headed boss's defense was twice that of an elite monster, but in the dense barrage of bullets, it had only taken 3 steps toward this side before it fell to the ground with a loud boom. Kill bull-headed boss. Gain 50 experience points. Ding dong. Complete the Dark Forest. Gain 100 experience points. Ding dong. Congratulations on setting the fastest completion time for the Dark Forest. Gain 200 experience points. Chapter 4 Harvest. Refreshing records. Seeing the constantly flashing instance prompts in front of him, Li Haoyan's eyes lit up immediately. What the hell? The reward for refreshing the completion time is so generous? Ding dong. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 11. What the heck? I leveled up just like that. As expected, soloing instances means enjoying experience points quickly. This is much faster than a crowd fighting monsters outside the city. Li Haoyan quickly opened his professional panel and saw that the spirit value in the attributes bar had returned to full because of leveling up. Not only that, but there were also 5 points of free potential at the very top of the panel, which could be allocated freely. Li Haoyan thought for no longer than a moment and directly added all of it to his spirit. Including the 5 basic attributes given for leveling up, Li Haoyan's spirit value was now 210 points, allowing him to summon 1 more Glot handgun for an additional 10 minutes. At that moment, Li Haoyan suddenly felt a flash of purple light in front of him, and a piece of armor-like equipment dropped next to the Bull King. Li Haoyan was slightly taken aback, then quickly realized, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. No way. A normal instance actually dropped a purple item? Li Haoyan hurriedly walked over and picked up the equipment. Name: bright silver chest armor of the Bull King, unbound. Type: light armor. Attributes: increases strength by 14 points, increases spirit by 14 points. Li Haoyan had a bit of disappointment on his face as he looked at the equipment and sighed. Light armor? What a pity, it's not suitable for me. There are a total of 5 types of equipment in this world: cloth armor, leather armor, light armor, heavy armor, and plate armor. Magic professions usually use cloth armor or leather armor, while hybrid magic and martial arts professions typically use light armor, and most physical professions wear heavy or plate armor. For Li Haoyan's mechanical engineer profession, it is also a type of magic profession and can only use leather armor. Of course, using other types of equipment is not impossible. However, if it doesn't suit your profession, not only will the attributes not be right, but you will also lose the defense bonus for mastering armor types. Using it forcibly is not worth it, so seldom do professionals do this. Accessory-type equipment is generally universal across all professions, as long as the attributes are suitable. The levels of equipment range from the lowest to the highest: trash white equipment, ordinary green equipment, fine blue equipment, rare purple equipment, divine pink equipment, legendary orange equipment, and golden epic equipment. White equipment is everywhere and can be bought for just a few silver coins. Ordinary green equipment has a relatively high chance of dropping from outdoor monsters or normal monsters in instances, and can sell for at least 1 gold coin at the auction house. When it comes to blue equipment, only elite monsters can produce it, and instance bosses are guaranteed to drop, sending the auction house price skyrocketing to dozens of gold coins. As for rare purple equipment, only bosses can produce it, and the drop rate is low, only 10%. If one wanted to buy a piece of purple equipment at the auction house, it would cost at least hundreds of gold coins, taking ordinary professionals a long time to save up enough money, which is why it is called rare. Although Li Haoyan couldn't use this purple equipment, he could sell it at the auction house. Just this thing alone could bring in hundreds of gold coins. As for artifact-level pink equipment, although all instance bosses and elite monsters can drop it, but the chance is just too low. A 1% drop rate. Only a lucky player could get it. But if it really drops, then it would be a big win, worth at least a few thousand gold coins. If luck strikes, and a perfect artifact appears, that would be an invaluable treasure. Aside from this armor, the Bull King, as the boss, also dropped a blue item, the Bull King's leather belt. Just in time, Li Haoyan could use it, so he quickly equipped it, gaining an additional 11 points of spirit power. Now, all the monsters in the Dark Forest have been cleared by Li Haoyan. He was so busy grinding monsters that he didn't pick up anything, but with a joyful expression, he stored away the purple gear and started to head back, looting other spoils. 2 elite Tauren contributed 2 blue items to Li Haoyan, while ordinary Tauren dropped about 20 green items. Aside from that, there were also Tauren teeth, leather, and various messy dungeon materials like shards of fine iron. These materials might still be of some use to ordinary mechanics because they provide blueprints, and super weapons need crafting from collected materials. But for Li Haoyan, they were completely useless. He could sell everything for gold coins. Li Haoyan roughly calculated, even ignoring that purple item, just selling this stuff at the auction house could earn him nearly 200 gold coins. And the entry ticket to the Dark Forest is only 100 gold coins. This means someone like Li Haoyan could not only grind experience crazily, but also make a fortune all by himself. Thinking about this, Li Haoyan couldn't bear to waste any time and immediately activated the teleport crystal. 3 seconds later, his figure reappeared in the dungeon hall. Then, Li Haoyan, with an excited face, walked outside. Destination: the auction house. The staff saw Li Haoyan's expression, first startled, then instinctively glanced at the clock nearby. How did he come out so fast? With that look, did he actually gain something? Could it be that he found a blue item? No way, it's impossible. To encounter the first elite Tauren in the Dark Forest, you have to kill over 10 ordinary Taurens. How could a freshly transitioned mechanic do that in just 10 minutes? The staff shook their head amusedly. But at that moment, a new message suddenly appeared on the display panel above the Dark Forest teleport entrance. Fastest completion record for the Dark Forest: 25 minutes and 12 seconds. Completer, Li Haoyan. The staff was instantly stunned and stood up. With a crash, the chair behind him fell to the ground. He rubbed his eyes hard and looked again, incredulously. No way, he exclaimed in shock. To know, the previous fastest record was 1 hour, achieved by a 4-person team. Li Haoyan was alone, just a freshly transitioned mechanic. How did he manage to clear it in less than half an hour? Could it be that the Tauren in the dungeon sacrificed themselves? The staff quickly shook his head, pushing that silly thought away. Those Taurens might be reckless, but not brainless. How could they sacrifice themselves? What the staff didn't know was that Li Hao Ian had only spent 10 minutes actually grinding in the dungeon. The extra 10 minutes were all used for collecting materials as he returned. There's no helping it. Gathering materials alone is indeed less efficient. Could it be that guy discovered some cheating trick? The staff was bewildered. He truly couldn't understand how a newly transitioned mechanic managed to solo the Dark Forest. Chapter 5. Level 12? Thunder Ruins. To facilitate professionals buying and selling equipment. The auction house is right next to the dungeon teleportation hall. Li Hao Ian entered the auction house and found an empty window, taking out everything he had prepared to sell. The auction house's trading rules are very simple. Sellers take out the materials or equipment they want to sell, and then the auction house staff will give a suggested selling price based on real-time market conditions. If the seller agrees with the suggested price, they can directly list the item for sale in the auction house. If they feel the price is not right, they can adjust it up or down based on the suggested price before listing it. When someone bids on your item, the auction house will take a certain percentage as a commission, and the remaining amount will go directly to the seller's account. The clerk at the window showed a hint of surprise when seeing the Bullhead King's shining silver armor taken out by Li Hao Ian. Wow, young man, you are lucky. You actually got your hands on this thing. Li Hao Ian asked eagerly. What's the market price for this item? The clerk quickly checked and smiled. Many newly awakened professionals have emerged these days. The Bullhead King's shining silver armor is just right for light armor classes. The last one was bought by someone just recently. The market price is 500 gold coins. 500 gold coins. Li Hao Ian pondered slightly and continued. Was the last Bullhead King's shining silver armor listed recently? The clerk nodded. Yes, it was only listed for 2 days before it was snatched up. Li Hao Ian thought for a moment and decisively said, I'll list it for 600 gold coins. The clerk gave him an admiring look. Kid, you know how to seize opportunities. All right, I understand. Hand me the armor. Li Hao Ian chuckled and handed over the armor that shimmered with a faint purple glow. During this time, many new professionals have awakened. Items like this purple gear are usually the first choice for those rich kids who love to spend money. After all, artifact-level pink gear is too expensive, and the leveling speed of professionals in the early stage is not slow, so buying pink gear is too extravagant. It would soon need to be updated. Blue gear has less attribute gain and looks a bit cheap, so those rich kids don't think highly of it. Purple gear is relatively suitable. A few hundred gold coins per piece is a bit pricey, but the attribute bonuses are good, and it won't put too much burden on the family. It's perfect for showing off. After listing the purple gear, Li Hao Ian sold all the other blue gear, green gear, and various materials he had scavenged from the dungeon. These ordinary items are directly purchased by the auction house, so Li Hao Ian doesn't have to list them. Clearing out all the gains from this dungeon run, Li Hao Ian received another 223 gold coins, enough for him to buy 2 more tickets. With this money in hand, Li Hao Ian hurriedly left the auction house and headed back to the dungeon teleportation hall. On the other side of the auction house, a young man with slanted eyes watched Li Hao Ian leave with flickering eyes and took out his phone to make a call. Outside the city, Yuan Ting lay half reclined in the shade of a tree, proudly embracing Du Guyan's slender waist, occasionally touching her round thigh. Amid the envious gazes of others, he leisurely watched the security guards sent by his family desperately fighting monsters. These guards are not very high in level, mostly being level 18 or 19 professionals. But dealing with the wild boars around level 11 or 12 is still much faster. Even with teamwork experience sharing, it is much quicker than fighting monsters alone. Just then, the phone at Yuan Ting's waist suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw it was a lackey he sent to the auction house to scout for equipment. Hello. Yuan Ting answered the call loudly. Hey, brother Yuan, we got the last piece of light armor. The equipment you wanted is all here. Yuan Ting's eyes brightened, and he said impatiently, If you got it all, bring it to me. Hearing Yuan Ting's rude words, the minion suddenly lowered his voice. Yuan Ge, I called to report a message to you. Do you know who hung up the Bullhead King armor in the end? Yuan Ting impatiently said. What does it have to do with me? Anyway, it's going to end up in my hands. It was Li Hao Ian. I saw with my own eyes Li Hao Ian take out a bunch of materials to sell, including this Bullhead King armor. I said I don't care. Wait, who did you say hung it up? Yuan Ting asked abruptly, sitting up straight again. Li Hao Ian. Yuan Ting's brows instantly furrowed. Li Hao Ian, a freshly awakened mechanic, and someone actually wants to team up with him to clear dungeons. No, Yuan Ge, I just followed Li Hao Ian to the dungeon teleport hall. I saw him buy a ticket to teleport into the Dark Forest. This guy did not team up. He actually soloed the dungeon. The minion's voice suddenly turned astonished. Yuan Ting's eyes widened, and he stood up in disbelief. What did you say? Say it again to me properly? Li Hao-Yin went into the dungeon without a team. He went in alone. The minion still spoke in disbelieving tone. Yuan Ting was completely stunned. This is impossible. He is a newly awakened mechanic. Even if he could make a super weapon, he couldn't possibly solo the Dark Forest. What in the world is going on? Yuan Ting couldn't help but mutter to himself. After a moment, he instructed on the phone. You keep an eye on that side. If Li Hao-Yin really can clear the dungeon, notify me immediately. Yes, Yuan go. Yuan Ting hung up the phone. His once carefree mood had completely vanished. Beside him, Dugian also heard their conversation. Her rosy lips slightly parted, equally in shock. More than 20 minutes later, Yuan Ting's phone rang again. Damn, Yuan go, that guy came out. 22 minutes and 36 seconds. That guy actually refreshed the speedrun record. Yuan Ting's pupils suddenly constricted. He exclaimed, What did you say? 22 minutes? He refreshed the record by himself. Damn, that guy teleported into a new dungeon, the Thunder Ruins. He is still alone. Dugian covered her mouth in shock. Thunder Ruins? Isn't that a dungeon that requires level 12 to enter? He is already level 12. Yuan Ting's expression fluctuated, and he quickly began to calculate in his mind. If Li Hao-Yin really cleared the dungeon solo, he could enjoy all the monster experience from the dungeon by himself. The monsters in the Dark Forest were at least level 10, and with the dungeon's additional bonuses, the experience was significantly more than those minor monsters in the wild. Adding the experience from clearing the dungeon, if he cleared twice solo, the experience would indeed be just enough to reach level 12. But why could a shabby mechanic do it solo? Yuan Ting looked disbelieving, gritting his teeth. Let's go. To the dungeon teleport hall. 10 minutes later, Yuan Ting brought Dugi Yin and a group of security guards, storming into the dungeon hall. He quickly spotted the triangular-eyed youth next to the Thunder Ruins teleport entrance and walked over swiftly. That guy is still inside the dungeon? Yuan Ting asked through clenched teeth. Yes, I have been keeping an eye on him. He hasn't come out yet. Yuan Ting nodded darkly, turned to glance at the nearby display panel above the Dark Forest. There was a line of glaring red characters showing the latest clearing time of the Dark Forest, along with Li Hao-Yin's name. At this moment, the commotion had attracted the attention of many people. When everyone saw the latest clearing record for the Dark Forest, a wave of gasps and discussions instantly flooded the area. Damn, solo clearing the Dark Forest? And even refreshed the record? How on earth did he do it? Li Hao-Yin? Strange. Why does this name sound a little familiar? Of course it sounds familiar. Isn't this the unprecedented big shot with full magical power? Is it him? No way. I heard from a friend that he awakened as a mechanic. Although the mechanic is classified as a mythical profession, everyone knows the real situation. How could he, as a newly transitioned mechanic, possibly solo clear the Dark Forest? Could it be he found some sort of bug in the dungeon? Hearing their discussions, Yuan Ting's eyes suddenly lit up. Li Hao-Yin found some way to exploit a bug in the dungeon? Yes, it must be that way. Otherwise, how could he, just a useless newly transitioned mechanic, truly solo clear the dungeon? But then Yuan Ting's brows furrowed. He had previously mocked Li Hao-Yin. Even if Li Hao-Yin did discover a bug, he certainly wouldn't tell him. What to do now? While the outside world was buzzing about how Li Hao-Yin exploited a bug, he was fiercely advancing through the Thunder Ruins. The Thunder Ruins is a level 13 dungeon, where the monsters are Dark Thunder Rhinos. The Dark Thunder Rhino has better defense and attack than Minotaurs, but it moves slower than Minotaurs. For Li Hao-Yin, such monsters with high attack and solid defense, yet slow movement, are just perfect for him to showcase his abilities. After 2 experiences of soloing the Dark Forest, Li Hao-Yin was now confident in his firepower output. To speed up monster clearing, Li Hao-Yin spent a fortune buying a full set of green cloth armor, including accessories, costing him over 10 gold coins. Since cloth armor has the highest magical power boost, wearing cloth armor would severely weaken his defense as a leather armor specialist. But in front of 20 grotto handguns, did Li Hao-Yin really need defense? Not all. Now, his magical power had been stacked to over 300. Even using 20 grotto handguns at the same time would be sustainable for 15 minutes. Although the monsters in the Thunder Ruins were 30 more than those in the Dark Forest, totaling 80, they had no chance against the grotto's infinite ammo. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of bullets pouring down resonated throughout the ruins, and the over 4-meter-long Dark Thunder Rhino leader let out a mournful roar and fell heavily. Even the powerful horn on its forehead was dented and nearly broken by Li Hao-Yin's fire. 2 beams of light flashed, and 2 blue items appeared beside the Dark Thunder Rhino leader. When Li Hao-Yin approached and took a look, his eyes instantly brightened. Wow, It's actually a piece of leather armor. Not bad. It adds 20 points of magical power, quite a premium among blue items. Let's wear it first. Even though my firepower is enough now, adding more magical power isn't a bad thing. Besides, wearing blue armor won't bind me. I can sell it at the auction house later. Then, Li Haoyan went back the same way and quickly began collecting materials. The rhino horn and rhino skin from the Dark Thunder Rhino are much more valuable than the materials dropped by the Minotaurs. After cleaning up the battlefield, Li Haoyan looked at his experience points and sighed regretfully. The later you go, the harder it is to level up. I'm enjoying the dungeon experience, but I only gained 60%. Forget it, at least I have enough for the ticket. I can just run it a couple more times. Li Haoyan gently shook his head, crushed the teleportation crystal, and exited the dungeon. He's out. He's out. Wow, 21 minutes. He also found the speed clear bug in the Thunder Ruins. My god, is this some sort of special talent only naturally full magical power mechanics have? The ability to sense dungeon bugs. As soon as Li Haoyan came out, the noisy and bustling exclamations immediately startled him. What the hell? What's going on? Why are there so many people suddenly gathered? Seeing the envious and jealous gazes of those around him, Li Haoyan instinctively looked up at the display board above the Thunder Ruins. Thunder Ruins' fastest clear record, 21 minutes and 21 seconds. Cleared by Li Haoyan. Seeing the updated information above, Li Haoyan instantly understood what had happened. It seems that news of his solo speed run in the dungeon had spread. Godlike player, how did you exploit the bug? I'll pay 100 gold coins to buy it. Please tell me. Get lost. Only 100 gold coins, and you dare to speak? Li Haoyan doesn't need your 100 gold coins. I'll offer 1,000 gold coins. Please carry me. Brother Haoyan, may I ask if you can carry me for a few runs? I'm a Heinager profession. Not only can I heal, but I'm also very smooth. Looking at the blue-haired girl desperately twisting her waist, seemingly trying to wiggle herself out of the water, Li Haoyan couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth. Heinager, with your full body of fish scales, no matter how smooth you are, it's still pretty off-putting. Li Haoyan couldn't help but complain in his heart. Everyone has misunderstood. I didn't exploit any bugs. I cleared all based on skill, so stop thinking about shortcuts and just level up step by step. Honest and reliable young man, Li Haoyan sincerely advised everyone while squeezing through the crowd towards the auction house, and silently added in his heart, exploit a bug? Huh, who do you think you're looking down on? I am the bug. The 2 tickets he bought earlier had already been used up. Now he needed to process the materials and then convert them into gold coins to continue grinding experience. Looking at Li Haoyan's back, the crowd revealed a disappointed look of just as expected. There have been people discovering the dungeon bugs before, but those who found a bug would never reveal it, instead using it as a way to earn money grinding equipment. As for Li Haoyan claiming he cleared it based on skill, only a fool would believe that. You just changed jobs as a trash mechanic. What kind of strength do you have? Just as Li Haoyan was about to walk out the door, a pretty figure suddenly blocked his path. Li Haoyan looked up and immediately raised his eyebrows. Dugian, you're blocking my way. Chapter 7. Exploding the Thunder Ruins, Level 15. Dugian's face showed a hint of embarrassment, but when she thought of Li Haoyan's solo dungeon experience and rewards, she quickly pushed the embarrassment down. Instead, a slight warmth rose in her heart. Haoyan, I was just joking with you before. Let's make up. I'm the recognized school beauty of Qingshan Academy, and you are the most talented genius of Qingshan Academy. Everyone praised us as a perfect match. Moreover, the mechanic has always been the weakest in defense, and I, as the Awakened Holy Priest, am absolutely outstanding among support classes. Not only can I give defense buffs, but also heal injuries. This is simply heaven's arrangement. The more Dugu spoke, the brighter her eyes became, as if it were all true. Listening to Dugu brag, Li Haoyan revealed a mocking smile. I don't need it. I think you were right before. Our personalities don't really match. It's better to stay apart. That way we won't hold each other back. Li Haoyan intentionally emphasized hold back, causing Dugu radiant smile to stiffen slightly. After saying this, Li Haoyan didn't even glance at Dugu, directly pushing her aside and walking out. Let alone Dugu Holy Priest is merely a Tier 1 profession. Even if it was an illusionary god support, Li Haoyan wouldn't even take a second look now. Once the mask of the green tea is torn off, who knows if such a woman would turn against him in times of danger. Keeping such a potential threat by his side is simply courting death. Moreover, once Li Haoyan's level rises, he wouldn't even need a support profession at all. With unlimited firepower by his side, after reaching a high level, he would have various defense-type superweapons to use. It is extremely difficult for others to hurt him, so why would he need treatment? Looking at Li Haoyan walking into the nearby auction house, Dugu mouth slightly opened, her face full of disappointment and embarrassment under the strange gazes of the crowd. Beside her, Yuan Ting walked out with a grim face, glaring fiercely at the onlookers and scolding. "What are you looking at? A bunch of country bumpkins, not doing anything serious, just gathering to watch the fun. Do you really want to compare with me?" The crowd showed signs of discontent in their eyes, but looking at Yuan Ting in his purple outfit and as a illusionary god professional, they truly did not dare to provoke him. Moreover, Yuan Ting's family, the Yuan family, was also a significant force in the four-symbol city, and ordinary families truly did not dare to offend him. After watching the excitement, Li Haoyan was unwilling to reveal the bug exploit technique, and the onlookers found it meaningless to stay, so they all scurried away like birds and beasts. Once everyone left, Yuan Ting looked at the auction house with jealousy and said resentfully, "What a pity that poor kid Li Haoyan isn't falling for it. If he was willing to take you through a dungeon once, I could learn his bug exploit technique. Damn it." Dugian's eyes flashed with a trace of regret. Yuan Ting did not know that if Li Haoyan had truly been willing to accept her back just now, Dugian would have played along for real and directly followed Li Haoyan, never returning to Yuan Ting's side, nor would she tell Yuan Ting about the bug exploit technique as originally planned. Earlier, the reason she decisively kicked Li Haoyan aside for Yuan Ting was to use the Yuan family's power to level up quickly, while also gaining equipment, in order to stand out in the college selection 3 days later and strive to enter one of the 2 best superpower higher education institutions in the East Dragon Empire. But if Li Haoyan's talent was indeed to discover dungeon bugs and could quickly clear them solo, then Dugian grinding dungeons with him would definitely be much faster than grinding wild monsters with Yuan Ting, even if they had to split the experience. And since they were grinding dungeons, the equipment would only be split between the two, but the ticket price would still be the same, and the rewards inside the dungeon would be enough to cover the ticket costs. This meant that within these 3 days, she could grind dungeons with Li Haoyan endlessly, and the leveling speed would be absolutely incredible. You must know, due to the level limits of dungeons, even if the Yuan family was willing to find 2 professionals not exceeding level 15 to take them into a dungeon, it wouldn't be much faster than a normal team-up, and they would end up sharing even more experience, resulting in even lower efficiency compared to continuously grinding wild monsters outside. Unlike Li Haoyan, who could enter a dungeon solo and level up to level 12 in just 2 or 3 runs, that speed was simply faster than riding a rocket. Li Haoyan arrived at the auction house and sold all the materials and unwanted gear he collected from the last 2 dungeons. Then he retrieved the Bullhead King armor coins that Yuan Ting had instantly killed, and after deducting the auction house's service fee, he earned over 1,200 gold coins in total. Li Haoyan did not use these gold coins to buy any gear. He immediately headed towards the dungeon hall. He had made up his mind to reach level 20 in 3 days, because at level 20, he could unlock the second stage of his talent, and he would gain 2 additional skills. By then, when he participated in the college selection, Li Haoyan would have a 100% assurance. Any newly promoted professional in the East Dragon Empire would likely not want to miss the chance to enter those 2 prestigious institutions, Tsinghua Academy and Beida Academy, because only by entering these 2 top universities could one have the chance to join advanced guilds. And high-level dungeons were basically controlled by various advanced guilds. Without the support of a guild, it would be very easy to become cannon fodder in those high-difficulty, high-level abyss dungeons, large group dungeons, faction confrontation dungeons, and even international kill dungeons. Back in the dungeon hall, Li Haoyan bought 8 admission tickets to the Thunder Ruins in one breath. As he leveled up, the experience points required for further upgrades were growing rapidly. Li Haoyan estimated that, at this rate, he would likely need to clear the Thunder Ruins 8 times to reach level 15. Moreover, as the dungeon level increased, the price of entrance tickets would also rise accordingly. The ticket for the Dark Forest was only 100 gold coins, while the Thunder Ruins cost 120 gold coins, making it a total of 960 gold coins for 8 tickets. For ordinary players without much background, this amount was definitely a fortune. Fortunately, Li Haoyan was soloing, and everything dropped in the dungeon belonged solely to him, so he didn't feel any financial pressure. From afternoon until night, Li Haoyan tirelessly entered and exited the Thunder Ruins. Even the staff in the dungeon's teleportation hall had grown numb to his presence. After what seemed like an eternity, Li Haoyan used up his last ticket and re-entered the Thunder Ruins. He skillfully summoned 20 grotto pistols, surrounding himself, then steadily advanced, crushing his way towards the boss area. With the last round of insane firepower unleashed, the Thunder Demon Rhino Chief crashed to the ground again, its health reduced to 0. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 15. Seeing this sudden upgrade notification, Li Haoyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He didn't even have time to check the loot, and immediately opened his attribute panel. Reaching level 15 meant he could unlock a new skill. Chapter 8 New Skill, Gatling Rotary Machine Gun. The previous attributes continued to increase steadily. Li Haoyan didn't bother to check, directly allocating all 5 points of free potential from the level up reward to his spirit power. Then, unable to contain his impatience, he clicked on the last tab talent and looked at the skills section. In the empty skill bar beneath the bright silver grotto pistol floated a black, several times larger, super weapon. Skill, Gatling Rotary Machine Gun. Skill description, summons a Gatling Rotary Machine Gun, which consumes 2 spirit points for each minute it exists. Note, once spirit points reach 0, the Gatling Rotary Machine Gun will automatically be recalled. Seeing this, Li Haoyan couldn't help but shine with excitement, his whole body shaking with joy. Wow, I thought level 15 would only unlock an automatic rifle or something, but I never expected it to be a Gatling. As a top student, Li Haoyan immediately recalled the related knowledge he learned in the past upon seeing those words. The Gatling Rotary Machine Gun consists of 6 14.7mm caliber barrels arranged in a circle, capable of an astonishing rate of fire exceeding 1,000 bullets per minute. This firepower surpasses even the combined firepower of his current 20 Grotto pistols. Even if it consumed double the spirit points per minute compared to the Grotto pistols, its firepower density was simply unmatched. After reaching level 15, with the help of equipment boosts, Li Haoyan's spirit points reached over 400. What does having over 400 spirit points mean? It means Li Haoyan could summon and use 20 Gatling rotary machine guns simultaneously for 10 minutes. With the infinite ammo talent boost, his Gatling machine guns could maintain the highest rate of fire without needing to change magazines. 20 Gatlings would unleash over 20,000 bullets per minute. Moreover, super weapons will never experience firepower decrease or barrel overheating issues. This also means that Li Haoyan's firepower would never have a cooldown period. With such powerful firepower, not even monsters above level 10 could withstand it, let alone those at level 20 or 30. From now on, his efficiency in pushing through dungeons would skyrocket. Thinking of this, Li Haoyan immediately summoned 20 fully black Gatling rotary machine guns. Each of the black gun muzzles began to glimmer ominously, like the eyes of a devil, fiercely staring ahead. Li Haoyan excitedly licked his lips, his gaze sweeping around, then landing on a huge rock beside him. With a thought from Li Haoyan, 20 Gatling guns opened fire simultaneously. The tall rock, standing 2 people high, was instantly shot into a storm of debris, and within seconds, it was reduced to powder by the brutal firepower. Hissy! Although he was somewhat prepared, seeing this scene, even the instigator Li Haoyan couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Wow, this is too violent. Content and satisfied, Li Haoyan retracted the Gatling guns, and a fervent look appeared in his eyes. The firepower is enough. Now I need to gather spiritual energy. Exiting the job panel, Li Haoyan suddenly noticed a flash of purple light beside the boss. He paused slightly, surprised him. So lucky, another purple item dropped. Li Haoyan hurried over to check the equipment attributes. Name, Demon Rhinoceros Bracelet, not bound. Type, Accessory. Attributes, speed increased by 10 points, spiritual energy increased by 40 points. Not bad, it's a bracelet, just right for me to use. Li Haoyan nodded in satisfaction and directly equipped the item. Exiting the lightning ruins, Li Haoyan rushed to the nearby auction house, selling all the materials and equipment obtained from the dungeon, earning back over 2,500 gold coins, and then he happily left to go sleep. The next day, just as the sky began to brighten, Li Haoyan couldn't wait to come to the dungeon teleport hall. But he didn't expect that Yuan Ting and Duge Yin were also there. And besides them, 2 security guards followed behind Yuan Ting. Seeing Li Haoyan, Yuan Ting's face changed slightly. Li Haoyan was already level 15, in a great mood, and when he saw these 2, he suddenly remembered Yuan Ting's mocking words from yesterday, and with a quick thought, he walked towards them. Oh, isn't this the powerful Night Wanderer, young Master Yuan? What's up? Not here to rob wild monsters today, but to mix in the dungeon instead. Li Haoyan said sarcastically. Beside him, Duge Yin looked at Li Haoyan with a complicated expression, feeling uncomfortable. Because when Li Haoyan came over just now, he didn't glance at her once, as if she were a passerby, not even worthy of a second look. Yuan Ting looked unpleasant. Li Haoyan, don't get too proud. Isn't it just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat discovering the bug technique? You're just muddling through in the lightning ruins with your trash job. You're destined to be useless later. Oh, really? Then let's wait and see. Li Haoyan grinned and walked towards the ticket counter without a care. Seeing Li Haoyan so full of himself, Yuan Ting huffed angrily and headed toward the lightning ruins. After grinding wild monsters for a whole day yesterday, he finally reached level 13. Today, he specially brought 2 level 15 security guards, ready to try entering the Thunder Ruins. He really didn't believe that Li Haoyan could discover the dungeon bug, while he, such a powerful night wanderer, could not. Not just him. Today, several groups of players who leveled up to 12 were also teaming up to go in, all with the same luck mindset. Try to find a fast pass through the Lightning Ruins bug. Li Haoyan arrived at the ticket window, took out 700 gold coins, and handed them to the ticket seller. First, give me 5 entrance tickets to the Gratter Canyon. Gratter is a higher level dungeon, so the ticket price is higher too, costing 140 gold coins each. The ticket seller was the one who had seen Li Haoyan crazily soloing the dungeon yesterday, and seeing Li Haoyan's handsome face, he even felt a bit numb. Oh, 5 tickets for the Lightning Ruins, right? Hick. What did you say? Gratter Canyon. Because Li Haoyan had. But he had only said half of his words when he suddenly reacted, unable to help but exclaim loudly. Gratter Canyon. This is a dungeon that one can enter only at level 15. He actually reached level 15? What the hell is this leveling speed? With the ticket seller's exclamation, many people in the hall were drawn to the commotion. Yuan Ting was just about to activate his entrance ticket when he heard the words Gratter Canyon and instantly froze, turning to look this way. Li Haoyan smiled faintly. That's right, Gratter Canyon. 5 entrance tickets. Chapter 9 Gratter Canyon. Firepower is king. Li Haoyan took the entrance ticket to Gratter Canyon from the day's ticket seller, turned around, and walked toward the teleportation area. The level of Gratter Canyon is slightly higher than that of Thunder Ruins, and the teleportation area is right next to Thunder Ruins. As Li Haoyan passed by Yuan Ting, he winked at Yuan Ting and grinned. Powerful young master Yuan. Keep it up, if you dawdle. Maybe I'll find the bug in Gratter Canyon too? Hearing Li Haoyan's sarcastic voice, Yuan Ting's face turned purple with anger. After a round of taunts, Li Haoyan laughed heartily and entered the teleportation area of Gratter Canyon. His figure flashed and disappeared. Seeing Li Haoyan teleporting alone into Gratter Canyon again, many others in the dungeon's teleportation hall paused their steps, turning to gather around. Damn, he entered the dungeon alone again. Gee, do you guys think he can still find a bug in the dungeon this time? Of course. If he wasn't confident, would he go in alone to seek death? So envious. Is this the value of full spirit power? That's too exaggerated. I've never heard of a mechanic leveling up so fast. Don't mention mechanics. He might be the fastest leveler among all professions. Only one day and already reached level 15, truly a beast. The surrounding discussions surged like a tide, turning the originally quiet dungeon teleportation hall lively. Yuan Ting clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth. Gratter Canyon has a simple layout, with a total of 150 monsters, nearly double the number in Thunder Ruins, and the distribution of monsters is quite dense. In this environment, I refuse to believe that this lousy mechanic can still find bugs. Saying this, Yuan Ting simply sat down beside the teleportation area, staring unblinkingly at the Gratter Canyon teleportation zone. He wanted to wait for that lucky and show-off kid, Li Haoyan, to come out, so he could mock him fiercely. Otherwise, he simply could not swallow this anger. Dugian stared blankly at the empty teleportation zone of Gratter Canyon, her heart suddenly feeling bitter. After all, she had spent a year with Li Haoyan, knowing what kind of person he was. If he didn't have absolute confidence, Li Haoyan would never go into the dungeon alone to seek discomfort. So, she could be certain that Li Haoyan definitely had the confidence to solo clear the dungeon. Dugian's heart ached to the point of difficulty in breathing. If she hadn't said the words of breaking up with Li Haoyan yesterday, she should also have been at level 14 today, right? And today, if they had brushed the dungeon together, even if the experience would be shared, she would definitely have reached level 15. However, now Li Haoyan is already level 15, but she is only at level 13. Don't look at this as just a simple 2-level difference. But in reality, the experience required might be more than doubling from level 10 to 13. Regret has come too late. At the entrance of Gratter Canyon, the air slightly distorted, and Li Haoyan's figure quietly appeared. This is a huge canyon entrance, with only a 10-meter wide path leading straight into the depths of the canyon. The entire canyon is yellow-brown, with towering rock walls on both sides, and the terrain is extremely steep. In the central path, densely distributed are hunched little people with grayish-blue skin and fierce appearances. Frost goblins. Some of these goblins carry spears, and some held staves. 3 people formed a group, wandering back and forth in the Grat Canyon. Unlike the Minotaurs and Thunder Magic Rhinos, the Frost Goblins in Grat are much smarter than the former 2, which is clearly a sign of teamwork. Level 15 professionals have already unlocked their second job skill, resulting in a huge boost in combat power. Therefore, this dungeon, which only level 15 players can enter, poses a difficulty that is obviously much higher than before. However, In Li Haoyan's eyes, the difficulty of this dungeon has actually decreased dramatically. He looked at the frost goblin in front of him, excitement shining in his eyes, and gently licked his lips. These little arms and legs look so weak. Li Haoyan muttered softly, starting to use his skills. Gatling rotating machine gun. A huge machine gun over 2 meters long instantly appeared above Li Haoyan's head, with 6 dart gun barrels radiating a violent killing intent. Looking at the 2 points of spiritual power deducted from his attribute panel, Li Haoyan grinned. Just a drop in the bucket. In the next moment, summoned by Li Haoyan, Gatling rotating machine guns quickly appeared, nearly drowning him in their numbers. With the recent purple gear, Li Haoyan's spiritual power has now surpassed 400. This means that even if he summoned 20 Gatling rotating machine guns, it would be enough to last for 10 minutes. Perhaps feeling the danger from so many dart gun barrels pointing at them, several groups of frost goblins, not far from the entrance, seemed to sense the threat, all shifting their gaze over. Li Haoyan chuckled, slightly bending forward. Then, with a fierce stomp of his right foot on the ground, he charged into the canyon. At the same time, the dense Gatling rotating machine guns in front of him opened fire simultaneously. Crackling. The deafening roar of bullets being fired echoed through the land. Thanks to his innate ability for infinite ammunition, Li Haoyan did not need to worry about running out of bullets. The dense barrage of bullets tore through the ground like numerous plows, rampaging wildly. Unlike the Glock handguns, the Gatling rotating machine gun has an effective range of up to 1,000 meters. Li Haoyan didn't even need to look. Under the rain of bullets from the 20 machine guns, the frost goblins within 1,000 meters ahead were instantly shredded into pieces, leaving no intact bones visible. In an instant, a tide of blood surged. 5 minutes. In just 5 minutes, Li Haoyan had charged straight to the boss area where the Frost Goblin King resided. He didn't even clearly see the boss before the meat grinder-like barrage had turned the boss into a puddle of mush. Killed Frost Goblin. Gained 30 experience points. Killed Frost Goblin. Gained 30 experience points. Killed Frost Goblin Elite. Gained 50 experience points. Killed Frost Goblin King. Gained 100 experience points. Ding. Completed Grat Canyon. Gained 300 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, you have set a new record for fastest completion time in Grat Canyon. Gained 500 experience points. A series of notifications flashed before Li Haoyan's eyes like a wild barrage in a live stream with millions of fans. Li Haoyan stopped, taking a slight breath, turning to look back at the canyon, with a look of joy in his eyes. Ha ha ha, awesome. Damn, that was exhilarating. This is the true mechanic, a real, firepower dominating, 1 versus 100 mechanic. Chapter 10, Crazy Leveling Up. Target level 20 achieved. Looking at the fruit of his 5 minutes of effort, Li Haoyan's eyes shimmered with brilliance. Despite the clearly increased difficulty of the dungeon, Li Haoyan's speed of clearing, it was even faster. The Gatling rotating machine gun truly lives up to its reputation. With 20 Gatling machine guns firing simultaneously, unlimited bullets pouring out at a speed of 20,000 rounds per minute, the final result was a complete sweep. Li Haoyan can now even be certain that with his current firepower, even entering a dungeon of level 20 or higher, he will be able to crush through without a doubt. These low-level monsters have no resistance at all. Li Haoyan's heart was filled with heat, and he immediately began to clear the battlefield, collecting the materials and equipment dropped by the monsters, then left the dungeon. The crowd outside was still chatting when they suddenly saw the teleportation area of Glat Canyon light up with a white glow. They instinctively glanced over and were about to look away. Because since Li Haoyan entered the dungeon, only 15 minutes had passed, and everyone knew that the difficulty of Glat Canyon was much higher than that of Thunder Ruins. Li Haoyan previously took more than 20 minutes to quickly pass through Thunder Ruins and to clear the more difficult Glat Canyon. Even if he could find a bug in the dungeon, it would take at least half an hour, right? However, when their eyes fell on the person who appeared, this area suddenly became silent. Li Haoyan, how'd he come out now? Could it be that he failed to exploit a bug? Looks of suspicion appeared in everyone's eyes. But then, the display board above Glat Canyon immediately updated a message, stuffing everyone's chaotic guesses back into their stomachs. Fastest record for clearing Glat Canyon. 15 minutes and 21 seconds. Cleared by Li Haoyan. Looking at this line of big red letters, the surroundings were first silent, then immediately erupted. What the hell? No way. My eyes aren't playing tricks on me. 15 minutes to solo clear Glat Canyon? Damn, this kid must be the Frost Goblin Prince. Yuan Ting trembled all over, staring blankly at the display board above the dungeon, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Dugian's mouth formed an O shape. Even her uvula was visible, and she was completely stunned. She always thought Li Haoyan could solo Glatt Canyon, but she never imagined he could clear it in such a short time. That's a full 150 monsters, including 5 elite monsters and 1 boss. Did Li Haoyan just rush straight to the boss area? Didn't he even loot to collect his spoils? This cannot be because he exploited a bug, but rather the dungeon must have a bug. This thought crossed not just Dugu Yan's mind. Several people in the crowd began to flicker with excitement. In fact, a few decisive personalities actually rushed directly to the ticket booth, bought a ticket for Glatt Canyon, and headed straight to the teleportation area without even forming a team. Seeing someone disappearing into Glatt Canyon, Yuan Ting finally snapped back to reality. He stared at Li Haoyan in disbelief for a while, and when he saw Li Haoyan without hesitation activate another ticket and disappear into the teleportation area of Glatt Canyon, he couldn't sit still any longer. He grabbed Dugu Yan and gritted his teeth, charging towards the ticket window. A security guard beside them stared blankly as his young master bought a ticket and walked toward Glatt Canyon, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Young master, what are you doing?" "Nonsense. Of course, I'm going to try Glatt Canyon. Can't you see that everyone is already teleported in?" Yuan Ting gritted his teeth. The security guard was even more confused. "But young master, those people are already level 15, and you are only level 13. Yuan Ting's footsteps paused, his body stiffening. "Damn, I almost forgot about this. I am really being muddled by that kid." Yuan Ting cursed awkwardly in his heart and turned to walk toward Thunder Ruins. An hour later, Yuan Ting, with a gloomy face, brought Dugu Yan and 2 security guards back to the dungeon teleport hall. With 2 level 15 security guards helping to clear monsters, their efficiency in clearing the dungeon would naturally not be low. But the reason they took a whole hour to come out was mainly because Yuan Ting was persistent, spending a lot of time inside, trying various tests, attempting to figure out how Li Haoyan glitched the game. The result was naturally obvious. Li Haoyan's glitch was himself. Unless Yuan Ting could drag Li Haoyan into the dungeon with him, otherwise, it was impossible for him to find out Li Haoyan's glitch technique, even if he tried. When Yuan Ting came out, he learned from the surrounding people's discussions that Li Haoyan had already entered the Glatt Canyon for the 5th time, glitching his way to success. At this moment, even if Yuan Ting looked down on Li Haoyan's mechanic profession, he had to admit that Li Haoyan's full spirit power of 100 indeed seemed to bring him some unique talent. At least in terms of clearing dungeons, he was light years behind Li Haoyan. Thinking of this, Yuan Ting, who believed his talent was not inferior to Li Haoyan's, was boiling with anger and pulled Dugu Yan to walk outside. Since he couldn't rely on the dungeon to quickly gain experience and level up, he had no choice but to go to the wild to grind monsters. With the help of the security guard at home, at least he could have steady gains. Alright, he also needed to ask the security guard to bring over the new big tent he had just bought. "You like soloing dungeons, Li Haoyan? I'll solo your girlfriend and release some steam." In the next 2 days, aside from eating and sleeping, Li Haoyan spent almost all his time grinding dungeons. With 20 Gatling rotating machine guns providing overwhelming firepower, Li Haoyan's efficiency in soloing dungeons was astonishing, even leaving him speechless. By nighttime, Li Haoyan had already rushed to level 18, unlocking the next more difficult dungeon, deep in the Glatt Canyon. The next day, early in the morning, amidst the shocked and envious gazes of many, Li Haoyan sold all the materials and equipment he had collected from the dungeon at the auction house, earning back tens of thousands of gold coins. Then he used all these tens of thousands of gold coins to buy entrance tickets to the depths of the Glatt Canyon. Don't underestimate the jump from level 18 to 20. As levels increase, the experience required to level up grows almost geometrically. The experience needed for these 2 levels was probably dozens to hundreds of times more than what Li Haoyan needed when he first started leveling up. Li Haoyan seemed tireless, as he repeatedly teleported into the depths of the Glatt Canyon under the numbed gaze of the ticket clerks. The relentless gunfire came from deep within the canyon as the boss, the Fire Goblin King, was once again turned into minced meat. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have reached level 20. Seeing the sudden upgrade prompt, Li Haoyan's whole body shook. His eyes lit up with ecstatic joy. Level 20, he finally achieved it. Chapter 11 New Talent, God's Perspective. Li Haoyan didn't even bother to look at the equipment dropped by the boss, but immediately opened his attributes panel to check it out. Then, he added 5 points of free potential to his spirit power, and Li Haoyan quickly pulled the panel down, clicking on the talent section. Seeing the newly appeared skills in talent, Li Haoyan's happy expression suddenly froze for a moment. This 2 skills, according to the knowledge he had studied, any profession would unlock an additional skill every 5 levels. That means, under normal circumstances, there should only be 1 additional skill at level 20. But Li Haoyan had suddenly unlocked 2. Li Haoyan quickly checked with curiosity. Skill, rocket launcher. Skill description. Summons a rocket launcher to strike enemies powerfully. The rocket launcher consumes 4 spirit points for every minute it exists. Note, once spirit points reach 0, the rocket launcher will automatically retract. Li Haoyan's eyes shone brightly. Goodness, finally, a large area powerful weapon to deal damage. Although the spirit points consumed had doubled, with the attack power of the rocket launcher, this cost was absolutely worth it. You must know, with the talent of infinite ammunition, Li Haoyan's rocket launcher doesn't need to worry about consumption. With this thing, combined with the Gatling machine gun, one for assault and one for sweeping, it is enough to weave a sufficient firepower suppression net in small-scale battles. Such power is simply invincible in low-level instances. Li Haoyan took a deep breath and shifted his gaze to another extra skill. Achievement reward skill, exoskeleton armor. Skill description, summons exoskeleton armor, greatly increasing the user's strength, defense, and speed. The exoskeleton armor consumes 4 points of spiritual power for every minute it exists. Note, when spiritual power reaches 0, the exoskeleton armor will automatically retract. Seeing the first line of the introduction, Li Haoyan was stunned for a moment. Achievement reward? What achievement? It doesn't seem to be mentioned in the textbooks. Do professionals have this kind of thing? But then he was greatly amazed by the effects of this skill. Ordinary mechanics have 2 major disadvantages. First, they are not durable, a problem that has been solved by Li Haoyan's infinite ammunition talent. And second, mechanics have weak self-defense capabilities. When facing sudden enemy attacks or strange enemy abilities, mechanics can easily be sneak attacked. But with the exoskeleton armor, Li Haoyan can cover part of this flaw in self-defense. At least, he wouldn't be as easily sneak attacked and killed by enemies. In addition, the exoskeleton armor has an even greater benefit for Li Haoyan. It increases his map traversal speed. With Li Haoyan's current firepower, he can basically clear ordinary instances in one go. There even arises a situation that is extremely absurd for ordinary professionals. That is, Li Haoyan's traveling speed is far behind his clearing speed. One must know, the effective range of the Gatling machine gun is as much as 1,000 meters. At such a distance, Li Haoyan can even say see it and kill it, so his map traversal efficiency naturally lagged behind. Moreover, the exoskeleton armor not only greatly increases his movement speed, but also has 6 mechanical tentacles resembling spider legs that assist Li Haoyan in quickly traversing rugged terrain. In other words, while this thing may not enhance attack power much, its functionality in defense and support is much stronger. It is undoubtedly an extremely practical superweapon. After reading these 2 newly unlocked skills, Li Haoyan looked with eager anticipation at the talent on the right. On the original bar icon, in addition to the infinite ammunition at the top, another icon lit up below it. Mechanic exclusive talent. Second stage, God's Eye View. Note 1. Construct a 360-degree holographic image view in the mind, and this view can enlarge any point freely. Note 2. The initial range of the God's Eye View is a diameter of 100 meters centered on oneself. For each enemy killed, the range of the God's Eye View expands outward by 1 meter. Note 3. The third stage exclusive talent can be unlocked at level 30. Li Haoyan was slightly stunned, then quickly regained his composure. 360-degree holographic view, and it can be freely enlarged. Moreover, for every enemy killed, the God's Eye View can expand. Holy crap, isn't this equivalent to a super large range of surveillance? Hissy! Li Haoyan immediately took a cold breath. This is not a talent. It is clearly cheating. Mechanics are already known for their attack range, and if paired with the God's Eye View, wouldn't that be invincible? In the later stages, when high-level professionals want to grow, who doesn't have to kill hundreds of thousands of monsters? If these monsters are converted into the God's Eye View, then he would be able to control hundreds of thousands of square kilometers centered on himself at any time. Every slight movement, every whisper of the wind could not escape his sight. This is quite akin to being born in an invincible position. Even if enemies want to launch a surprise attack, it's impossible. With these thoughts, Li Haoyan found himself somewhat dazed. This talent, truly one more incredible than the last. Li Haoyan took several deep breaths before forcing down the unparalleled excitement in his heart. He began to ponder another matter. Tomorrow is the selection week organized by various top universities. Should he run a few more Fubun to expand the observation range of his God's View? After a long while, Li Haoyan slowly shook his head. Forget it. Let's not waste money for now. Currently, the range of his God's View is a diameter of 100 meters, and based on past university recruitment Shinkong. Apart from him, other are likely only around level 15 at most. For such low-level a 100-meter alert range is more than enough to handle them. Moreover, he also has a Gatling rotating machine gun and a rocket launcher, both capable of reaching a range of 1,000 meters. This distance, even without the aid of God's view, he can directly engage in a Fu Gai Xing Hongjar to eliminate all enemies. Compared to the God's view, what he actually lacks the most right now is spiritual power value. As long as the spiritual power value is sufficient, with unlimited ammunition, his firepower can be maintained endlessly, never diminishing. After thinking clearly, Li Haoyan no longer delayed time and immediately began to clean up the battlefield. A purple piece dropped. Li Haoyan picked it up in surprise, discovering it was a piece of leather armor that fit him perfectly, so he unhesitatingly replaced his trash green gear. Confirming that all equipment and materials were collected, Li Haoyan left the Fubin and hurried to the nearby auction house. Chapter 12. Do mechanics need to carry staves as well? He sold everything he had farmed during this time and received over 10,000 gold coins in return. Then, Li Haoyan, under the surprised gaze of the auctioneer, swept away multiple purple equipment, transforming his outfit from lowly green and blue to noble purple. He opened his attribute panel again, looking at the spiritual power value, finally nodding in satisfaction. 630 points. This spiritual power value is enough for him to summon 10 Gatling rotating machine guns and 10 rocket launchers, with full firepower for 10 minutes. Li Haoyan is confident that with his current firepower, not to mention the Huan Sun Jit, even all the newly promoted combined cannot match him. Hey student, don't you need a weapon? The auctioneer, seeing Li Haoyan buy a full set of purple gear, but skipped the most important weapon for a Jia, kindly reminded him. This morning, a purple weapon was just put up for auction, an AK-47, with built-in fire attribute enchantment, can add fire attribute attacks to any skill used, stable output, and not prone to jamming. Do you want to take a look? Li Haoyan was slightly taken aback, suddenly remembering about weapons. Damn, with so many powerful weapons himself, he forgot about the most important weapon for most Jia. Generally speaking, the most suitable weapon for a mechanic is various firearms. And an AK-47 is not only loved by mechanics, but also often purchased by other Jia for self-defense. Although they don't master firearms as well as mechanics, the AK-47's attack power can still play a significant role in battles among low-level Jia. The only downside is that if they use a weapon that is not their Jia weapon, the spiritual power consumption will turn into more than twice the original amount, and the weapon's durability will also drop significantly. Wait. Li Haoyan's eyes suddenly lit up, thinking of something. If a weapon wants to function, it requires a Jigger to activate it and use it as a medium to cast skills. But if the weapon is locked, only equipped, not used, that weapon has become a mere trinket, only providing basic attributes to the practitioner, but cannot unleash any effects. This point will have a huge impact on ordinary practitioners. For example, for a mage, a top-quality staff not only reduces the consumption of spiritual power during spell casting, increases spell power, but also speeds up casting time. But for Li Haoyan, the weapon's enhancement effect seems to be not important at all. Because all his attacking methods come from his superpowered weapons summoned by skills, there is no need for the enhancement of weapon effects at all. In other words, Li Haoyan does not necessarily need to use a weapon suited for him. Even using other professions' weapons has little effect on him. For him, the most important thing is only one point, which is spiritual power. If he could get a weapon with high spiritual power, even just locking it without using it, could provide Li Haoyan with a large amount of spiritual power. Thinking of this, Li Haoyan immediately asked the auctioneer, "Do you have a top-quality staff?" Auctioneer, "Aren't you a mechanic? Why do you want a staff instead of a gun? What on earth is going on?" "We have it, but this student, a staff is not suitable for your use." "Are you sure you want to see a staff?" The auctioneer kindly reminded. Li Haoyan decisively nodded. "Yes. I want the staff." "Well, okay." The auctioneer had no choice but to open the search bar for staffs for Li Haoyan to see. There's actually a divine-level pink staff, and it's exactly level 20. Seeing that noble pink in the search results, Li Haoyan's eyes suddenly lit up. Slowing Goblin Staff increases spiritual power by 150. Price, 2,000 gold. Wow, so cheap. Seeing the price of this staff, Li Haoyan couldn't help but exclaim. Generally speaking, the price of a divine-level pink staff is at least 4,000 to 5,000 gold, so 2,000 gold is truly a bargain. Weapon effect. Spell power increased by 100%, skill cooldown time increased by 50%, casting time increased by 50%. Note, you can't have both fish and bear's paw. 50% plus 50% equals 1. This is a fair trade. But immediately, when he saw the weapon effects of this staff, the corners of his mouth twitched. What the hell is this brainless effect? Fair my ass. Increasing the power by 100% is certainly good, but skill cooldown increasing by 50%? Damn, the mage's endurance isn't great to begin with, and now you increase the skill cooldown by 50%. What can we even play? As for increasing casting time by 50%, it's even more frustrating. Mages are already easily interrupted while casting, leading to casting failure. Increasing the time by 50% only creates opportunities for the enemy. No wonder this thing has such a low price, and no one wants it. The negative effects are just too severe. The higher the level of equipment, the stronger the additional effects. But not all additional effects are positive. Sometimes negative effects may also appear. This balance needs practitioners to weigh themselves. Clearly, no normal mage would be willing to use this item due to its serious drawbacks. It's just not worth it. However, the basic attribute of this staff has a whopping 150 points of spiritual power boost. Goodness, this is indeed a pink equipment, especially the staff with the strongest spiritual power amplification. While this thing is indeed a burden for mages for Li Hao Ian, it is absolutely a true divine artifact. With this staff, Li Hao Ian's spiritual power could instantly soar to over 800 points. With such high spiritual power, excluding the natural recovery effect, it's already enough for him to summon 20 Gatling guns and 10 rocket launchers, firing at full force for 10 minutes. As for the negative effects produced when using the divine artifact, it's completely not a problem for Li Hao Ian, because he never intended to use it. He purely wanted it as an item to increase basic attributes. Once he equipped the staff, he directly locked it, using it as a hiking stick, which did not affect his ability to use the mechanic skills at all. This thing seemed like it was custom-made for Li Hao Ian. Without hesitation, he said, "I'll take this one." The auctioneer looked at him in shock. "Are you sure? Although the artifact-grade pink equipment is precious, a staff isn't suitable for you to use, not to mention its negative effects are so strong." Li Hao Ian waved his hand, and 2,000 gold coins clinked down, even impatient. Yes, hurry up and complete the transaction." The auctioneer, helpless, had no choice but to use the transmission device to bring the pink equipment from the warehouse and complete the transaction. After obtaining the weapon, Li Hao Ian immediately equipped it and locked it in place. Spirit power value, 805. Li Hao Ian turned around with an excited face and left. With everything equipped, everything was ready. Tomorrow's college selection event was really something to look forward to. Chapter 13. The college selection tournament begins. Just as Li Hao Ian completed the transaction in the capital of the East Dragon Empire, Tianjing City, at a suburban villa. A luxurious villa covering an area of 500 square meters stood there, with spacious front and back courtyards. The decoration was quite grand. On the third floor of the villa, there was a bedroom mainly decorated in pink. The sound of water in the huge bathroom gradually stopped, and a moment later, a tall young girl opened the frosted glass door and walked out from the bathroom. She was wrapped in a thick, soft towel, but even so, it couldn't hide her towering chest and the rounded curve of her hips, and her long legs were mostly covered. But the part of her lower leg that was exposed still shone with a glaring white. Ding dong. A notification sound came from her phone. She opened her phone, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Huh? The goblin staff I put up for auction has been bought. A curious look appeared in her bright eyes as she lightly shook her head. Interesting. I wonder which rookie mage dares to use this thing. After saying that, the girl casually tossed her phone back onto the bed and prepared to dry her hair. At that moment, a deep male voice came from outside the room. You. Tomorrow we're going to the Four Symbols City for the selection tournament. Have you packed your things?" The girl responded crisply, "I'm all ready, Dad. You're our academy's student representative, so you must show some spirit. Don't embarrass your dad." The girl chuckled. "Don't worry, Dad. I'm a level 29 elemental controller, the most outstanding genius girl in Tsinghua Academy in 100 years. How could I embarrass you? You girl." The deep male voice seemed a bit helpless, but he didn't refute her boast. The next morning, the bright sunlight fell from the sky, covering the entire Four Symbol City. As one of the East Dragon Empire's largest city fortresses, the Four Symbols City was an important hub for the annual college selection tournament. At this moment, the huge Four Symbols Square had already gathered all the newly arrived professionals from the surrounding 10 satellite cities. Li Hao Ian's Qingshan Academy was also occupying one area of the square under the lead of the academy's teachers. On one side of the square, a huge high platform had already been set up, and teachers and leaders from major universities in the East Dragon Empire had taken their positions. In the center of the high platform, 2 large tables stood out most. Behind the table on the left sat a middle-aged man with a straight nose and square mouth, who had a dignified yet somewhat kind expression. Behind the man stood a tall and graceful young girl. The girl had long legs, her slender, straight thighs seemed to take up half of her body. Her features were bright, and her chest was as towering as a mountain range. with a high ponytail behind her head. A lively spirit carries a hint of confidence. Behind the table on the right sat a middle-aged woman with a serious expression, her eyebrows and eyes straight, cheekbones slightly high, lips tightly pressed, looking very stern. Behind her stood a young girl. This girl seemed to be carved from the same mold as the middle-aged woman, her eyes slightly tilted, chest as smooth as a mirror, carrying a long spear on her back, her expression calm, but her gaze appeared very proud. These two are the admissions teachers from the best two higher education colleges of the Eastern Dragon Empire, Tsinghua College and Beida College. As the representatives from various colleges took their places, the host of this higher education selection conference approached the two and respectfully said, "Lord Jiang, Lord Yun, the students participating in this higher education selection conference have arrived. Please preside over the proceedings." Tsinghua College and Beida College hold a supreme status in the Eastern Dragon Empire, nurturing numerous powerful professionals. And all the teachers from these two colleges hold positions in the military, which is why the host referred to them as lords. The serious-looking middle-aged woman nodded slightly and turned to the side, saying, "Teacher Jiang Zhen, the students are almost gathered. Let's begin." Jiang Zhen smiled slightly. Last year's higher education selection conference was hosted by our Tsinghua College. This year, it's trouble for teacher Yun Miao. Yun Miao showed no surprise and nodded. The higher education selection is always hosted in turns by Tsinghua College and Beida College, and this time just happens to be Beida College's turn. Yun Miao stood up and walked to the front of the elevated platform. Her stern gaze swept across the newly initiated professionals below as she opened her mouth, saying, "I am Yun Miao, the admissions teacher for Beida College. I announce that this higher education selection conference has officially begun." Yun Miao's speech was simple and blunt. Without unnecessary build-up or embellishment, she went straight to the point. "Please send the student representatives from each college to step forward, standing 2 meters apart on the vacant ground below," Yun Miao said, pointing toward the empty space below the elevated platform. As soon as her voice fell, a student stepped out from behind each college's admissions teacher, walking towards the vacant ground. Jiang Zhen smiled and turned to the girl behind him, saying, You should go too." The girl giggled. "Okay." Once everyone stood neatly in the vacant area below, Yun Miao reached out her hand and a golden staff appeared in her grasp. Seeing that flash of gold, the newly initiated professionals below couldn't help but let out a gasp. Golden. It represented epic-level quality. In the row of Tsinghua College, Li Haotian also couldn't help but click his tongue slightly. He murmured softly. As expected of a teacher from Beida College, making a move like this is indeed epic, really impressive. One should know that epic-level weapons can only possibly be produced in large-scale raids, and every epic weapons production causes chaos in those raids. Once an epic weapon leaves a large-scale raid, it binds to the professional. Even if others seize it, they cannot use it. So, to obtain epic equipment, one must engage in battles for it within raids. With the weapon in hand, a low chant swiftly emerged from Yun Miao's lips. Then, Yun Miao shouted, "Refracted illusion mirror." She waved the staff forward, and a layer of brilliant golden light immediately shot out, landing on the student representatives from various colleges standing in the vacant area. Next, the students' bodies slightly trembled, as if a golden shadow of themselves stepped out from within them, standing before them. Yun Miao waved the staff again, and another layer of golden light enveloped the space. The golden shadows slowly melted and expanded under the illumination of the golden light, transforming into a huge translucent mirror. Within the mirror, a phantom-like silhouette seemed to flicker in and out of existence. As his gaze swept over the light mirrors, Yun Miao said calmly, "Now, I announce the rules of this selection competition." Chapter 14. Selection Rules, 3 Challenges. Hearing Yun Miao's voice, Li Haotian's expression became serious. He knew that although the university selection competition is held every year, the rules for each selection are different. Yun Miao scanned the newcomers below, her voice calm but clear for everyone to hear. "The students before you are the cream of the crop from the last class of each college. And the light mirrors in front of them contain a projection of themselves, which can use all their abilities, but the overall strength is only half of the original. Each of you has 3 chances to choose, entering the light mirror and enduring the projection's attack for 3 minutes to qualify for admission to the college represented by that student." At this point, Yun Miao paused slightly and continued. "I want to remind you that there will be significant differences in level and strength among the representatives of different colleges. The number on the badge worn by each college representative indicates that student's current level. So, you must think carefully before choosing. Otherwise, if the opponent you choose exceeds your ability, it will be a wasted opportunity. If you fail all 3 challenges, it means you will be eliminated from this selection competition and must wait until next year. This selection competition will last until midnight. Those who have not completed their challenges by then will also be considered eliminated. Begin. After finishing, Yun Miao turned and walked back to her seat. Jiang Jun frowned and looked at Yun Miao. Teacher Yun Miao, the rules you set seem simple and direct, but for those newcomers, it is not an easy challenge. Yun Miao glanced at him and said solemnly, "Are you saying there is an information imbalance?" Jiang Jun nodded. The talents represented by those students are already good, and they have spent a year studying in their respective colleges. Although the newcomers can have a rough idea of the strength levels of the student representatives through the badges and the professional marks on their foreheads. But the visible levels and actual combat strength are entirely different matters. For them to choose a suitable college and opponent, the difficulty is quite high. Yun Miao's expression was calm. That's why I gave them 3 opportunities to choose. If they're not brainless fools, they should first make a cautious choice, at least to ensure they won't be eliminated. On that basis, they can then aim for better and more suitable colleges. Jiang Jun pondered for a moment and shook his head gently. That may be true, but at their age and experience, few can achieve this. Yun Miao's face hardened, and her tone became harsh. Teacher Jiang Jun, have you forgotten the last world dungeon? This, Jiang Jun showed a helpless expression. As a professional, if one wants to grow and develop, talent alone is not enough. If they only rely on their talent and abilities to fight recklessly, they might shine in the lower levels. But what about at higher levels? Large group dungeons, slaughter dungeons, world dungeons. In these high-level dungeons, if you're not careful, you can die in there. How many so-called geniuses has our East Dragon Empire lost in the recent world dungeons? Not to mention, in the last world dungeon alone, half of the people died. The Onmyoji and ninjas from Sakura country, as well as those from America, are all eyeing us covetously, aren't they? At this point, Yun Miao snorted coldly. In recent years, we have trained too many ornamental pillows in our empire. They're all useless trash, simply a waste of national resources. What we need is not a gifted first-line professional or a more powerful illusionary god job, but a true elite with wisdom and courage, who dares to think and act. If they can't even make this most basic self-assessment and choice, even if they grow up, they will end up as cannon fodder for death. We do not need such students at Beida. Jiang Jun looked at Yun Miao, whose expression was cold and hard, shook his head and sighed, choosing not to say more. In recent years, the Eastern Dragon Empire indeed shows a trend of lacking successors. In the square, because of Yun Miao's earlier statement, all the students participating in the university selection conference began to chatter and discuss. Honestly, the rules of this selection conference are too rough. Exactly. Although the skills of each profession are fixed, these student representatives have already studied in the academy for a year. Their mastery of skills and development of forms must far exceed ours. Choosing us like this is clearly wanting us to fail. What to do? I just looked around, and those student representatives are at least first-line professionals, with quite a few even being illusionary gods, and their job levels are at least above level 24. Even if that illusion can only unleash half of its strength, it will still be tough to deal with. Amidst the discussions and complaints of those around, Li Haoyan approached the front of those students and looked at the 2 student representatives in the center. Jiang Wuyu, level 29 Elemental Master, Yun Lan, level 29 Battle Mage. Li Haoyan glanced around. Aside from this girl, the representatives from other academies were at most level 27, and the gap was indeed obvious. Looking at these 2 girls with distinct temperaments, Li Haoyan murmured, "No wonder they are representatives of Qinghua and Beida. Not only are they illusionary god professions, but their levels are also clearly stronger than those from other academies." Li Haoyan suddenly hesitated. Qinghua and Beida are the best academies in the Eastern Dragon Empire, both in teaching quality and the number of strong individuals they have produced, ranking neck and neck. For ordinary people, getting into any of these 2 academies is a huge blessing. Haha, Li Haoyan, seeing you like this, are you still thinking about Qinghua Academy and Beida Academy? Just as Li Haoyan was pondering, a mocking voice came from beside him. Li Haoyan turned his head to see it was Yuan Ting and Duge Yan. Yuan Ting showed a sarcastic expression. Li Haoyan, this is a university selection conference, relying on real strength. Can you still find some backdoor loopholes in the instances? Do you think you can still game the system here? Li Haoyan sneered. Whether I can game the system is none of your business. Just a few days ago, I wanted to learn from me. Unfortunately, your IQ isn't enough, and you didn't get that opportunity. Yuan Ting was instantly furious, smoke almost coming out of his head. Stubborn like a dead duck, Li Haoyan. Today I'll let you see what a true illusionary god profession really is. Compared to my Night Wanderer, your trash mechanic isn't even fit to game the system. Besides that, it's worth nothing. Saying this, Yuan Ting, with an arrogant face, walked toward the illusion mirror in front of Yunlan. Qingshan Academy, Yuan Ting, Level 16 Night Wanderer, challenges Beida Academy. Chapter 15, The Battle of Qinghua and Beida. Standing proudly beside the illusion mirror, Yunlan looked at Yuan Ting in surprise, a flash of unexpectedness in her eyes. Level 16 Night Wanderer. Yuan Ting was enveloped in brilliant purple light, showcasing his rare-level equipment to everyone, modestly nodding. That's right. Yunlan nodded slightly, a smile appearing on her face. Not bad, go ahead. Hearing Yunlan's praise, the newly graduated professionals around all showed envious expressions. You should know that this one can represent Beida Academy as an elite student representative. Being able to enter Beida Academy already shows one is a talented person, and being able to represent Beida Academy in the University Selection Conference. He is a leader among that batch of students. To receive a word of not bad from her already hinted at one thing. Yuan Ting is very likely to pass the assessment of North Daqing Academy. Yes, senior. Yuan Ting felt secretly happy, shamelessly replying as if he had already passed the assessment, successfully obtaining the admission qualification of North Daqing Academy. Li Haoyan wore a watching expression, not in a hurry to choose, watching Yuan Ting step into the illusion of North Daqing Academy. The requirement of the assessment is to withstand the phantom attack from each academy's representative for 3 minutes, and it is still early in the evening. With Li Haoyan's strength, he naturally was not in a rush at all. At this moment, many eager new professionals had already chosen their targets and began to enter the various academies' illusions for their first attempts. But many others were still waiting, watching those students with the same goals challenge first, hoping to find some tips from others' experiences to help them pass the assessment. Unfortunately, the world within the illusion seemed like a solo instance. Not to mention the onlookers, even the essence of the illusion, those elite student representatives from each academy, could not know the battle situation inside. Time flew by quickly, and those who had entered the illusion for the challenge first had begun to come out one after another. Except for a few who showed joy, most students wore expressions of disappointment. Clearly, their judgment did not match their abilities. And in front of North Daqing Academy and Qinghua Academy, everyone's gaze was focused on the illusion of North Daqing Academy. They all wanted to know if Yuan Ting could pass the assessment of North Daqing Academy. Oh my, it's already 2.5 minutes. He seems to be doing well. TSK's as expected of the Night Wanderer, who is above average in the divine profession, his combat power is truly strong, managing to last until now. Don't you see, that guy's all in purple gear. Must be a child of some big family. Just this set of purple gear already brings him an exaggerated boost. As time went by, the discussions around grew louder, and even nearby, many were attracted by the commotion here. Oh, isn't that the mechanic who bugs the game? Why is he here? He wouldn't also want to challenge North Daqing Academy and Qinghua Academy, would he? LOL, the illusion challenge isn't just a dungeon. There's only one big boss in there. Does he really hope to bug the game inside the illusion? Mechanic? I've heard of him. He's the only student from Qingshan Academy with full spirit points, right? Ha, so unfortunate, such strong talent. Yet he awakens as the most useless mechanic. Exactly. Leveling up fast is useless. Even if he can lead us in the early stages, once he reaches level 20, that garbage mechanic might not be as useful as a second-tier profession. Mocking voices occasionally rang in Li Haoyan's ears. Li Haoyan's expression was calm, but he was not moved in the slightest. If he really were just an ordinary mechanic, listening to these discussions might make him feel a little sad. But this mechanic was actually completely different from those who needed to slowly gather resources. Not only did he not need to collect materials to create super weapons, but he also had unlimited ammunition and the boost of a god's perspective. A mechanic with unlimited firepower, as far as crushing the same level divine professions goes. Even if faced with someone 1 or 2 levels higher, they could only kneel and sing conquer under the onslaught of unlimited firepower. At that moment, an onlooker sourly shouted, "Wow, 3 minutes. He really passed the assessment of North Daqing Academy." The crowd of onlookers was in uproar. Then, next to Yunlan, the illusion shimmered, and Yuan Ting, disheveled and in ragged clothes, reappeared, gasping for breath. Although he looked disheveled, but the arrogance on his face was even stronger than before, as he looked at Yunlan and said, "Senior Yunlan truly deserves to be the best student of the previous year at Beida Academy. Indeed, impressive. With even just half the strength of an illusion, to be this powerful. Luckily, the assessment only requires sticking it out for 3 minutes. If it were even a minute more, I might have been killed by my senior. Yunlan chuckled lightly and shook her head slightly. This new student certainly knew how to speak. His words clearly carried a hint of flattery. The reflective mirage was one of her teacher's special skills, and the rules her teacher set naturally would not allow for killing the opponent. At most, it would just be a severe beating before being thrown out. You are not bad either. After just 3 days of job awakening, you can achieve this level, truly worthy of being a night wanderer. Stand behind me. After the assessment ends, we will take you back to Beida Academy together, officially making you a part of Beida, Yunlan said calmly. On the high platform, Yun Miao's serious face relaxed a little as he nodded slightly. Jiang Jun smiled and congratulated. Teacher Yun, congratulations on Beida Academy's early opening. Yun Miao glanced at him and smiled lightly. Level 16 Night Wanderer is indeed quite impressive. Looking at his equipment, it must come from some big family in the four-symbol city. His overall quality is surely much better than those grassroots. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jun frowned slightly, feeling a bit displeased. Because he himself was born a grassroots, to achieve his current level, he didn't know how much effort he had put in and how many times he had faced disdain to settle in Tianjin City. Jiang Jun's voice turned cold. Children from big families do have some advantages in innate conditions, but whether they can become strong depends on themselves. Although talent and equipment are important, they can only take one along the path of the strong. How far one can go ultimately depends mainly on a person's character and wisdom. Yun Miao's lips curled into a faint sarcasm. Professionals are different from ordinary people. A professional with trash talent and lacking resources, no matter how hard they try, how much effect can they really achieve? As she spoke, Yun Miao's gaze fell on Li Haotian at the front of the crowd. For example, this student. Although he is an illusion god professional, his actual utility might even fall behind a secondary profession. Wasn't that grassroots mechanic, who was trained at such an enormous cost by Marshal Li against all opinions, the best example? 10 years of hard work, only to be easily destroyed by a small ninja. You people from Qinghua invest so many resources, and you only get this trash in return. Yun Miao shook her head. In recent years, Marshal Li has also been getting a bit muddled. Chapter 16. The Mechanic with a Staff. Hearing Yun Miao mention the Marshal, Jiang Zhan's face immediately darkened. Marshal Li was from Qinghua, and he was the pride of all Qinghua students. But since that mechanic was successfully assassinated by the Sakura country, the Marshal's prestige suffered a huge blow, especially for Beida Academy, which was a competitor to Qinghua Academy. Because of Marshal Li's rise back in the day, Beida had been suppressed by Qinghua for decades. In light of this incident, criticisms against Beida Academy arose even more. But oddly, the people from Qinghua couldn't refute it. Clearly, they had done everything possible to ensure that mechanic's safety. Who knew how that assassin from Sakura country managed to get through so many layers of scrutiny to successfully assassinate in Tianjin City? This matter was indeed extremely bizarre. Faced with Yun Miao's inappropriate remarks about the Marshal, Jiang Zhan felt anger in his heart, yet he could only endure and refrain from speaking. Below the stage, Yuan Ting, who had successfully passed the assessment at Beida Academy, arranged his disheveled hair and looked smugly at Li Haotian. Li Haotian, do you see this? This is the true illusion god profession. The gap between this and your kind of trash pseudo-illusion god profession. Yuan Ting looked down with disdain, his nostrils pointed down at a 45-degree angle. With an expression full of disdain, as if he had already reached the pinnacle of his career, he said, "You can exploit bugs in the instance for a moment, but can you exploit them for a lifetime? In the confrontation-type instances, after level 30, do you really think you can prevent the enemies from attacking you? Accept your fate. You are just a trash mechanic, comparable to a fake fantasy god in the sewer." The people around looked at Li Haotian with eager eyes, as if they wanted to see him leave in shame and anger. However, looking at Yuan Ting, who appeared to be the destined protagonist, a strong sense of mockery flashed in Li Haotian's eyes. He walked forward slowly, also arriving in front of the illusion mirror of Beida Academy, and coldly sneered, "Tisafiste, look at you, acting all high and mighty after just passing an assessment. If no one knew better, they'd think you were already a level 100 god." Seeing that Li Haotian still dared to talk back, Yuan Ting's face instantly darkened. He was about to retort when Yin Lan spoke first. Yin Lan's gaze flicked over the artifact-level goblin staff behind Li Haotian, a hint of disdain appearing on her face. Just passing an assessment? A mechanic holding a staff. Where do you get the courage to say such things? A newly promoted mechanic. The most useless fantasy profession. So vain, yet daring to judge others. Li Haotian narrowed his eyes and looked at Yin Lan. Yin Lan raised her eyebrow and scolded. "What are you looking at? Our Eastern Dragon Empire's international standing has been declining year by year because there are more and more impractical people like you. Do you think an artifact-level staff is something rare? Just wearing a pink outfit can catch your attention? After 6 years of superpowered compulsory education, you don't even understand the consequences of using cross-class weapons. Simply foolish. Someone like you, once accidentally caught in the Abyss instance or confrontation-type instance, will probably perish in minutes, a pure waste of Imperial resources. Behind Yunlan, Yuan Ting felt a surge of delight in his heart. He didn't expect this seemingly cold Yunlan to have such a sharp tongue. It was almost piercing his heart. Yin Sr., don't say that. The Li Haotian before you is a super scholar who has topped the rankings for years at Qingshan Academy, and he has an unprecedented full energy value of 100. Who knows? Maybe that staff of his has some great use. Yuan Ting sarcastically defended Li Haotian from the side. Li Haotian gave him a strange look and muttered to himself, "Hey, is this guy's passive ability called accidental success? Not bad. Guessed quite accurately." Yunlan glanced back at Yuan Ting, surprise flashing in her eyes, but then she casually said, "So what if you have full energy value? Awakening the mechanic profession, don't say it's full energy value. Even if your energy value doubled, it's still a trash profession. A mechanic wielding a staff. Do you want to learn the dogstick technique? With someone like you, don't even say holding on for 3 minutes against my illusions attack. Half a minute is a stretch. You would be tossed out." Li Haotian's eyes flashed with coldness, looking at Yunlan with interest. "Not even half a minute? Are you sure?" Yunlan smiled proudly. "A garbage profession. Half a minute is already flattering you." Li Haotian laughed heartily, reached behind to grab the staff, and walked boldly towards the illusion mirror in front of Yunlan. With a flash of his figure, he disappeared into the mirror, leaving behind a defiant laugh. A frog at the bottom of a well knows nothing. The power of a pink outfit staff is enough to smash your dog head. With a loud crash, hearing Li Haotian's declaration, the people around erupted in an uproar. Yunlan was so angry her pretty face turned red, her delicate body slightly trembling. A kid who had just awakened his profession for 3 days dared to say she, the student representative of Beida Academy, was a frog at the bottom of a well? This was an outrageous act. She gritted her teeth and said, "You reckless little brat. Just wait until you get kicked out by my illusion. Then, let's see how you keep pretending." Beside Yunlan, Jiang Wuyu's exceptionally beautiful face showed a glimpse of curiosity and seriousness. She had looked at the transaction records yesterday, and the staff she had listed in the auction house was the one bought in 4-Symbol City yesterday. The slow goblin staff, although powerful, also has significant negative effects as a major flaw. She couldn't believe it was such a coincidence that there would be 2 buyers for this kind of staff in 4-Symbol City. So she was almost 99% sure that her staff had been bought by the mechanic, namely Haotian, in front of her. Is it absurd for a mechanic to have a staff? Of course it is absurd. But the problem is this goblin staff is level 20 equipment. This means that Li Haotian is already at level 20. The people just now were busy mocking Li Haotian, but they didn't consider at all. For a mechanic who's only had his profession awakened for 3 days to reach level 20, how astonishing that is. Of course, this might also be related to the fact that the slow goblin staff is too much of a gimmick and has a very low drop rate. Everyone only knows it's a pink item, but doesn't know it's a level 20 divine equipment. Jiang Wuyu thought about how Li Haotian remained calm and composed amidst everyone's ridicule, without a hint of embarrassment or anger, and suddenly had a premonition. This mechanic seems to be different from ordinary mechanics. With these thoughts flashing in her mind, Jiang Wuyu's gaze was fixed on the illusion mirror in front of Yunlan, as if she was expecting some kind of miracle to happen. As Li Haotian stepped into the illusion mirror, he found himself in a place resembling an arena, as if he were teleported to a dungeon. 50 meters ahead of him stood a girl. Aside from her lifeless eyes, she was no different from the Yunlan outside. Suddenly, a line of prompts appeared before Li Haotian. Preparation time, 10 seconds. Countdown begins 10, 9, 8. Looking at the countdown before him, Li Haotian was not surprised at all, because he had heard someone who had come out of the assessment talk about what happened inside the illusion mirror while he was watching outside. But this is normal. After all, those participating in the assessment were all newcomers. If one entered without any preparation and was immediately attacked by those elite students like a storm, that would really be too harsh. The illusion of Yunlan stood still on the other side, while Li Haotian quickly used his exoskeleton armor, adding a layer of defense for himself first. At the same time, it could greatly enhance his own strength, speed, and other attributes. Then, 20 black Gatling rotating machine guns and 10 rocket launchers quickly appeared, with the dart gun muzzles and cannon mouths all aimed at the illusion of Yunlan, covering the entire area around Yunlan within the attack range. 4, 3, 2, 1. Combat begins. Da-da-da-da. Boom, 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 boom. 20 Gatling rotating machine guns fired simultaneously, but the torrential rain of bullets did not shoot towards Yunlan. Instead, it sealed off the 10-meter area around her. And the remaining 10 rocket launchers concentrated their firepower on Yunlan. Li Haotian's lips curled slightly, whispering, "Battle mages, the odd ones among mages, are fast, have strong melee skills, and sharp attacks. But as long as I trap all your dodging spaces and bomb you with rocket launchers, even if your melee skills are strong, can you really withstand my bombardment and run out?" Sure enough, the illusion of Yunlan on the opposite side was just about to make a move, but faced with the overwhelming rain of bullets, she was instantly dazed, standing there not knowing how to react. The illusion clone created by Yun Miao through the refracted illusion mirror not only inherits 50% of the original strength, but also possesses 100% of the original's combat experience. But the problem is, even if Yunlan is a top student from the previous batch, she had never encountered someone like Li Haotian, who was so incredible. 在20级阶段遇到这种程度的火力压制，打个毛线！轰隆，轰隆，轰隆！巨大的爆炸声响起，砰的一声，只是一眨眼的功夫，云岚的幻影便被火箭炮炸成漫天光血，消失不见。李浩天咧嘴一笑，这就是幻神职业，不过如此。随着云岚的幻影消失，一股强烈的扭曲感向李浩天席卷而来，就和刚才他传送进来时一模一样。李浩天心中一动，立刻解除所有技能，半空中的加特林旋转机枪、火箭炮，还有他身上的外骨骼装甲瞬间消失不见。外界广场的高台上，一脸冷傲的云淼身体微微一震，瞳孔瞬间收缩。Girl， 旁边的江震感觉到云淼的异样，诧异地转头看向他，不知道这个傲慢的婆娘又发什么神经。云淼猛地站起身来，向前走出几步，双眼死死地盯在云岚身前，脸上充满了震惊的表情。因为就在刚才，他感觉到自己制造出的一个幻影竟然消失了，而且这个幻影还是他的得意弟子云岚。不，这不可能！区区一个机械师，怎么可能？云淼眼中满是不可置信的神色，喃喃道：“幻影消失只有两种可能：一，被他主动解除；二，就是被打爆了。可是以云岚的实力，即使这个幻影只有他本体一半的强度，也不可能会被刚转职3天的机械师打爆啊！因为李浩天进入幻境前留下的那句话，下方的骚乱还在继续。众人望着脸色难看的云岚，还在七嘴八舌地讨论那个敢对北大学院高材生放狠话的机械师。就在这时，一道光芒闪过，李浩天的身影重新出现在众人身前。看到他出现，袁婷的眼睛骤然一亮，他大声怪笑，哈哈哈哈！不愧是废物机械师，竟连20秒都撑不到就被打出来了。李浩天，你再装啊！你再给老子装啊！现在你告诉我，谁是井底之蛙？你不是要用那柄破烂神器法杖打爆云学姐的狗脑袋吗？死鸭子嘴硬的垃圾，你也配！哈哈哈哈！袁婷似乎恨不得把整个广场所有人的注意力都吸引过来，声音之大，完全就是扯着嗓子大吼大叫。围观人群轰然大笑，各种嘲讽声迅速跟风。笑死我了！从刚才到现在，他才进去10多秒钟吧？不愧是3秒真男人，真他妈快！嘿嘿，说不定人家已经在这么短的时间内打爆北大高材生的狗头了呢。这声音中充满了阴阳怪气的味道。云岚身旁的江无悠悠看到李浩天出现时，也是微微一愣，但当他定睛一看之后，脸上的疑惑便慢慢变成了惊讶和不可思议。因为他发现了一个细节，重新出现后的李浩天竟是和他进去之前没有任何区别。如果他真的是被云岚的幻影打出来的，不可能连衣服都没有皱，头发都没有丝毫凌乱啊！难道他真的在这么短的时间内就打爆了云岚的狗头啊？不是，云岚的幻影。就在江无悠悠心中升起这个不可思议的念头时，云岚身前的幻境突然响起 一连串咔嚓咔嚓的破碎声。接着，在所有人震惊又茫然的目光中，砰的一声轻响，炸碎消失。不愧是垃圾机械师，我还真是高看你了。没想到你竟然连20秒都……那边云兰还在一脸嘲讽地对李浩天急火输出。Who would have thought that the words would be cut off mid-sentence? She stared blankly at the vanished illusion mirror, a flicker of confusion flashing in her eyes. The illusion mirror shattered? What is happening? Why did the teacher suddenly dispel my refracted illusion mirror? Yinlan instinctively turned her head towards the platform. Then, she caught sight of Yun Miao standing at the edge of the platform, staring in disbelief at this side. What's wrong with the teacher? Why does she have this expression? Just as Yinlan thought this in her heart, her whole body suddenly stiffened, and then she followed Yun Miao's gaze toward behind her, because she realized that Yun Miao was not looking at her, but was staring at Li Haoyan behind her. Yinlan's eyes widened suddenly, her mouth slightly opened, looking at Li Haoyan in shock. The teacher's expression had already told her that the refracted illusion mirror was not dispelled by the teacher herself. That means… Yinlan abruptly turned her head, her eyes fixed intently on Li Haoyan, but the words in her mouth couldn't be completed. Yu. Chapter 18. Past the assessment. Joined Tsinghua Academy. The surrounding crowd, still laughing, seemed to have noticed something was wrong, and the murmurs gradually quieted, puzzled gazes moving back and forth among Yunlan, Li Haoyan, and Yun Miao on the platform. Seeing the shocked expressions on Yunlan and Yun Miao, a chilling thought suddenly surfaced in their hearts. Li Haoyan scanned everyone in a circle, lightly waved the staff in his hand, and the smile on his face slowly widened. I did not disappoint. My staff can really smash your head. With a loud bang, the scene immediately exploded. A burst of incredible gasps erupted from everyone's mouths. This staff-wielding mechanic actually burst the illusion of a top student from Beta. This is impossible. Ow, how did he do it? Could it be that this can also exploit a bug? Wow, is a divine-grade staff really this strong? Indeed, Jiang Wu Yu looked shocked. This guy actually smashed Yun Lan's illusion. Did the mechanic staff have some hidden effect or extra bonus? Jiang Wu Yu's sparkling eyes shone with curiosity and inquiry, landing on Li Haoyan. Yun Lan, with a grim face, stared at Li Haoyan and asked, "A mere mechanic could never defeat my illusion. What tricks did you play inside?" The refracted illusion mirror was a skill that Yun Miao's light refraction staff possessed, usually used by Yun Miao to train junior disciples. But even the caster, Yun Miao, could not perceive the specific situation within the illusion mirror. This meant that just now, Yun Miao and Yun Lan could not see what Li Haoyan was doing in the illusion. Therefore, they both had no idea how Li Haoyan had smashed Yun Lan's illusion. Seeing Yun Lan still holding on to her airs, Li Haoyan sneered. "What's the matter? Can't you take it when a mechanic you look down on smashes your illusion? Does your assessment include recounting the battle process?" Yun Lan was so angry that her chest puffed up. "All right, Yun Lan." Yun Miao on the platform suddenly interrupted Yun Lan. Looking at the staff in Li Haoyan's hand, her eyes flashed with shock. After hearing that Li Haoyan was a mechanic, she hadn't paid much attention to this newly awakened profession. So she hadn't noticed that the divine-grade staff behind Li Haoyan was actually a level 20 slowing goblin staff. This mechanic had actually skyrocketed to level 20 in just 3 days after the awakening. How did he do it? She had also heard the discussions of the people below. Was it really just exploiting a bug in a dungeon? But the problem was there was not just one dungeon from level 10 to level 20. Could it be that he could exploit a bug in each dungeon? Yin Miao felt that something was off. "You're Li Haoyan, right? Although I don't know how you did it. But since you have defeated Lanner's illusion, even if you pass the assessment, stand behind Lanner, and after the assessment is over, we will take you back to Beta Academy." Yin Miao said in a deep voice. Li Haoyan raised an eyebrow, glanced at Yin Miao, and then looked at Yuan Ting, who was gritting his teeth with a gloomy face. A strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. "I don't seem to have said that I want to join Beta Academy, right?" Yun Miao's expression changed, and a bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart. "What do you mean?" Li Haoyan chuckled. "If I remember correctly, you just said that the rule of the assessment is that everyone has 3 chances to challenge. But it wasn't stated that as long as you pass the illusion mirror assessment, you must enter that academy, right?" Yun Miao had an incredulous expression. Being able to enter Beta Academy for study is the dream of all new career professionals. "Are you really unwilling?" Li Haoyan sneered. "Our Eastern Dragon Empire's highest institution is not just Beta Academy." Having said that, he didn't even glance at Yun Lan, turning to walk towards the nearby Jiang Wu Yu. Facing Jiang Wu Yu's surprised gaze, Li Haoyan smiled slightly. Newly promoted mechanic, Li Haoyan, may I challenge Xinhua Academy? Ah, oh, of course. Jiang Wuyu finally snapped back to reality from the series of recent events and replied excitedly. Unprecedented, full spirit power value. Clearly a mechanic, but holding a staff, and he had just changed jobs for 3 days and reached level 20. This Li Haoyan is so mysterious. On the high platform, Jiang Zhan finally reacted, quickly rising to the edge, his eyes blazing as he looked at Li Haoyan. Li Haoyan nodded slightly, giving Yun Lan and Yuan Ting a mocking glance, and stepped into the illusion mirror in front of Jiang Wuyu. As before, the illusion mirror still showed the arena-like open space, with Jiang Wuyu's illusion standing not far away. The countdown of 10 seconds appeared again. Li Haoyan used the same trick, first activating the exoskeleton armor, then summoning 20 Gatling rotating machine guns and 10 rocket launchers, densely arrayed in front of him. As the countdown ended, the violent firepower once again erupted. As an element controller, Jiang Wuyu didn't even have time to finish casting her spell before being drowned in a rain of bullets and explosions, turning into a sky full of light shards. The familiar sense of distortion struck again. Li Haoyan deactivated his skill, and his figure vanished. The outside fell silent, and no one dared to mock Li Haoyan anymore. Everyone's eyes widened, staring fixedly at the illusion mirror in front of Jiang Wuyu. Yun Miao's pupils slightly contracted, and his body stiffened again. Another 10 seconds passed, and Jiang Wuyu's illusion was also blown apart. Li Haoyan's figure reappeared before everyone's eyes, still looking calm, as if he was not breathless and his face was not flushed. It was as if he had only been stretching a little. Even his clothes and hair showed no signs of disarray. And the illusion mirror in front of Jiang Wuyu emitted a click sound again. Then in the next moment, it exploded with a bang. Although Jiang Wuyu had long predicted this result, when her illusion was really easily destroyed by Li Haoyan, her heart was still filled with shock. Yun Lan was a very strong melee battle mage, and she herself was a powerful long-range element controller. Could it be that this Li Haoyan is not afraid of both ranged and melee attacks? Even if he reached level 20, he had only changed jobs for 3 days. How could he accumulate super weapons that could instantly defeat her and Yun Lan's illusions? It's just unbelievable. Li Haoyan smiled, looking at the slightly dazed and cute Jiang Wuyu, and asked, Senior sister, I should have passed the selection assessment of Xinhua Academy, right? Before Jiang Wuyu could respond, Jiang Zhan on the high platform excitedly shouted, Of course. Li Haoyan, you have exceeded your assessment, and we at Xinhua Academy are honored to invite you to join. Chapter 19, Dugian, you ruin my future. As Jiang Zhan finished speaking, the surroundings instantly fell silent. Then, various voices of envy and astonishment rose and fell one after another. My God, he really passed the assessment of Xinhua Academy, and the teachers personally invited him to enroll. How did he do it? Does the mechanic have some hidden attribute boost with the staff? Beside them, Yun Lan, representing Beta Academy, wore an equally incredulous expression, her fists clenched, silver teeth biting down. Yuan Ting, behind her, was filled with jealousy, her eyes red, staring fixedly at Li Haoyan. Compared to his previous embarrassing performance in the Beta Academy assessment, Li Haoyan was calm and composed, almost like he was rubbing Yuan Ting's face in the dirt. And what was even more outrageous was that he had only held on for 3 minutes under Yun Lan's phantom attack, while Li Haoyan had shattered the phantoms of Yun Lan and Jiang Wuyu in just 20 seconds. How on earth did that little brat manage to do that? If Yun Lan hadn't just insulted Li Haoyan, Yuan Ting would even suspect that Beta Academy and Xinhua Academy had teamed up to put on a show for Li Haoyan. On the platform, Yun Miao's face was equally ashen. Li Haoyan's actions were a blatant slap to Beta Academy's face. Silence. Seeing the noisy crowd below, Yun Miao's anger flared, and she shouted. When the crowd below quieted down, she glared hatefully at Li Haoyan, who was standing behind Jiang Wuyu, and said loudly, The selection continues. Anyone who dares to make noise again will have their selection qualification revoked. In the strange eyes of the new professionals, she once again grabbed her staff and waved it, sending a ray of golden light towards Yun Lan and Jiang Wuyu, forming a new refractor illusion mirror in front of them. After doing all this, Yun Lan returned to her seat with a stern face, her eyes flickering, occasionally glancing at the young man behind Jiang Wuyu. The selection for the academy continued, and with Jiang Wuyu idly bored, she turned her head curiously to Li Haoyan and asked crisply, Li Haoyan, how did you defeat Mai and Yun Lan's phantom avatars? Li Haoyan smiled and winked at her. I'm a mechanic, of course. I relied on superpowered weapons. Jiang Wuyu's rosy lips slightly pouted. Humph, if you don't want to say, then don't. You're not honest at all. As a top student from Tsinghua Academy, Jiang Wuyo was quite aware of the strength level of early-stage mechanics. Given Li Haoyan's strength, after only 3 days of awakening, she didn't believe her phantoms would be blown up within 20 seconds. He must have other means, but didn't want to tell her. Li Haoyan innocently shrugged. He really wasn't lying. He indeed defeated the phantoms using superpowered weapons. It's just that the number of his superpowered weapons might be slightly more than usual. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened, the sun slowly descending behind the mountains. With the selection deadline of 12 o'clock approaching, those hesitant new professionals had to grit their teeth and choose a school representative for assessment. Some passed, while others were eliminated. Cheers, regrets, and cries echoed through the air. Du Yin sat behind the student representative of Tianguang Academy with a pale face. Yet her gaze kept sweeping towards Tsinghua Academy, towards that calm young man who seemed to be meditating. As a frontline professional holy priest, her talent was definitely considered quite good. Due to her cautious nature, Du Yin chose to take the assessment at Tianguang Academy, known for training supporting professions. With the holy priest's shield of light, she managed to hold on for 3 minutes and passed the assessment. Then, she challenged Beida Academy and Tsinghua Academy again. But facing the attacks from Yunlan and Jiang Wuyo's phantom, she could only hold on for 2 minutes with all her might, and the final result, of course, was failure. At this moment, Du Yan's heart was filled with various emotions: regret, anger, resentment, disappointment, and defiance. If only she hadn't broken up with Li Haoyan back then. In these 3 days, if she had followed him to grind dungeons, she could have at least reached level 17, or even 18, instead of barely making it to level 15 like now. Moreover, to get Yuan Ting to give her purple gear, she had forced herself to stay up with him for intense battles these past few nights. But even so, Yuan Ting had only given her 3 or 4 pieces of purple gear. If she had been with Li Haoyan, judging by his gains in the dungeon, she would have already been decked out in purple gear and most likely passed the selection tests at Beida Academy and Tsinghua Academy. Instead, now she could only join the next tier, Tianguang Academy. Li Haoyan, you cold-hearted bastard. You ruined my future. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Du Yin clenched her fists, a hatred gleaming in her eyes. On the high stage, Yun Miao glanced at the time and stood up. She raised her hand, pulled out a staff, and waved it in the air. Golden light shone brilliantly in the night, and suddenly all the translucent mirrors in front of the representative students from each academy vanished. A few mirrors still had students being tested, and they were also forcefully ejected. Yun Miao said solemnly, "Time's up. This year's college selection ends here. Those who did not pass, come back next year." When those words came out, the cries from below became even louder. As a newly emerging practitioner, if they could not enter college for the next year, they would have to teach themselves. And the speed of self-learning would surely fall far behind that of college students. In the future, the gap between them and their peers would only widen. Yun Miao looked disdainfully at the sobbing failures below, turned her head to Yunlan, and the more than 10 new students who had passed the selection behind her, coldly said, "From Beida Academy, come with me." "Yes, Teacher Yin." The group behind Yunlan replied in unison, their eyes showing proud and satisfied emotions. Having passed the Beida Academy's assessment, they indeed had the capital to feel proud. Only Yuan Ting was looking coldly toward the Tsinghua Academy side. Like Beida Academy, there were also more than 10 new students who had passed the assessment behind Jiang Wuyo. But overall, these new students were clearly more disheveled in appearance. This was not because Jiang Wuyo's phantom power was weaker than Yunlan's, but because most of these new practitioners had hardly any purple gear on them, making it much harder to withstand the attacks of phantoms. Tsinghua Academy had a nickname in the community called the Academy of the Coldborn. In contrast, Beida Academy was known as the Noble Institute. Though both were the highest institutions in the Eastern Dragon Empire, their names revealed their backgrounds and inclinations. The grassroots-born Jiang Zhen looked at the eager and excited faces of the new students below, as if he saw himself decades ago, smiling gently and saying, "Little ones, congratulations. Starting today, you have truly embarked on the path of practitioners." Chapter 20, A Surprise. Random Abyss Dungeon appears. "Yes, Teacher Jiang," the new students of Tsinghua Academy exclaimed excitedly. Jiang Wuyo's stunning face lit up with a smile. "Congratulations to all of you. You have passed the assessment. You have one night to go back and pack your things. Tomorrow morning, gather here, and we will use the city teleportation array to return directly to Tianjing City." As the two highest institutions in the Eastern Dragon Empire, both Tsinghua Academy and Beida Academy were located in Tianjing City. Everyone responded and left to pack their bags. Under the secret observation of Jiang Zhen and Jiang Wuyo, Li Haoyan also followed the crowd and left. In the deep night, in the Four-Symbol City, at a villa in Lianhua Mountain Manor, In the brilliantly decorated hall, Yuan Ting sat on the genuine leather sofa with a gloomy face. Opposite him was a middle-aged man dressed in an exquisite suit, with a slicked-back hairstyle. The middle-aged man held a cigar as thick as a man's finger, and his brow furrowed slightly, as if he were pondering something. After a while, he slowly opened his mouth. "You mean that Bradley Haotian is hiding a secret?" Yuan Ting nodded. "Dad, I fought with that illusion of Yunlan. I am sure that if there are no other means on Li Haotian, he could never have killed the illusion of Yunlan in just 20 seconds. Yunlan is a phantom occupation. The attack power of a battle mage is even stronger than my Night Stalker, not to mention that Yunlan is a level 29 battle mage. Even if that illusion only has half the strength of Yunlan's real body, it is not something a mechanic who just changed jobs 3 days ago can contend with. Don't forget, Yunlan has been studying at Beida College for a year. As a representative of Beida's students, Yunlan's strength is definitely among the elite. But even so, her illusion could not hold out for 20 seconds in front of Li Haotian. This is completely abnormal. This kind of strength gap means that even Yunlan's real body could not be Li Haotian's opponent? How is this possible? Hearing Yuan Ting's words, the middle-aged man lightly nodded, agreeing with his son's viewpoint. "So what do you think the secret he is hiding is?" Yuan Ting frowned and thought for a long time, helplessly shaking his head. "I'm not sure, but I have a feeling that Li Haotian can constantly exploit bugs in the dungeon and quickly solo them. It must be related to the secret he is hiding. If I could know his secret, maybe I could become as strong as him." Moreover, Yuan Ting's eyes sparkled. "Dad, don't you want to know how Li Haotian exploits the dungeon bugs? He can exploit bugs from level 10 to 20 dungeons. Doesn't this mean that even if he levels up in the future, he can still exploit bugs in dungeons? Dad, if we can grasp his secret, then we will never lack dungeon resources again, and it will surely accelerate the development of our family." "Dungeon resources," the middle-aged man repeated in a low voice, seeming a bit hesitant. "But he is already a student of Tsinghua College. If we want to deal with him, we must ensure that this secret does not leak out. Otherwise, offending Tsinghua College would bring huge trouble." Yuan Ting said harshly. "I know, Dad. You first arrange the personnel. I will keep a close eye on Li Haotian's movements. Once I find the opportunity, we will." Yuan Ting made a ruthless gesture across his throat. At that moment, suddenly, a dazzling red light shot in from outside the window. Yuan Ting and the middle-aged man quickly sensed the anomaly and hurried outside to check the situation. This is... The middle-aged man looked at the red pillar of light outside the city, which seemed to pierce through heaven and earth, dazed with astonishment. A random abyss dungeon. Li Haotian had just returned home to collect his things and was preparing to sleep, and was also attracted by the red light outside the window, looking in surprise at the red pillar of light. Level limit is level 30. Seeing the 3 bars flickering faintly in the light, Li Haotian murmured to himself. As a top student, knowledge about abyss dungeons immediately flooded into Li Haotian's mind. Abyss dungeons are divided into random abyss dungeons and directed abyss dungeons, and they are one of the most rewarding dungeons besides large group dungeons and world dungeons. As the name suggests, random abyss dungeons can appear randomly in any location in the world, and their most significant feature is the red pillar of light that seems to pierce through heaven and earth. The location of the red pillar is the teleportation point of the random abyss dungeon, and the number of horizontal bars in the light column represents the level required for random abyss dungeon entry. As for the other type of directed abyss dungeon, it can only be accessed by abyss tokens produced in the random abyss dungeon. Regardless of which type of abyss dungeon it is, it represents a large amount of abyss materials and experience, and any abyss monster could drop rare and epic gear, with drop rates 10 times that of ordinary dungeons. More importantly, the abyss dungeon is the only place that can produce legendary orange gear. Besides the golden epic equipment, the legendary orange gear from the abyss dungeon is the best gear that low-level adventurers can obtain, because golden epic gear only drops from large raid dungeons. And large raid dungeons can only be entered by adventurers over level 50. Ding ding ding. At that moment, a series of notification sounds came from Li Haotian's phone. He opened his phone to find a message from Jiang Zhen in the newly created novice group. Jiang Zhen at everyone, a random abyss dungeon has appeared in Sihuang City. During the time the random abyss dungeon is active, all city teleportation arrays within 100 miles will be blocked. We will cancel our return trip tomorrow morning, and will return to Tianjing City after the random abyss dungeon is completed. Looking at this message, Li Haotian showed no surprise at all. Because of the nature of the area lockdown of a random abyss dungeon, he had learned it before in his textbooks. Once a random abyss dungeon appears, all adventurers within 100 miles can only enter but not exit, essentially being forcefully locked down, while ordinary people without awakened professions are not affected. Moreover, this only enter but not exit also has level restrictions. For example, if the currently appearing random abyss is restricted to an entry level of 30, then the forceful lockdown within 100 miles is also at level 30. All adventurers above level 30 cannot enter at all. Buzz-ige, buzz-ige, buzz-ige. A harsh alarm sound came from the Lord's mansion in the center of Sihuang City. The Lord's dignified voice then echoed. Adventurers of Sihuang City, the currently appearing Abyss Dungeon is restricted to a level of 30. Adventurers below level May 30th proceed to the teleportation entrance to tackle the Abyss Dungeon. This Abyss Dungeon has a completion time limit of 3 days. Wishing you all a smooth expedition. Chapter 21, Dark Waves. Growing up Yuan Ting. Hearing this voice, all adventurers in Sihuang City revealed serious expressions. Because they knew, random abysses all have time limits. For every 10 levels increase in entry level, 1 more day will be added to the completion time. For instance, if this random abyss is limited to level 30, the completion time is 3 days. If limited to level 50, then the completion time is 5 days. If the completion time exceeds, and the Lord in the Abyss Dungeon has not been killed, then the Abyss Dungeon will release Abyss Fog, flooding everything within 100 miles, transforming all living beings within into mindless abyss creatures, driven by a desire to kill, and pulling them into the abyss. Thus, when a random Abyss Dungeon appears, it is a life and death crisis for all adventurers in the area. But unlike the serious faces of others, Li Haotian was filled with excitement. Because the number of monsters in the Abyss Dungeon is far more than in ordinary dungeons, it's simply the best place for him to grind monsters and increase his divine vision range. Thinking of this, Li Haotian immediately collected some water and food at home, preparing to head to the area where the light column is located. At this moment, another message came through his phone. Jiang Zhun at everyone. Gather at the Abyss entrance. Your levels are still too low. You are not allowed to enter the Abyss Dungeon without permission. Clearly, Jiang Zhun was going to enforce a collective regulation, fearing that these inexperienced newbies would sneak into the Abyss Dungeon and meet their doom. Li Haotian raised an eyebrow at his phone and walked out towards the city. Lianhua Villa. A certain villa. Yuan Ting looked at the red light column that pierced the sky and the earth, suddenly remembering something, and quickly turned to look at his father, excitedly saying, "Dad, our chance has come." The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with light, immediately understanding what his son meant. Ting, do you think that Li Haotian will also enter the Abyss instance? You want to deal with him in the Abyss instance? Yuan Ting nodded firmly. That's right. From what I know about Li Haotian, since he hides a secret, and this secret allows him to solve the phantoms of Yunlan and Jiangwu Yuyu in 20 seconds, then there is a good chance he will choose to enter the Abyss instance and take a risk. The Abyss instance is dangerous, but for professionals, it is also a great opportunity. Whether it's the high experience from Abyss monsters or the high-quality equipment within, Li Haotian will definitely not let it slip by. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and immediately said decisively, "Good. I will gather people right away and send level 30 professionals into the Abyss instance to deal with Li Haotian, and we will force him to reveal the secret of the copy bug." Yuan Ting considered and replied, "Father, Li Haotian is tough to crack. Just forcing him may not get us his hidden secret. I need to go in too. As long as we can catch him, I can use my soul-devouring skill from the Night Wanderer to forcibly read his memories. At that time, no matter how tough he is, he won't be able to keep his secret, and we can also prevent him from deceiving us with lies." The middle-aged man was stunned and looked at him with concern. "But son, you are only level 16. In a level 30 Abyss instance, even the lowest level Abyss monsters are above level 27. Yuan Ting smiled confidently. "Dad, if I remember correctly, we should still have an Abyss contract, right? With the Abyss contract, our people can teleport in at the same time and won't get randomly separated. With a level 30 bodyguard accompanying me, even if we encounter any danger, they could buy me 5 seconds of time. At that moment, as long as I activate the Abyss contract, I can forcibly teleport out, so safety shouldn't be a big issue." Hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression relaxed slightly, and he patted his son's shoulder with appreciation, sighing, "Tinger, you've grown up. With you and the Yuan family, the future looks bright." Yuan Ting smiled proudly, feeling quite pleased. Li Haotian headed straight for the area where the Abyss light column was located. Although it was already deep at night, the way was still crowded with people, lively and bustling. These were all people rushing to the Abyss teleport entrance to watch. The appearance of the Abyss instance concerned the lives of all professionals in the area. Although professionals above level 30 could not enter the Abyss and could not see the strategies within the Abyss instance, they clearly could not just sit at home waiting. Outside Four Symbol City, all the wild monsters had disappeared, retreating voluntarily to over 100 miles away. They had long sensed the aura of the abyss and automatically stayed away. Li Haoyan arrived not far outside the West City. A huge red light column, more than 10 meters in diameter, stood there, silent, yet giving a chilling and terrifying feeling. At this time, quite a few people were already gathered around the light column. The innermost circle was composed of teachers and student representatives from various colleges who came to hold the college selection conference. Li Haoyan quickly spotted Jiang Zhen and Yun Miao, who were leading. He blended in behind the crowd, hiding among the people. Yun Miao glanced at the representatives of each college, her face serious but with little worry. She said coldly, "All right, the representatives from each college for this election are all here. I will first go over some precautions, and then you can enter the Abyss instance to start your strategies. First, the teleportation to the random Abyss instance is also random, meaning that once you enter, you will be teleported to any area within the Abyss instance. But it will never be transmitted to the core area where the Lord of the Abyss resides. Second, the monsters in the Abyss dungeon are endless. As long as the Lord is not dead, the Abyss altar he guards will continuously spawn Abyss monsters. Therefore, regarding these 2 points, the longer you wait to conquer the Abyss dungeon, the more unfavorable it will be for you. Additionally, if the adventurers attempting to clear the dungeon are not strong enough and the monster killing speed is too slow, in the later stages, the number of Abyss monsters will pile up, making it difficult to conquer. At this point, Yun Miao's voice paused slightly as she scanned the student representatives from various colleges. However, this time, we are quite lucky. Due to the college selection, you are all elite students below level 30 from different colleges, and most of you are above level 25. Moreover, with the local adventurers from the Four Symbol City, as long as you quickly band together after entering, and then charge together as a group, combining everyone's strength, conquering this Abyss dungeon should not be a big problem. All right, I have said all that needs to be said. Time is precious. You may go in. The student representatives from other colleges had serious expressions, their flickering eyes showing both excitement and unease, and they responded in unison, yes. After that, one by one, they stepped into the crimson light pillar, their figures flickering and vanishing from sight. Li Haoyan followed closely behind the crowd, walking toward the light pillar. Suddenly, a harsh shout rang out from behind Li Haoyan. "Stop! You, a level 20 mechanical engineer, dare to go in and seek death." Chapter 22. The Abyss Dungeon. The Conquest Begins. Hearing this reprimand, Li Haoyan raised his eyebrows and turned to look with an expressionless face. In front of the crowd, Yun Miao, who already had a stern expression, was now glaring at Li Haoyan with her brows furrowed tightly. Li Haoyan shot her a cold glance, his eyes slightly icy. He hadn't planned to encounter Jiang Zhen and the others, but was secretly trying to slip in, unexpectedly being called out by this woman. Moreover, as an admissions teacher at Beida, Yun Miao's tone was quite high and mighty, which made him uncomfortable. The Abyss monsters at level 27, while their level is higher, have no intelligence, only the instinct to kill, and their abilities are singular. Overall, their real strength is only equivalent to that of an ordinary adventurer in their 20s, Li Haoyan said with a slight smirk. If compared to your school's elite student Yanlan, they shouldn't be much stronger than her illusions, right? With this kind of strength, it's not enough to make me seek death. Li Haoyan's expression was calm as he faced Yun Miao's sharp gaze, showing no signs of retreat. You are a naive kid. Do you think the Abyss dungeon is the same as the college selection? The illusions I create do not aim to kill, but the Abyss monsters will show no mercy. Yun Miao scolded with a darkened face. Facing the endless Abyss monsters, how many bullets can you, a newly promoted mechanical engineer, endure? You can't even accurately assess your own abilities. It is because of blind confidence from you useless fools that the East Dragon Empire keeps growing weaker. Beside her, Jiang Zhen's face darkened immediately. Teacher Yun Miao, mind your tone. This is too much. Yun Miao snorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Li Haoyan. A grain of light dares to become the bright moon. Since you want to go in and seek death, take a good look at the gap between a trash illusion profession and a true illusion profession. Don't think that passing the college selection through some cunning method makes you impressive. In front of our Beida elites, you are still unworthy. Yun Miao looked at Yunlan, who was about to step into the light pillar, saying loudly, Yunlan, I give you one day to lead everyone to conquer this Abyss dungeon. Yes, teacher. Yunlan shot Li Haoyan a fierce glare and stepped into the light pillar, disappearing from sight. On the other side, Li Haoyan was pulled back to Jiang Zhen's side by Jiang Wuyu. Jiang Zhen looked deeply at Li Haoyan, without blaming his earlier behavior, but instead whispered, Li Haoyan, are you sure you want to go in? Li Haoyan nodded seriously. Teacher Jiang, you don't have to worry. Since I dare to go in, I am absolutely confident in my self-protection. I won't joke with my life. Jiang Zhen's eyes flashed with light, and after a while, he gritted his teeth and took out a parchment that shone with a faint white light, handing it to Li Haoyan and said solemnly, "This is the Abyss contract. You also has one. It can ensure that you won't be separated when you teleport inside. If you encounter danger in the Abyss dungeon, you can activate the Abyss contract. It will force you to escape the Abyss and teleport you out." Li Haoyan looked at Jiang Zhen in surprise. He naturally knew what the Abyss contract was. At the auction house, the Abyss contract was a rare item worth 100,000 gold coins, and it was priceless. He didn't expect that Jiang Zhen would be willing to give him this as a life-saving card. His emotions slightly changed, and he solemnly took it, saying, "Thank you, Teacher Jiang. I will remember this favor." Noticing the sincerity in Li Haoyan's gaze, Jiang Zhen nodded with satisfaction and turned to Jiang Wuyu, saying, "Yu, once you enter the dungeon, you two must look after each other and definitely cannot be separated." "I understand, Dad." Jiang Wuyu curiously glanced at Li Haoyan and cheerfully replied. She knew Jiang Zhen was actually reminding her to take care of Li Haoyan in the Abyss dungeon, just wording it more gently. After that, the two turned and walked toward the light pillar, hand in hand stepping into it. Jiang Zhen watched the two disappear, murmuring, 3 days of job change can reach level 20, 10 seconds to solve the illusions of Yunlan and Yu. There's an old saying in the Easter Dragon Empire, special people must have special traits. Li Haoyan, don't let me down. On the other side of the light pillar, Yuan Ting and several strong men hid in the crowd, watching Li Haoyan and Jiang Wuyu simultaneously teleport into the Abyss dungeon. A fierce light flashed in Yuan Ting's eyes, and he whispered, he really went in. "Let's go too. This time he has no way out." "Yes, young master." Stepping into the light pillar, Li Haoyan felt a slight dizziness in his brain. Then his vision changed, appearing in a desolate mountain wilderness filled with dead trees. A faint smell of sulfur wafted through the air. Li Haoyan looked around, and everywhere in his sight was the same scene. In the distance ahead, there was a looming mountain. The mountain was entirely black, as if it had grown out of hell. On the mountain peak, a crimson bloodlight flickered, while faintly, the roar of demons could be heard coming from that direction. On this side of the mountain, there was a huge slope winding downwards, leading into a black forest filled with dead trees below. On both sides of the slope, towering rocks stood high, making it look like a water channel that extended downward from the mountaintop. At this moment, on the slope, several tall figures were faintly moving downward. Jiang Wuyu looked at the scene before her, and a serious expression appeared on her beautiful face, saying, "The Abyss Lord has summoned many Abyss monsters." Li Haoyan looked at the winding terrain of the slope in the distance, and his eyes brightened as a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. This terrain seems suitable for a trap. An idea instantly popped into his mind. A fast monster farming idea. Let's go take a look first," he said impatiently. Jiang Wuyu looked at him in surprise. "Go over there? Just the two of us?" "Yes, why?" Li Haoyan asked in confusion. Jiang Wuyu pointed at the black shadows with a speechless expression, saying, "Did you not see? There are almost 200 Abyss monsters gathered at the bottom of the slope. Plus those on the slope, the number of Abyss monsters is probably over 500. Are we going to deliver ourselves to them?" Despite being a level 29 element controller, Jiang Wuyu, still a top student of Tsinghua Academy. But the Abyss monsters are tough and resilient. Even though she is an elemental controller good at AoE damage, at most she could only kill a few dozen, and her mana would be drained. Even with mana potions to replenish, it would still be impossible to withstand the attacks of over 500 Abyss monsters. Moreover, the Abyss Lord of the mountaintop is continuously summoning more Abyss monsters. Li Haoyan grinned. "Don't worry, I won't bring you to your death. Trust me, let's go." As he spoke, a gleam of light flashed around Li Haoyan. A beautifully mechanical metal exoskeleton was fully equipped. He pushed off with his legs, and amidst the clanging of machinery, Li Haoyan rapidly soared towards the slope. The Abyss Dungeon, the strategy begins. Chapter 23, Slaughtering the Fire Demons, leveling up crazy. Watching Li Haoyan swiftly fly away like an iron warrior, Jiang Wuyu gasped in surprise and covered her lips. Exoskeleton armor. Isn't this a level 30 mechanics blueprint? Why does Li Haoyan have it now? Hey, wait for me. Seeing Li Haoyan getting further away, Jiang Wuyu finally regained her senses and hurriedly harnessed the power of wind elements to chase after him. As an illusion god profession, the elemental controller is born with an affinity for various elemental attributes and can grasp the mysteries of many elements. The two quickly approached the foot of the mountain, and, as they got closer, Li Haoyan finally got a good look at the abyss monsters. They stood nearly 2.5 meters tall, with stout and muscular bodies, black skin, and two twisted, thick devil horns on either side of their heads. Their sharp teeth protruded from their lips, and their eyes were amber vertical slits, looking ferocious. Even more astonishing was that a faint layer of red flames burned on the surface of their bodies, emitting a strong sulfur smell. Jiang Wuyo said in a deep voice, "These are fire demons, leaning towards the warrior type, with strong power and defense. In battle, you can't get too close to them, or you'll be burned by the hellfire that is burning on them." She looked around with a hint of fear in her eyes. "Li Haoyan, we have to fall back. There are too many fire demons gathering at the foot of the mountain. We can't handle it." Li Haoyan took a brief glance at the fire demons that had run down from the slope, calculated his firepower, and muttered to himself, "About 200 or so. It's not a big problem." Then, Li Haoyan squinted at the slope, confirmed the terrain, and turned to Jiang Wuyo, saying, "The ground below is open. I'll take care of these fire demons. Wait a moment, then go to the slope to block their way, and I'll help you gain experience." Jiang Wuyo looked at him with a confused expression. "You'll take care of it? There are over 200 fire demons down there. How will you deal with that?" Just as Jiang Wuyo was about to ask, her big round eyes suddenly widened. Li Haoyan moved. Faced with these tough, high-defense fire demons, he directly summoned 20 rocket launchers, without even planning to use the Gatling rotating machine gun. In terms of area damage, the power of the rocket launcher is obviously much greater than that of the Gatling rotating machine gun, more suitable for bombardment. Although not using the Gatling rotating machine gun would affect the density of the firepower net, he wasn't soloing a dungeon. There was also a level 29 elemental controller next to him. With a god's eye perspective to control the surrounding situation, and with Jiang Wuyo's assistance, Li Haoyan was completely free to bombard without restraint. With the speed of these fire demons, they absolutely couldn't quickly rush to him and pose any threat. In the blink of an eye, 20 rocket launchers were neatly lined up in front of Li Haoyan. Then in the next moment, the sound of frantic explosions rang out. Boom, 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 boom. Not far from Li Haoyan, two fire demons had just detected their presence and roared as they prepared to. Successfully killed the fire demon, gained 150 experience points. Successfully killed the fire demon, gained 150 experience points. Looking at the kill notification floating in front of him, Li Haoyan's eyes lit up. As expected of the Abyss dungeon, the experience points are much higher than in normal dungeons. Li Haoyan no longer delayed and immediately activated his exoskeleton armor, heading towards the group of fire demons, shouting, "Start harvesting, Sister Jiang, follow me." In Jiang Wuyu's stun gaze, Li Haoyan rushed out, beginning to bombard wildly. The intense explosions immediately followed one after another, with the severed limbs of the fire demons scattering like bloody fireworks, constantly bursting on the black ground. Watching this shocking scene in front of her, Jiang Wuyu finally understood how this guy killed the phantoms of herself and Yunlan. With such firepower, let alone the phantoms with only 50% of their original strength. Even if they personally showed up, they couldn't survive 3 seconds. Hiss! After a moment, Jiang Wuyu took a sharp breath. Li Haoyan's mechanic class actually has no ammunition limit? From earlier until now, the rocket launcher hadn't stopped firing. No wonder this guy could level up to 20 in 3 days. A mechanic with unlimited ammunition clearing dungeons is basically unstoppable. Those people said he was exploiting bugs. What a load of crap. This guy is the bug. 5 minutes. In just 5 minutes, Li Haoyan had cleared all the fire demons at the bottom of the hill, leaving only chaos behind. Ding! Congratulations, you've leveled up to level 21. Looking at the level up notification in front of him, Li Haoyan showed an expression of joy. Wow, this experience, I've hit the jackpot. The Abyss Dungeon, indeed the best place for leveling up. Not only that, after killing these 200 monsters, Li Haoyan's God Vision talent expanded to a 300-meter range. Now, Li Haoyan's bombing accuracy has been greatly improved. Li Haoyan opened his attribute panel and saw the free potential points awarded with the level up, excitedly saying, after reaching level 20, every level up gives me 10 free potential points instead of 5. This will boost my endurance, and my spirit power is already full. Closing the panel, Li Haoyan looked at the fire demons still pouring down from the hill and laughed, rushing towards them. Experience points, here I come. With the clashing sound of mechanical friction, Li Haoyan drove the exoskeleton armor and rushed up the hill. There were towering rock walls on both sides of the hill, and with these 2 rock walls blocking them, the fire demons could only come down the mountain path. And such a dense group of monsters was perfect for Li Haoyan's rocket launcher with unlimited ammo. With the assistance of the God Vision, Li Haoyan could control the rocket launcher from 300 meters away, accurately bombing without missing a single fire demon. Compared to the open terrain below, Li Haoyan's killing speed on the hill was even more efficient. In just a few minutes, he had already killed his way close to the peak. Looking at the last remaining 40 or so fire demons, Li Haoyan finally stopped the endless bombing and turned to look at Jiang Wuyu, who was already so shocked she was numb. Sister Jiang, the monsters in the Abyss dungeon are counted based on individual kills, with no team experience sharing. These last ones, you kill them. Jiang Wuyu finally came back to her senses. She subconsciously glanced behind her, and over 500 fire demons had been completely wiped out in these few short minutes. All right, I understand. Jiang Wuyu took a deep breath, suppressing her shock, took out a purple staff, and began the final cleanup task. Fireball, lightning strike, wind blade barrage. As Jiang Wuyu chanted the incantations, various magical attacks flew across the sky, landing on the remaining 40 fire demons. When Jiang Wuyu's spirit power was down to about 20%, she finally killed all the fire demons and gained a large amount of experience points. Chapter 24. Block the Crystal Kid Heads? Seeing Jiang Wuyu's magical power, Li Haoyan secretly nodded. The elemental controller truly deserves the title of illusionary deity. The AoE damage is indeed impressive. Excitement showed on Jiang Wuyu's face. She didn't expect that she originally planned to protect Li Haoyan, but in the end, she was carried by him. If it weren't for Li Haoyan blocking those fire demons on the hillside, she would never have been able to kill so easily. Although her experience points gained can't compare to Li Haoyan's, she didn't feel dissatisfied at all, because in a place like the Abyss Dungeon, exhausting all her spiritual power would be extremely foolish. If an unexpected situation occurred and she had no ability to protect herself, that would be catastrophic, and leaving 20% of spiritual power is the necessary amount to prevent accidents. This is why Li Haoyan calculated the number of monsters and left Jiang Wuyu with over 40, just enough for her to kill. Once Jiang Wuyu wiped out the remaining 40 fire demons, Li Haoyan controlled his exoskeleton armor and walked forward over the ground strewn with limbs. He saw a huge celestial pit in the center of the mountaintop. In the middle of the pit was a massive six-pointed star formation that looked like an altar, and above this altar, there was a giant fire demon, towering at 5 meters, roaring and howling. Every minute, 10 fire demons would emerge from the altar. Clearly, this was the Abyss Lord. Seeing the final boss, Jiang Wuyu excitedly pointed down. Li Haoyan, the Abyss Lord is right there. Take it down, and our strategy for this Abyss dungeon will be complete. The Abyss barrier outside will be lifted too. Li Haoyan smiled at the corner of his mouth. How can we take down such a cute lord? Jiang Wuyu. Li Haoyan laughed heartily. Just joking. Why do you look like your worldview has been shaken? Jiang Wuyu breathed a sigh of relief and said irritably, "Stop joking around. Let's quickly deal with it and get out." Hey, given your performance just now, everyone combined from Yinlan probably hasn't killed as many monsters as you did. When you get out, I want to see if that old woman Bei still dares to talk big. Jiang Wuyu's little face puffed up like a bun. Over the years, the competition between Beida and Qinghua had become increasingly fierce. As a top student from the previous class of Qinghua, Jiang Wuyu had been subjected to the sarcasm of Beida's students, just like Yin Miao towards her father before. Unexpectedly, Li Haoyan gently shook his head, his eyes shining brightly. The Abyss dungeon has just started. This time, the time limit is 3 whole days. Such a good opportunity to farm experience, and we don't even need to buy tickets. How can we let it in so soon? Jiang Wuyu was taken aback. She glanced at the ground full of fire demon remains and immediately understood Li Haoyan's intention. You mean? Li Haoyan nodded heavily, grinning. Exactly. Let's keep the Abyss Lord here and let it continuously summon fire demons. How can we miss out on free experience? Jiang Wuyu instinctively replied. But if we drag it out, the Abyss dungeon will become harder and harder. Before she could finish her sentence, her voice suddenly stopped, but her eyes quickly lit up. The reason why the Abyss dungeon becomes harder over time is mainly because the Abyss Lord keeps summoning Abyss demons. In the later stages, the number of Abyss demons could fill the entire Abyss dungeon. At that time, equally leveled players would naturally be unable to cope with the tide of Abyss demons and would surely face death. But the problem is, now there's Li Haoyan here. With Li Haoyan's unlimited ammunition firepower, he could clear the newly summoned Abyss demons every so often. This way, the number of Abyss demons would never rise. They would only become the souls under Li Haoyan's cannon. Contribute experience points. Just thinking about this, Jiang Wuyu's broad heart suddenly surged up violently. This is just too much, isn't it? It's like blocking someone at the entrance of a crystal door to claim their heads. Seeing the intense heat in Jiang Wuyu's eyes, Li Haoyan knew she had understood his meaning. He turned around, pointing at the long, winding slope going down, and smiled at Jiang Wuyo, saying, "Jiang Sr., could you please seal off the corners of the slope with earth walls? Then we can wait below for the Abyss Lord to summon the fire demon, cleaning them up once every hour." Jiang Wuyo asked in confusion, "Why do we need to use earth walls to separate the corners?" Li Haoyan explained, "The appearance of fire demons is continuous. If we don't use earth walls to block them, we'll have to constantly clean up the fire demons, and we won't have any time to rest and recover our spirit points. If there are earth walls blocking every so often, those fire demons will have to spend time breaking the walls. With your level 29 earth wall defense, having a dozen or 20 should be enough to delay them for an hour. And then, you know what comes next." Li Haoyan innocently winked at Jiang Wuyo. Jiang Wuyo immediately realized, looking at Li Haoyan with admiration, "You really have thought this through." Looking at the dashing young man in front of her, Jiang Wuyo's eyes sparkled. "This guy is not only powerful but also quite smart," she silently praised in her heart. Then, the two of them collected the spoils as they walked down, releasing earth walls along the way. Once they had gathered all the supplies, they excitedly began to divide the loot. "We struck gold. 2 pieces of legendary orange equipment, 5 pieces of divine purple gear, and a few hundred blue items. If I farm for 3 days, I'll become rich in no time." Li Haoyan exclaimed, looking at the pile of gear excited. Beside him, Jiang Wuyo stared at the bright orange staff, unable to help but swallow her saliva. Li Haoyan chuckled and, without hesitation, handed the legendary orange staff to Jiang Wuyo. "We're really lucky, Jiang Sr. This legendary staff is perfect for your class. Although it's only level 30, with its legendary quality, it should be enough for you to use until you reach level 50 and awaken." Jiang Wuyo looked at him in surprise. "This is a legendary piece of equipment. Are you sure you want to give it to me?" As she spoke, Jiang Wuyo's gaze unconsciously glanced at the purple staff behind Li Haoyan. "The staff is only suitable for magic professions. Using it for other professions would be very costly, except for Li Haoyan." Jiang Wuyo thought Li Haoyan would use this legendary staff himself. Li Haoyan smiled slightly. "Jiang Sr., I can feel your and Teacher Zhang's sincerity toward me. As they say, it is better to reciprocate gifts. Just accept this staff." Jiang Wuyo looked at him deeply, and a bright smile suddenly lit up her face. "Okay, then thank you. Also, we are about the same age. Don't call me Jiang Sr. anymore. It feels distant. Just call me Wuyo from now on." Chapter 25. 2 Abyss Lords? Difficult Abyss. Seeing Jiang Wuyo's sincere smile, Li Haoyan was slightly surprised, and a strange feeling quietly arose in his heart as he smiled and said, "All right." Jiang Wuyo joyfully took the staff and said to Li Haoyan, "You can collect the rest of the items. With this staff, my gain for this dive into the Abyss dungeon are enough. You can keep the rest." Li Haoyan nodded with a smile, not being polite with her. He switched into one of the purple armor pieces and stored the rest in his inventory. The other orange item was a big knife, which he couldn't use, so he temporarily stored it, planning to check with others later if anyone had an orange item suitable for him. After that, the two rested in place to recover their energy, waiting for the next wave of harvest. Another 2 hours passed, and Li Haoyan killed the last fire demon. Jiang Wuyu once again used the earth wall technique to separate the area on the hillside and continued to raise the monsters. After clearing 2 waves of abyss monsters, Li Haoyan's level also rose to level 22. Low-level practitioners gain experience bonuses when defeating higher-level monsters, which made Jiang Wuyu look envious. Because she was just the opposite, a level 29 practitioner defeating level 27 monsters would actually gain less experience. Moreover, the experience needed for her to level up was much higher than that of Li Haoyan, leaving a very long way to go before reaching level 30. After sorting through his loot, Li Haoyan frowned and looked back in confusion. Strange, it's already been over 2 hours since we entered. The level 30 restricted abyss dungeon shouldn't be this big, right? How can we not see a single person apart from ourselves? Hearing him say this, Jiang Wuyu also looked puzzled. Yeah, logically speaking, even if they teleported in far from here, 2 hours should be enough for them to gather people and come over. How could we not see anyone until now? On the other side of the mountain, out of sight from Li Haoyan and the others, hundreds of practitioners were gathered, fiercely charging towards a mountaintop. Among them was a proud and fierce white figure, swinging a spear like a flying dragon, specifically targeting the heads of fire demons. Bang, bang, bang. With each light sound, the fire demons' heads exploded like watermelons. So strong. Since just now, Senior Sister Yun must have killed hundreds of fire demons, right? Definitely. If it weren't for Senior Sister Yun leading the charge, the number of fire demons would probably have already surpassed 1,000. No wonder she is an elite student of Beta Academy. Not only is she a phantom god professional, but her combat skills are also so sharp. At this rate, we should be able to reach the top of the mountain and defeat the Abyss Lord in no more than an hour. Huh, by the way, why haven't we seen Jiangwu Yu from Tsinghua Academy? Hey, and that mechanic. I saw them teleport in together. Why haven't we seen them at all? Hey, do we even need to guess? That mechanic must have come in and seen how powerful the fire demons were, so they hid somewhere. As for the student representative from Tsinghua, maybe she thought that pretty boy was good-looking and went to be his bodyguard. TSK. Tsinghua Academy has indeed not been doing well these 2 years. I wonder if they've been afflicted by the mechanic's poison. Why does everyone from top to bottom like such a garbage profession? 50 minutes later, Yunlan severed the last fire demon's head with her spear, gasping slightly, but her eyes revealed a hint of pride. She looked at the giant fire demon in the pit at the top of the mountain and silently thought, Jiangwu Yu, it seems you still haven't learned your lesson, wasting time on that garbage mechanic. She flicked her spear, full of spirit, pointed downwards, and loudly declared, Everyone, charge with me. Eliminate the Abyss Lord and conquer this Abyss dungeon. Beta is awesome. Senior Sister Yun is amazing. Brothers, grab your weapons and let's go. Kill. Seeing that they were about to conquer the dungeon, excitement shone in everyone's eyes as they showcased their skills, following Yunlan towards the Abyss Lord. Receive my spear. Frost Meteor Strike. Yunlan found the opportunity, shouted loudly, and the ethereal blue ice power instantly spread to the entire spear, adding a frost color to it, and violently swung it out. The ethereal blue spear shadow flashed in the air, accurately piercing through the Abyss Lord's eyes. Roar! After suffering such a heavy blow, the Abyss Lord roared frantically. Yunlan pursued the victory, pulled the ice spear back out of the ground, leaped high, and shouted, Falling Meteor! The ethereal blue light struck down heavily, crack. With a sound, it directly pierced through the Abyss Lord's head. The spear sank deeply into its body. The Abyss Lord's roar suddenly stopped, and its enormous body crashed to the ground. Everyone cheered in unison. At the back of the crowd, Yuan Ting looked gloomily at the fallen Abyss Lord and said angrily, Damn, that cunning brat Li Haoyan actually hid since entering the dungeon. It's over now. The Abyss Lord is dead. The dungeon Gong Yid is a success. Once we are teleported out, it won't be so easy to find him for trouble. Yunlan nimbly jumped down from the Abyss Lord, her face full of pride, waiting for the Keysure of the Abyss Dungeon Gun to succeed. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Yunlan's proud expression became stiff, and disbelief flickered in her eyes. Not just her, everyone looked around in suspicion. What's going on? The Abyss Lord is dead. Why hasn't the Keysure appeared? And there's no teleport portal. Chattering discussions quickly arose among the crowd. At that moment, the body of the Abyss Lord, which Yunlan had just killed, suddenly disappeared, and the altar, covered in strange patterns, quickly lit up. 2 Abyss Lords were not killed simultaneously within 10 minutes. The Abyss altar is activated. If the other Abyss Lord is not killed within 6 hours, this Abyss Lord will resurrect and randomly teleport to any location within the Abyss. The resurrected Abyss Lord will no longer be restricted and can move freely. Seeing the Keysure before her, Yunlan's expression changed drastically. 2 Abyss Lords? They can move freely after resurrection. Damn, this is not an ordinary random abyss, but a difficult random abyss. It's over. Our people are all on this side, while the other Abyss Lord has surely accumulated countless abyss monsters. We're in big trouble now. Yunlan quickly reacted, her face darkened. This is a difficult abyss. The other Abyss Lord is definitely on the other side of the mountains. Everyone, immediately follow me to find the teleportation array to the other side. We must defeat the other Abyss Lord within 6 hours. At the back of the crowd, Yuan Ting was shocked and then suddenly realized. The difficult abyss will have 2 people directly teleported to the territory of another Abyss Lord. If these 2 do not discover this immediately and spread the news, prompting both sides to get it simultaneously, it will give the Abyss Lord time to summon a large number of small monsters. That's the difficulty of the difficult abyss. Li Haoyan and his group must have been the randomly selected 2, sent directly to the other side of the mountains. Zhang San, you awaken the Earth Walk. Immediately lead us across the mountains. Before the others find the teleport array, we must take down Li Haoyan. Yes, young master. Chapter 26 Yuan Ting. Let's go. On this side of the mountains, Li Haoyan and Jiangwu Yu had just finished clearing the monsters again. Li Haoyan looked at the upgrade t-shirt in front of him, very excited. Ding. Congratulations on reaching level 23. Lucky. This time, I even got a legendary leather armor. Li Haoyan quickly organized his gear and eagerly put on the legendary leather armor. Looking at the panel where his spiritual power value surpassed 1,000, Li Haoyan smacked his lips. Wow, this legendary gear really boosts my spiritual power. With 1,000 points of spiritual power, Li Haoyan could use 25 rocket launchers for uninterrupted output for 10 minutes, enhancing his firepower further. Jiang Wuyuyo was about to say something when suddenly a line of Qi appeared before them. Two Abyss Lords were not killed simultaneously within 1 minute. The Abyss Lords revived and entered their second form. The resurrected Abyss Lords will no longer be restricted and can move freely. The two were momentarily taken aback, and Jiang Wuyuyo suddenly realized, no wonder no one has come over for so long. This is not an ordinary Abyss dungeon, but a difficult one. She looked at Li Haoyan, somewhat astonished, saying, "You cleared monsters too easily, causing the Abyss monsters on our side to not accumulate. That's why I never thought in the direction of the difficult Abyss." Li Haoyan felt a little embarrassed, just about to speak, when suddenly, his expression shifted slightly as he looked toward the front side. After finishing off several waves of monsters, Li Haoyan's godly perspective had expanded to a radius of 2,300 meters. This special ability was like a passive skill, and using it didn't consume any spiritual energy. Since entering the dungeon, Li Haoyan had kept his godly perspective at its maximum. 2,000 meters away to the side, Li Haoyan clearly saw that the originally flat ground suddenly bulged up into a mound of earth. Then, with a whoosh, several figures actually crawled out from beneath the mound, and the one leading them was none other than Yuan Ting. Yuan Ting cautiously looked around, confirming that there were no Abyss monsters nearby before crawling out of the tunnel. Strange, isn't the other Abyss Lord supposed to be here? Why can't I see a single Abyss monster? It's been several hours since we entered the Abyss dungeon. According to logic, there should be at least 2,000 Abyss monsters here by now, right? Yuan Ting said with a puzzled expression. Behind him, Zhang San and the others also looked puzzled. The fire demons move slowly. Maybe this isn't the area where the Abyss Lord is located, so they haven't come here yet. Yuan Ting sneered. That's just fine. Li Haoyan and that Jiang Wuyo are only two people. Facing the fire demon army, they'll definitely have to retreat. Maybe they're hiding nearby. Let's go. Hurry up. We need to kill Li Haoyan before Yun Lan and the others find the teleportation array. Li Si hesitated for a moment and asked, "Young master, Jiang Wuyo from Qinghua Academy should be with Li Haoyan. With her there, should we?" Yuan Ting seemed to have already thought of this question, a cruel light flashing in his eyes. What's there to fear? This is the Abyss dungeon. In the Abyss dungeon, one mistake and you could die. Even if she's a top student from Qinghua Academy, it wouldn't be surprising if something happened to her. Wang Er's eyes gleamed. "Young master, you mean?" Yuan Ting gritted his teeth. Li Haoyan is already a student of Qinghua. If we want to interrogate him for hidden secrets, Jiang Wuyo will definitely interfere. In that case, we'll take care of her too. As he spoke, Yuan Ting made a slashing motion across his neck with his hand. Wang Er and the others exchanged glances and nodded heavily. All right, Li Haoyan, using his godly perspective, saw all of Yuan Ting and the others' movements. These guys actually want to kill me? Thankfully, I learned lip reading before. With a godly perspective, it's perfect. Li Haoyan's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he muttered, feeling a bit relieved. Beside him, Jiang Wuyo was stunned for a moment, then asked in surprise, "Haoyan, what did you say? Who wants to kill you? Isn't it just the two of us?" Li Haoyan looked at her, hesitated for a moment, then explained his godly perspective ability to her. Jiang Wuyo's eyes widened suddenly. Her lips parted in disbelief. You said what? Every time you kill a monster, your godly perspective expands by 1 meter? It's already expanded to a diameter of 2,000 meters. I've never heard of a profession having a talent like that. Is this a special ability only for those with full spiritual energy? Also, is Yuan Ting that bold? He even dares to kill me. Li Haoyan said in a low voice. Whether it's true or not, we'll find out soon enough. We've already killed too many fire demons here, which might have made Yuan Ting suspicious. Let's go. We'll move a bit closer and wait for them to come to us. With that, Li Haoyan immediately pulled Jiang Wuyo and moved toward Yuan Ting's group. The two of them quietly approached to within 500 to 600 meters of Yuan Ting's group. Li Haoyan thought for a moment, then summoned 50 Gatling rotary machine guns and 20 rocket launchers, burying them in a fan-shaped pattern beneath the black earth in front of them to ensure that every inch of the area in front of him was covered without any blind spots. Jiang Wuyo, seeing how cautious Li Haoyan was, a flash of unusual color passed through his eyes. Incredible talent, yet not arrogant or conceited. He thought carefully and was fully prepared. With the mechanic's mastery over super weapons, as soon as something fell off, Li Haoyan could instantly launch an attack like a thunderbolt, saving the time needed to summon super weapons and leaving the opponent no chance to ambush. After doing all this, Li Haoyan sneered and quietly waited. Minutes later, Jiang Wuyo indeed saw Yuan Ting and his three companions cautiously sneaking over. She glanced at Li Haoyan, having already believed more than half of what he had said earlier. At the same time, Yuan Ting and the others also spotted Li Haoyan and Jiang Wuyo, who were sitting on the ground, resting. Seeing these two, Yuan Ting's eyes suddenly lit up, exchanging knowing looks with Zhang San and the others. "Oh, isn't this the top student from Tsinghua Academy? Why did you come hiding here to protect this ignorant mechanic?" Yuan Ting said loudly. Hearing the sarcasm in Yuan Ting's tone, Jiang Wuyo's gaze flickered as she secretly glanced at Li Haoyan. Now, she fully believed what Li Haoyan had said. If Yuan Ting didn't intend to deal with her too, he would never speak to her so rudely. Li Haoyan instinctively took a step forward, blocking Jiang Wuyo, causing her to slightly freeze, a gentle curve forming at the corner of her mouth. Then, he glanced at the three bodyguards who were vaguely surrounding them, a smirk appearing on his lips. "Yuan Ting, you worthless level 10 trash dare to recklessly enter the Abyss dungeon. And you think you can talk about me? What? With three bodyguards, you suddenly grew bold." Yuan Ting's face instantly darkened. "You still dare to speak tough when death is near. Once I swallow your soul and learn the secret to exploiting the dungeon bug, who's to say I won't level up quickly?" Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Er, capture him for me. Chapter 27. Clearing the Abyss Dungeon, Unlocking Barret. Just as Zhang San and the others were about to act, a strange expression appeared on Li Haoyan's face. "So you wanted my secret for exploiting the bug? Why didn't you say so earlier?" "It's simple, I'll just tell you." With a swish, 50 Gatling guns and 20 rocket launchers instantly flew up from the ground, their dark muzzles sealing off all escape routes for Yuan Ting and his three companions. Yuan Ting and the others froze in place, their faces stiffening. Li Haoyan's smile slowly widened, but the fierce look in his eyes grew stronger. "You see, this is my secret for exploiting dungeon bugs. More guns and enough firepower." Yuan Ting's eyes were filled with shock as he screamed. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You've only changed jobs for 3 days. How could you have accumulated so many super weapons?" Li Haoyan mocked. "Do you understand the value of full spirit power at 100? You don't know anything. You've already learned my secret. Now you can die." Yuan Ting screamed in fear. "No, Li Haoyan, you can't kill me. If you dare kill me, our Yuan family will never let you go." Beside them, Zhang San and the others had pale faces, their legs shaking like chaff. Even though the three were level 30 professionals, facing 50 Gatling guns and 20 rocket launchers left them with no room to resist. A well-equipped mechanic could fight against hundreds, Li Haoyan said coldly. "For those who kill, they shall be killed. Yuan Ting, you said yourself, in the Abyss Dungeon, one careless move could lead to death. A top student from Tsinghua Academy dies, so wouldn't a spoiled brat from Four Symbols City be the same?" Yuan Ting's eyes widened in disbelief. This is what he said earlier. How would Li Haoyan know? His mouth moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something. But Li Haoyan wouldn't give him that chance, decisively commanding all the super weapons to fire simultaneously. Boom, 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 boom. The violent rain of bullets and explosions instantly overwhelmed Yuan Ting and his companions. Yuan Ting, only level 16, couldn't withstand such a ferocious attack, not even for a second. The Gatling machine guns swept them into a pile of shredded meat. Zhang San let out a wild roar, instantly creating a yellowish shield that enveloped himself, Li Si, and Wang Er. Li Haoyan raised an eyebrow and coldly said, "Huh, Earth Elemental? You're pretty good at controlling the Earth, but too bad, in front of my infinite ammo. How long can you hold up?" Zhang San's eyes widened. Infinite ammo? With the rate of fire from the Gatling gun, the magazine would empty in 3 seconds, and it would need to be replaced. However, 1, 2, 3, the firepower did not decrease at all. A look of despair appeared in Zhang San's eyes. Is it really infinite ammo? How could there be such a freakish mechanic? The next moment, with a loud boom, the shield was shattered by the violent barrage of bullets. Zhang San and the others were instantly torn into pieces of flesh and bone by bullets and explosions. Li Haoyan deactivated his superweapon, turned to Jiang Wuyu and smiled faintly. "You, my attack method left obvious traces. Just to be safe, please burn the battlefield with fire." "MHM." Jiang Wuyu responded, and the intense flames shot from her hands, burning all the blood, flesh, and bones on the ground into ashes, merging with the black earth. Then, the two returned to the previous hillside, continuing their mission of farming Crystal K's kills. On the other side, Yin Lan and the others finally found the hidden teleportation array at the edge of the map and arrived here. However, the place they teleported to was far from the mountains, and by the time they carefully approached the Lord area, over 3 hours had passed. On the mountain peak, Li Haotian killed the fire demon again, a look of anticipation in his eyes. Finally, enough experience. Sure enough, the next moment, the level-up notification appeared in front of Li Haotian. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 25. Li Haotian eagerly opened his attribute panel to check the skill bar. At level 25, a new skill would be unlocked. Li Haotian looked at the bottom of the spinning Gatling machine gun, his eyes suddenly shining. Skill, Barrett Sniper Rifle. Skill description, summon the Barrett Sniper Rifle. Each minute the Barrett Sniper Rifle exists, it consumes 8 points of spirit power. Note, when spirit power runs out, the Barrett Sniper Rifle will automatically retract. Damn, it's actually a Barrett. If this thing is combined with God's View, it's simply invincible. Li Haotian excitedly trembled slightly. The Barrett Sniper Rifle, commonly known as the cannon. Effective range of 2,000 meters. Maximum range of 6,000 meters. If an ordinary person used this thing, it would be hard to guarantee shooting accuracy beyond 2,000 meters. But Li Haotian was different. His God's View had already expanded to over 4,000 meters. If there were enough Barretts, and combined with God's View for a volley, just the thought of it was terrifying. Li Haotian forcibly suppressed his excitement and closed the attribute panel. He glanced at Yun Lan and the others, who were 3,000 meters away, knowing they would soon arrive here. Li Haotian looked at Jiang Wuyu. "You, the experience has been farmed enough. Let's take care of it." When Yun Lan and the others entered Li Haotian's God's View range, Li Haotian had already relayed the message to Jiang Wuyu. Fortunately, after farming experience for so long, Jiang Wuyu had already reached level 30. After a brief discussion, the two decided to finish this abyss dungeon before Yun Lan and the others discovered it. Clearly, Li Haotian didn't want his abilities to be exposed to others. Jiang Wuyu nodded. Okay. Li Haotian's excited gaze landed on the lone Abyss Lord, muttering to himself, "Just right. I'll use you to test the power of a Barrett volley." Li Haotian stood at the edge of the pit. The altar at the bottom of the pit was over 2,000 meters away from him, but with the Barrett's range, it was no problem. The next moment, countless Barretts instantly appeared in front of Li Haotian. The pitch-black gun barrels all pointed towards the Abyss Lord below. Li Haotian quickly zoomed in with a God's Eye view, perfectly controlling each Barrett to aim through his supernatural mastery. Here comes my move. 100 guns fire at once. Li Haotian's eyes gleamed with passionate light as he controlled over 100 Barretts to fire simultaneously. Bang! The synchronized, deep roar merged into an explosive sound. Then, Jiang Wuyu was stunned to see the Abyss Lord's body explode into a firework of blood and flesh with a bang under the sniper fire of hundreds of guns. Such powerful might. Jiang Wuyu couldn't help but exclaim. Abyss Lord has been eliminated. Congratulations to all professionals, successfully clearing the difficult level Abyss Dungeon. The teleportation exit has been opened. You may leave at your own will. Seeing the suddenly appearing dungeon prompt, Yun Lan and others stopped in their tracks, their eyes wide in disbelief, mouths slowly agape. Chapter 28, Two People's Achievements? The Abyss Lord was eliminated? Yun Lan looked back in confusion. The professionals who had been teleported with her were all behind her. Who killed this Abyss Lord? Suddenly, two figures flashed in her mind, Jiang Wuyu and Li Haotian. Since entering the Abyss Dungeon, it seemed she hadn't seen these two at all. Could it be that the two randomly teleported here were them? Did they deal with another Abyss Lord? No, absolutely impossible. Jiang Wuyu's strength was on par with hers, and while Li Haotian could face 100, he had only just changed professions 3 days ago. How much powerful weaponry could he have accumulated in that time? Moreover, it had already been 7 or 8 hours since the Abyss Dungeon opened, and given the frequency of Abyss Lords summoning monsters, there should be at least 3,000 or 4,000 Abyss monsters here. How could the two of them possibly kill so many? At that scale, even a level 50 professional who had completed their advanced awakening would be exhausted to death. Yun Lan's heart was filled with shock and suspicion. In an instant, her figure shot out from her spot, quickly running towards the mountains. With the Abyss Lord eliminated, all Abyss monsters would also vanish along with it. Now, she no longer needed to be wary of her surroundings. At the speed of a battle mage, after running with all her strength, it didn't take long for Yun Lan to arrive at the place where Li Haotian and the others were blocking the crystal. At this moment, all the Abyss monster bodies on the slope had disappeared, turning into black dust. Yun Lan looked at the teleportation portal at the center of the altar, her expression somewhat troubled. She gritted her teeth and stepped into the portal. Her vision blurred, and once the scene before her stabilized, she quickly scanned her surroundings. Then, she heard the joyful voice of Jiang Wuyu. "Dad, I'm level 30. You said I'd need at least a month. How about that? Your daughter is amazing, right? Yin Lan's pupil shrank, her already dark expression turning slightly blue. Indeed, it was Jiang Wuyo who killed the other Abyss Lord. She and Jiang Wuyo were both top talents from the previous class of Qinghua and Beida, their strength levels not far apart. Now, however, Jiang Wuyo had risen to level 30 ahead of her, which meant she had definitely killed more Abyss monsters. But then, she felt something was off. If all the Abyss monsters over there were taken care of by Jiang Wuyo, then she should be at least level 31 now. Right? Could it be that Li Haoyan also killed quite a bit? Yin Lan's doubtful gaze fell on Li Haoyan beside Jiang Wuyo. Unfortunately, unless a professional voluntarily showed their level, outsiders could only see the professional's class mark and not their specific level. At this moment, other professionals who participated in the dungeon strategy also began to be teleported out one after another. The blood-red light column has turned golden yellow, signifying that this Abyss instance has been completed. Looking at the disheveled disciples, their clothes stained with dirt, Yun Miao's face held a faint pride and appreciation. Facing the same level of Abyss instance, there would definitely be a tough battle. Previously, when Jiang Wuyu and Li Haoyan came out, Yun Miao was somewhat surprised. How could these two look so clean, with only slightly wrinkled clothes and their hair hardly messy at all? Could it be that this time, the Abyss monsters were relatively easy to deal with? But soon after, when Yun Lan came out behind them, it immediately dispelled that thought, and her gaze towards Jiang Wuyu and the others instantly became mocking. Jiang Wuyu and Yun Lan's strengths were about the same, but Yun Lan and the other professionals who came out later were clearly much more disheveled. This indicated that they had definitely gone through a tough fight. So why did Li Haoyan and Jiang Wuyu appear so calm? The answer is simple. These two must have been hiding in the back, slacking off. But thinking about it, against at least level 27 Abyss monsters, with Li Haoyan's level 20 strength, if he hadn't stayed back while Jiang Wuyu helped watch over him, it would be easy to get killed. Truly a useless mechanic. Though she didn't know what tricks he used during the assessment to defeat Yun Lan's illusion, when faced with real life and death battles, wouldn't his true colors show immediately? Thinking of this, Yun Miao's voice was slightly louder as she praised. Lan'er, well done. You have indeed made great progress compared to a year ago. I just heard from others that this random Abyss instance is actually a difficult level. Although two slow-witted stragglers dragged their feet, failing to pass on a message in time. Yun Miao gently glanced at Jiang Wuyu and Li Haoyan, then continued. But unexpectedly, your response was quite quick. Even in such circumstances, you only took a short time to kill two Abyss overlords. Well done. As soon as these words were spoken, Yun Lan's face immediately turned red, and the professionals who came out behind her exchanged strange glances with each other. Seeing everyone's change in expression, Yun Miao frowned, suddenly feeling something was off. What? Did you encounter any other unexpected situations while tackling the instance? Yun Miao asked sternly. Yun Lan quietly said, Teacher, after we killed the first Abyss Overlord, we found that there was another Abyss Overlord. Then, we immediately began searching for the teleportation array to the other side. But when we got there, we didn't find any Abyss monsters along the way. Until we were close to the mountain where the Abyss Overlord was. Yun Lan paused here, biting her lip as she looked at Jiang Wuyu and Li Haoyan. Yun Miao questioned with curiosity. And then, the Abyss Overlord was eliminated. The instance prompt indicated it was completed. Yun Lan gritted her teeth. Yun Miao was momentarily stunned, seemingly not responding right away. After a while, she finally spoke again. Do you mean to say the second Abyss Overlord was not killed by you? Yun Lan, with an ugly expression, nodded slowly. Yun Miao seemed somewhat incredulous. Impossible, according to what you just said. Besides you, there was no one else in the other Abyss Overlord's area. Suddenly, Yun Miao's body shook, seemingly remembering something, and she sharply turned to look at Jiang Wuyu and Li Haoyan. After the Abyss instance was cleared, these two were the first to come out. In other words, when Yun Lan and the others had yet to reach the boss area, Jiang Wuyu and Li Haoyan were already there. Could it be that the second Abyss Overlord was killed by them? Yun Miao exclaimed in shock, her voice even somewhat sharp. Impossible. An elemental controller and a newly transitioned mechanic. How is it possible to defeat the Abyss Lord surrounded by so many Abyss monsters? Chapter 29. Shocked Jiangzhen. Not only Yun Miao, but also the later appearing professionals stared at Jiang Wuyu and Li Haoyan with disbelief. The noisy discussions grew louder and louder. They all understood the mechanics of the difficult Abyss dungeon. Except for Jiang Wuyu and Li Haoyan, who were teleported to the other side at the very beginning. It seemed no one could kill the second Abyss Lord before they arrived. In that brief moment, they had learned from others about Li Haoyan's background and the rumors surrounding him. Could it be that this unprecedented, full spiritual power mechanic really has a talent that exploits dungeon bugs? Could it be that he can even exploit the bugs of the Abyss dungeon? Otherwise, even if Jiangwu Yuyu is an outstanding student of Qinghua Academy, it would be impossible for her to single-handedly kill so many Abyss monsters. Seeing everyone's reaction, Jiang Zhen's face was also filled with shock as he looked at Li Haoyan. As a father, he naturally knew very well what level his daughter was at. Jiang Zhen could be sure that the one who accomplished all this was definitely Li Haoyan. But he also couldn't understand how, with Li Haoyan's level, he managed to exploit some kind of divine bug to defeat the Abyss Lord surrounded by so many Abyss monsters with just 2 people. Facing the astonished and puzzled gazes of the crowd, Li Haoyan smiled slightly and looked around. Do you want to know how we exploited the bug to kill the Abyss Lord? The crowd nodded wildly like chicks pecking at rice. Li Haoyan glanced at Yun Miao with a playful look and said seriously, "It's very simple. My trash illusion god job has such great charm that when the Abyss Lord saw me, he immediately bowed down and pledged loyalty with his death. And then we cleared the dungeon." Upon hearing this, the entire venue fell silent. Yun Miao's face, which had held a hint of expectation, instantly turned as dark, foul, and smelly as a sewer. This bastard. He was mocking her again. A crisp laugh suddenly came from side. Yinlan looked at Jiangwu Yuyu's bright and beautiful smile, nearly grinding her teeth to dust. Compared to the calmness of Jiangwu Yuyu and Li Haoyan, her current embarrassment was just like that of a stray dog. The onlookers realized that Li Haoyan was deliberately annoying Yun Miao. They wanted to laugh, but were stifled by Yun Miao's status, making it extraordinarily uncomfortable. Jiang Zhen's surprised gaze moved back and forth on Li Haoyan. He was also curious how Li Haoyan had killed that Abyss Lord. But he knew this was not the time for talking, so he immediately stepped forward to smooth things over. "All right, everyone. Since the Abyss dungeon has been conquered, the spatial blockade will be lifted accordingly. I still have to take these freshmen back to the academy, so I'll take my leave first." After speaking, Jiang Zhen quickly took the people from Qinghua Academy and left. Back at the hotel where he was staying, Jiang Zhen instructed the other freshmen to take an hour to prepare before gathering back here to head to Tianjing City. Once everyone left, Jiang Zhen kept Li Haoyan behind. With a wave of his hand, a golden yellow staff appeared in his grip. Then, Jiang Zhen thrust the staff into the ground and said in a deep voice, "Void barrier." A pale silver light instantly surged from the staff, transforming into a semi-transparent silver shield that expanded outward, enveloping the entire room. Feeling the powerful magical energy waves emanating from Jiang Zhen, and seeing the golden light around the profession mark on Jiang Zhen's forehead glow, Li Haoyan praised his heart. No wonder he can represent Qinghua Academy as a recruiting teacher. He has indeed completed his ascension awakening. From this magical energy fluctuation, he is likely at least a level 60 professional. Jiang Zhen's gaze was burning as he stared at Li Haoyan, urgently asking, "Li Haoyan, can you tell me? How did you defeat the second Abyss Lord surrounded by the Abyss monsters?" Li Haoyan glanced at Jiang Zhen, then met Jiang Wuyu's eager gaze and smiled slightly. "Actually, it's nothing special. Yuyu and I used the terrain to gather and divide those Abyss monsters, then killed them every once in a while." "Yuyu?" Jiang Zhen shot a strange look at his daughter. Jiang Wuyu's face turned slightly red as she glared at her dad. "I'm about the same age as Li Haoyan. What's so strange about calling him by his name?" Jiang Zhen's eyes revealed understanding, and he redirected his attention back to Li Haoyan's words. "Using the terrain to gather and divide? Killing every once in a while? But there are just 2 of you, and so many Abyss monsters. Even if you divide them up, you still shouldn't be able to kill that many, right?" Jiang Zhen frowned. Jiang Wuyu looked at Li Haoyan, who smiled slightly, and said to Jiang Zhen, "It's okay. With the firepower of a mechanic, we can still finish them." As he spoke, Li Haoyan waved his hand, and a rocket launcher appeared before him. "Rocket launcher?" Jiang Zhen froze, instinctively saying, "This thing has decent power, but against hundreds of Abyss monsters, without at least 10, it would be gack." Before Jiang Zhen could finish his sentence, one rocket launcher after another began to pour out from before Li Haoyan, as if they were free. In the blink of an eye, the space before him was already filled densely. Looking out, there were at least more than 50 launchers. Seeing the ever-increasing rocket launchers in front of him, Jiang Zhen was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Isn't this kid a mechanic? How the heck does he also use illusions?" Jiang Zhen couldn't help but rub his eyes and reach out to touch the rocket launcher before him. It felt cold and hard. It was actually real. He touched another one, then another, and another, all solid. These rocket launchers were all real, not an illusion. Jiang Zhen's mouth slowly dropped open. "Li Haoyan, you this is..." Li Haoyan stopped summoning the rocket launchers and smiled. Teacher Jiang, looking at this firepower, it should be enough to deal with hundreds of abyss monsters, right? Jiang Jun was so shocked he could hardly speak, as if his tongue had tied itself. Enough, enough, it's plenty. As Jiang Jun came back to his senses from shock, he fixed his gaze firmly on Li Haoyan. Do you have someone supporting you from behind? Otherwise, just 3 days after changing jobs, you couldn't possibly have accumulated so many rocket launchers. Li Haoyan gently shook his head. I'm an orphan. Teacher Jiang is in charge of admissions. My information should have been reviewed long ago, right? Then what about these rocket launchers? Jiang Wuyu also looked at Li Haoyan with shining eyes. She had wanted to ask this question since the Abyss Dungeon, but considering it involved Li Haoyan's secret, she had held back until now. Li Haoyan calmly said, maybe because my spiritual power is full, my skills are different from ordinary mechanics. They're given blueprints and need to make super weapons themselves. But my skill is to directly summon super weapons. No need to make directly summon super weapons? Jiang Jun's eyes widened instantly. A mechanic can do this? This is the first time I've heard of a mechanic being able to use super weapons without making them, and also summoning so many. Jiang Jun's expression changed wildly. After a while, he murmured, no wonder you can deal with so many abyss monsters with just 2 of you. With so many rocket launchers, the firepower indeed is enough. Hey, wait. Jiang Jun seemed to suddenly remember something, and asked again, with this amount of rocket launchers, the demand for rockets is also considerable. You just changed jobs for 3 days. Where did you get so many rockets? Li Haoyan smiled slightly. Oh, that's not a problem. I'm a mechanic, and I have infinite ammo. Oh, you have infinite ammo? Then that's nothing. Wait, what did you say? Say it again. As Jiang Jun was halfway through his words, he suddenly reacted, almost flying up from the spot in shock. Li Haoyan smiled and said, I told you the super weapons I summoned all have unlimited ammo. This is a special talent that appeared after my profession awakened. Special talent? What is that, and why don't I have it? Jiang Jun stared blankly, as if listening to a fantasy story. Li Haoyan shrugged. I don't know. Maybe it's because my spiritual power is at full value. I searched through the materials, but I found no mention of talents in the attributes panel of professionals. Jiang Jun felt his brain turn to mush. He could use super weapons directly without needing to manufacture them, not to mention having unlimited ammo. He had never heard of such an outrageous thing. You must have unlocked more than one skill by now, right? All your super weapons really have unlimited ammo. Jiang Jun stared intensely at Li Haoyan. Li Haoyan nodded. Yes, all my super weapons currently have unlimited ammo. With a thud, Jiang Jun sat down hard on the sofa. Even Jiang Wuyu, who had expected this, was surprised and covered her mouth when she heard Li Haoyan say it himself. So, when you level up more in the future and unlock even more powerful super weapons, you will also have unlimited ammo, right? Jiang Jun asked. As of now, that should be the case, Li Haoyan nodded. He thought for a moment and decided to show them his attributes panel. Since the topic had come this far, he might as well lay everything bare. From the time he spent with Jiang Jun and his daughter, Li Haoyan could see they were good people and worth trusting. Jiang Jun and Jiang Wuyu immediately leaned in with curiosity, examining it closely. The attribute panel in front had no differences from other professionals except for one striking difference, which was the section at the bottom labeled talent. Li Haoyan opened the talent panel, and Jiang Jun's pupils instantly constricted. Sure enough, there was no design drawing. It was directly super weapons. Grotto pistol, Gatling rotating machine gun, achievement reward skill, exoskeleton armor. What is this? Jiang Jun could not help but exclaim. Rocket launcher, Barrett, huh? Wait, why do you have one more skill? Jiang Jun looked up at Li Haoyan. Jiang Wuyu tugged at her dad and pointed to the upper left corner of the attributes panel. Level 25? Wow, you leveled up 5 levels in just a few hours of Abyss Dungeon. Jiang Jun couldn't help but curse. After looking at the skills on the left, he instinctively shifted his gaze to the right, where talent was, and upon reading it, he almost had a brain hemorrhage. Mechanic exclusive talent. First stage, unlimited ammo, only for super weapons summoned by professional skills. Note, second stage exclusive talent can be unlocked at level 20. Mechanic exclusive talent. Second stage, God's perspective. Note 1. Construct a 360-degree holographic image perspective in the mind, and this perspective can freely magnify any point. Note 2. The initial range of God's perspective is a diameter of 100 meters centered on oneself. Each time an enemy is killed, the range expands outward by 1 meter, currently 2348 meters. Note 3. Third stage exclusive talent can be unlocked at level 30. Jiang Jun's voice trembled. It really is unlimited ammo. God's perspective, you have not only more than one talent, but it can also grow. Such an incredible talent effect can be unlocked every 10 levels. As Jiang Zhen spoke, his breathing grew more rapid, and Jiang Wuyu beside him was so shocked she covered her little mouth, almost screaming. Who? Who? Jiang Zhen gasped for air, slapping his face, doubting whether he was dreaming. After a while, he managed to readjust his mindset and looked at Li Haoqian with awe. No wonder you level up so quickly. No wonder you can speedrun every instance. With skills and talents like this, how could monsters at the same level possibly stop you? It must be a total sweep. At just level 25, you're already this monstrous. If you level up further and unlock even more talents later, how terrifying will your actual combat power be then? Jiang Wuyu murmured as well. No wonder you could sense Yuan Ting and the others approaching. It was because of this. With such a god-defying talent, even if you don't unlock more talents later, just relying on these two is enough to crush all Phantom God careers. No wonder you could instantly burst Mai and Yunlan's Phantoms. With such firepower, don't say Phantoms. Even 10 of me and Yunlan wouldn't be enough for you to kill. A mechanic who can directly summon superpowered weapons. A mechanic with unlimited ammo. A mechanic with a god's perspective. We've hit the jackpot. Jiang Zhen stared at Li Haoqian, utterly exhilarated. If you level up and later take part in large group instances and international dungeons, wouldn't you be able to stand against a whole army by yourself? Jiang Sheng took a deep breath, heavily patting Li Haoqian on the shoulder, speaking excitedly and solemnly. Li Haoqian, I want to recommend you to the Marshal. Li Haoqian was instantly startled. Marshal? The Li Fuji Marshal from our Eastern Dragon Empire? Jiang Zhen nodded firmly. That's right. With your potential, in the future, you will definitely be a one-man army. No, an unparalleled monster against a nation. When you level up, were these ordinary regular instances and abyss instances? Large group instances and international dungeons will be your true stage. With you here, our Eastern Dragon Empire will surely break free from its current predicament and rise powerfully. Li Haoqian, are you willing to contribute to the country? Li Haoqian's entire body trembled, his expression becoming serious. Of course I am willing. 30 years ago, Marshal Li led our Eastern Dragon Empire to establish a foothold on the world stage. If given a chance, I too want to take our Eastern Dragon Empire a step further, standing proudly at the pinnacle of the world. Chapter 31. I want to destroy all of you. Hearing Li Haoqian's declaration, Jiang Zhen's body shook, his eyes shining brightly. Well said. Our Eastern Dragon men should have such boldness. Jiang Zhen came to Li Haoqian's side, his eyes revealing a serious look. Li Haoqian, who else knows about your exclusive talent? Li Haoqian shook his head. I know it's powerful. Besides you guys, I haven't told anyone else. Jiang Zhen nodded appreciatively. Right, this talent is simply too overpowered. Once exposed, other countries will surely see you as a thorn in their side. The fewer people know, the better. Jiang Zhen thought for a moment, then asked, Li Haoqian, if you have anything else to tidy up, go back now and get it. After you get to Tianjing City, you might not return for a long time. Li Haoqian nodded. I've already packed my things. I just need to grab a few more. Good, then hurry back. You, go with Li Haoqian, get the stuff, and come back. Don't wander around outside. Okay, Dad. Jiang Wuyu smiled and pulled Li Haoqian towards the exit. After the two left, Jiang Zhen excitedly dialed a phone number. Moments later, the call was answered on the other end. Hello. Zhen, why did you suddenly think to call me? An elderly and gentle voice came through the phone. Hearing this voice, Jiang Zhen's expression became exceptionally respectful, and he instinctively stood up. Teacher, I have an important message to report to you. Oh, what's the important news? The elderly voice sounded a bit surprised. It's like this. I came to Four Symbols City for recruiting, and I encountered a newly promoted career player. Jiang Zhen quickly recounted Li Haoqian's situation. That's how it is. As soon as Jiang Zhen's voice fell, he heard the breathing from the other side suddenly become heavier and more rapid. Unlimited ammo? God's perspective? Jiang Zhen, this can't be a joke, are you sure? Jiang Zhen solemnly said. Teacher, I have personally seen Li Haoqian's attribute panel. There is absolutely no falsehood. Who? The person across from him let out a heavy breath, seemingly digesting the shock this news brought him. After a long while, the old voice finally spoke again, sternly saying, Jiang Zhen, when you return, bring him to see me immediately. Yes, teacher. Half an hour later, Li Haoqian and Jiang Wuyu returned. Then, other new professionals gradually finished packing their bags and returned here as well. When the last freshman arrived, Jiang Zhen decisively said, Everyone is here. Let's go back to Qinghua. Yes. The faces of the new professionals all showed excited expressions. Under Jiang Zhen's leadership, The group walked towards the city's teleportation hall. At this moment, at the Lianhua Mountain Villa in the Four-Symbol City, the Yuan family's villa, the head of the Yuan family, Yuan Tiangang, had a sullen face, his fists clenched tightly, sitting in the hall. Ed, we have almost questioned all the professionals who came out from the Abyss Dungeon. None of them saw the young master. A black-clothed man in his 30s knelt on one knee below and said in a deep voice, according to a few people who have seen the young master, after they entered the Abyss Dungeon, the young master always followed everyone to act. Until they killed the first Abyss Lord, the young master suddenly disappeared, and thereafter, they have never seen the young master again. The black-clothed man hesitated for a moment and said gravely, the young master and the others haven't come out yet. I'm afraid. Bang! Clash! Clang! Yuan Tiangang angrily swept the coffee table over with a sweep of his arm, precious cups shattering all over the ground. Seeing the head of the family so angry, the black-clothed man didn't dare to take a breath. You can leave now, Yuan Tiangang said in a low voice. Then about the young master, the black-clothed man hesitated. Yuan Tiangang's face darkened. No need to ask, just call everyone back. This, yes, head. The black-clothed man was taken aback for a moment and bowed before withdrawing. After he left, the empty hall was left with only Yuan Tiangang alone. Yuan Tiangang's face gradually became ferocious, his eyes flickering with mad rage. He roared softly, dare to harm my son, Li Haoyan, I want you dead. 1 hour after the Abyss Dungeon was cleared, the Abyss-like column would disappear. At this time, if there were still people who hadn't come out, they would also be forcibly ejected from the Abyss Dungeon. But now the red light column outside the Four-Symbol City had completely disappeared, and Yuan Ting and Zhang Xin still had not appeared. This meant that they were already dead inside the dungeon. Those people didn't know where Yuan Ting and the others went later, but Yuan Tiangang could guess. He sent Zhang San, who awakened as the Earthwalker to protect Yuan Ting. While the others were still looking for the teleportation array to the other side, Yuan Ting and others must have relied on Zhang San's ability to burrow to the other side. As for the purpose, it was naturally to kill Li Haoyan and seize the secret. But now, Li Haoyan had safely returned. How Yuan Ting and the others died, Yuan Tiangang didn't even need to think about it. It was definitely related to Li Haoyan. Perhaps the female student from Tsinghua Academy was also involved. Since his wife passed away, Yuan Tiangang had treated Yuan Ting as his treasure, doting on him greatly. Now, being harmed to death by Li Haoyan and others, even if Jiang Wu Yu's father was a teacher at Tsinghua Academy, Yuan Tiangang would definitely make them pay the price, avenging his son, Li Haoyan, Jiang Wu Yu, Jiang Zhen. Even if you are from Tsinghua, I will make you accompany my son in death. Yuan Tiangang's voice seemed to echo from the depths of hell. A flash of light, the space suddenly twisted, a strong feeling of weightlessness swept over. In just a few breaths, the scene before Li Haoyan became clear again. This was also a teleportation hall, but compared to the teleportation hall in Four-Symbol City, this place was at least 10 times larger. Jiang Wu Yu looked at the 10 or so new students and grinned. Everyone, welcome to the capital of the Eastern Dragon Empire, Tianjing City. Seeing this familiar place, Jiang Zhen seemed a little impatient and immediately led everyone outside. Let's go back to the academy first. Looking at her anxious dad, Jiang Wu Yu stomped her foot and slightly pouted her red lips. Dad, why are you in such a hurry? Let's go, Haoyan. Saying this, Jiang Wu Yu naturally took Li Haoyan's arm and chased after him. Li Haoyan didn't notice. At another exit, the stunningly beautiful Du Guyan, with a gloomy face, was staring at them, a flash of resentment in her eyes. Damn, the one standing next to Li Haoyan should be me. Joining Tsinghua should have been me. Filled with jealousy, Du Guyan roared in her heart. Li Haoyan should belong to me. You're dead. You all should die. If I can't have it, then no one else deserves it. Destroy. I want to destroy all of you. Chapter 32. Not enough room? Under Jiang Zhen's lead, Li Haoyan and the others left the teleportation hall and quickly walked towards the interior of Tianjing City. After walking for a while, Li Haoyan looked at Jiang Wu Yu with confusion. You aren't the major universities, including Tsinghua Academy, located in the suburbs of Tianjing City? Why are we heading into the city? Jiang Wu Yu smiled cheerfully. The main campus is indeed located in the suburbs, but our academy has a branch in Tianjing City through the guild. We can return to the academy directly using the teleportation array within the guild. The Tsinghua Academy Guild? The other freshmen exchanged excited glances. In the Eastern Dragon Empire, each university has its own guild. The more powerful the academy, the more prestigious the guild. There are 3 strongest guilds in the Eastern Dragon Empire. They are the guild formed by the Qinglong Academy, Nuclear Elite, the guild formed by the Beida Academy, Glory of the Dead, and the guild formed by the military of the Eastern Dragon Empire, Dragon Group. It is worth mentioning that the Marshal of the Eastern Dragon Empire, as the first person of the military, is also the honorary president of Tsinghua Academy. He is not only the president of the Dragon Group Guild, but also the president of Nuclear Elite. Beta Academy was originally established by the major families of the empire, and the president of the guild has always been held by the head of the Elder Council. 10 minutes later, the group arrived at Tianjing Avenue, which runs north and south, and walked towards the huge blue building on the side of the avenue. From a distance, Li Haoyan could clearly see the 4 gilded characters written on the building: Nuclear Elite. This is the branch of Tsinghua Academy in Tianjing City. As for the main guild, it is naturally inside Tsinghua Academy. Jiang Zhen stepped into the branch first. "Hello, Teacher Jiang." Teacher Jiang, back from recruitment? In an instant, greetings poured in continuously. Jiang Zhen smiled back at the people around. Li Haoyan looked at this scene in surprise. He didn't expect Jiang Zhen to have such a high status in Tsinghua Academy. Jiang Wuyu noticed Li Haoyan's confusion and whispered in his ear, "My dad is Marshal Li's direct disciple, so everyone respect him a lot." Li Haoyan was instantly stunned. Wow, Marshal Li's direct disciple? He didn't expect Jiang Zhen to have that kind of identity. No wonder he was so confident in introducing me to Marshal Li. It turns out Marshal Li is his teacher. Stepping onto the teleportation array of the branch, the light in front of him changed. When Li Haoyan saw the scene clearly again, he had already arrived at the exclusive teleportation hall of Tsinghua Academy. Back at his own base, Jiang Zhen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Haoyan curiously looked around and found that this teleportation hall was surprisingly vast, as large as the teleportation hall in the Four-Symbol City. Besides the teleportation array they just came out of, there were dozens of other teleportation arrays in the hall, not knowing where they led to. He turned to look at the more than 10 new students and said, "To the right is the new student registration area. Your information has already been sent over. Just go there to register your name and complete the enrollment procedures according to the process. You take them over and introduce our college's situation to them. Li Haoyan, come with me." As he spoke, Jiang Zhen immediately pulled Li Haoyan and walked outside. Jiang Wuyo had already guessed where her dad was taking Li Haoyan, and she quietly made a face before turning around to the other new students, saying, "Come with me. I will take you to complete the enrollment procedures." After exiting the teleportation hall, Li Haoyan discovered that Tsinghua Academy, one of the top 2 universities in the Eastern Dragon Empire, was actually built on a small mountain. Looking around, countless buildings were nestled among lush trees, giving a feeling of hidden greatness in the forest. The teleportation hall they exited from was located on a hillside, almost close to the mountaintop. After Jiang Zhen came out, he turned and walked toward a small path behind the teleportation hall, leading upwards. Li Haoyan hurriedly followed and asked, "Teacher Jiang, where are we going? Do I not need to complete my enrollment procedures first?" Jiang Zhen smiled and said, You will handle your enrollment procedures for you. Right now, we need to meet someone first." Meet someone? Li Haoyan's heart stirred, and he suddenly felt excited. He had already guessed who he was going to meet. Following the small path, they arrived at a pavilion where Jiang Zhen entered first, taking out a milky white crystal, saying to Li Haoyan, "Come in and stand on the teleportation array." Li Haoyan obeyed and did as instructed. Then, Jiang Zhen infused his spiritual power into the crystal, and the teleportation array glowed brightly. Li Haoyan felt a flash before his eyes, and the previous pavilion disappeared, replaced by a quaint courtyard with a farmhouse vibe. Jiang Zhen stood respectfully at the front of the courtyard and said, "Teacher, I brought Li Haoyan here." An old, gentle voice immediately responded, as if the owner of the voice had long been waiting for them. "Come in." "Yes, teacher," Jiang Zhen replied, and led Li Haoyan into the courtyard. Entering the hall in front, Li Haoyan instantly saw an elderly man with gray hair but a spirited appearance sitting in the primary position of the reception room. The old man briefly glanced at Jiang Zhen before immediately locking his gaze onto Li Haoyan. Jiang Zhen whispered to Li Haoyan, "Li Haoyan, quickly greet Marshal Li." Li Haoyan's body shook, and excitement flashed in his eyes. It was indeed this person. He stepped forward and respectfully said, "Li Haoyan, pay my respects to Marshal Li." Marshal Li's gaze was piercing as he carefully examined Li Haoyan and said seriously, "Li Haoyan, I heard from Zhen that your class changed to mechanic has the talents of unlimited ammunition and God's perspective." Marshal Li didn't beat around the bush. He asked directly and straightforwardly. Li Haoyan didn't hesitate and simply displayed his attribute panel, clicking on the talent section. Seeing the panel attributes he had never seen before, Marshal Li's pupils slightly contracted. Mechanic exclusive talent? How can such a peculiar thing exist in this world? Marshal Li murmured. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he looked excitedly at Li Haoyan. "Li Haoyan, use your super weapon to attack me with all your strength." Li Haotian was stunned for a moment, confirming, with all my strength? Marshall Li nodded confidently. Don't worry, at your current level, you won't be able to hurt me. Li Haotian glanced around the room and shook his head gently. I'm not worried about hurting you. I am afraid this room can't contain my super weapon. Marshall Li was momentarily stunned and asked in surprise, Can't contain? He instinctively glanced at his reception hall. From the area, even without being particularly large, it was still over 200 square meters. Can't contain that? How many super weapons on Earth can this kid summon? With strong curiosity in his eyes, he immediately walked outside. Let's go outside. I want to see just how different you, the mechanic, really are. Chapter 33. General Li, the Master. As he spoke, General Li strode decisively outside. Li Haotian smiled calmly and followed him out. Jiang Zhen, with a curious expression, trailed behind. Although he had seen Li Haotian's unique talents and heard his daughter describe Li Haotian's battles in the Abyss Dungeon, he had never truly witnessed the actual combat effects and was naturally very curious. Upon arriving at the open space outside the small courtyard, General Li stood with his hands behind his back, staring intensely at Li Haotian, and said in a deep voice, Little fellow, come on, let me see just how strong your attacking power can be. Li Haotian slightly nodded, thought for a moment, and then began to summon his superpowered weapons. With a whoosh, countless Gatling rotating machine guns rapidly filled the space around Li Haotian, as if by magic. 20, 50, 100, 200, 400, 600, the sky was full of Gatling guns. In the blink of an eye, 600 Gatling machine guns appeared before them, causing Jiang Zhen and General Li's pupils to shrink. Even though Li Haotian's level was far from comparable to theirs, the sheer number of superpowered weapons filling the view still gave an extremely fierce sense of intimidation. Since coming out of the Abyss Dungeon, Li Haotian's level had risen to 25, and with a few new pieces of equipment, his total spiritual power had exceeded 1,200. Maintaining 600 Gatling rotating machine guns for 1 minute consumed a total of 1,200 spiritual power. With his current spiritual power, it was just enough to use. Since he wanted to showcase his abilities, Li Haotian naturally chose the most eye-catching way. Looking at the densely packed Gatling rotating machine guns before him, Jiang Zhen's eyes widened, his mind greatly shaken. General, I'm about to start, Li Haotian said solemnly. General Li instinctively nodded slightly. In the next moment, all 600 Gatling guns erupted with a roar, unleashing a torrent of fire directed at General Li. The flames bursting from the barrels were so dense that it seemed as if a bright spotlight appeared above Li Haotian, the firelight dazzling. Each Gatling rotating machine gun fires 1,000 bullets per minute, so 600 Gatlings meant a staggering 600,000 bullets. What is a rain of bullets? This is what a real rain of bullets looks like. Wow! Jiang Zhen involuntarily stepped back, unable to suppress a curse. General Li's face twitched, the wrinkles on his face shaking intensely. Fortunately, he was the world's #1 top powerhouse, and he had already raised his hand to gesture in the air. Suddenly, the air around General Li rippled in waves, producing a muffled sound, instantly forming a huge light shield that enveloped him. In the next instant, this massive light shield was immediately covered by Li Haotian's exaggerated firepower. Bang, 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 bang. The continuous sound of air colliding rang out as all the ammunition Li Haotian unleashed was completely blocked. Seeing this scene, Li Haotian's pupils slightly contracted, also extremely shocked. So strong. This is the power of the top illusionary god profession. The creator, he murmured involuntarily. General Li of the Eastern Dragon Empire, known as the world's strongest professional. The super illusionary god profession he awakened, the creator, is a unique profession in the whole world. It was his emergence that allowed the Eastern Dragon Empire to rise from a second-tier country, becoming a first-tier power that the whole world had to take seriously. Even the strongest superpower in the world today, the Free Federation, must remain vigilant and cautious. Moreover, the creator profession awakened by General Li is considered the strongest profession in the world. The creator possesses the power to control all things. At the same time, they can harness this power to control and change the shape and density of all things. In the world, everything except for living beings like air, water, fire, metal, and earth can be controlled by the creator. Of course, there are limitations. That is, it cannot convert between types. For example, water cannot be turned into fire, nor can air become soil. But even so, Marshall Li's ability is already extraordinary, naturally restraining all professions. It can even be said that unless his spiritual energy is completely consumed, it is impossible to kill him. For example, Right now, with a casual swipe, Marshall Lee condensed the surrounding air into a shield of incredible density and strong defense, protecting himself completely. No matter how frantically the external ammunition rained down, it could not harm him in the slightest. As half a minute passed, the 600 Gatling rotating guns floating above Li Haoyan continued to pour out ammunition without reservation, and Marshall Lee was filled with shock. Wow, indeed, unlimited ammunition. Within a 10-meter radius around Marshall Lee, except for the area he occupied, the ground was all turned into a beehive, as if it had been plowed. After confirming that Li Haoyan's abilities were real, Marshall Lee then spoke in a deep voice. "That's enough, stop." Li Haoyan slightly nodded. With a thought, the lead rain from the Gatling guns instantly disappeared. Marshall Lee waved his hand to disperse the air shield surrounding him, his eyes fixed on Li Haoyan, shining like stars. Excited, he said, "Good. What a mechanic. What a mechanic full of spiritual energy." Then, he looked at Li Haoyan with great expectation. "Li Haoyan, would you like to be my disciple and become my main disciple?" Hearing this, Jiang Zhan showed a look of surprise, and Li Haoyan was also slightly taken aback. Marshall Lee said solemnly, "Li Haoyan, your ability is too important for our Donglong Empire. When you raise your level in the future, you will be the strongest profession in the world, even stronger than me. If you are willing to be my disciple, we will spare no effort to cultivate you. With your leadership, our Donglong Empire will definitely replace the Free Federation and dominate the world." He was now completely certain that Li Haoyan would become the turning point for the Donglong Empire to move forward. You must know Li Haoyan is only level 25 now and has unlocked only 2 exclusive mechanic talents, yet is already so extraordinary. If in the future Li Haoyan raises his level and unlocks more skills and talents, even he, Marshall Lee, would not be able to withstand Li Haoyan's attacks. Don't be fooled by his ability to control everything. Controlling distance is his shortcoming. If Li Haoyan were a mechanic at a similar level to him, he could completely manage the distance and unleash powerful firepower from afar. With Li Haoyan's talent of unlimited ammunition, once his spiritual energy is exhausted, his super weapon could shred him to pieces. Such an attack intensity, no one could withstand it. What's more important is that the mechanic itself is a terrifying and large-scale weapon of mass destruction. For a country, its importance far exceeds that of Marshall Lee as a creator. Chapter 34. Is the teacher taking in yet another disciple? Li Haoyan came back to his senses, saying excitedly, "Marshall Lee, I grew up listening to your legends. You are the pride of all people in the Donglong Empire. Of course, I am willing to be your disciple." Ha ha ha. Marshall Lee laughed heartily, his boisterous laughter echoing far away. "Good. From today on, you are my 4th direct disciple and also my main disciple." Marshall Lee pointed to Jiang Zhan, who was also shocked, and smiled at Li Haoyan. "Haoyan, this is your 3rd senior brother, Jiang Zhan, an elemental controller at level 68. You should be quite familiar with him." Li Haoyan, with a face full of surprise, quickly bowed to Jiang Zhan. "Greetings, 3rd senior brother." Jiang Zhan finally came to his senses, looking at Li Haoyan with amazement. "I never expected. You will actually become my little junior brother." Marshall Lee looked seriously at Jiang Zhan. "Ah Zhan, you surely understand the importance of Haoyan to our East Dragon Empire. From now on, you must protect him well. His life's safety comes above all, even above me." Jiang Zhan's whole body shuddered, his face solemn. "Yes, master." Marshall Lee smiled slightly, then continued. "Ah Zhan, I remember there's a villa near Qingfeng that seems to be unoccupied. Let's have Haoyan live there." Marshall Lee nodded slightly, then added, "Also, go find Qingfeng and Han Shuang. Ask them to come to me immediately." "Okay, master." Jiang Zhan answered, not daring to delay, and immediately walked outside. Watching Jiang Zhan leave, Marshall Lee turned to Li Haoyan, his expression gentle. "Haoyan, you can rest here with the master for a bit. I need to step out for a moment. Later, I will introduce you to your senior brother and senior sister." Li Haoyan's eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. Qingfeng? Han Shuang? Could it be that the current president and vice president of Qinghua Academy, also the vice chairman of the Dragon Group Guild and the Nuclear Peace Elite Guild, Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan? These two are actually the direct disciples of Marshall Lee? Wang Qingfeng, powerful illusion god profession, level 78, Sword Saint, vice chairman of the Dragon Group. Ling Xuehan, powerful illusion god profession, level 76 Void Walker, vice chairman of the Nuclear Peace Elite Guild. Though they're called vice chairman, in reality, they're the true decision-makers of the 2 guilds. The nominal presidents of the 2 guilds, Master Lee, have not directly involved themselves in the 2 guilds' affairs in years. In other words, the actual leaders of the 2 guilds now are his senior brother and senior sister. This is simply amazing, Li Haoyan excitedly replied. Yes, master. Then Li Haoyan went into the room, sitting cross-legged to recover his spirit energy. Marshal Li thought for a moment, and with a wave of his hand, a gigantic brush the size of a baby's arm appeared. Then, he gently tossed the brush. Surprisingly, the brush floated up by itself, landing above the house, casting a layer of light shield to protect Li Haoyan inside. Because of the previous assassination incident, even though Li Haoyan was in his own residence, Marshal Li dared not be the slightest bit careless. After doing all this, he nodded slightly in relief and left quickly. More than 10 minutes later, Jiang Zhen arranged everything and returned. Beside him, there was a man and a woman. The man was dressed in an ancient-style sword robe, with a perfect inverted triangle body. While he wasn't heavily muscled, the lines were strong and full of explosive energy. He had handsome features, sword-like eyebrows, and radiated a sharp aura. This person was Wang Qingfeng, vice president of the Dragon Group and president of Qinghua Academy. The woman was tall, her features lovely and noble, like an ice mountain snow lotus. At first glance, no one would expect that such a gentle woman was actually the vice president of Qinghua Academy and also the vice president of the Nuclear Peace Elite Guild. With their statuses, they were definitely top figures in the East Dragon Empire. As Wang Qingfeng followed Jiang Zhen towards the master's residence, he curiously asked, "Little junior brother, why did the master suddenly call us over today?" Ling Xuahan also looked at Jiang Zhen curiously. Over the past few years, Marshal Li had retreated to the background. Unless there was something particularly important, he rarely appeared in public. Whether it was Qinghua Academy, the Dragon Group, or the Nuclear Peace Elite Guild, they were all run by Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan. Thus, being summoned by the master suddenly surprised both of them. Facing the questions from his senior brother and senior sister, Jiang Zhen smiled mysteriously. "Senior brother, starting today, you must call me third junior brother, not just a junior brother anymore." Wang Qingfeng was taken aback, exchanging a surprised glance with Ling Xuahan. "Do you mean the master has taken on another direct disciple?" Jiang Zhen laughed heartily and nodded. Ling Xuahan's beautiful face was filled with curiosity. "Junior brother, the last time a master accepted you, it was over 10 years ago. Why would he suddenly take on another direct disciple?" Recalling Li Haoyan's explosive performance earlier, Jiang Zhen sighed. "You'll understand once you meet the junior brother." Wang Qingfeng raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so the master's newly accepted disciple is currently in the master's courtyard." Jiang Zhen nodded. "Exactly," Ling Xuan asked. "What profession does this junior brother have that even the master couldn't resist accepting him again?" Wang Qingfeng speculated. "It must be some powerful and rare illusion god profession, perhaps an apostle of light, or a night demon." Jiang Zhen shook his head with a strange expression. "The junior brother is a mechanic." "Ah, what? A mechanic?" Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan exchanged astonished glances. After hesitating for a long time, Wang Qingfeng tentatively said, "Could it be that the master wants to restart the Mechanical War God project?" Ling Xuahan frowned slightly. "While a well-trained mechanic is indeed powerful, we invested countless resources to train that level 76 mechanic, who could even crush several countries, including the Free Federation, in international war instances." But Wang Qingfeng's expression also became solemn. "But the resources needed to create such a trump card are just too vast. If an accident like last time happens again, the losses for our Qinghua Academy and the East Dragon Empire would be unbearable." Jiang Zhen smiled meaningfully. "Elder brother, second sister, don't worry. The junior brother's mechanic skills are not like ordinary mechanics. His talent is so strong that even a master feels ashamed." "Even a master feels ashamed?" Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan were both taken aback, their faces full of doubt. "The master's profession is the world-renowned #1 creator. How could a mere mechanic be better than the master?" Chapter 35, Elder Brother and Second Sister. While speaking, the three of them had already arrived at Marshal Li's small courtyard. However, as soon as they entered the courtyard, the three of them froze simultaneously. Ling Xuahan murmured, "Mountain River Brush?" The master values this junior brother so much that he even left the Mountain River Brush to protect him before leaving. The Mountain River Brush is ranked first on the weapon list and is Marshal Li's exclusive weapon. Its fame is unmatched. Everyone knows of it. Wang Qingfeng's expression grew serious. "Junior brother, what exactly is the background of this junior brother?" Jiang Zhen shifted his gaze from the Mountain River Brush, expressing his awe. "He just became a new transfer student this year. I discovered him when I went to the Four Elephant City for selection assessments." "A new student? So he just transferred not long ago." Wang Qingfeng was shocked. "A new student who just transferred not long ago, and the master is treating him so seriously?" Ling Xuahan wanted to ask something else when suddenly, Marshal Li's hidden, excited voice came from behind. Qingfeng, Xuahan, you're here. Let's go, we'll talk inside. The three hurriedly bowed to Marshal Li, and Ling Xuahan asked, confused, Master, were you just going to... Marshal Li waved his hand and said in a deep voice, I went to issue a notice. In half an hour, we'll hold the 100 Guild Conference. 100 Guild Conference? Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan were shaken, revealing expressions of disbelief. Even Jiang Zhun, who was somewhat prepared, was taken aback. The 100 Guild Conference is the highest meeting that all guilds in the East Dragon Empire must attend. Usually, it only convenes for matters greatly affecting the fortune of the East Dragon Empire. The last one was held 10 years ago when the Free Federation targeted the East Dragon Empire in various instances, prompting Marshal Li to propose a resolution to declare war on the Free Federation. And that conference led to a super-large international war instance, abbreviated as the Second World War. The secretive engineers trained by the Eastern Dragon Empire made a dominating appearance in the instance, nearly annihilating all participants from the Free Federation and its allies, causing a shockwave across the world. At the same time, this made the Eastern Dragon Empire the leader among first-tier nations, and other countries no longer dared to provoke them lightly. However, it was regrettable that not long after, the engineer secretly nurtured by the Eastern Dragon Empire was mysteriously assassinated, wasting countless resources that Marshal Li had invested in him. This also led to the resurgence of the Free Federation in international affairs in recent years, exerting various pressures on the Eastern Dragon Empire. As a result, Marshal Li's prestige took a significant hit. But 10 years later, with the appearance of Li Haoyan, it seemed that the teacher was ready to make some moves again. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan were astonished, instinctively turning their gaze towards Li Haoyan in the room. It was obvious that the teacher called for a public meeting because of their junior apprentice, this newly promoted engineer. Marshal Li reached out, and the floating mountain river brush returned to his grasp, vanishing from sight. Haoyan, come here, meet your senior brother and senior sister, Marshal Li said gently. Li Haoyan opened his eyes and immediately stood up to walk over. He glanced at Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan, quickly greeting, Li Haoyan, I've met senior brother and senior sister. The two nodded instinctively, seemingly still unable to recover from the earlier news. Marshal Li smiled faintly and directly said to Li Haoyan, Haoyan, use your skills, let your senior brother and senior sister see. Oh, right. Your earlier display must have consumed quite a bit. In this short time, you probably haven't recovered much spirit power. Summon as many as you can. Li Haoyan replied. Okay, teacher. Then he thought for a moment, focused his mind, and used a skill, the Glock pistol. Bang! A matte silver pistol immediately appeared in front of Li Haoyan. Glock pistol? What's so special about this pistol? I don't see anything different. Wang Qingfeng scrutinized it for a while, failing to notice anything unique, his brows furrowing. But he hadn't finished speaking when, bang, 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 silver light flashed continuously before Li Haoyan as Glock pistols wildly emerged, continuously bursting forth from thin air. In the blink of an eye, over 100 Glock pistols filled the space in front of Li Haoyan. From earlier until now, Li Haoyan had only recovered just over 100 points of spirit power. And since the Glock pistol consumed the least spirit power, only 1 point, he simply summoned all Glock pistols. As for the reason, well, as an engineer, having more super weapons adds to the imposing effect. The originally spacious courtyard suddenly felt a bit crowded. Although Marshal Li had previously witnessed the spectacular scene of Li Haoyan summoning 600 Gatling machine guns simultaneously, seeing over 100 Glock pistols appear at once still made his eyes shine, excitement bubbling within him. Then he said in a deep voice, Haoyan, fire at the sky. Yes, teacher. Li Haoyan immediately directed the hundreds of Glock pistols to aim at the sky and fired crazily. Bang, 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 bang. The concentrated gunfire erupted instantly. 5 seconds passed, and the shooting continued. 10 seconds passed, and the sound didn't stop. After a full 30 seconds, the firepower still showed no signs of weakening. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan were originally a bit surprised. Their junior apprentice had only just changed jobs for a few days, and yet he had accumulated over 100 Glock pistols. Could he be a descendant of some big family? But after 10 seconds, they were both dumbfounded. The Glock pistol comes standard with 15 rounds. But by that half-minute mark, he had probably already fired over 50 shots. Why hasn't the firepower finished pouring out yet? Could it be that there are no limits to the bullets in his gun? But how is this possible? What is going on here? Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan seemed to understand a little why the teacher had accepted Li Haoyan as a closed-door disciple. But they couldn't figure out how Li Haoyan had managed all of this. Marshall Li watched the changing expressions of his two disciples and knew they had already sensed Li Haoyan's abilities. He smiled at Li Haoyan and said, "Haoyan, that's enough, put it away." Li Haoyan gently nodded, and with one thought, all of the Glock handguns vanished at once. Marshall Li waved his hand, and an air wall suddenly rose around them, enveloping the entire courtyard. After that, he gently squeezed his hand, and the originally transparent air wall twisted instantly, cutting off the view from the outside world. Only then did he say to Li Haoyan, "Haoyan, share your attribute panel so your senior brother and senior sister could take a look." Li Haoyan complied. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan immediately focused their gazes on it. Level 25? Didn't he just change jobs a few days ago? How can he be level 25 already? Wang Qingfeng exclaimed in surprise. But when Li Haoyan opened his talent panel, Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan's eyes widened instantly, as if they had seen a ghost. They could see clearly that Li Haoyan's skills were not just ordinary mechanic manufacturing blueprints, but were directly super weapons. No wonder Li Haoyan had produced so many Glock handguns at once earlier, because his skills only counted as consumption. There was no cooldown at all. If Li Haoyan's spirit power was sufficient, let alone 100, even 1,000 wouldn't be a problem. Also, what about the column on his right, mechanic exclusive talent? Unlimited ammunition? God's perspective? Does a mechanic even have this stuff? With these two talents, forget about the illusion god class. Even if a true god came, they would have to kneel. And more absurdly, every 10 levels he could continue to unlock talents. If the first two talents were so insane, the later ones probably wouldn't be any worse, right? Hissy. This is not a mechanic. This is clearly a battlefield Terminator. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan exchanged a glance, both seeing the excitement and seriousness in each other's eyes. No wonder the teacher accepted him as a direct disciple and valued him so highly. It turned out to be like this. Tsinghua Academy has struck gold. Marshall Li forcibly controlled his emotions and said in a deep voice, "Qingfeng, Xuahan, do you still have any questions?" Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan looked extremely serious and shook their heads earnestly. Marshall Li nodded and said, "Haoyan is only level 25 now, so the power of the super weapons he has unlocked is limited. But even so, as long as he switches equipment and builds up his spirit power with the number of super weapons he can summon, no one below level 50 can withstand it. Once he raises his level above 50 and gathers epic equipment through killing dungeons and large raids, the attack power he can unleash could even one-shot all illusion god classes below level 80. And if paired with high-level healing potions, Wang Qingfeng's eyes instantly became fiery. If that's the case, he alone could even crush an entire army of another country. Marshall Li said heavily, "Exactly. Moreover, this time we won't need to invest any resources to create super weapons. All we need to do is protect him and help him grow quickly." Marshall Li stared intensely at Li Haoyan. Once Li Haoyan's level rises above 80, it will be the moment our Easter Dragon Empire dominates the globe. Ling Xuahan hesitated and glanced at the teacher. "Teacher, about the international dungeon a month later, should we?" Marshall Li decisively shook his head. "No. Compared to Haoyan's safety, the international dungeon a month later is already unimportant. Although Haoyan's attack power is strong, his defense is still lacking. If he reveals himself too early, the Free Federation and Sakura Nation will definitely send someone to assassinate Li Haoyan. I will never allow this to happen again." Upon hearing this, Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan instinctively nodded. Indeed, compared to Li Haoyan's safety, temporary benefits are insignificant. As long as Li Haoyan can reach level 80 and become a high-level professional, with strong equipment bonuses, he will have enough self-defense power. Coupled with his countless super-powered weapons, even if there are assassins plotting against him, it won't be that easy. Moreover, Li Haoyan's special talent unlocks one more every 10 levels. With more talents to support him, Li Haoyan will become even stronger. Speaking of this, Li Haoyan felt a bit helpless. In a direct confrontation, he truly wouldn't be afraid of anyone now. But if he encounters those sneaky illusion god professionals who mount surprise attacks, he needs to be cautious. I don't even know if the talents ahead will add defense or improve survival rates. Li Haoyan couldn't help but mumble to himself. Ling Xuahan's clear eyes were filled with fiery brilliance. Once Haoyan levels up, he will be able to summon transformers, aircraft carriers, war fortresses, intercontinental missiles, and sky cities, these large war machines. When that time comes, if we enter large-scale group dungeons, slaughter instances, or international war instances, he can command the superpowered army alone and control the entire situation with a godlike perspective. Even without other special talents, we can stand invincible. Wang Qingfeng nodded emphatically, excitement bubbling within him. Exactly. Hao Ian's god perspective can expand by continually killing monsters, and when he reaches level 80, the monsters he has killed will probably be in the tens or even hundreds of thousands. At that time, his god perspective could cover hundreds or even thousands of kilometers. My heavens, at such a distance, he can monitor the entire Sakura nation from our East Dragon Empire, more dramatic than satellites. Jiang Zhen's face was also filled with excitement. Mechanics are originally long-range attack professionals. This way, Hao Ian can completely grasp all the movements of the enemy, achieving precise long-range strikes. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Ling Xuahan's eyes flashed with a cold light, her face full of killing intent. At that time, if the Sakura Nation's people dare to make any small moves, we'll directly have Hao Ian summon thousands of intercontinental missiles to flatten Godrich Mountain, blowing their little island to pieces. Imagining the scene of countless intercontinental missiles streaking across the sky and landing on the islands of the Sakura Nation, a chill crept down Jiang Zhen's back. He gave Ling Xuahan a thumbs up. Awed. Sister, you truly are our nuclear elite spokesperson. You really know how to go nuclear. Wang Qingfeng turned to look at Li Hao Ian, his expression extremely strange. They say mechanics can take on 100 men or 1,000. This kid, however, is taking on a nation. This is some heavenly rhythm. Marshal Li's eyes shone brightly as he waved his hand to interrupt the fantasies of his few close disciples, speaking in a serious tone. All right, since you all understand the reasoning, then next we need to start working in the shadows. I now announce that the Mechanical War God Plan is restarted, and all subsequent strategic planning will revolve around Hao Ian. However, this must be done secretly until Hao Ian has enough self-defense power. It absolutely cannot be leaked. Anyone daring to harm Hao Ian will be killed without mercy. The three nodded solemnly and replied loudly. Yes, Marshal. Marshal Li nodded slightly and turned to Ling Xuahan. You are the Void Walker and can traverse space. Starting today, you are responsible for taking Hao Ian to the wild to kill monsters, first getting him to level 30. After level 30, Hao Ian can enter the Endless Altar. With his special talents combined with the mechanic's attack power, his speed of gaining experience by soloing will be faster. I believe it won't be long before Hao Ian reaches level 50. After level 50, there will be large team dungeons and world bosses. By then, with a full set of epic gear, this mechanical war god will be almost fully formed. Okay, teacher. Ling Xuahan replied excitedly. Marshal Li smiled coldly and said to Jiang Zhen, Zhen, you stay and take care of Hao Ian. Qingfeng, Xuahan, let's go and hold the summit of the 100 guilds. Yes, teacher. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan responded excitedly. Before long, the three arrived at the Nuclear Peace Elite Conference Room. Wang Qingfeng opened the projection and sat down in his seat. As the distorted light began to change, the scene in front of the three began to ripple like water. Marshal Li's expression was calm, watching the scene in front of him change. After waiting for the ripples to settle, the three were no longer in the Nuclear Peace Elite Conference Room, but had come to a much larger conference room. In the center of the conference room stood a huge long table, with people filling both sides. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan sat in the two front positions on the right side of Marshal Li. On the upper left side of Marshal Li was an elderly man with a serious demeanor and exquisitely dressed. He was the president of the Glory of the Dead Guild, Zhou Tianshou. At the same time, he was also the president of the Eastern Dragon Empire's Elder Council. Below Zhou Tianshou was the vice president of the Glory of the Dead Guild, Yin Jinhai. Further down were the heads of the major guilds of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Hey, do you know why the 100 guilds are meeting today? I don't know. I received a sudden notification, and I heard it's initiated by Marshal Li. Strange. It seems like nothing major has happened recently, right? Could it be because of the International War Dungeon coming up in a month? That shouldn't be it. In recent years, Marshal Li has been hiding in the background. Even for the International War Dungeon, it was Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan who took the lead. The heads of the various guilds were still discussing when suddenly, Marshal Li's figure appeared in the conference room. Everyone's expression sharpened, and they quickly fell silent, sitting up straight. Marshal Li scanned the crowd, pausing briefly on Zhou Tianshou and Yun Jinhai on his left, then stood up first and respectfully turned to face the big screen. The originally black screen flickered slightly, revealing a middle-aged man dressed in a luxurious black and gold robe. Marshal Li slightly bowed to the middle-aged man and said, "We welcome your majesty. We welcome your majesty." Everyone spoke in unison, bowing to the middle-aged man on the screen. The middle-aged man wore a purple gold crown, his face displaying a faint smile. "Gentlemen, there is no need for so much courtesy. Now that everyone is here, Marshal Li, please host the meeting." "Yes, your majesty." Marshal Li nodded. Since various monsters and players appeared, the military power of all countries has been greatly weakened, and players gradually became the only measure of a country's strength. The imperial system of the Eastern Dragon Empire has continued, but the emperor's authority has been significantly reduced, mainly responsible for administrative management, representing more of a noble status. As for military force, it is entirely in the hands of major guilds, led naturally by the top 3 guilds of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Marshal Li stood up, scanning the crowd with a focused gaze, his voice becoming serious. I heard from Qing Feng that in the previous killing dungeons, our Eastern Dragon Empire was repeatedly ambushed by Sakura Country and the Free Federation, suffering significant losses. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianshou, the president of the Glory of the Dead Guild on Li's left, frowned slightly. The vice president Yun Jinhai, below him, also flashed a glint in his eyes. The faces of the heads of various guilds grew strange, quietly exchanging glances below, revealing a look of confusion. Is this the case? Marshal Li hadn't inquired into the affairs of the major guilds for many years, and now suddenly calling for the 100 guilds to meet. Just for such a small matter? Since Marshal Li led the Eastern Dragon Empire to rise that year, the Eastern Dragon Empire has always been secretly targeted by various countries, led by the Free Federation in the international arena. Isn't it quite normal to be ambushed by these countries? Don't mention the slaughter dungeons. Even in the Abyss dungeons, factional confrontations, and large team dungeons, whenever those countries come together, how many times has the Eastern Dragon Empire not been ambushed or targeted? Is this worthy of holding a council of 100 guilds? But Marshal Li is, after all, the top person in the Eastern Dragon Empire. Even though the previous assassination incident has damaged his prestige, as long as he remains Marshal Li, the leader of the nuclear elite and the Dragon Group, his position will never waver due to his contributions to the Eastern Dragon Empire. Faced with Marshal Li's inquiry, although the guild leaders were puzzled, they could only respond respectfully. Indeed, especially the Free Federation and the Sakura Country. One could even say they are quite brazen. Even the Kimchi Country hasn't shown us the same respect as before in recent years. During the last Abyss dungeon, several young professionals from our guild encountered the Sakura Country's Jinbu Ichiro, who cruelly killed them. Hearing the responses below, Marshal Li's expression remained unchanged as he slightly nodded. According to the report from Qing Feng, the reason our professionals from the Eastern Dragon Empire are frequently ambushed in the major dungeons is likely that the enemy's spies have already obtained our action plans before the dungeons opened. How is your search for spies going? The various guild leaders exchanged glances and shook their heads in confusion. Spies are something that every country has in abundance. The Eastern Dragon Empire is vast and abundant, and with an open national policy, it's complicated, making it very difficult to root out those spies. Zhou Tianshou, the president of the Glory of the Dead Guild, frowned slightly and spoke slowly. President Li, the search for spies has always been a long-term and complex task. All the guild leaders are already taking action, but it is challenging to achieve any significant results in the short term. You should know this as well. Zhou Tianshou was not only the president of the Glory of the Dead, but also the head of the Elder Council. In the Eastern Dragon Empire, he is equivalent to a prime minister, and in status, he can be said to be on par with Marshal Li. Therefore, he is the only one who can address him simply as president without using Marshal. Marshal Li glanced at him indifferently, then looked at the crowd. His eyes suddenly became sharp. In recent years, our junior professionals in the Eastern Dragon Empire have been at a disadvantage. If they're killed a few more times by the Free Federation, won't we have no successors left? Since you can't find out about the spies infiltrating us, then just stop looking. I propose, in the name of the Marshal of the Eastern Dragon Empire, starting today, to implement a ban on foreign professionals entering the Eastern Dragon Empire, closing off the whole territory, and shutting down international teleportation arrays. As for the foreign professionals currently stranded within the borders of the Eastern Dragon Empire, you are given 1 day to expel them all. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire conference room fell silent, and then a buzz of voices erupted. Aside from Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan, who were prepared and remained unchanged in expression, all the other guild leaders displayed looks of shock. Even the emperor, who was attending the meeting, looked at Marshal Li in astonishment. A ban on foreign professionals? This is a big move. Once this decree is issued, the Eastern Dragon Empire is practically closing its doors. Given the current international standing of the Eastern Dragon Empire, it will surely raise a storm of discussions and speculations among countries around the world. Chapter 38. What major events have recently occurred? Zhou Tianshou and Yun Jinhai, the president and vice president of Glory of the Dead, looked at each other in shock, only able to see confusion and bewilderment in each other's eyes. As one of the 3 major guilds of the Eastern Dragon Empire, this news was truly too sudden for them. Before this, neither the Dragon Group nor the Nuclear Elite Guild had leaked any hints, not even a tiny bit of forewarning. How did it suddenly come to this with the enforcement of an isolation order? Could it really be just because they were targeted a few times by other countries in the dungeons? Impossible. There must be unknown hidden circumstances behind this. Zhou Tianxiu thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, President Li, the isolation order is not a small matter. If it is suddenly enforced, it will greatly affect our information exchange with the international community. Moreover, if we close our borders just because we were targeted a few times in the dungeons by the Free Federation and other countries, it makes us seem overly timid as the Eastern Dragon Empire. Marshal Li Sidiban Dao. In a month, it will be the International War Dungeon. Since we cannot identify and eliminate the enemies that have infiltrated, we will kick them all out. The ninjas from Sakura country can easily investigate when my specially trained mechanical war god goes to the bathroom and can effortlessly succeed in assassinations. Who knows how many of our enemies' people are still hiding inside? If they gather intelligence on our strategic layout for the International War Dungeon a month from now, who among you can bear that responsibility? Zhou Tianxiu seemed to want to say something else, but Marshal Li did not give him the chance and waved his hand directly. Wang Qingfeng, you lead the Dragon Group to ensure border safety, while the nuclear elite and glory of the dead will assist from the side. Yes, Commander. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan immediately responded. Marshal Li turned to Zhou Tianxiu and Yun Zhenhai. The Vice President of Glory of the Dead, Yun Zhenhai, exchanged a glance with Zhou Tianxiu and reluctantly spoke with a serious expression. Yes, Commander. Like Wang Qingfeng. Although Yun Zhenhai was only a vice president, he was responsible for managing most of the affairs of the Glory of the Dead Guild. Zhou Tianxiu, as the Speaker of the Elder Council, typically participated in major matters, such as today's conference of the 100 Guilds. Marshal Li nodded slightly and looked at the heads of the other guilds below. As for the other guilds, you will cooperate with the 3 major guilds to clear out internal threats and expel all foreign professionals. As he spoke, he paused slightly. His eyes released a murderous intent, and he said in a deep tone, One day from now, if anyone dares to harbor foreign professionals, they will be treated as traitors, and there will be no mercy. Hearing this declaration full of killing intent, everyone instantly shook, their eyes stern. It was clear that Marshal Li was serious this time. Yes, Commander. Understood. We will obey the command. Marshal Li nodded in satisfaction, his voice solemn. This meeting is hereby concluded. Disperse. After speaking, he turned to Emperor and slightly bowed, gradually fading away from this online meeting. Seeing Marshal Li leave, everyone also took their leave in succession. In the meeting room of Beta Academy, Zhou Tianxiu, with a serious face and well-dressed appearance, stepped back from the projection, revealing a contemplative expression in his eyes. Beside him, Vice President Yun Zhenhai looked puzzled, also pondering everything that had just happened. Suddenly, Zhou Tianxiu looked at Yun Zhenhai and asked in a deep voice, Recently, has anything unusual happened in the Empire? Yun Zhenhai pondered for a moment, confused, and shook his head. No, everything in the Empire is normal. Nothing special has happened. Zhou Tianxiu's eyes glinted. What about the Tsinghua Academy? Yun Zhenhai furrowed his brows and said, Recently, besides the enrollment of new students, it seems there hasn't been anything else. Strange, I also haven't noticed anything special. But if there were no special events, why would Master Li suddenly make such a big move? Zhou Tianxiu spoke in a heavy tone. Master Li wouldn't act without cause. A few minor losses in dungeons wouldn't justify him forcefully enforcing an isolation order. His gaze flickered, decisively stating, Something is not right. Something must have happened recently that I don't know about. Zhenhai, you must send someone to investigate immediately. Whether it is domestic or foreign, we must find out the true reason why Master Li has imposed a closed country policy. Yes, President. Yun Zhenhai answered quickly and walked out without hesitation. After a moment, he finished relaying the president's orders through the internal communication of the guild and sighed in slight relief. At that moment, the door to Yun Zhenhai's office was pushed open again, and a stern-looking middle-aged woman walked in, unexpectedly revealing herself as Yun Miao, who had gone to the Four Symbols City to handle university selections. Yun Miao looked at Yun Zhenhai with confusion. Brother, I heard that Marshal Li suddenly convened the 100 Officials Conference. What happened? Yun Zhenhai glanced at his sister and shook his head, saying, Just now in the meeting, Marshal Li forcibly implemented the closed country policy. Yun Miao's body trembled slightly, revealing a look of shock in her eyes. Closed country policy? Has something major happened in the country recently? Why would a closed country policy be put in place? Yun Zhenhai helplessly shook his head and repeated Marshal Li's remarks from the meeting. Yun Miao frowned and said, Targeted in the instance? Just because of such a small loss, he enforces a closed country policy? It feels a bit off. Yun Zhenhai nodded. We are puzzled too. In recent years, Marshal Lee has hardly bothered with international war instances. How could he suddenly decide to impose a closed country policy over a few personnel losses and instances? Something exceptionally important must have happened recently to make Marshal Lee suddenly call for the 100 Officials Conference and make such a resolution. Yun Miao pondered in confusion and murmured, Marshal Lee driving away all foreign professionals must be due to something that needs to be kept secret, something he doesn't want foreign countries to know. But recently, there doesn't seem to be any particularly significant events happening in the country, right? Yun Jinhai asked strangely. The Dragon Team is mainly responsible for the safety of the Empire. I just asked around, and there didn't seem to be anything particularly special going on there. Yun Miao, you've interacted more with Tsinghua Academy. Has anything big happened there recently? Big events? It seems not. Things at Tsinghua are going according to the normal procedures. Other than the recent enrollment of new students, it doesn't seem like anything special is happening. As she spoke, a spark suddenly flashed in Yun Miao's eyes, and a young man's figure appeared in her mind. Could it be him? But immediately, she shook her head with a smile, quietly thinking, I'm being too sensitive. He's just a mechanist who levels up quickly. How could he be worth masterly using the closed country policy? Back then, when Tsinghua Academy put all its effort into creating a level 76 mechanist, didn't he just die casually in the end? Unless Master Li is senile, how could he repeat the same mistake and impose a closed country policy for a newly promoted mechanist? Chapter 39. The Treatment of Li Haoyan. Putting aside that absurd thought, Yun Miao said seriously, I understand, brother. I will pay more attention to the activities at Tsinghua Academy recently. Yun Jinhai nodded slightly. Well, that's all we can do. All right, you can go back to your work now. Okay, brother. After saying that, Yun Miao turned to leave. In Marshal Li's small courtyard, all 5 disciples gathered here. Marshal Li said to Wang Qingfeng, Qingfeng, regarding the closed country policy, you need to keep a close watch on it. By the same time tomorrow, you must ensure that all foreign professionals are expelled from my East Dragon territory. No one is allowed to stay, especially at all borders. Your and Asian's primary task is to help Hao Tian level up quickly, so he can reach level 50 as soon as possible. As long as it helps him gain experience, all resources from the Dragon Team and Nuclear Elite are available for Hao Tian to use without condition. Once he reaches level 50, with a full set of epic gear and his advanced awakening, his ability to protect himself will improve greatly. At that point, we will decide what to do next based on the special talents that Hao Tian unlocks. Ling Xuahan's cold face was serious as she nodded and said, Okay, teacher. Finally, Marshal Li looked at Jiang Zhen and said, Hey Zhen, it's better that fewer people know about Hao Tian's existence. Starting today, you will teach Hao Tian alone. Hao Tian's profession is mechanic. In the illusion god profession, mechanic is a unique job. He doesn't need to learn or practice combat skills. You just need to teach him the theoretical knowledge about being a professional. Understand, teacher, Jiang Zhen replied as well. Since the emergence of professionals, there's been a significant change in teaching methods for them. Because the differences between professions are great, the old-fashioned collective teaching in large classes is no longer suitable. Therefore, all current universities adopt a retro master-apprentice model for teaching new professionals. In the top 2 national universities, Tsinghua and Beida, all teachers are at least level 50 and have completed their advanced awakening. After each year's enrollment of new professionals, the academy assigns them to different teachers based on their professions, who are responsible for their teaching and training. Just like Wang Qingfeng, Ling Xuahan, and Jiang Zhen, their teacher is Marshal Li. For Li Haoyan, this teaching model is just right for him to hide himself. After all, compared to the former large-class teaching model, the master-apprentice teaching is inherently more private. Li Haoyan doesn't need to expose himself to interact with other professionals, which reduces his risk of being exposed. Marshal Li nodded slightly and said sternly, The fewer people know about Hao Tian's skills and talents, the better. You are all my disciples, and apart from you, I can't fully trust anyone else. This is related to the future of the Eastern Dragon Empire, so be very cautious. Once we cultivate him, our Eastern Dragon Empire will surely soar again. Yes, the 3 of Wang Qingfeng responded excitedly and loudly. Having witnessed Li Haoyan's abilities, they clearly understood how important he is without Marshal Li emphasizing it. He alone is completely equivalent to a national-level strategic weapon. Marshal Li smiled at Jiang Zhen and said, Hey Zhen, you take Hao Tian back to rest. Frost will work with Qingfeng on the ban order, and after driving away all the foreign professionals tomorrow, you can start helping him grind experience to level up. Okay, teacher. With that, Marshal Li's 4 disciples went their separate ways to get busy. Under Jiang Zhen's guidance, Li Haoyan made his way towards the back mountain. Before long, they arrived at a beautiful and quiet place. Jiang Zhen brought Li Haoyan to a 3-story small building and smiled, saying, "Hao Tian, you will live here starting today." As he spoke, Jiang Zhen raised his hand to point to the side, saying, "The building next to it is my residence, and those 2 buildings over there belong to senior brother and senior sister. If you need help, you can come find us directly. This area has a protective formation set up by senior sister, so there shouldn't be any safety issues. In addition, the teleportation formation over there can directly send you to our Tsinghua Academy's teleportation hall, making it convenient for us to come and go." Li Haoyan looked on with surprise at Jiang Zhen's introduction. These small buildings are all separate villas, each with a small yard of at least 200 square meters in front. The small yard is intricately arranged, with rocks and flowing water, pavilions and small pavilions, creating an excellent environment. Compared to his previous residence, this yard alone is 3 times the size of his old home. Li Haoyan was somewhat stunned. No wonder it's Tsinghua Academy. The accommodation conditions are too great. Jiang Zhen chuckled. "That's because your accommodation is good. Even I only moved here after breaking through level 60. Li Haoyan wanted to say something, but suddenly, a clear voice came from beside him. "Oh, Haoyan, you're back." Before the voice faded, a tall figure leaped out joyfully. "Yuyo." Li Haoyan turned to look, somewhat surprised. "Weren't you helping other new students with their enrollment procedures?" Jiang Wu Yuyo smiled cheekily. "The enrollment procedures were quick. I finished helping them and came back. Hee, just now someone came to clean the house here, so I guess you were moving in? And it turns out to be true." Li Haoyan also laughed. "That's pretty good. We'll be neighbors from now on." Jiang Wu Yuyo blinked her bright eyes, smiling. "Yes, we will be neighbors from now on. My new neighbor. Aren't you going to invite me to visit your new home?" Li Haoyan chuckled. "Then let's go. I also want to see what my new home looks like." As he spoke, Jiang Wu Yuyo naturally pulled Li Haoyan and ran excitedly towards the inside. Watching this lively young couple, Jiang Zhen showed a smile that seemed meaningful, yet he did not stop them. Last year, his wife died in an international war instance. Even though Jiang Wu Yuyo seemed unaffected on the surface, still smiling every day. But as a father, Jiang Zhen knew very well that his daughter's optimistic demeanor was largely a facade, meant to keep him from worrying. However, just now, he could clearly feel the joy and happiness that emanated sincerely from his daughter. This little junior of his suddenly shone like a light, illuminating not only the Eastern Dragon Empire, but quietly shining into Jiang Wu Yuyo's heart. Thinking of this, Jiang Zhen paused for a moment, and his expression became somewhat strange. Li Haoyan was his little junior. Wasn't that a difference in generation from Jiang Wu Yuyo? But then, he shook his head, dismissing this strange thought, and stepped inside. Forget it, why think so much? It's not ancient feudal society. Everyone has their own matters. The next day, the Eastern Dragon Empire suddenly awoke like a sleeping lion. The Dragon Team's Imperial Guard army was fully mobilized, camping and fortifying in various border areas of the Eastern Dragon Empire, strictly prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving. Meanwhile, the major guilds, led by nuclear-level elite and Glory of the Dead, began a comprehensive purge of all foreign professionals within the empire, forcefully expelling them. At the same time, the Eastern Dragon Empire's royal family issued a public announcement to all countries. Starting today, the entire territory of the Eastern Dragon Empire is closed off. Any unauthorized intrusion into the country will be regarded as a provocation, with consequences at your own risk. As soon as this public letter was released, it immediately stirred up a storm internationally. Countries around the world began to speculate about the deeper meaning behind the Eastern Dragon Empire's actions. Considering the international war instance a month later, everyone began to doubt. Is the Eastern Dragon Empire hiding a major move? In the Free Federation, in the National Conference Room. Unlike the 3 major guilds of the Eastern Dragon Empire, the Free Federation integrated all the large and small guilds in the country to form the strongest guild, the Source God. The Source God Guild is not only the highest military organization of the Free Federation, but also responsible for managing national administration, equivalent to a national parliament. Each of its branches is scattered across the country. Each branch is responsible for managing a state. If something major happens, all branch leaders must respond to the call of the headquarters and contribute to the nation. For example, right now, the president of the Source God Association, Parker Williams, has a serious expression, his authoritative gaze sweeping over everyone present. Everyone must have heard about the Eastern Dragon Empire's imposition of a ban on the country. As of now, except for their own professionals, everyone else from other countries has been forcibly expelled. Let's hear what you all have found out. Have your people gathered any news? All the branch presidents looked at each other in confusion, and murmurs filled the meeting room. But after a moment, the bewildered looks on their faces showed that they clearly had no idea why the Eastern Dragon Empire suddenly imposed the ban. James Gordon, the president of the Gotham branch, hesitantly spoke up. President, could it be because of the international war instance scheduled for a month from now? Does the Eastern Dragon Empire have some secret plan? Upon hearing James' comments, the other branch presidents nodded slightly, clearly sharing the same suspicion. Because at this stage, except for the international war instance a month later, there seemed to be no other event worthy of the Eastern Dragon Empire imposing a national lockdown. Moreover, according to the people they had expelled from the Eastern Dragon Empire, it seemed that nothing special had happened recently. Everything was quite normal. Parker Williams' face darkened, his eyes sparkling with light. After a moment, he slowly shook his head and said in a deep voice, "No, it doesn't seem like the international war instance. Lee, the teacher, is not a fool. If they truly had a secret arrangement for the international war instance, they would not act so blatantly. Implementing a national lockdown at this time is clearly telling everyone that we are preparing some secret weapon to deal with the international war instance in a month. That doesn't make sense." Bruno Collins, the president of the Huadu branch, furrowed his brows and said, "But if it's not about the international war instance, what else could warrant a national lockdown from the Eastern Dragon Empire? Could it be that a powerful world boss has emerged in the Eastern Dragon Empire, and they don't want outsiders to participate? Or they might have obtained some particularly powerful legendary epic, one with amazing effects, that they want to keep under wraps? What if Master Lee suddenly kicked the bucket? Are they afraid we might find out and start a war?" Laughing to death. Can you use your brain a bit? Master Lee is an 88-level creator, the top expert on the level leaderboard, even stronger than the president. Why would he suddenly just kick the bucket? You wouldn't even make him do so. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Which side are you on? Are you itching for a fight? Screw you. I'm just telling you to use your brain for once, and not just your little head. A noisy debate erupted in the venue, with various chaotic speculations coming forth. Parker Williams helplessly looked at the suddenly chaotic meeting room and shouted in frustration, "Everyone quiet down. What is this?" Seeing the president's anger, the various disputes and discussions finally began to calm down. Parker Williams took a deep breath and scanned everyone. Then his gaze settled on James Gordon. "James, notify the Cherry Blossom Nation and have them find a way to infiltrate the Eastern Dragon territory. We must find out the true reason behind their national lockdown. I have a feeling that old Wolf Lee is up to something again. President, why call on those Cherry Blossom folks to send people? Wouldn't it be more straightforward for us to send someone ourselves?" One branch president immediately questioned. Parker Williams shot him a glance. "Idiot. Our Free Federation people look so different from Eastern Dragon people. How can we infiltrate?" The president was instantly at a loss for words. James nodded. "I understand, President." Parker slightly nodded and waved his hand. "All right, let's stop here for now. Before we get any concrete news, keep a close watch on everything happening in the Eastern Dragon Empire." "Yes, President," everyone shouted loudly. In the Cherry Blossom Country, at the headquarters of the Amaterasu Guild, the president of the Amaterasu Guild, who was highly revered in the hearts of all Cherry Blossom people, Kobe Kenji, was bowing his head to look at the big screen. "Kobe Kenji, you already know that the Eastern Dragon Empire has implemented a national ban order. In recent years, although we have kept them suppressed, their overall strength should not be underestimated. You Cherry Blossom Country is neighboring the Eastern Dragon Empire. If they are indeed brewing some major move, you will be the first to suffer due to your grievances with them. President Parker asked me to inform you, to find a way to send someone to infiltrate the Eastern Dragon Empire as soon as possible and uncover the true reason for their national ban order." Kobe Kenji showed a difficult expression, but in front of James, he did not dare to show any signs of disrespect. After all, with a small country like Cherry Blossom, without the support of the Free Federation, they would have been swallowed by the Eastern Dragon Empire long ago. Whenever the financial backer had any demands, they could only comply. "Hi." Kobe Kenji bowed in response. "Well, that's it. You all hurry up." James nodded in satisfaction and closed the video communication. As the big screen turned black, the previously humble President Kobe Kenji immediately straightened his back and changed to a proud and noble posture. After thinking for a moment, he said with authority, "Come." "Hi, President." A subordinate respectfully ran in. "Notify Ichiro to come over. I have something to tell him." "Hi." The subordinate bowed and retreated. Moments later, a young and arrogant voice sounded from outside the door. "Father, you called for me?" Kobe Kenji showed a proud smile and said sternly, "Ichiro, come in." The wooden door opened, and a young man in his 20s with medium-length hair walked in. The young man's face was very delicate, carrying a kind of soft, handsome quality. But the arrogance in his eyes added a touch of ruthlessness to this softness. Undoubtedly, he was the idol of all young people in the Cherry Blossom Country and the pride of the Kobe family, known as the strongest of the younger generation in the Cherry Blossom Country, Kobe Ichiro. Kobe Kinji looked at his son and slowly spoke. You must have heard about the national ban order implemented by the Eastern Dragon Empire? Kobe Ichiro carelessly nodded. I know, let them ban it. What's the big deal? The Eastern Dragon Empire hasn't even produced a decent young professional in recent years. They're becoming increasingly worthless. Once I reach level 50 and complete my awakening, I will crush them directly. Kobe Kinji chastised in a calm tone. Baka, how have I taught you? When facing an enemy, you must never underestimate them. If not, one day you will suffer a great loss. Kobe Ichiro paused slightly, then restrained his arrogance and stood straight. Hi. Kobe Kinji's expression softened a bit, and he said seriously, the Eastern Dragon Empire suddenly implemented the national ban order. There must be some unspeakable secret behind it. In a month, the international war instance will begin. I suspect that their ban order is likely to prepare for the upcoming international war instance. There's an old saying in the Eastern Dragon, to know oneself and to know the enemy is to never perish in 100 battles. To be safe, we need to figure out the true reason behind the Eastern Dragon's ban as soon as possible and prepare early. Kobe Ichiro asked in confusion, but father, the Eastern Dragon has already implemented the ban order. Even our people can't get in. How do we gather information? Although people from the Cherry Blossom country and the Eastern Dragon look similar, the Cherry Blossom people's constipation-like accent, once they speak, it is very easy to be exposed. Moreover, the key point is that the professions awakened by the people of Sakura country are vastly different from those of the East Dragon people. Even if they can infiltrate, they can only pretend to be ordinary people. Otherwise, once they use their abilities as professionals, they will be immediately exposed. Kobe Kinrin smiled proudly. It is indeed very difficult to break through their border blockade, but if we can't get in, we can make them come out. By then, we can capture their people and force them to talk. We might just gain something. Kobe Ichiro's eyes brightened. Father, you mean? Kobe Kinrin knew his son had guessed his idea, nodding emphatically. That's right. Let's use this. The next afternoon, the East Dragon Empire had completed a full lockdown and closed all international teleportation arrays. The emergency national prohibition order was executed. In Li Haoyan's residence, in the spacious hall, Jiang Zhen had just finished a lesson for Li Haoyan. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared beside them. A pitch-black crack suddenly tore open, and a tall, cool figure stepped out. It was Ling Xuahan, who had just finished her business. Second senior sister. Li Haoyan quickly greeted Ling Xuahan. Ling Xuahan's cold face revealed a hint of a warm smile as she spoke. Junior brother, the national prohibition order has begun. From now on, there will not be any foreign professionals in the entire East Dragon Empire. At the same time, all major cities have implemented temporary controls. All professionals must not leave the city without permission, so we can safely go level up in the wilderness now. Upon hearing this, Li Haoyan was suddenly shocked. Even cities are under control? With such a big move, won't other professionals have objections? Ling Xuahan smiled lightly. Objections? With our 3 major guilds intervening, who would dare to object? Compared to your safety, their opinions are not important. Moreover, this temporary control won't last too long. Once you reach level 30, you can enter the Endless Altar to gain experience. By then, with the Endless Altar combined with wilderness monster farming, your leveling speed will increase even more, and upon reaching level 50, you will be able to unlock large-scale group dungeons, making the temporary control unnecessary. Jiang Zhen also smiled slightly. That's right, Haoyan, you should know that your importance is no longer the same as ordinary professionals. Even we, compared to you, are far inferior. As long as you can level up quickly, everything else is not important. Then, thank you, third senior brother and a second senior sister. Li Haoyan said seriously. Ling Xuahan shook her head with a smile. Let's go. There is no one in the wilderness now, and we can confidently grind monsters to level up. Saying this, Ling Xuahan waved her delicate hand, and another pitch-black spatial crack appeared. She pulled Li Haoyan and Jiang Zhen close, and the silvery space power instantly protected the two of them, then took a step into the spatial crack. As a phantom profession, the Void Walker, Ling Xuahan's mastery and application of space power had reached an extraordinary level. The reason Marshall Li chose her to lead Li Haoyan in leveling up was mainly because Ling Xuahan could freely traverse space, going anywhere to farm monsters and level up. 200 miles outside Tianjing City, at the edge of the Valley of the Dead, a silvery light flashed as Li Haoyan and Ling Xuahan quietly appeared here. Li Haoyan looked down carefully, and his gaze suddenly froze. In a vast valley below, it was filled with densely packed undead creatures, and at a glance, there were probably thousands of them. Level 32 skeleton warriors, level 33 zombies, level 35, Headless Knights. Goodness, that's a big pile of experience. Ling Xuahan had a hint of excitement in her eyes as she took out a blue pill from her pocket and handed it to Li Haoyan, saying, "Junior brother, eat this, and we can get to work." Looking at the blue pill, Li Haoyan was instantly astonished. This is the Tianling Dan. Ling Xuahan smiled and said, "That's right. The teacher said that before you reach level 50, you should eat Tianling Dan whenever you grind for experience, so you can maximize your leveling speed." Tianling Dan, also known as Double Experience Dan, is a potion that only the assistant profession of alchemist can concoct. At the same time, it is also a precious item that all players dream of when leveling up. Its effect is very simple. You gain double the experience points for half an hour after consuming the potion. It is applicable to all dungeons and wild monsters below level 50. Such a small potion sells for 200,000 gold coins at the auction house. Let alone ordinary people. Even most small to medium-sized families are reluctant to let their younger generation use it. Only truly large families or top-tier guilds occasionally use it during special times, like when farming high-difficulty, high-experience dungeons such as the Abyss Dungeon. How could Li Haoyan be so extravagant, popping double experience potions whenever grinding for experience? Chapter 42, Kenji Shinkobe's Plan. Li Haoyan sighed while taking the potion and swallowed it. As the potion went down his throat, a 30-minute countdown appeared before him, indicating the double experience time of the Tianling Dan. Seeing Li Haoyan consume the double experience Dan, Ling Xuehan no longer hesitated. She reached out, and with a grasp in the air, summoned a dazzling staff that sparkled like diamonds. At the same time, a flash of light enveloped Ling Xuehan, and a golden epic set appeared, replacing her regular clothes. Then, as the golden light subsided, the original bright silver color of the epic set became visible. The epic set, Silver Moon Goddess. Li Haoyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Silver Moon Goddess set is one of the top 5 ultimate sets on the Eastern Dragon Empire's equipment ranking. I really want to reach level 50 quickly. Once I reach 50, I can also wear epic equipment. Li Haoyan thought with longing in his heart. Ling Xuehan didn't waste any time. After putting on her equipment, she turned to Jiangzhen. "Third junior brother, protect our junior brother well, and I'll take care of the monsters." Jiangzhen nodded. "Okay, second senior sister, I will keep an eye on Haoyan. You focus on defeating monsters." Ling Xuehan smiled and nodded. Then her figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. This is Jiangzhen's responsibility. The reason for bringing him along was to protect Li Haoyan, while Ling Xuehan dealt with monsters to prevent unexpected events. The space tore apart, and Ling Xuehan appeared above the canyon, wielding her staff and waving it downwards. "Dimensional storm!" Ling Xuehan shouted softly. Ziz, ziz, ziz. As a series of intense, space-tearing sounds echoed, countless silver-white dimensional blades rained down upon the Canyon of the Dead. These dimensional blades, formed by the power of space, swept over the undead creatures in the canyon like a torrential rain. Each undead creature struck by the dimensional blades was instantly chopped into pieces with a crack. The party successfully killed a skeletal warrior and gained 400 experience points. The party successfully killed a zombie and gained 440 experience points. The party successfully killed a headless horseman and gained 480 experience points. In the next moment, the screen was filled with kill notifications, almost overwhelming Li Haoyan's entire field of vision, causing him to gasp in amazement. When a number of monsters as sufficient and high-level players are in a team, this speed is much faster than grinding dungeons by himself. Moreover, Ling Xuehan's skills are originally large-scale AoE damage. With this one skill, she cleared a vast area in the canyon, instantly making over 100 monsters disappear. Furthermore, this gathering point for wild monsters was clearly selected by Ling Xuehan, and all monsters were no higher than level 35, which was just right for Li Haoyan to gain the maximum experience from hunting wild monsters. Because according to the rules, when players hunt wild monsters, if the highest level of the monsters exceeds the player's own level by more than 10 levels, will receive experience penalties, and the experience points gained will be greatly reduced. Within a level difference of 10 levels, the closer the monster level is to 10 levels, the greater the experience gained. If paired with double experience potions, Li Haoyan's efficiency in gaining experience can basically reach its maximum, directly taking off. As those undead monsters were eliminated, countless materials and green gear exploded onto the ground. But looking at these items, Li Haoyan did not move at all, too lazy to pick them up. It's a joke, he has already consumed a heavenly spiritual pill worth 200,000 gold coins. Why waste time picking up this garbage? With this time, it's better to farm more monsters. In just a few minutes, all the thousands of undead monsters in the gorge were swept away by Ling Xuehan. Li Hao-Ian was delighted to see his experience points instantly rise from 1% to 12%, soaring fast. One must know that with the increase in level, the gap in experience points is also quite huge. If an ordinary Dido levels up normally, it would probably be dozens of times slower than Li Hao-Ian. Seeing Ling Xuahan clear a monster gathering point in such a short time, Li Hao-Ian thought of the benefits of the temporary city control policy. If all Jujura cannot leave the city to farm monsters, then it means Li Hao-Ian and Ling Xuahan have occupied all the monster gathering points in the East Dragon Empire. With Ling Xuahan's ability to freely move through space, she can take Li Hao-Ian to quickly clear monsters at various level gathering points. This way, not only can they keep it a secret, but also not fear being seen by others. Moreover, because no one is stealing the monsters, the efficiency of farming can also be maximized. One must say, to let Li Hao-Ian level up quickly, Marshal Li really thought of every possible way. After Ling Xuahan cleared all the undead monsters in the gorge, her silver-white armor, as if embodying a god of time and space, shimmered and reappeared. She smiled gently at Li Hao-Ian. Done. Let's go. We are heading to the next monster gathering point. As she spoke, Ling Xuahan waved her hand again, taking Jiang Zhen and Li Hao-Ian into the spatial rift, directly teleporting to the next planned monster farming area. At this moment, the door to Wang Qingfeng's office at Qinghua Academy was suddenly knocked upon. Knock, knock, knock. Wang Qingfeng said calmly. Come in. A subordinate from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs pushed the door open and respectfully said, Vice President, Kobe Kenrin from Sakura Country is calling for a video conference and wishes to meet with you. Wang Qingfeng raised his eyebrows. Kenrin from Amaterasu? What does he want? The subordinate replied, the Wazita Academy from Sakura Country previously applied for international exchange with our academy recently. But now we have implemented a national ban, and Kobe Kenrin wants to negotiate regarding the international exchange. International exchange? Wang Qingfeng was slightly stunned, thought for a moment, and waved his hand carelessly. It seems that there really is such a matter. I almost forgot. Tell him that during the national ban, all activities are canceled, and we can discuss it when we have time in the future. The subordinate bowed and replied, Yes, Vice President. Sakura Country, the headquarters of Amaterasu. Discuss it when we have time in the future. Although we had anticipated that the East Dragon Empire would not engage in international exchanges at this time, Wang Qingfeng's statement is really not polite at all. Kobe Ichiro said darkly. Kobe Kenrin's expression also darkened. As the most powerful guild in Sakura Country, the president of Amaterasu, he felt that the other party did not give him the basic respect and sent a subordinate to pass the message, clearly looking down on him. Kobe Kenrin snorted angrily, his eyes flickering with a strange light. Baka, the East Dragon Empire, is getting more and more arrogant. He suddenly turned to look at Kobe Ichiro and said fiercely, Ichiro, according to plan, activate the camp confrontation instance. For levels below 50, the maximum number of people who can enter the camp confrontation instance is only 50. This kind of small team level instance. We have the greatest advantage. You select 10 close combat experts from the warrior department, then pick 10 vanguard scouts from the ninja department, collaborating with 30 Onmyoji from the Onmyo department. With the low-level practitioners of the Eastern Dragon Empire in recent years, with you leading and stationed, they will undoubtedly be defeated. Since the Eastern Dragon Empire likes to hide like a turtle, we will force them out. Chapter 43. The Provocation from Cherry Blossom Country. Hearing his father's words, Shinobu Ichiro's eyes sparkled with excitement and a bloodthirsty light. Just right, I haven't had enough fun in the Abyss dungeon last time this time. I must have a blast, haha. Half an hour later, the dungeon hall suddenly refreshed with a message, attracting the attention of countries around the world. The Cherry Blossom Country actively challenged the Eastern Dragon Empire to a camp confrontation. In the Free Federation, the president of the Source God Guild, Parker Williams, wore an interesting smile upon receiving the report from his subordinate. Interesting, those Japanese from the Cherry Blossom Country seem to be unable to fit in. Do they want to squeeze information in the dungeon? Eastern Dragon Empire, Tianjing City, Dungeon Hall. All practitioners angrily looked at the camp dungeon challenge prompt, and angry shouts erupted one after another. Above, there was also a declaration from the Cherry Blossom Country's Amaterasu Guild opening the camp confrontation dungeon. Below level 50, Cherry Blossom is invincible. Life and death depend on fate. What the hell? Is the Cherry Blossom Country that arrogant? How dare they provoke us like this? Damn it, I can't stand it anymore. Those little Japanese dare to claim invincibility? Are there any brothers below level 50 who want to join me and crush them? Damn, count me in. I can't stand those Japanese acting tough. In the dungeon halls of various cities in the Eastern Dragon Empire, a wave of curses erupted, and many practitioners in their 40s signed up to participate in the camp confrontation, ready to teach the Cherry Blossom Country a tough lesson. The camp confrontation dungeon can only be initiated by guilds, with the battle location fixed in the King's Valley, divided into red and blue sides. Each side enters with a total of 50 people for the camp confrontation. Within limited conditions, both sides can choose their members to enter. This is essentially a simplified version of an international war dungeon, usually used by major guilds to refine cooperation and train newcomers. But typically, camp confrontation dungeons are conducted within one's own country. Even for international exchanges, it is usually prearranged between major guilds. Otherwise, it is no different from a blatant provocation. But the Cherry Blossom Country's camp confrontation dungeon is not targeting a specific guild. It is aimed at all guilds of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Moreover, they dared to release such a declaration, which is clearly not a test or practice, but a blatant provocation. Tsinghua Academy, Dean's office. A subordinate rushed in anxiously and shouted, "Dean, the Cherry Blossom Country has opened a camp challenge dungeon to all our guilds. Many of our students are furious and have joined in." Wang Qingfeng frowned. Camp confrontation dungeon? What level is the camp confrontation dungeon? Below, level 50. Level 50? Is it because we rejected their exchange visit that they are looking for trouble in this way? Wang Qingfeng sneered. Childish. Those below level 50 are low-level practitioners. The Cherry Blossom Country's Onmyoji indeed has some advantages at this level. But what's the point? The strength of a country primarily depends on mid to high level combat power. This kind of childish confrontation, even if they win, do they think other countries will see them in a different light? Don't worry about them. If they want to play this low-level game, let them play by themselves. But the subordinate's face was filled with worry. But President, the Cherry Blossom Country's challenge declaration is life and death depend on fate. I'm worried they may. Wang Qingfeng suddenly looked up, staring at him fiercely. What did you say? Life and death are each by heaven's will. Does Sakura Country want to kill people in the faction confrontation dungeon? At this time, in the dungeon halls of major cities in the Eastern Dragon Empire, more and more people were gathering. These people all looked excited as they watched the battle report of the faction confrontation dungeon. Hey, we've taken down the first defense tower in the lower lane so quickly. Sakura Country isn't that great. They just blow their own horns. Haha, we've also taken down the defense tower in the upper lane first. Awesome. The faction confrontation dungeon had a total of 3 paths leading to the opponent's crystal, and each path had 3 defense towers, totaling 9 defense towers. Usually, to break through the opponent's crystal and achieve victory, you first need to destroy the opponent's defense towers to weaken their defensive power. This not only requires the practitioners themselves to be strong enough, but also demands a certain level of wisdom and strategy. Most of the time, the earlier you take down your opponent's defense towers, the more advantageous you will be in the subsequent faction confrontation. Although the specific scene of the faction confrontation couldn't be seen outside, the attack and defense situations of the defense towers could generally reveal the advantages in the battle. Haha, these little Japanese guys from Sakura Country just talk big. Look, we've already taken down 2 defense towers in no time. They are nothing. It's still Beta and Tsinghua who are awesome. Look at the scores of Shangguan Jie and Wang Rui. They've left the others far behind. Those 2 defense towers must have been taken down by them. Seeing their side, gaining an advantage, the dungeon halls erupted with excited discussions. However, at that moment, suddenly, the first mid-lane tower on the red side was also pushed down by the opponent. The discussion in the venue came to a halt, then resumed again. It's fine. We've taken down 2 towers on the other side. Letting them have 1 doesn't matter. Exactly. What's going on? Why did Shangguan Jie's name turn gray? What the hell? Shangguan Jie is dead? Those little Japanese bastards actually went for the kill. Then, not just Shangguan Jie, Wang Rui's name also quickly turned black, and over 10 names on the red side instantly turned gray. In the faction confrontation dungeon, when names turn gray, it represents death. What the hell? Our mid-lane second tower was also pushed down. What's going on? Those little bastards can't be this fierce, right? It's over. The mid-lane third tower has fallen too. They are pushing into the high ground. Then, a few minutes later, the red side's crystal was still intact, but the members of the red side were dying at an even faster rate, names turning gray one after another. What's going on? With the opponent's advantage, they should have destroyed the crystal long ago. Are our people still holding on and defending the high ground? Damn it, holding a little nothing. Those dead bastards from Sakura Country never meant to push the crystal. They want to wipe us out completely. What the hell? Is Sakura Country crazy? They dare to provoke us Eastern Dragon so openly. Those little bastards won't think they can act like they own us, right? Damn. 10 minutes later, all members of the red side turned gray. The red side's entire faction was dead. In an instant, all dungeon halls in the Eastern Dragon Empire first fell into silence. Then they exploded with chaos. How dare the small Sakura country be so arrogant? Chapter 44, Level 30, New Skill Tank. At this matter, at the headquarters of Amaterasu, in the dungeon hall, Shinobu Ichiro, with a proud expression, laughed out loud. Ha ha, that was so damn enjoyable. Shinobu Kenji asked solemnly. Ichiro, did you obtain any useful information during the interrogation? Shinobu Ichiro put away his smile and shook his head. No, I don't know if these guys are really clueless or just pretending they know nothing about the Eastern Dragon's forbidden country. Shinobu Kenji frowned slightly. Perhaps their status is too low to access this level of secret. Beside him, a clever Onmyoji suggested, President, since they have low status, why don't we raise the dungeon's level to 50 or even above 60? At this level, the practitioners should have more chances to learn secrets, right? Shimbu Jinrin looked at him as if he were an idiot and shouted, Baka! The East Dragon Empire has many strong practitioners above level 50. Picking on their low-level ones is one thing, but raising the level to 50? Are you trying to get us killed? The Onmyoji quickly shrank back, not daring to speak again. Shunbu Ichiro frowned and said, There's no way we can raise it to 50. I was lucky to have gathered a full set of astonishing Onmyoji legendary orange gear at level 40, which increases the ability of all spirit creatures by 50%. With such a huge boost, combined with 5 high-level spirit creatures, I could almost sweep away all practitioners at level 40. But when it comes to level 50, the practitioners in the East Dragon Empire will have awakening bonuses, and their strength will increase dramatically. It won't be easy to deal with them then. However, if it's just these low-level practitioners below level 50, we really can't get any useful information from them. Shunbu Jinrin's eyes flickered, and he said, There is another way. If we want to pull in their practitioners above level 50, we can set level and equipment balance. Without the awakening and epic equipment bonuses at level 50, with your strength, you can still crush them. Shunbu Ichiro exclaimed, Great idea. Haha, this time, I will rub the East Dragon Empire's face in the dirt. Just as all the people from the East Dragon Empire fell into anger, suddenly, the camp confrontation dungeon in the hall changed again. The Sakura Nation activated the level and equipment balance function in the camp confrontation dungeon, and continued to yell, The low-level practitioners of East Dragon are garbage. Bring in your mid-level practitioners. Damn, they are so arrogant. Send in some big shots to kill them. Even with the level and equipment balance, the base attributes of mid-level practitioners are much better than those worthless ninjas. Do we really have no one in East Dragon? Where are the people from the 3 major guilds? Don't be turtles at a time like this. The hall was instantly filled with curses. Provoked by the Sakura Nation, about 10 mid-level practitioners appeared, bringing along a group of practitioners in their 40s to re-enter the camp confrontation dungeon. However, just over 10 minutes later, their names turned gray again. The red side was once again completely eliminated by the Sakura Nation. What's going on? When did the Sakura Nation become this strong? Even the level 50 leaders are unable to beat them. Impossible. Even if their Onmyoji had an advantage at low levels, it shouldn't be such a huge gap. As everyone was in confusion, the leader of the Sakura Nation suddenly revealed his name. Sakura Nation, Amaterasu Guild, Shunbu Ichiro. At the same time, the challenge declaration of the camp confrontation dungeon changed. The strongest under level 50 is the East Dragon's cripple. If you don't accept it, come fight. Upon seeing this name, everyone's faces showed a mix of realization and gritted teeth. Damn, so it's that pederast Shunbu Nyolang. Damn, this guy is lucky to have gathered a legendary Onmyoji set. That's a 50% spirit creature bonus. Compared to an ordinary epic set, it's not much different at all. During the last Abyss dungeon, I nearly died at his hands. This is bad. With his 5 powerful spirit creatures, Shunbu Nyolang is completely invincible among practitioners below level 50. There's no way to fight back. Our East Dragon Empire has so many talents. I refuse to believe no one can match Shunbu Nyolang. Where are those top students from Tsinghua and Beida? Hurry up. While the dungeon hall was in chaos, Li Haoyan, under Ling Xiuhan's leadership, was traversing various monster gathering points in the territory. Crazy monster killing to gain experience. For an entire day, Ling Xiuhan and Jiang Jun took turns fighting. Whenever they arrived at a location, they unleashed their ultimate skills for firepower coverage, slaughtering everything in sight. By the time the sun set, Li Haoyan's level had finally risen to 30. Upon hearing this news, both Ling Xiuhan and Jiang Jun trembled with excitement and rushed over. Finally, level 30. Haoyan, quickly check your skills and new talents. Even the usually cold Ling Xiuhan had burning enthusiasm in her eyes. Li Haoyan felt both excited and nervous as he opened his attribute panel. 10 points of free potential still went directly into his spiritual power. Then, He immediately scrolled to the bottom of the attribute panel to open the talent section. Sure enough, after reaching level 30, a new skill had been unlocked. Skill, Heavy Tank. Skill description, summons a heavy tank. The tank consumes 16 points of spiritual power for every minute it exists. The heavy tank has the following functions: movement, radar detection scanning, assault. The main cannon has a caliber of 125 millimeters, a flat firing range of 3,000 meters, and a maximum firing range of 16,000 meters at a 45-degree angle. It can be equipped with other superweapons. Note: when spiritual power is reduced to 0, the heavy tank will automatically retract. Seeing the effect of this skill, the three of them inhaled sharply in shock at the same time. Jiang Jun gasped. My gosh, a maximum firing range of 16,000 meters? If you aim with your divine perspective, the opponents won't even know where you are before getting blasted away. This is insane. Ling Xuahan was equally astonished. What's more, with the heavy tank's defense, no professional below level 50 can break through its defenses in one hit. Even the strongest attacking classes would have to constantly hit for over a minute. If we equip other superweapons on it, wouldn't it be invincible against anyone below level 50 in a closed area, just charging straight through? From level 30 onwards, the mechanic gained powerful heavy superweapons. At this point, if the mechanic's accumulation was sufficient, they could already have the strength to take on dozens of opponents of the same level. For example, if the tank was in use, as long as the mechanic stayed inside and kept firing without running out of ammunition or the enemy breaking the tank's armor, the enemy would have no way to deal with the mechanic. And if this mechanic was Li Haoyan, well, that would be even more unbeatable. One must understand that Li Haoyan's tank has no ammunition limits. Chapter 45, New Talent, Mechanical Avatar. After grinding monsters for so long, Li Haoyan's divine perspective had expanded to nearly 30,000 meters, which is a full 30 kilometers. With the heavy tank's maximum firing range of 16,000 meters, Li Haoyan could accurately strike from afar using the main cannon with his divine perspective, and he wouldn't even have to stop, all while monitoring everything happening within 30 kilometers. With his current spiritual power, he could easily summon dozens of tanks. And if those tanks were equipped with Gatling guns, rocket launchers, and Barretts to increase firepower coverage, dozens of tanks rolling forward would make anyone, whether a godlike class or not, kneel before them, just treating everyone equally, unless the opponent could instantly run beyond 16,000 meters before the shells landed. Otherwise, they would be exposed within Li Haoyan's strike range. Even if they could turn invisible, it wouldn't help. Don't forget, the heavy tank is equipped with a radar monitoring system. This is terrifying just to think about. Moreover, such an attack distance could only be covered by a mechanic of this long-range attack class. Other classes would merely be passive targets being attacked. Dealing with low-level opponents would be just like a high-tech civilization bombing knife-wielding primitives. Jiang Jun and Ling Xuahan exchanged glances, both in shock, and eagerly looked over at the talents section beside them. At that moment, in the column of talents, besides the original unlimited ammo and God's Eye view, a new series of words lit up. Mechanic Exclusive Talent. Third stage, Mechanical Substitute. Remark 1. When a main body is attacked, one can choose to swap positions with one of the summoned superweapons, allowing the superweapon to take all the damage. Remark 2. Level 40 unlocks the fourth stage, Exclusive Talent. Seeing this talent, the three were immediately stunned. Jiang Jun looked up at Li Haoyan in disbelief. Little junior brother, if I understand this talent correctly, as long as you have the spiritual power and can summon superweapons, it's like having an immortal body? Li Haoyan instinctively replied. It seems that the talent doesn't mention any cooldown time, right? If that's the case, this talent should be effective all the time. Then, it feels like it's not much different from being immortal. Hiss. 3 deep breaths sounded out simultaneously, almost swallowing the air in that small area. Ling Xuahan exclaimed in shock. This is too overpowered. Even the Buddhist temple's invincible golden body can only be used once a day, and you can use this whenever you want. Li Haoyan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he said, How about we give it a try? Ling Xuahan and Jiang Jun exchanged glances and nodded heavily. Then, Li Haoyan took a few steps back, thought for a moment, and summoned 10 grotto pistols at once. According to the explanation of the mechanical substitute, there was no specification on the type of superweapon that could take the damage for the main body. In other words, the determination of this mechanical substitute was based on quantity, without quality requirements. Since that's the case, the grotto pistols were naturally the best choice. Seeing the grotto pistols floating beside Li Haoyan, Ling Xuahan cautiously asked, Little junior brother, are you ready? Li Haoyan nodded eagerly, full of anticipation. I'm ready, come on, second senior sister. Ling Xuahan's gaze sharpened as she waved her hand at Li Haoyan. Then a bright silver cross was shot out, directly crashing towards Li Haoyan. Spatial cross slash. The sharp cross slash arrived in an instant, striking Li Haoyan. Then, in the next moment, a flash of light enveloped Li Haoyan's body, and he suddenly vanished. In his place, a matte silver grotto pistol appeared. Crack! The grotto pistol was instantly split into 4 pieces by the spatial cross slash, falling to the ground. Ling Xuahan and Zhang Zhun instinctively turned their gazes to the side. Li Haoyan's body suddenly rose nearby. Replacing one of the grotto pistols, Li Haoyan hurriedly checked his body, touching it all over, and indeed he was unharmed, although he had expected it. Ling Xuahan and Zhang Zhun were still in shock. The mechanic, as a high-damage illusionary class, had always been looked down upon by people. The most important reasons were 3. First, poor endurance. Second, slow to form, consuming too many resources. Third, after a burst of power, they would immediately become a liability for the team, easily targeted by assassin-type enemies in the backline. But now, Li Haoyan had compensated for all 3 of these shortcomings. As long as there was spiritual power, he could unleash unlimited ammo for constant bombardment. His skill directly supplied the super weapons and allowed unlimited summoning, without needing to expend additional resources for crafting or accumulating wealth. Moreover, with the currently unlocked talent Mechanical Substitute, based on Li Haoyan's current spiritual power, he seemed to possess thousands of lives. Unless the opponent could kill him 1,000 times, otherwise, Li Haoyan would not die at all. More crucially, Li Haoyan was only at level 30. When he leveled up later, with the spiritual power of magic class, it would easily exceed tens of thousands. What does that even mean for killing him? Suddenly, Ling Xuahan's eyes brightened as if she thought of something. She looked at Li Haoyan with blazing eyes. Little junior brother, I remember you said that after you summon those super-powered weapons, as long as you don't actively dismiss them, they won't automatically disappear. Instead, they will continuously consume spiritual power to remain in a sustained state. Right? Li Haoyan nodded. That's right, second senior sister. Why did you suddenly think to ask this? Ling Xuahan said excitedly. Then if you summon a Grot handgun and leave it at home, will it also stay in a sustained state? Li Haoyan's eyes lit up. Second senior sister, do you mean? Ling Xuahan nodded heavily. This is equivalent to an amulet for survival. For level 30 and above jobs, the natural recovery speed of spiritual power has already drastically increased, and the Grot handgun only consumes a little spiritual power per minute. With this consumption speed, the natural recovery speed of a magic-type job can fully make up for it, and even have a large surplus. As long as you always keep a Grot handgun at home, no one can kill you. Not only that, it also acts as a safe teleport point, helping you resist damage while also teleporting you to a safe area, a double benefit. Zhang Zhun's mouth dropped open. It can be played like this? Li Haoyan's mind instantly began to expand, excitedly saying, with my current natural recovery speed of spiritual power, not to mention one, I could even have several Grot handguns existing at the same time. Inspired by Ling Xuahan, he instantly thought of several clever strategies. Hey, in that case, the ways to play would increase a lot. Chapter 46. Teleportation through headshots? Hearing Li Haoyan's words, Ling Xuahan immediately became curious. Oh, you've thought of other uses. Li Haoyan chuckled. Second senior sister, if I only leave one Grot handgun at home, doesn't that mean if an accident happens, I'd only be able to go back home? That's too inconvenient. I can carry a Grot handgun with me. And in the case of a surprise attack, I can use the Grot handgun on me to absorb the damage, so I wouldn't have to teleport back home. Besides, I can also leave a Grot handgun at home, in the Tianjing City Guild, or other places I frequently visit. And wouldn't that mean I have many escape routes? Even if the enemy tries to lurk, they wouldn't be able to find all my teleport points. Zhang Zhun suddenly understood, right? If you leave them in several places, even if you have enemies targeting you, they can't possibly find every teleport point. That makes it much safer. Li Haoyan nodded. Exactly, that's the idea. He exclaimed, not only that, but I can also use these Grot handguns as movable teleportation arrays. No matter where I want to go, as long as I leave a Grot handgun there in advance, if I want to go there later, wouldn't I be able to teleport there instantly using a mechanical replica? Ling Xuahan asked doubtfully. But your mechanical replica can't actively teleport, right? It only activates when receiving lethal damage. Li Haoyan grinned. Isn't that simple? I can directly summon a super-powered weapon to blow my own head off. The note of the talent didn't say that lethal damage must come from the outside, right? Ling Xuahan and Zhang Zhun's eyes widened instantly. Hiss it. Teleportation through headshots? You're really a genius. You're so ruthless to yourself. Li Haoyan continued. Once I reach the area I want to go, I can summon another Grot handgun. If the distance is too far, maybe I can't control it to attack, but I can perceive it. As long as we agree on a secret signal in advance, like tapping 3 times on the gun body, I can sense it immediately. If you need my help, just tap 3 times and I'll instantly self-destruct and teleport to that person's side. With my attack power, it will definitely make a huge impact. As soon as these words were spoken, Ling Xuahan and Jiang Zhen looked at each other, unconsciously imagining such a scene in their minds. Right now, Li Haoyan's level is low, and for professionals at their level, maybe his help isn't particularly significant. But what about later when Li Haoyan reaches level 50, 60, or 70? Not to exaggerate, but he alone will definitely be worth 1,000 troops. Just think about it, if they're fighting enemies outside or ambushed by them. At the moment when the enemies believe they have the upper hand, they suddenly take out the Grot pistol and tap 3 times. Then Li Haoyan descend from the sky with hundreds and thousands of super weapons. What kind of expression would the enemies have? This is just thrilling to think about. This is truly a strategic level existence. Who? Ling Xuahan exhaled and looked at Li Haoyan, sighing, Master's decision was indeed correct. As long as you can grow, our Eastern Dragon Empire will surely soar again. Jiang Zhen also shook his head and exclaimed, Little junior brother, your mechanical engineer talent is indeed becoming more and more monstrous. Now, I'm even more curious about those talents you haven't unlocked. Li Haoyan chuckled. Third senior brother, don't mention it. I'm curious myself. Ling Xuahan smiled helplessly. Don't worry, with our speed of monster hunting, we won't take long to reach level 40. She looked up at the setting sun and told Li Haoyan, Little junior brother, it's getting late. Let's stop hunting for today, go back to eat and rest, and change the gear on you to pink equipment first. Once you reach level 30, you can go to the Endless Altar. After the sun sets, the danger in the wild will increase significantly. To be safe, we should only hunt in the wild during the day and rest at night, allowing those monsters to recover. If you have time at night, you can solo the Endless Altar by yourself. At this point, Ling Xuahan smiled and said, As a solo instance, the monster count in the Endless Altar is incredibly astonishing and offers immense challenges for any profession. But for a mechanical engineer like you, who is not limited by ammunition, the Endless Altar is simply tailor-made for you. Li Haoyan nodded excitedly. Okay, second sister, then let's go back now. Ling Xuahan casually tore open a space crack and entered it with Li Haoyan and Jiang Zhen, disappearing from sight. Tsinghua Academy, Dean's office. Wang Qingfeng frowned deeply. The fire in his eyes seemed like a volcano about to erupt, unsettled and agitated. Suddenly, a space crack quietly appeared, then expanded, and 3 people walked out from it. Precisely the trio of Ling Xuahan returned from hunting experience. Ling Xuahan immediately saw Wang Qingfeng, who was fuming, and asked in surprise, Senior brother, what happened? Did someone make you angry? Wang Qingfeng saw his junior brothers and sisters returning and said in a deep voice, Those arrogant fellows from Sakura country are too much. Today they... In just a few words, Wang Qingfeng recounted what had happened today to his junior brothers and sisters. That Kanagawa Ichiro relied on his top-tier legendary set, exclusive to Onmyoji, and suppressed our Easter Dragon Empire for an entire afternoon in the faction conflict instance. Up to now, our Eastern Dragon Empire has already lost hundreds of professionals below level 50, many of whom are elite students from Tsinghua and Beida. Moreover, what is even more infuriating is that Guy attracted level 50 and above professionals to participate through balancing levels and equipment. Even opened the camp's energy storage, using the camp to resist the copy output's halo as a reward, attracting over 100 intermediate professionals above level 50 to their deaths. With a loud bang, Wang Qingfeng angrily slammed his hand down on the table. And he keeps saying things like, wealth and danger go hand in hand. Premium halos are for those with ability. I really want to kill that little brat. Hearing this, Ling Xuahan and the others' faces also darkened instantly. Ling Xuahan's face showed a fierce killing intent. Is Cherry Blossom Country looking for death? How dare they provoke us so arrogantly? Wang Qingfeng said solemnly, Those guys from Cherry Blossom Country probably don't dare to openly go against us. If I'm not mistaken, this is definitely the Free Federation's instructions, trying to test our reasons for enforcing the ban. If we take action against Cherry Blossom Country, the Free Federation will definitely use it as an excuse to interfere. They have used Cherry Blossom Country as a pawn more than once or twice. Chapter 47. Li Haoyan goes in a battle? It's the Free Federation stirring up trouble again? Jiang Zhen frowned. Ling Xuahan's face was cold as ice. Even if the Free Federation is pulling the strings behind the scenes, The people killed by Cherry Blossom Country are real and equally deserve death. Wang Qingfeng was a bit helpless. They do deserve death, but below level 50, Shinjiro, that little softy, is indeed quite tricky. Moreover, I estimate that the Amaterasu Guild has probably sent a lot of elites to cooperate with Shinjiro. In such a small-scale camp confrontation copy, the Onmyoji can fight more with less by working with their Shikigami, and if ninjas sneak attack in the shadows, our professionals below level 50 will be at a serious disadvantage. Hearing Wang Qingfeng's words, Li Haoyan's eyes flashed with light, suddenly speaking up. "Senior brother, how about I give a try?" Wang Qingfeng was taken aback, looking at Li Haoyan in surprise. "You? No way. What will we do if something happens to you in the copy? Moreover, if you participate in the camp confrontation copy, your abilities will be exposed to the team. If it accidentally leaks out, that would be troublesome." Li Haoyan thought for a moment and asked, "Senior brother, I remember that there doesn't seem to be a rule that the number of people on both sides in the camp confrontation copy must be the same, right?" Wang Qingfeng nodded instinctively. "As long as it's within the limited number of people, it doesn't matter how many there are." Li Haoyan smiled slightly. "Then it's simple. I remember the camp confrontation copy allows for names to be hidden. As long as I hide my name and go alone, I can keep it confidential." Wang Qingfeng's eyes widened immediately. "You want to go into the camp confrontation alone?" His head shook like a rattle. No. Those Shikigami are one thing, but the ninjas from Cherry Blossom Country excel in all kinds of evasion techniques, stealth, and assassination. If they accidentally get close to you, even if your firepower is unlimited, you won't be able to withstand a single blow. Hearing Li Haoyan's words, Ling Xuahan's expression changed, showing an excited look. That's not necessarily the case. If we equip the little junior brother with a full set of pink gear and stack his spiritual power, those little guys from Cherry Blossom Country really won't be a match for him. Wang Qingfeng looked at Ling Xuahan disapprovingly. The little junior brother's attack is indeed powerful, but the key point is he has no life-saving skills. If he gets ambushed, that would be a problem. We can't take that risk. Ling Xuahan chuckled. "Senior brother, the little junior brother is now level 30. Wang Qingfeng instinctively replied. Even if he reaches level 30, he still can't withstand a single blow from them. However, before he could finish his sentence, his body shook, and he immediately realized. Other professionals reaching level 30 would indeed see improvements, but it wouldn't change too much. But Li Haoyan was different. He could unlock a new talent upon reaching level 30. Could it be? Wang Qingfeng eagerly looked at Li Haoyan. "Little junior brother, have you unlocked a new talent? What's the effect of the new talent?" Li Haoyan grinned. "Mechanical Engineer's exclusive talent. Phase 3, Mechanical Substitute. Note 1. When the main body is attacked, you can choose to swap positions with one of the summoned superweapons and let the superweapon take all the damage for you. Note 2. The exclusive talent of Phase 4 can be unlocked at level 40. My heavens! Seeing the description of this talent, Wang Qingfeng's eyes widened immediately. Is this talent really without cooldown or usage limits? He stared blankly at Li Haoyan. Li Haoyan smiled and nodded. "We have tested it, and there are indeed none." "Then doesn't that mean, unless your superweapon is used up, you are practically immortal?" That's about the gist of it. "Damn, you're gearing up to be invincible. It's like you're cheating." Wang Qingfeng couldn't help but curse. Ling Xuahan added, "Senior brother, take a look at the new skill unlocked by junior brother." "All right, at level 30, junior brother's skill has also been unlocked." Wang Qingfeng quickly looked at the skill bar. Heavy tank, maximum range of 16,000 meters. "Hissy!" Wang Qingfeng gasped. He said dazedly, "I remember, the map for the faction confrontation dungeon is only about 10 kilometers, right? Doesn't that mean Haoyan's skill can fire all over the map? Directly bombard the opposing crystal from our own?" Ling Xuahan nodded heavily, her eyes shining brightly. "Exactly. Plus, after grinding monsters for so long today, Junior Brother's Godview has expanded to a range of 30 kilometers, allowing him to see the entire faction confrontation dungeon map and monitor the whole situation. And with the heavy tank's built-in radar detection and scanning device, even if the ninjas from Sakura Country can turn invisible, as long as they get close to Junior Brother, they will be immediately discovered. At that point, Junior Brother just needs to focus fire to eliminate them. Moreover, even if they could really sneak attack Junior Brother still has the mechanical substitute. Just throw out a dozen Glock handguns as a precaution, and Junior Brother will absolutely not lose." "Wait, let me think it through." Wang Qingfeng excitedly paced around the room, with tank focus fire attacking, bombarding the whole map, and accompanied by a dozen Glock handguns for defense against assassin sneak attacks. If we also add a few Gatling guns and rocket launchers for mid-range fire coverage, this is simply unbeatable. Wang Qingfeng slammed his fist down hard and laughed out loud. Goodness. This basically means we start out in an unbeatable position. Li Haotian smiled and said, Senior brother, can you rest assured now? Wang Qingfeng's eyes sparkled. Rest assured, rest assured. Haha, this time, we must make those Sakura country folks regret their provocation. Junior brother, let's go now. Those guys dared to challenge our East Dragon. Now it's our turn to counterattack. Saying this, Wang Qingfeng excitedly led Li Haotian and others to the dungeon hall. At this moment, a large number of Qinghua students gathered in the dungeon hall, angrily looking at the Sakura country's faction confrontation dungeon and cursing. These damn despots! If I ever catch a chance, I will definitely kill them. Damn, the legendary Yin Yang Master said of that Kobe male host is just too overpowered. There's no way to fight below level 50. I can't swallow this anger. It's really disgusting. Doesn't our East Dragon Empire have any gifted masters to deal with him? Sigh. He has several powerful Shikigami, and with his equipment crushing us, there's no way anyone below level 50 can deal with him. Listening to the noisy discussions around him, Li Haotian looked up. The declaration on the faction confrontation dungeon was exceptionally glaring. Are all East Dragon warriors below level 50 just sick men? Is there really no one left? Li Haotian's eyes flashed coldly as he muttered, Sick men? Let me show you I can't blow you up. Chapter 48, A One-Person Camp Confrontation. Ling Xuahan glanced at the announcement board, a cold light flashing in her eyes, and cautioned Li Haotian. Little junior brother, you have changed all your blue gear to pink, and with the legendary level equipment you obtained from the Abyss Dungeon, your total spiritual power has already exceeded 2,000. You should have enough firepower. After you go in, complete the first wave of summons, and focus on taking down the opponent's red and blue elite monsters first. The red and blue elites can each provide you with a 30% increase in attack power and 30% recovery speed. With these two buffs, you can let loose. Li Haotian nodded seriously. Okay, second senior sister, I understand. After saying that, Li Haotian entered the camp confrontation dungeon's teleportation array through the hidden channel opened for him by Wang Qingfeng. Sakura Country, Tianzhao Guild. Kobe Kintaro looked at the camp confrontation dungeon information on the announcement board with a smug face. Since an hour ago, the preparation room for the Eastern Dragon Empire's camp confrontation dungeon had not seen a single person enter. It remained empty. Clearly, the low-level practitioners from the Eastern Dragon Empire were scared off by Kobe Ichiro. Even in their immense anger, they did not dare to recklessly enter again. On the blue side, representing Sakura Country, Kobe Ichiro arrogantly activated the global chat permissions. Chatting with the onlookers from around the world, he mocked the low-level practitioners of the Eastern Dragon Empire, claiming that they were all weak youths, not a single one able to fight. Hey, they say the Eastern Dragon is a top-tier global power, and its number of practitioners is unrivaled worldwide, but I didn't expect they were all subpar. I'm really disappointed. Master's might is unparalleled. The little brats of the Eastern Dragon Empire can only wait for their doom upon seeing Master. Exactly, in my view, once Master breaks through level 50 and becomes a mid-level practitioner, even those who have completed their advanced awakenings in the Eastern Dragon Empire will not be a match for Master. Meanwhile, low-level practitioners from the Free Federation were watching the chat window while laughing. TSK, the Eastern Dragon has truly lost face this time, practically being rubbed into the ground by those little shorties from Sakura Country. Hey, don't forget that Kobe Ichiro is quite skilled. He's managed to suppress the Eastern Dragon like this. It's just luck. He got himself a top-notch legendary set. But he can only have fun below level 50. If he encounters those practitioners from the Eastern Dragon Empire who already completed their advanced awakenings and are not limited by level and equipment, it's curtains for him. True, when it comes to mid to high-level practitioner combat power, there's still a big gap between Sakura Country and the Eastern Dragon. At that moment, a practitioner nearby suddenly exclaimed, Huh? The Eastern Dragon has someone entering again. Oh, even after being killed like this, the Eastern Dragon still has someone so headstrong? Interesting, as long as someone starts, it might encourage others to join. Call me when the Eastern Dragon people are gathered. I want to see how long they can last this time. What the hell? This guy actually locked onto the camp. Does he really want to take on 50 people from Sakura Country alone? What? One person locking onto a camp? As soon as these words were spoken, they instantly attracted everyone's attention, and the crowd rushed over. Holy crap, he really locked onto the camp, and even actively initiated a war request. Who is this? So bold. He hit his name. Wow, he's an unknown hero. Interesting. The changes happening in the Eastern Dragon Empire's camp confrontation dungeon also sparked intense discussions among everyone. Wow, our Eastern Dragon is indeed filled with hot-blooded men. This guy really has guts. How do you know it's a guy? It could be a heroine. Hey, someone who can do such a bold thing, aside from the Void War god. Ling Xuan, I haven't seen any woman this fierce. Oh, that's true. In the Blue Camp's preparation room, 50 practitioners from the Cherry Blossom Nation looked at each other in disbelief. One on Myoji hesitated and said, "Who is this person? Does he really think he can take on all 50 of us alone? He can't be carrying some kind of secret weapon, can he? One that requires him to sacrifice himself. Baka, have you ever seen a secret weapon that lets one person take on 50? Who says there isn't? A mechanic can take on 100. Super Baka, a mechanic below level 50 playing against 50 in a faction battle? Have you lost your mind? Exactly. Without other practitioners to protect him, I can just sneak up and stab him to death. How can he think he can beat 50 of us?" Kobe Ikaru also looked doubtful, frowning as he stared at the practitioner from the Eastern Dragon Empire, whose name was entirely in question marks. After knowing that I'm leading the team, where did he get the confidence to take on 50? Strange, I haven't heard of any particularly strong figures among the low-level practitioners of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Forget it. Maybe he's just a reckless hothead, blinded by anger. Kobe Ikaru thought for a long time, but couldn't figure it out, and finally shook his head gently, clicking start. In the red side preparation room, Li Haotian's eyes flickered with cold light, excitement, and killing intent as he looked at the most eye-catching name in the opposing camp. Kobe Ikaru, daring to provoke the Eastern Dragon Empire, seeking death. Suddenly, a strong white light illuminated the preparation room, engulfing Li Haotian. As the feeling of teleportation quickly faded, when Li Haotian's focus became clear again, he found himself in an open space resembling a plaza. In the center of the open space, a red crystal floated in midair. Li Haotian glanced around and murmured, "Is this the battlefield for faction battles, the King's Canyon?" In the next moment, without hesitation, Li Haotian summoned dozens of grot pistols, spreading them around his faction's crystal. Then, he activated the god's perspective, rapidly expanding his view outward. In the blink of an eye, the entire King's Canyon map appeared in Li Haotian's sight. It was a rectangular canyon. The Red Faction's base and the Cherry Blossom Nation's Blue Faction's base were located at two opposite corners of the rectangle. Within the canyon, there were 3 paths leading to the opposing base: upper, middle, and lower roads. The canyon was divided by a river. On each side's road, there were 9 defensive towers. In Li Haotian's vision, 50 people appeared at the opposing base. Among them were 10 wearing black stealth suits, their faces covered with black cloth, holding shurikens. They quickly vanished upon teleportation and scattered away. Li Haotian knew that these should be the unique ninjas of the Cherry Blossom Nation, especially skilled in stealth, surprise attacks, and assassination, the natural enemies of magic-type professions. Additionally, 10 burly men in samurai outfits, wielding katanas, also split into 3 paths heading this way. These were the samurai of the Cherry Blossom Nation, the typical warrior profession, adept at direct attacks. As for the remaining 30 men and women in robes, they immediately began to cast spells, summoning a horde of weird-looking creatures that swarmed towards him. Undoubtedly, these were the magical practitioners most proud of the Cherry Blossom Nation, the Onmyoji. Among them, the most eye-catching was naturally Kobe Ikaru, known as the first of the younger generation of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Depending on their different talents, Onmyoji had varying qualities and quantities of Shikigami they could summon. Most Onmyoji could only summon 1 or 2 Shikigami, while only those with high talent could summon 3 or more. Yet to Li Haotian's shock, he saw that Kobe Ikaru summoned 5 Shikigami. Li Haotian murmured, "Yama, Songfeng Imu Lien, Bone Girl, Shikigami Arkua, Tamamo no Me. No wonder this guy can kill so many practitioners from our Eastern Dragon. So many high-level Shikigami, both offense and defense, plus the 50% amplification of the Onmyoji's exclusive orange gear. The strength is indeed impressive." But immediately, the corners of his mouth slightly curved up. "Unfortunately, in front of me, these are still not enough." Li Haotian's mind stirred. Bang, 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 bang. Huge heavy tanks began to emerge without stopping. In the blink of an eye, 50 medium tanks were positioned before Li Haotian. Over there, Shin Kobe Ikaru released 5 Shikigami and immediately rushed toward the blue elite monster in their camp. As a mage, if he had a 30% recovery speed boost, it would greatly improve his combat power. Wait until I get the blue buff, and I'll have a good chat with that unaware guy. Shin Kobe Ikaru murmured to himself, while excitedly looking at the blue elite monster emerging in the distance. On the red side, Li Haotian also looked at the opponent's actions with a playful expression. Ka 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 ka. 20 of the tanks quickly adjusted their main cannon angles, aiming at the blue elite monster's camp. In the next moment, with a boom, 20 tanks fired simultaneously. Boom! The blue elite monster of the blue camp was instantly blasted into pieces by the main cannons of the 20 tanks. A circle of blue halos immediately appeared beneath Li Haoyan's figure. At this moment, he felt his spiritual power recovery speed greatly increase, and his spiritual power began to rapidly recover. Blue buff in hand, Shin Kobe Ikaru, who was originally excited, instantly froze in place, shocked by the huge roar and explosion, watching the blue elite monster vanish in an instant. His pupils constricted instantly, shocked. What is happening? That guy has already reached this side? Does he have teleportation? At the same time, on the other side of the blue camp, a muffled sound came almost simultaneously. Shin Kobe Ikaru looked up in disbelief toward the other side, surprised. That direction seems to be the position of the red elite monster. Could it be? Another Onmyoji following Shin Kobe Ikaru quickly controlled his 1,000-mile vision Shikigami to rise and look to the other side. Moments later, he exclaimed in shock, "Young master, the red elite monster on the opposite side has also been killed." Shin Kobe Ikaru was stunned. Impossible. The red elite monster is at least 2,000 or 3,000 meters away from here. At such a distance, even a mage cannot cover both sides at once. Could it be the other side is a mechanic? Thinking of the artillery that just blasted the blue elite monster, Shin Kobe Ikaru's expression suddenly changed as he realized the farthest attacking class among all Eastern Dragon professions. Meanwhile, in the red camp, another circle of red halos appeared beneath Li Haoyan's feet, 30% damage increase. Red buff acquired. Li Haoyan grinned and murmured, "Hey, the buffs are all ready. Let's start pushing the tower." Ka. The main cannons of 50 tanks adjusted their direction once more, targeting the first defense tower in the middle lane. Boom! A simultaneous roar. 50 main cannons struck the first defense tower in the opponent's middle lane. The tower's durability instantly dropped by more than half, beginning to sway dangerously. In the next moment, boom! Another round of simultaneous fire brought the first defense tower in the middle lane crashing down. The Onmyoji controlling the 1,000-mile vision Shikigami gaped in shock as the defense tower was instantly destroyed. He exclaimed, "Young master, the other side, they destroyed our first defense tower in the middle lane." Shin Kobe Ikaru's pupils shook with disbelief. What? How could it be so fast? The light in his eyes flickered wildly. His face twisted with rage as he shouted, "Such strong firepower! The other side must be a mechanic. Baka, find his location and surround him immediately. With so many super-powered weapons below level 50, his identity must be extraordinary. Catch him, young master. I have a feeling he knows the true reason behind the East Dragons' national ban. Even more so, the East Dragons ban might be directly related to him. Could it be that Oldly Fuse has restarted that mechanical god of war project?" Boom! 9 heavy tanks, under Li Haoyan's control, drove out from the high ground and arrived at the 9 defense towers of the upper, middle, and lower roads, ready for battle. The radar monitoring system on the tanks covers a range of 5 kilometers, and with the distances between these 9 defense towers, it perfectly covers the area where the Allied forces are located. Just as these tanks were getting into position, Li Haoyan saw through the radar scanning system several ninjas from the enemy side crossing the river in the middle and quietly sneaking towards the location of the red-blue elite monsters. Li Haoyan sat confidently inside one of the tanks on the high ground of his side, raised an eyebrow, and muttered, "Try to learn how I steal red-blue buffs? Seeking death." Crack. The remaining 40 tanks arranged neatly in front of the high ground immediately moved. From the god's view, they aimed at the sneaking ninjas from Sakura country. In the next moment, boom! A loud blast as they all fired at once. Boom! The Onmyoji controlling the 1,000-mile vision Shikigami suddenly widened his eyes. From far away, he saw flames erupting simultaneously in 5 or 6 locations across the Red Side's camp. And within those flames, there were shredded limbs and broken pieces of flesh. The ninjas from Sakura country who had sneaked in were instantly wiped out. At the same time, he also saw the situation on the enemy's high ground. He saw the heavy tanks densely lined up at the edge of the high ground, with that lone tank hiding behind them. Without a doubt, he guessed that the mechanic must be hiding inside that lone tank. Looking at the row of dark gun barrels, the Onmyoji felt a chill down his spine, instinctively saying, "Young master, the enemy is indeed a mechanic. I found his location." Chapter 50 Victory. Kobe Ichiro's body shook, and he hurriedly said, "Where is he? Quickly send the signal for everyone to surround him. The mechanic's attacks are terrifying, and he excels in ultra-long distance combat. We must rush to kill him as soon as possible." However, the Onmyoji controlling the 1,000-mile vision could not stop trembling. His teeth chattered in shock, and after a while, he snapped back to reality and incredulously said, "He's on the red side's high ground. That mechanic. He never even came out." Kobe Ichiro's expression froze, and he screamed, "What did you say? The attacks just now, they were all from the high ground. This is impossible. The enemy's high ground is at least 7 or 8,000 meters away from here. What kind of superweapon is he using to attack this far? And with such great power?" The 1,000-mile vision on Myoji said in disbelief, "It's heavy tanks, and there are so many of them." Kobe Ichiro froze and questioned, "Heavy tanks? Their power is indeed terrifying, and the maximum range could cover this distance. But at this distance, even radar can't detect them. How did he manage to strike so accurately?" Suddenly, Kobe Ichiro remembered the Onmyoji's words about so many. His face darkened, and he asked, "How many heavy tanks does he have? From a firepower just now, there should be at least 10, right?" The 1,000-mile vision on Myoji reflexively counted and stammered in shock. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my god, he has at least 50 heavy tanks. Kobe Ichiro's eyes widened instantly, his voice changing. You say 50? 50 tanks. Holy shit. He pointed the gun at us. Run. The 1,000-mile vision on Myoji screamed in terror. Run back as fast as you can. Kobe Ichiro's pupils instantly contracted, and he hurriedly formed a hand seal, shouting loudly, "Shikigami substitute technique." In the next moment, the firepower of dozens of tanks poured down, blasting a huge scorched pit in the area. The 4 or 5 spirit masters following Kobe Ichiro didn't have time to escape the attack range and were instantly blasted into pieces. Even that long-range spirit master was not spared. Only Kobe Ichiro reacted swiftly. He didn't run away but used the Shikigami substitute technique to dodge a disaster. Li Haoyan looked at Kobe Ichiro, who had just escaped the tank bombardment, and showed a face full of fear, raising an eyebrow and muttering, "Not bad for a little coward? Hey, this is interesting. Let's play slowly." Over there, Kobe Ichiro was so frightened that his heart trembled, hurriedly retreating towards the high ground of the blue camp. At the same time, he shouted hoarsely, "Everyone disperse and rush forward. Kill that mechanic." Hi. The other Sakura country professionals, who had long scattered, did not have a long-range Shikigami. They were surprised by the enemy's powerful firepower, but had no idea how strong it really was. From the previous bombardments, they sensed that the mechanic on the other side seemed a bit unusual, but under Kobe Ichiro's command, they instinctively charged toward the enemy camp. Li Haoyan sat majestically in the tank, overseeing everything from a god's perspective, accurately grasping all movements on the battlefield. Then the dozens of tanks on the high ground began to fire like crazy, bombarding extensively. It's important to know that the mechanic's firepower coverage is not point-to-point attacks, but area damage. Even if the shells didn't hit the enemy directly, they were enough to cause damage in the area around the impact site. The samurai, ninjas, and spirit masters of the Sakura country were not particularly strong in defense, and under Li Haoyan's bombardment, they were instantly thrown into chaos. In just one round, over 20 individuals from the blue camp were killed. The remaining survivors turned pale with fear, no longer daring to rush into the red camp, and hurriedly retreated. Baka, is there really only one mechanic on the other side? Why does he have so many super weapons? It's over. We're doomed. He must be a secret weapon trained by Donglong. Quickly retreat to the defensive tower. Use the tower for cover. Wait for that asterisk to run out of ammo. Then we can rush in and kill him. Yes, we still have the defensive tower. Amidst the chaotic shouting, the more than 10 surviving Sakura country professionals quickly hid towards their defensive tower. Li Haoyan coldly smiled. Playing sneakily under the tower with me? I'll tear you all down. Saying this, all the cannon barrels rotated simultaneously, aiming at the top lane first tower. Bang! With a synchronized roar, 50 main cannons fired at the same time. Boom! The defensive tower was instantly blown to pieces, its durability directly in jeopardy. With a 30% increase in attack power from the red buff, Li Haoyan's artillery power was simply terrifying. Under this defensive tower, 2 professionals were horrified. Run. This defensive tower is done for. His words barely left his mouth. Bang! Another round of volleys. Boom! 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 The defensive tower was completely demolished. Ka. All tanks again adjusted their barrels, aiming at the second defensive tower in the top lane, and opened fire again. The huge and dull sound of artillery echoed throughout the canyon, as the blue camp's towers were rapidly destroyed. After all the defensive towers were blown down by Li Haoyan, the remaining professionals from the Sakura country could only huddle in fear on the high ground, their eyes full of terror and confusion. A spirit master with unkempt hair muttered with lifeless eyes. How is this possible? How can this be? From this distance, how did he lock onto us? Could it be the legendary blind shot? Kobe Ichiro shrank in fear at the back, hysterically screaming at the sky. Who are you? Who the hell are you? I am a young master of Amaterasu. If you dare to kill me, my father will definitely not let you go. Li Haotian had a blank expression, murmuring in a low voice. As expected of the pumpkins from the cherry blossom country, always shouting and losing their composure. But unfortunately, I can only read the lip language of the Eastern Dragon and not the bird language of the cherry blossom country. He glanced at his nearly exhausted spiritual power, lightly uttering 2 words, bye-bye. A tank consumes 16 points of spiritual power per minute, and 50 tanks total 800 points. Since the start of the faction combat dungeon, more than 3 minutes have passed. Fortunately, Li Haotian had harvested his own team's red and blue buffs halfway through, gaining a 30% increase in recovery speed and attack power, which is why he could hold on until now. The next moment, boom! With the last round of volleys, the terrifying firepower instantly crossed the entire battlefield, landing on the blue team's high ground. Including Kobe Ichiro, the professionals from the cherry blossom country exploded into a sky full of flesh. Victory! All members of the blue team are dead. The red team wins. Chapter 51, The Female Big Shot. Outside in the dungeon hall, once Li Haotian locked onto the faction and requested to start the war, the dungeon halls of all cities in the Eastern Dragon Empire immediately buzzed with noise. What the hell? Who's this guy? So brave, really going to war with the cherry blossom country. Could it be that he was dumped by his girlfriend and, in a moment of despair, decided to seek death? TSK. I've seen people jump off buildings and hang themselves, but this kind of reckless challenge of 50 at once I've never seen before. So damn heroic. Strange, you say he has the courage to seek death, but why is he hiding and doesn't even dare to reveal his name? Maybe he's afraid of hurting the feelings of the girlfriend who dumped him? Holy crap, that's so thoughtful. He really? I'm crying here. You guys are truly something else. Stop the foolish daydreaming. Okay? The faction combat has started. Can you shut up and watch properly? In the cherry blossom country, in the Amaterasu Guild, Kobe Kinjin also disdainfully said, 1 against 50? Ha! What a peculiar one. So many special ones in the Eastern Dragon. However, seconds later, everyone saw the first defensive tower of the blue team turn gray. The dungeon hall of the Eastern Dragon Empire instantly boiled over. What the hell? The death-seeking guy is amazing. 1 against 50, and he actually destroyed the enemy's middle tower first. This is transforming sorrow into strength, unleashing a small universe. Kobe Kinjin frowned slightly, feeling something was off. What profession is the other side? Why is the damage so high? And they're pushing towers too quickly. Another few seconds passed. Suddenly, 6 names from the blue team turned gray. The dungeon hall fell silent, followed by a chorus of gasps from everyone with wide eyes. What the hell? He took out 6 cherry blossom country pumpkins at once. How did he do it? Oh my god. Could he be some hidden master of cultivation? So freaking strong. Kobe Kinjin trembled slightly, his expression becoming serious. Several more seconds later, a few more professionals from the cherry blossom country turned gray. After a while, many professionals from the cherry blossom country turned gray at once. Next, one defensive tower, after another from the blue team, turned gray, the speed astonishing. Moreover, professionals from the cherry blossom country were continuously dying. In the dungeon hall of the Eastern Dragon Empire, everyone watched this scene, all shocked with mouths wide open, constantly exclaiming, what the hell? Not just them, crowds from all over the world were dumbfounded. The Golden Retrievers from the Free Federation, watching the show, even doubted whether the cherry blossom country suddenly turned against them and joined the Eastern Dragon Empire in a performance. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. My eyes aren't deceiving me, right? Thick crab. The Eastern Dragon still has this kind of fierce person hidden. WTF? Am I hallucinating? Bro, you better slap me and see what happens. Slap. Hiss you mother-er. Why did you slap me so hard? 3 minutes later, the few remaining names in the blue team's camp instantly turned gray. Among them was the so-called number 1 of the younger generation from Sakura Country, Ichiro Kobe. Hiss. The sound of people inhaling sharply echoed in the dungeon halls of various countries, and the global peak oxygen consumption instantly spiked. Oh my god, he really won. He took on 50 people and killed all of them. Who is this big shot? So fierce. Please introduce them. I'm ready to give my life. Give your life? What if it's a female big shot? Then starting today, I'm done with men. No matter how wild a gun is, it can't compare to the finger of a female big shot. You're amazing. Sakura Country, Amaterasu Guild. Kobe Kinjin's eyes suddenly widened, his whole body trembling violently, his lips shivering uncontrollably. Ichiro, In the next moment, Kobe Kinjin's eyes were instantly filled with bloodshot veins, and veins bulged on his forehead. He screamed as if out of control. Baka! Baka! Who is it? Who dared to kill my precious son? The public announcement board in the dungeon hall suddenly changed. Is this it? The number 1 under level 50? How outrageous! Seeing this line, with a boom, all the dungeon halls in the Easter Dragon Empire almost simultaneously erupted. Ow! Easter Dragon is awesome. The big shot is mighty. Ha ha ha. I bet the big shot is definitely from you city. My hometown is awesome. This is hilarious. I wonder if those illiterate people from Sakura country can understand our Easter Dragon's profound language and literature. The moment these words were said, all countries around the world experienced the same scene, searching for someone who had been an Easter Dragon to translate those last few words. Kobe Kinjin looked at his subordinate with a dark face. Speak. What does the last sentence mean? The trembling subordinate looked at his guild leader and hesitated. Guild leader, do you really want to know? Kobe Kinjin slapped him across the face with a loud smack, leaving a palm print on the subordinate's left cheek. Kobe Kinjin shouted loudly, Baka, I told you to speak. The subordinate struggled for a long time, then said in a pitiful tone, Eat shit. Smack, another slap. Kobe Kinjin roared. Louder, I can't hear you. The subordinate clenched his neck and also yelled loudly, Eat shit. Kobe Kinjin's face showed an incredulous expression, then twisted in anger, his rage skyrocketing. Wari and Ima, even you, a little punk, dare to insult me? Kobe Kinjin kicked out with a loud bang, sending the subordinate flying, crashing into the wall, foaming at the mouth. The subordinate shakily raised his hand, pointing at Kobe Kinjin, and said with difficulty, Ashi B.A., it's you who told me to say it. The next moment, his head tilted, and he fell into a baby-like sleep. At Qinghua Academy, outside the secret channel of the dungeon hall, the 2 leaders of the nuclear elite and dragon team looked at the public announcement board with satisfaction. This feels so good. Damn, it's so satisfying. Kobe Kinjin must be going crazy right now. Wang Qingfeng said with a face full of delight. Ling Xuan exhaled heavily, excited. My junior brother is really impressive. As expected of an unlimited ammo mechanic, even Ichiro Kobe, who had a full set of legendary gear, couldn't last a few minutes. Jiang Jun swung his fist hard, pumped up. This time Sakura country is at a huge loss. We killed the successor of Amaterasu in front of the whole world, and it was 1 against 50, haha. At this moment, the content on the public announcement board changed again. Sakura little brat, get up and let me have some fun? I will never let you live. As soon as this sentence came out, the dungeon hall exploded. Damn, it really is a female big shot. My god, our Easter Dragon even has such a heroic woman? This is too domineering. Sister, please take care of me. I don't want to try anymore. Wang Qingfeng and the others were stunned at the same time. Then Wang Qingfeng quickly reacted and couldn't help but praise. Still, junior brother knows how to play. This trick of creating mystery. What a clever move. Ling Xuan chuckled. Now those guys overseas will be led by the nose by my junior brother. Chapter 52. Playing Tricks. Indeed, as soon as Li Haotian spoke, everyone's thoughts were immediately swayed by him. Free Federation. At this moment, several important leaders of the Source God Council were gathered in the office of President Parker Williams, their eyes fixed on the live broadcast from the instance hall. Parker Williams furrowed his brow, revealing a look of confusion. When did East Dragon produce such a fierce female strongman? I've never heard of her before. Gotham Branch President James Gordon also looked incredulous. Below level 50, Hiroshi Kobe from Cherry Blossom Country is indeed considered top tier among professionals. Even our country's Bruce Wayne can only be considered on par with him. But this mysterious powerhouse from East Dragon Empire managed to wipe out 50 Cherry Blossom Country professionals, including Hiroshi Kobe, in such a short time. This is too exaggerated. Bruno Collins, president of the Hua Capital Branch, also looked grave. Her combat strength is indeed ridiculously strong. Are there really such powerful professionals below level 50? Parker Williams stated thoughtfully, the professionals in East Dragon Empire are diverse, and there are indeed many powerful illusionary professions. Among them, quite a few can handle multiple opponents, such as summoners, mechanics, beast tamers, and nightwalkers. At this point, Parker Williams couldn't help but shake his head. Just the known powerful professions alone already have at least more than 10, and they sometimes even pop up special strong new professions. It's really hard to say. James Gordon furrowed his brows and analyzed. According to the information we have, the awakening of professionals in East Dragon Empire is actually quite related to gender. For example, mechanics and beast tamers usually only awaken in males, with females accounting for less than 10%. For summoners, the opposite is true, with a much larger proportion being female. And for Nightwalkers, it's about half and half. If this mysterious professional from East Dragon is female, then among the known professions, we can roughly narrow down a range. Bruno Collins shook his head and said, "The uncertainty here is too large. And don't forget the other possibility. This fierce woman might not even be a professional below level 50. Parker Williams' eyes flashed with a cold glint. Bruno is right. If the opponent is a professional above level 50, the chances increase if they participate using level and equipment balance. After all, compared to a professional in their 40s, those above level 50 have significantly stronger basic attributes, especially the extraordinary beings among level 50 professionals." Parker glanced at the two and said solemnly, "Send orders down. Ask those who have stayed in East Dragon Empire if they know any information about this female professional. Such a ridiculously strong individual wouldn't be unknown even if they try to hide." "Yes, President. Yes, President." The two answered in unison. In the East Dragon Empire, within the camp confrontation instance, as the victory prompt appeared before Li Hao-Ian, another line of text also floated up. "Ding. The enemy's spiritual energy has been fully absorbed by our crystal. Would you like to transfer the enemy crystal's energy to our crystal?" Li Hao-Ian was slightly taken aback, then immediately remembered what Wang Qingfeng had said earlier. Hiroshi Kobe and his team had activated the camp energy to attract professionals above level 50 from East Dragon Empire, using the halo produced by the camp confrontation instance as bait. Originally, the victors had always been the blue side where Hiroshi Kobe was, so the camp energy was also composed of blue side crystals. But now, after his victory, he could naturally transfer the energy accumulated by Hiroshi Kobe before to his side's crystals. Transfer. Li Hao-Ian naturally chose to transfer without hesitation. At the same time, the information about the special equipment, the halo, produced in the faction conflict dungeon quickly emerged in his mind. Halo is a relatively rare type of equipment. Its only source is the faction conflict dungeon, and it comes with certain conditions. To condense a halo in the faction conflict dungeon, at least 100 above practitioners must be sacrificed to gather energy for the faction. The more practitioners sacrificed, the more spiritual energy the faction crystal absorbs, and the better the attributes of the condensed halo. But the problem is, the attributes and effects of the condensed halo are random. Moreover, only the practitioners who participated in the faction conflict dungeon can wear it. Once they leave the faction conflict dungeon, the halo immediately binds to the practitioner, and no one else can use it. In this situation, unless it is a guild war, no guild is willing to sacrifice that many people for a random attribute halo. If hundreds of practitioners are sacrificed, but the final halo has an unusable attribute, that would be a huge loss. After doing all this, Li Hao-Ian exited the King's Canyon and returned to the dungeon preparation room. At this moment, the global chat permission in the preparation room is still open, and the barrage is flying by rapidly. But unlike before, where there were cold mockeries towards the Eastern Dragon Empire, now, the criticism has turned towards the Cherry Blossom Country. The Cherry Blossom Country has messed up this time, actually blowing up a deep-sea mother dragon. Where is Brother Jianren from Tianzhou? What's it like to send your son off so early? Please share. TSK, the Eastern Dragon really is a hidden dragon and crouching tiger, not to be messed with. Just one woman comes out and takes on 50, truly terrifying. The brother upstairs, you don't know, the women of the Eastern Dragon are even fiercer than the men. How many Eastern Dragon men can't climb the peaks of Shudao Mountain? Looking at the chaotic barrage on the screen, Li Hao-Ian smiled, and then turned off the speaking permission of other countries, leaving only that of the Cherry Blossom Country. Where are the citizens of the Cherry Blossom Country? I challenge all 49 of you. If you're not convinced, come and fight. Suddenly, a name full of question marks sent a message. Other countries' players, cursing because they were muted, suddenly saw this name full of question marks. In every dungeon hall of the Eastern Dragon Empire, everyone was first startled by this sentence, then instantly exploded with excitement. The wheel of fortune turns. Now, it's our turn. Those lowlives from the Cherry Blossom Country, not convinced? The big lady is online asking for abuse. In Cherry Blossom Country, Tianzhou Guild, Kobe Jinren's forehead was throbbing, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury. He roared, "I want that filthy woman dead. Where is the ninja department? Gather 50 skilled men from Misty Hidden Village. All of you use Misty Hidden Technique to assassinate that filthy hag." Hi. The head of the ninja department was also enraged by Li Hao-Ian's words, replying loudly. Chapter 53. Invisibility? I'll directly plow the land with artillery fire. A few minutes later, the Cherry Blossom Country finally began to enter the battle again. Wang Qingfeng and the others looked at the names of the Cherry Blossom Country appearing one after another in the blue faction, slightly raising their eyebrows. Oni Lantern looking at the moon, Oni Lantern Bright Moon, Dried Persimmon by Chuan, Dried Persimmon Gang Ban. Ha! The Oni Lantern Clan and Dried Persimmon Clan are all from Misty Hidden Village. Does Kobe Jianren want to play an assassination tactic? Ling Shuahan sneered. Humph. Hao Ian's tank has radar scanning devices, and there are enough of them. Does the Cherry Blossom Country still want to play assassination? They might as well send themselves to death. In the faction Conflict Dungeons Preparation Room, Li Hao Ian looked at the battle prompt sent by the blue faction, coldly smiling before clicking confirm. In the preparation room, a strong white light illuminated once again, engulfing Li Hao Ian. As his vision shifted, the familiar sensation of teleportation quickly faded away. Li Hao Ian returned to that familiar high ground. Not far in front of him was the huge red crystal. This time, Li Hao Ian had experience. Without a word, he began throwing out tanks with a whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the blink of an eye, 50 tanks appeared again, lined up in front of the high ground. Then, following the tactics from last time, Li Hao Ian sent 9 tanks to 9 defense towers, completing the radar installation. On the high ground, 20 tanks began to adjust their cannon mouths, preparing to seize the opponent's red and blue buffs. On the Sakura countryside, 50 professional shinobi from the Mist-Hidden Village appeared on the high ground, and the 2 leading young men exchanged glances before giving the order at the same time. From the Ghost Lantern Clan, Mist-Hidden Technique. From the Dry Persimmon Clan, Mist-Hidden Technique. Hi. The others responded in unison. Then, these 50 ninjas, like turning a jump rope, quickly began to make hand seals in front of their chests. Over 90% of the professionals in the Sakura country are Onmyoji, Samurai, and Ninjas. Although the types are similar, their abilities and focuses are all different. For example, among the 3 main types, the ninjas, this group has a history of hundreds of years in the Sakura country, living in villages based on their abilities, skilled in all sorts of strange ninja arts and body techniques. Their ninja arts are similar to the spells of the Eastern Dragon Empire, but casting requires specific hand seals. The ones sent by Kenji and Kobe are all elites below level 50 from the Mist-Hidden Village, classified as elite lower ninjas based on their own level. The 2 leaders are even above level 50, participating after balancing their self-limitations based on level and equipment. Those chosen by Kenji and Kobe naturally will not be lacking in ability. In the blink of an eye, these 50 ninjas had completed their hand seals, their cheeks puffed up like toads, blowing air outward. But strangely, they were expelling large amounts of thick mist. Moreover, this thick mist spread rapidly, instantly engulfing the blue side's camp and quickly flowing towards the red side's camp where Li Hao Ian was. After expelling the mist, the 2 young leaders, Ghost Lantern Masayuki and Dry Persimmon Nichikawa, exchanged glances and immediately said solemnly, "Everyone spread out, sneak around. Once you find the enemy, alert immediately and encircle them." Hi. Then, all the ninjas leaped simultaneously, diving into the thick mist and disappearing. All shapes and breaths concealed. After summoning the tanks to form a line, Li Hao Ian immediately used his god's perspective to observe the enemy's movements. But it must be said, the actions of these ninjas from Sakura country were indeed swift. When Li Hao Ian brought them into view, he saw these shinobi from Mist-Hidden Village, dressed in tight gray and white suits, disappearing into the mist like dumplings, obscured from sight. Oh, Li Hao Ian raised an eyebrow, curiously saying a soft "oh," because he discovered that these ninjas really seemed to vanish after entering the mist. No matter how he zoomed in on any spot within the thick mist, he could not find them. If viewed from above, the blue side's camp in the canyon was completely hidden by the thick mist, with not a single silhouette visible. Not even the fluctuation of air currents was detected by Li Hao Ian. It was as if those 50 ninjas had completely disappeared. Interesting, the ninjas from Sakura country seem to not be useless after all. They certainly play hide and seek well. Li Hao Ian murmured. But it's a pity that although the mist-hidden ninjas can completely disappear in the mist, they cannot make the blue and red elite monsters invisible as well. Li Hao Ian only needed to zoom in. He could still clearly see the positions of the blue and red elite monsters. Ka. The tank's main cannon quickly adjusted its angle. Boom. A violent explosion roared at the red-blue elite monsters. The 2 elite monsters didn't make a sound and immediately offered buffs to Li Hao Ian. The leader of the Ghost Lantern clan, Ghost Lantern Wangwei, was rapidly approaching the position of the blue elite monster using the mist concealment technique, his gaze serious. However, just as he was about to get close to the blue elite monster, a strong sense of crisis suddenly struck. Boom! In his shocked gaze, the blue elite monster was directly blown into a pile of minced meat. The wind pressure created by the explosion instantly blew away the thick mist, and without the mist cover, Ghost Lantern Wang Yue's figure immediately became visible. He was horrified and shouted loudly, while quickly spitting out thick mist to conceal himself again. Long-range attack. It's a super weapon. The opponent is a mechanic. Everyone be careful. The opponent is a mechanic. Li Haoqian grinned, a murderous aura rising in his eyes, murmuring, "So what if they know I'm a mechanic? In my cannon, there is infinite ammo." In the next moment, 50 more tanks emerged in front of Li Haoqian again. All the tanks, under Li Haoqian's control, adjusted their angles automatically, forming multi-layered gradients, and then fired violently. Boom, boom, boom. Dense shells rained down like crazy on the blue camp within a 20-meter range. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions erupted from the river where the two camps met, quickly covering the blue side. After confirming that all the opponents were ninjas from Mist Concealment Village, Li Haoqian hesitated not at all and directly unleashed a concentrated artillery strike. You like to stealth and ambush? Thinking you can silently sneak over with the mist covering your figure? Li Haoqian never intended to play hide and seek with them. With 100 tanks and infinite ammo, Li Haoqian could cover every inch of the blue camp with firepower. He would directly plow the land with cannon fire. With those ninjas' weak defenses, Li Haoqian was sure they couldn't withstand this level of firepower. A hit would mean either death or injury. The frenzied explosions continued to roar in Sakura country, mixed with the wails and shocked cries of the Mist Concealment Village ninjas. The opponent is really a mechanic. This firepower density means their super weapon is already perfected. Baka. She must be a secret weapon trained with full lead by some super family in the Eastern Dragon Empire. Help me. Chapter 54. Even gathering monsters is saved. The bombardment of the tank array continued nonstop for a full minute. In this minute, each heavy tank fired dozens of shells. 100 tanks meant thousands of shells in total. The blue camp was instantly turned into ruins by Li Haoqian, and those ninjas from Sakura country couldn't even find a whole bone. In less than 2 minutes after the start, the Sakura country camp was completely wiped out. Outside, in the dungeon hall, after the camp confrontation dungeon started again, everyone stared unblinkingly at the scoreboard showing the battle situation. Kobe Kinjin's eyes were filled with bloodshot, his gaze moving back and forth between the camp map and the names of the ninjas from Sakura country. There's just one person on the other side. 50 elite ninjas from Mist Concealment Village, using the Mist Concealment technique to cover the whole map to launch an ambush, should be able to kill him. Right? He muttered through gritted teeth. However, 10 seconds later, the name of a Ghost Lantern Clan ninja from Sakura country suddenly turned gray. Kobe Kinjin's pupil shrank. The assassination started so quickly. The opponent is so strong. How could they instantly kill a ninja from the Ghost Lantern Clan? But then, Kobe Kinjin couldn't help but scream in disbelief. Impossible. How could he be so strong? Members of the blue camp began to die, one after another, at an alarming speed. The names on the scoreboard appeared to be tainted by a plague. It spread rapidly, each one turning gray. Damn, this battle is way too intense. This boss is killing crazily. What kind of profession is this female boss? She's too fierce. I remember the Ghost Lantern and Dried Persimmon clans from Cherry Blossomation seem to be from Mist Hidden Village. Did they get ambushed and then killed back? I guess the female boss is a summoner. With such a killing speed, it doesn't feel like it could be done by a solo professional. You can't say it isn't possible. Sister, I don't want to work hard anymore. Let me be your summoned beast. 1 minute later, the Cherry Blossom Nation team was completely wiped out again. The declaration of the camp confrontation dungeon changed again. Hide-and-seek warriors aren't that impressive, really unreliable. In the Free Federation, Parker Williams had a serious expression, while James and Bruno fell into silence. So fast. She kills way too fast. Even if the Cherry Blossom Nation ninja defenses are low and they're fragile warriors, it shouldn't be this weak, right? It's only been a minute, and she killed all 50 enemies. This is simply crazy. James and Bruno muttered in disbelief. Parker Williams said gravely, "Have you found any clues? Who is this woman, and why do we have no information about her at all?" James and Bruno exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. Not yet. Parker Williams's face darkened, angrily saying, "What is the information department doing? With this woman's combat power, she should have been classified as a B-level dangerous person already. Yet they didn't even know she existed." In the Cherry Blossom Nation, the Amaterasu Guild, Kobe Kenji smashed the entire office to pieces, like an enraged beast, roaring wildly. Baka. Useless. All of them are useless. 50 assassins, using Mist Hidden technique to sneak attack. yet they still couldn't kill a single enemy. Has Mist Hidden Village been slacking all these years? Is there no strict, organized training? In a corner of the office, the leader of the Ghost Lantern clan, Ghost Lantern Masayoshi, and the leader of the Dried Persimmon clan, Dried Persimmon Kika, stood straight, deeply bowing their heads. Hi, President. We never dared to neglect training, and with this situation, it's probably the enemy's strength is just too powerful. Ghost Lantern Masayoshi's eyes were filled with pain as he gritted his teeth and said. Dried Persimmon Kika looked equally heartbroken. Yes, leader, the opponent must be like the young master, not only an extremely powerful illusion god profession, but also possessing some kind of extremely powerful equipment. Otherwise, she couldn't have killed so many of our young brothers in such a short time. For Ghost Lantern Masayoshi and Dried Persimmon Kika, those who died earlier were all elite disciples from their families, a total of 25 members. If given more time, these individuals could have trained to become outstanding disciples above level 50. But these outstanding disciples were wiped out cleanly in just a minute or two, and they had to be called useless by Kobe Kenji. If it weren't for Kobe Kenji's identity, they really would have wanted to shout back. If our young men are useless, what about your son? Kobe Ichiro has gathered the legendary gear exclusive to Onmyoji and still got killed cleanly by the opponent in just a few minutes. Isn't he also useless, claiming to be the first of the younger generation in Cherry Blossom Nation? Kobe Kenji finally finished venting, breathing heavily as he stared at the two clan leaders. After a while, he said with a grim face, "All right, you can go. Bring Fujino Kimaru in for me." At Kobe Kenji's words, Ghost Lantern Masayoshi and Dried Persimmon Kika immediately breathed a sigh of relief, exchanging a glance quietly and bowed. Hi, President. Fujino Kimaru is the minister of the martial department of the Amaterasu Guild. It seems that Kobe Kenji saw that the ninja's assassination was useless against that person, preparing to seek the martial department for direct combat this time. In the copy hall of the East Dragon Empire, everyone was still immersed in the fierce performance of that female boss, who had wiped out 50 ninjas in an instant, discussing excitedly. Suddenly, a surprised voice shouted loudly. Quick, look! Those Japanese melons are coming to deliver heads again, ha! Ah, let me see. They can't be introducing new ninjas again, right? Is it from the Leaf Village or the Earth Hidden Village? Oh, the Fujiwara family? Ha! The ninja department has backed down, switching to the warrior department now. These Japanese melons have some nerve, actually wanted to fight head-on with the female boss. It's starting. This is so freaking thrilling, hee. Transported back to the battlefield, Li Haoyan, through the eyes of a god, took in everything on the opposite side. Li Haoyan stared in surprise at the group of strong, bare-chested men suddenly emerging from the high ground, exclaiming, Huh? Have they all switched to warriors this time? In the next moment, these big men all gathered together, roaring and shouting, charging towards this side from the middle lane, looking like they were ready to engage in a group fight. Li Haoyan couldn't help but chuckle. Want to confront me head-on? I like that. My tanks are itching for a fight, Kikik. In the next instant, a massive army of tanks appeared in front of Li Haoyan, the frightening cannon barrels all raised, aiming at the group of men charging in unison. A fierce glint flashed in Li Haoyan's eyes as he grinned. This is great. The Cherry Blossom country is too courteous, saving us the trouble of gathering monsters. Boom, 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 boom. Intense fire suddenly erupted from the red side's high ground, smashing into the opposite side. Chapter 55. So many people, are they impressive? Kobe Kenjin stared intensely at the confrontation information on the bulletin board, bloodshot eyes filled with rage, muttering through clenched teeth. If that nasty woman is really a summoner, then even if she's a level 50 or higher summoner, the number of summoned beasts shouldn't exceed 20. With my warrior's bravery and strength from the Cherry Blossom country, I can definitely take on her 20 summoned beasts. This time it's guaranteed. Before Kobe Kenjin could finish his sentence, it was as if he had been choked by the neck. His voice suddenly ceased. His mouth unconsciously gaped open, pupils shaking violently, unable to utter a sound as he made choking noises. Because he was shocked to see that the names of the 50 warriors from the Cherry Blossom country were rapidly turning gray. Ow, how is this possible? Kobe Kenjin's voice even seemed to change. What scared him even more was that this time, the speed of death was even faster than last time. Swish, swish, swish. It was simply like mowing down chives. Meanwhile, the copy hall of the East Dragon Empire was filled with deafening screams and shouts. My god, the female boss has gone bloodthirsty. Awesome. So F*** King awesome. Those damn Japanese melons. Dare to provoke us East Dragons. They should be treated this way. Clean them of all their fleas. This combat power is just too scary. Could this female boss be a new class that popped up in our East Dragon? Even among known mythical classes, I don't think anyone could be this strong. Could it be another bug class like Marshall Lee's creator? It's terrifying, truly terrifying. In less than a minute, due to the enemy actively gathering monsters, Li Hao Ian, with just a few rounds of concentrated fire, turned all 50 big men into minced meat. After confirming that his camp's crystal absorbed all the enemy's spiritual power, Li Hao Ian satisfiedly exited the King's Canyon and returned to the preparation room. Are all the men from the Cherry Blossom country suffering from kidney deficiency? Just a bunch of pretty faces with no real strength. A name represented by a string of question marks continued to speak arrogantly. Baka, Baka, Kobe Kinjin was about to explode with anger. Next to him, the minister of the warrior department of the Amaterasu Guild, Fujinoya Onamaru, also had a dark expression, filled with anger and immense heartbreak. He simply couldn't understand. This is 50 elites. How could they possibly die so fast? What kind of profession does the opponent have? And why can they kill them like slaughtering dogs? The minister of the Yin and Yang department, Abe Yashinari, looked at Fujino Kimamaru's pained expression, a glimmer of gloating flickering in his eyes. The three major divisions of the Amaterasu Guild often secretly vie against each other, with the Yin and Yang department and the martial department especially at odds. This is because people from the Yin and Yang department love to mock the martial department as brutish, strong in body, but simple in mind. On the other hand, the martial department mocks those in the Yin and Yang department as weaklings, only good at raising pets and secretly messing with hybrids, tarnishing the culture of Sakura country. For example, there was once a Yin master who filmed a movie with a half-human, half-snake Kyoheim, and it accidentally spread, causing quite a stir. It is precisely for these reasons that the Yin and Yang department and the martial department have always been at odds. Moreover, it is said that the current head of the Yin and Yang department, Abe Yashinari, enjoys climbing mountaintops and privately keeps many strong male lovers. Further discussed the current head of the martial department, Fujino Kimamaru. Therefore, seeing the massive losses in the martial and ninja departments, Abe Yashinari was naturally pleased. However, the head of the ninja department, Senju Nichio, immediately sensed Abe Yashinari's impure intentions, his expression darkening, and he suddenly spoke up. Minister, I suddenly have an idea. Abe Yashinari's heart skipped a beat. Kobe Kinji's face was grim as he said, Speak. Chairman, I believe that the opponent's combat strength is extraordinarily powerful and clearly unusual. Moreover, their killing speed this time is even faster than last time, indicating that they are not afraid of group battles. It can even be said that they might be very good at group battles. If they are indeed a summoner, then their number of summoned beasts may be far more than 20, possibly having gathered a powerful exclusive career set like the young master. And even if the opponent is not a summoner but a beast master or mechanic, their tamed beasts and powerful weapons cannot be used infinitely. After defeating our elite ninjas and martial artists, even if the dungeon resets their spiritual energy, their mental and capability exhaustion will still be significant. In that case, if we send in another 50 elite Yin-Yang masters, using their numbers to suppress her strength in group battles, we might just defeat that mysterious woman. Abe Yashinari's eyes widened immediately, glaring at Senju Nichio with malice, inwardly cursing. Baka! Senju, you sly old man. You're ruthless. Senju Nichio cast a sideways glance at Abe Yashinari, as if to say, if we're going to lose, let's all lose together. You can't get away from this. Kobe Kinji's eyes sparkled, as if he were considering Senju Nichio's words. After a while, he finally made a decision. His face darkened. All right, Yashinari, immediately gather 50 Yin-Yang masters who have contracted 3 or more Shikigami and send them in to kill her. When it comes to group fights, what Yin-Yang master from Sakura country is afraid of anyone? Abe Yashinari felt dizzy, almost falling to the ground. Damn it, Senju! Yin-Yang masters with 3 or more contracted Shikigami are the true elite among elites. Even Kobe Ikaru, hailed as the strongest of the younger generation in Sakura country, has only contracted 5. Are you trying to expose our Yin-Yang department's secrets? You murderous black thief. But looking at the ghostly fire burning in Kobe Kinji's eyes, Abe Yashinari opened his mouth several times, but dared not utter a word of refusal. The chairman is still in pain from losing his son. If I dare to refuse, there will definitely be no good outcome for me. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Senju Nichio and the smirking Fujino Kimamaru, then took his leave. Hi, Chairman. Li Hao Ian finished mocking. Zheng Bai sat in the preparation room, bored and lost in thought. Suddenly, the blue camp's teleportation array lit up again. New people were coming in. Li Hao Ian was slightly taken aback, then curiously got up to look at the names of the newcomers. Mikami Yuya, Song Jing Kong, Long Zhe Luo La, De Zhe Ma Liya. Wow, it seems they're all on my OG. They want to gang up on me. Li Haoyan murmured. Ah, these Cherry Blossom Country folks are quite aggressive. A fierce light flashed in Li Haoyan's eyes. Interesting, they think having more people makes them powerful, right? But unfortunately, I have more firepower, and plenty of it. It'll send you flying in no time. Chapter 56. Famous Onmyoji from Cherry Blossom Country. Outside, in the East Dragon Empire dungeon hall. Ah, look, more people from the Cherry Blossom Country are arriving. Oh, the Cherry Blossom Country is quite brave. Let's see who came this time. Wow, isn't that the famous teacher song from the Cherry Blossom Country? Hey, it really is. I heard she's a well-known teacher at a university in the Cherry Blossom Country. I met her in a killing dungeon last time. TSK, let me tell you, don't be fooled by teacher Song's soft appearance. Her battle experience is extremely rich. In the Cherry Blossom Country, many professionals have been defeated by her, unable to last 3 minutes before surrendering. Damn, it seems the Cherry Blossom Country is really furious this time, and they sent some well-known Onmyoji. TSK. Indeed, I've heard of the Zay Ma Liya. She seems to be a mixed blood and has strong combat skills. In the Amaterasu Guild, Shungu Rin stared fiercely at the announcement board, gritting his teeth. This time, I don't believe she can hold up. 50 Onmyoji, each with 3 or more Shikigami. Just counting the Onmyoji themselves, the total number exceeds 200. With so many forces charging in, even if she excels in team battles, she is undoubtedly doomed. Seeing the battle request from the blue side, Li Haoyan sneered, clicking to agree. As the view in front of him rippled, he reappeared in the King's Canyon. As soon as he appeared, Li Haoyan quickly activated his godly perspective, placing his eyes all over the King's Canyon. On the opposing blue camp side, a group of Onmyoji in wizard robes also appeared at the same time. Then, these Onmyoji immediately released their Shikigami according to the previously established strategy. In just a blink, over 100 bizarre-looking Shikigami appeared in Li Haoyan's sight. Then, under the Onmyoji's control, these Shikigami scattered like locusts, flocking towards the red side. Li Haoyan pondered briefly before quickly summoning 50 tanks. At the same time, hundreds of Gatling rotating machine guns arranged densely on the high ground. This time, the enemy's numbers were clearly far greater than in the previous 2 confrontations. With over 200 enemies, even if he summoned 100 tanks, it would be difficult to cover the entire King's Canyon without any gaps. Moreover, many of the enemy Shikigami had special abilities, which wouldn't be wiped out in a short time. This battle might last for some time, and if he summoned too many super weapons and consumed too much of his spiritual power, he might fall into a trap set by the enemy Onmyoji, leading to disaster. So, for his own safety, Li Haoyan decided that using tanks along with Gatling rotating machine guns was a better choice. Tanks could deliver ultra-long-range strikes, covering the entire map. If the enemy really managed to reach his high ground, then those 100 Gatling machine guns could fill the gaps in mid to close-range firepower. Although Gatling machine guns are not as powerful as rocket launchers, when facing a large number of enemies, their high rate of fire and dense coverage. More practical than a rocket launcher. Not only that, Li Haoyan also summoned his exoskeleton armor and put it on himself. Although he had a mechanical avatar to save his life, he still needed to have the necessary combat awareness. After summoning enough super weapons, Li Haoyan followed the old rule and assigned 10 tanks to bombard the enemy's red and blue elite monsters, aiming to snatch the red and blue buffs first. Then, 50 tanks began firing at full strength. On the other side, the Cherry Blossom Country's players, led by famous Onmyoji like Song Jinkong, quickly advanced towards the red side under the cover of their Shikigami. However, before they could advance very far, 2 intense fireballs exploded in the red camp, accompanied by the sound of explosions. Song Jinkong paused slightly, her soft voice turning serious as she said, "What powerful artillery! They can hit us from so far away. The opponent is a mechanic." Dezoa, Maria's voice was filled with aggression as she wondered. Strange. Most mechanics in the Eastern Dragon Empire are men, right? How did such a powerful female mechanic suddenly appear? Song Jinkong shook her head slightly. I don't know, perhaps she was secretly trained by some big family. Confirming the opponent's profession, Mikami Yuya speculated. So, the reason she was able to quickly eliminate so many of us, including Jinhui Chiro, before is that she has accumulated far more super weapons than a typical level 50 player? Ryaku's Rolla nodded slightly, her mood relaxing a little. That should be the reason, but she has already fought 2 battles. Even if her super weapon count is impressive, the ammunition she carries should be running low. With so many of us, we should be able to deplete her firepower and then finish her off. Learning that the opponent was a mechanic, the leading Onmyoji felt significantly less pressure. The unknown is what brings the most fear. Before entering, Their biggest worry was whether the mysterious, strong individual from the Eastern Dragon Empire would awaken some unprecedented, incredibly powerful profession like Li Fuji did in the past. But if they knew the profession, they would have had various contingency plans in place before entering. For example, although mechanics have powerful attacks, mechanics below level 50 cannot use an endless amount of gear. The fact that she could carry so many super weapons was already far beyond Sakura Country's expectations. Plus, after 2 battles, the ammunition supplied to those super weapons should be quite low by now. That female mechanic over there definitely didn't expect that Sakura Country would gather so many Onmyoji to overwhelm her with numbers. And they're all elite among elites, at least those who have contracted 3 Shikigami. From Song Jinkong's perspective, as long as they executed their pre-planned strategy, defeating the opponent should be no problem. After all, these 50 people are the strongest Onmyoji in Sakura Country. Boom, 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 boom. After gaining the red and blue buffs, and using God's perspective to observe, the 50 tanks began to fire wildly. The dense barrage of tank main cannons echoed throughout the King's Canyon. Faced with Li Hao-Ian's unreasonable bombardment, the Onmyoji from Sakura Country could only curse angrily while trying to find gaps in the artillery fire to quickly advance towards the red side. Out in the world, everyone watched the battle scene with wide eyes, especially focused on the names of the Onmyoji from Sakura Country. Indeed, that female boss did not disappoint. Soon after, the Cherry Blossom Country players began dying rapidly, their names turning gray one by one. But unlike before, this time, the speed of Sakura Country's deaths was noticeably slower. Chapter 57, Sudden Attack and Counterattack. Kobe Kinjin was also staring at the large screen intently. When he saw those Onmyoji starting to die, his heart sank. And the head of the Onmyo department, Abe Hidesato, had a dark expression, feeling immense pain. These were the elites among their Onmyo department. But soon, Kobe Kinjin noticed that the death rate of the Sakura Country's camp was noticeably slower this time. At least, so far, there were still more than 20 alive. Although the losses were still heavy, it was much better than being wiped out instantly in the last round. For them, this represented an opportunity. The warriors of Sakura Country never feared death for victory. In the dungeon, Uzawa Maria and others gritted their teeth, and, under the cover of Shikigami, finally pushed close to the enemy's high ground. Song Jinkong now looked a bit haggard, his snow-white skin stained with patches of charred black, seemingly hit hard by Li Hao-Ian's artillery. Mikami Yuya was filled with dread, trembling as he said, "What terrifying firepower! How much ammunition did that guy bring? It's like it never ends." Ryuzawa Lola was also a bit afraid. Yeah, no wonder she could kill so many of us so quickly in the previous confrontation. That firepower is just too scary. Even with our Shikigami having strong defenses, one slip, and we'd be done for. The stronger the Onmyoji from Sakura Country, the more Shikigami they could summon. The Onmyoji selected by Kobe Kinjin this time were at least elites who had contracts with 3 Shikigami. And because of the inherent fragility of Onmyoji, those who could contract multiple Shikigami would choose at least one defensive-type Shikigami to better protect themselves in battle. It was for this reason that Li Hao-Ian's artillery coverage failed to wipe out the enemy completely, allowing these Onmyoji to push into the high ground area. Song Jinkong said with a grim face, "The enemy is indeed powerful, but the mechanic excels in mid to long-range coverage attacks. Once we rush in close, our current numbers are enough to take him down." The other Onmyoji also showed fierce expressions, saying heavily, "Hang in a little longer, we will soon reach the high ground." Li Hao-Ian, from his god's perspective, saw everyone's actions clearly. Seeing the enemy charging through the artillery fire, he showed no signs of worry. He snickered, controlling 100 Gatling rotating machine guns hidden behind the tank, continuing to attack methodically. With a whoosh, a Shikigami, resembling a praying mantis, suddenly sprang out from the bushes, charging toward the high ground. Then, various strange Shikigami surged out in succession from the bushes, with the Onmyoji following closely behind, also rushing out. They broke through Li Hao-Ian's artillery barrier and finally reached the high ground. Song Jinkong and several leaders also charged out. Uzawa Maria quickly scanned the surroundings and found that there were about 20 Onmyoji left, with 4 or 5 dozen Shikigami remaining. Mikamiya looked at the dense rows of tanks on the red team's high ground, eyes narrowing slightly. So, they are heavy tanks. This number must be at least 40 or 50. No wonder the firepower is so overwhelming. Song Jinkong said in a deep voice, "Tanks can't move flexibly at close range, and their shooting speed can't keep up with us. Let's take down the tower first, then attack the high ground and kill that mechanic." So, seeing the enemy's main base so close, The fear in the hearts of the other Onmyoji slightly receded, replaced by endless ruthlessness and killing intent. Boom, 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 boom. These dozens of Onmyoji immediately began to frantically attack the defense tower, while jumping up and down to avoid the 50 tanks ahead. 1 minute later, the 3 defensive towers on the high ground suddenly collapsed, the last defenses finally destroyed under the desperate attacks of these Onmyoji. The number of Onmyoji had once again sharply decreased by half, leaving only about 10 people. Song Jingkong was right. Tanks indeed could not move quickly at close range, nor adjust their barrels to shoot. But there was no way to ignore the sheer number of tanks Li Haoyan had. 50 tanks, even if just sitting in place and firing in crossfire, were enough to pose a great threat to those Onmyoji attacking the defensive towers. Seeing the 3 defensive towers finally destroyed, Song Jingkong's eyes sparkled, and he shouted, "Everyone rush to the high ground. Kill that mechanic. Jump over from above the tanks. The tank barrels can't cover above. Kill." These Onmyoji saw the person in mechanical armor at the back of the height, eyes red, rushing up. Watching these shouting mechanics charge up, Li Haoyan's lips quietly curled up. With a thought, the 100 Gatling guns hidden behind the tanks suddenly floated up, their dark muzzles pointing into the air. Under the horrified gaze of Song Jingkong, they fired simultaneously. The dense rain of bullets covered all the charging Onmyoji. Longze Luo La was horrified, screaming in despair, "Ah, she has superpowered weapons. Save me." However, no one could save her, because the other Onmyoji were also caught off guard by Li Haoyan's sneaky move, screaming and looking for ways to save themselves. This turn of events was something they had never anticipated. In their understanding, heavy tanks were indeed superpowered weapons that took up space, and with the accompanying ammunition, it was already unbelievable for Li Haoyan to have so many. Under such circumstances, even if Li Haoyan had other superpowered weapons, it should be impossible to have overwhelming numbers. But unexpectedly, he actually had hidden over 100 Gatling guns. In the dense and violent hail of bullets, the remaining Onmyoji began to die again. Dezhou Maria screamed in anger as she hid inside her defense-efficient iron barrel ghost, trying to withstand Li Haoyan's sneak attack. She shouted angrily, "Hold on. Use the defensive Shurishun to block it. The Gatling gun's ammunition stock is only 150 rounds. As long as we withstand this wave, she won't have time to change ammo, and we can counter-kill her." However, half a minute later, the dense firepower showed no sign of weakening. Still crazily da-da-da-da-da. Dezhou Maria's eyes were wide open, both absurd and unbelievable as she screamed. "Impossible! With a rate of fire of the Gatling gun, the bullets should have run out long ago. Why are you still shooting?" Li Haoyan, hiding behind the high ground, cackled, "Because I'm enduring, unlike those Instant Man Cherry Blossom country folks, shaking in just 30 seconds. Hearing Li Haoyan's mocking voice, Dezhou Maria, Song Jingkong, and other well-known Onmyoji, who were still desperately holding on, were stung into silence and gasped. "You're not a woman, you're a man?" Chapter 58, Golden War Order. Immediately, Song Jingkong recalled the Eastern Dragon's previous Forbidden Kingdom order and gasped. "The Eastern Dragon Empire's previous Forbidden Kingdom order was because of you. Your superpowered weapons have no ammunition limits. You pretended to be a woman to confuse others." Li Haoyan looked at her in surprise, saying with some appreciation, as expected of the renowned teacher Song from the Cherry Blossom country, "You still have some brains. But unfortunately, this is a faction confrontation dungeon. Even if you know this secret, you won't have a chance to spread it." Ka. The 50 tanks in front of the position began to turn their barrels, aiming at the few remaining Onmyoji. "No, please spare my life. I am willing to swear allegiance to you. I will never reveal your secret." Always Sora screamed. Li Haoyan coldly looked at her and shook his head lightly. "People from Sakura country, I don't trust any of you. Let's go." Boom! The cannon fire roared, burying the few people alive. Looking at the ground covered with severed limbs and shredded flesh, Li Haoyan confirmed that all of them were dead before he moved his mind and dismissed the superpower weapons. Outside, in the Eastern Dragon's instance hall, it once again fell into a burst of celebration. "The female boss is amazing." Breaking voice. "Damn, what exactly is the female boss's profession? This is so strong." There were 50 Onmyoji, along with their Shikigami, totaling over 100, and she killed them all. Not just over 100. Aoi Sora, Yuya Mikami, and these Onmyoji are all small-time celebrities in Sakura country. I might not know every single Onmyoji, but I have heard of most of them. If I'm not wrong, these Onmyoji are probably all elites from the Onmyo division, each with more than 3 Shikigami. Hiss, each of them has more than 3 Shikigami? If that's true, Then these 50 on my OG, wouldn't they have more than 200 Shikigami in total? Damn, with this kind of number, even a summoner or a mechanic wouldn't be able to fight. Yeah, the female boss has already fought several battles. Below level 50, after balancing the levels and equipment, no one could carry so many ammo. What exactly is her profession? In the Free Federation, Parker Williams, the president of the Source God Guild, had a grim expression and a clear look of fear appeared in his eyes. He said in a deep voice to James and Bruno, "Send out the orders. Classify this mysterious woman from the Eastern Dragon Empire as an A-level dangerous person, and offer a huge reward for her detailed information." James and Bruno exchanged glances and nodded solemnly. "Understood, President," Parker said darkly. 50 on my OG, with a total number of over 200. She managed to kill them all in such a short time. Her combat power is terrifying. Not only invincible at her level, but even at higher levels, she can still be considered invincible. Even Li Fushur from back then, compared to her, his attack power would probably be inferior. If she's already over level 50 and participated in a faction combat instance after balancing levels and equipment, then her full combat power might even be enough to take on level 60 professionals. And if she grows even more in the future, she will definitely become a huge threat to us. At the same time, at the headquarters of the Amaterasu Guild, Kenji Kobe, along with the 3 department heads of the Onmyo, Martial, and Ninja divisions, all wore serious expressions. Even Kenji Kobe had to temporarily put aside the death of his beloved son and focus all his thinking on this mysterious woman. 50 elite on my OG, working with over 150 various Shikigami, still got wiped out by her. What does this mean? It means that this woman's potential can match Li Fushur, even surpassing him. Back then, Li Fushur of the Eastern Dragon Empire hid himself and didn't show up until level 70. At that time, Li Fushur had become so strong that almost no one could kill him. The countries around the world saw him as a thorn in their side, but it was already too late. But this mysterious woman is different. Her potential is also astounding, yet she revealed herself much earlier than Li Fushur. If we don't find a way to kill her now, once she truly grows, she could become a terrifying professional capable of crushing the Phantom God. For Sakura Country, which borders Eastern Dragon, if Eastern Dragon really produces 2 super professionals like Li Fushur, it would be a disaster. Kenji Kobe's mind flashed through various thoughts, and finally, it seemed like he made a decision. He said in a deep voice, "We can't let her continue to grow. Such a threatening person must be extinguished early. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." After seeing that woman's terrifying potential, this matter has even escalated to a national-level crisis. At such a time, even the 3 major ministers who usually do not get along dare not engage in internal strife, but unite against external threats. Minister of the Yin-Yang Department, Abe Hideo, said solemnly, "But the problem is right now, in the Eastern Dragon Forbidden Kingdom, our people cannot get in at all. Moreover, even if we could find a way to send high-level ninjas to infiltrate Eastern Dragon to assassinate her, we still wouldn't know her identity." Semoka Nikon also wore a serious expression. "Yes, we assassinated that mechanic from Eastern Dragon last time, so this time, Eastern Dragon will definitely take extremely tight precautionary measures against us. Even if we send ninjas in, it will probably be very difficult to succeed in the assassination." Fujiwara Onamaru fell into a brief silence, a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. "Then what should we do? Are we just going to let her grow? She has been hiding in Eastern Dragon for so long. If it weren't for this faction conflict instance that we provoked, we wouldn't even know of her existence. This also means that even if she enters other instances in the future, she will definitely hide herself, making it hard for the outside world to notice. If we miss this opportunity in the faction conflict instance, it will be even harder to find her later." Abe Hideo's face looked grim. "But the problem is, even if we want to deal with her in the faction conflict instance, with her displayed combat power, below level 50, no one can defeat her." Just then, Kanagawa Kenjin suddenly spoke up. "No, there's still a chance. If level 50 professionals can't do it, what about level 70? Level 70? The 3 major ministers were momentarily stunned. Then, Semoka Nikon was the first to react, a flash of surprise crossing his eyes as he excitedly said, "President, do you mean to use that?" Kanagawa Kenjin nodded firmly. "That's right. The Golden War Order." Abe Hideo and Fujiwara Onamaru both trembled, finally remembering that their Amaterasu Guild still treasured 3 Golden War Orders. With this item, they could send 3 professionals above level 70 into the faction conflict instance. Although there would still be level and equipment suppression, the Golden War Order could give these 3 professionals a chance to unleash their full power. Chapter 59. The 3 major ministers take the stage. It must be known that this is a level 70 professional, a true full power strike under the support of original equipment and level. And the faction conflict instance suppresses the opponent's level and equipment all below level 50. If the person using the Golden War Order is a level 79 professional, the difference between the two sides is almost equivalent to crossing a full 30 levels. This level gap, coupled with the enhancement of equipment, is truly a dimensionality reduction strike, capable of achieving a one-hit kill. Moreover, the Amaterasu Guild treasures not just one Golden War Order, but a full 3. The existence of these 3 Golden War Orders was known only to Kanagawa Kenjin and the 3 major ministers. Even other senior members of the Amaterasu Guild were unaware. This also means that the Eastern Dragon Empire also does not know. If they use the 3 Golden War Orders to send 3 professionals over level 70 to ambush that woman, the Eastern Dragon Empire will definitely not be able to anticipate it in advance. At that time, when these 3 suddenly unleash their full power strikes, they will absolutely be able to instantly kill that woman. Thinking of this, Senmoku Nikon hurriedly asked, "President, then who should we send in?" Kanagawa Kenjin did not speak, but his gaze was firmly fixed on the 3 major ministers. Abe Hideo's body stiffened, hesitant, "Iwi." Kanagawa Kenjin nodded as a matter of course, his eyes shining. "Since we are already using the Golden War Order, we must ensure a 100% success rate. Among all the level 70 professionals in our Amaterasu Guild, you 3 major ministers, regardless of levels or equipment, are the top existences. It is the most secure to have you personally take action." But, Abe Hideo hesitated somewhat. Kobe Kenjin's face darkened as he stared at him. "What? You 3 are personally leading the team, and with the Golden Battle Order, you can't even handle a woman whose level has been suppressed." Abe Hideo also muttered in his heart, "Damn it, it's not you going up there, so of course you don't have to worry." But he also knew that, even if Kobe Kenjin was an 81-level practitioner, he couldn't use the Golden Battle Order. Even if he could, given this old guy's caution, he certainly wouldn't personally take action. After struggling for a long time, Abe Hideo could only grit his teeth and say, "Hey, we will definitely kill that woman, eliminating this future threat for Sakura country." Kobe Kenjin seemed to notice Abe Hideo's hesitation. His expression softened as he patted Abe Hideo's shoulder. "Don't worry, you're level 74, with 7 Shikigami to protect you. Fujino and Shizuki are both level 75 practitioners, and with your full epic gear leading the team, that woman is bound to die. Moreover, although that woman is strong, she is not truly invincible. When she was dealing with those 50 on Myoji before, she clearly slowed down a lot. I suspect that after fighting continuously against the warriors of Sakura country, her condition must have started to decline. With you 3 personally taking action this time, you will definitely be able to kill that woman." At this point, Kobe Kenjin paused slightly and tempted them. "Also, you won't come back empty-handed this time. Don't forget, the camp energy has been accumulating for so long. Donglong and our practitioners combined have contributed hundreds of lives, and they're all elite. I estimate that once you kill that woman, the halos produced in this camp confrontation dungeon will be very powerful. If we can get halos that perfectly suit you, that's a huge gain." Hearing this, Abe Hideo's eyes lit up. Right? He almost forgot about the halos. The camp energy this time has been accumulating for so long. The halos produced will likely be top-notch. Fujino Yamato and Shizuki Nikkei exchanged a glance. Their eyes also filled with some heat. Halos are special gear, and due to their unique production conditions, most practitioners do not possess them, not even the 3 major ministers. Kobe Kenjin actually got one back then, but its attributes were just average. If they can solve that woman this time, the halos produced by this camp confrontation dungeon will definitely not be disappointing. Hey, we guarantee to complete the mission. Hey, long live Sakura. Fujino Yamato and Shizuki Nikkei said loudly. Kobe Kenji nodded slightly, his eyes revealing a look of hatred, saying, "Since even the Golden Battle Order is used, we must ensure that nothing goes wrong this time. You go to the 3 major departments and select 47 elite practitioners of level 59. Let them balance their levels and equipment with you and enter together. This time, we must kill that woman from Donglong." Hey, the 3 major ministers turned around, their hearts burning with excitement as they left. At this time, countries around the world were paying attention to this confrontation dungeon between Sakura country and Donglong Empire. When they saw that Sakura country sent 50 on Myoji and were wiped out by that mysterious woman from Donglong Empire, they were amazed and somewhat gloating. Hey, Sakura country really messed up this time. Even the young vice president of Amaterasu was killed by Donglong. What a huge embarrassment. Who told them to provoke Donglong? This is called asking for trouble. Exactly. Although the late practitioners of Donglong Empire have been somewhat mediocre and have suffered losses in various dungeons over the years, the foundation of Donglong Empire is still there. Even the Free Federation has to be wary. Does Sakura Country really think they can just go hard against them? Just like a blind person going to the toilet, looking for shit. The dungeon hall of Donglong Empire was similarly buzzing with discussions. Hey, do you guys think Sakura Country is scared? How come there's been no movement for so long? They must be terrified after being wiped out by the lady boss. TSK. She took out 50 elite on my OG in just a few minutes, clean and neat. Exactly. In such a small place like Sakura Country, 50 level 50 or below is probably their strongest force. If they can't handle the lady boss, I don't believe they have any other tricks up their sleeve. Hey, true. Look, someone from Sakura Country is back. What the hell? Are they that stubborn? I wonder who it is this time. Oh, what's going on? Why do they hide their names? Oh my, does Sakura Country have hidden powerful experts like the lady boss? Afraid we'll target them if we know. Haha, have you lost your mind? All 50 people from Sakura Country have hidden their names. In such a tiny corner. How could they have so many powerhouse experts? I think they're just bluffing, trying to scare the lady boss. Exactly, this must be Sakura Country trying to bluff. Quick, look, the battle has begun. Chapter 60. The hatred has reached the ancestors. At that moment, everyone noticed something new. Why is Sakura Country showing the participants' names again? Strange. What's Sakura Country up to? Let me see who they are. Abe Hidataka, Fujino Kimamaru, Simo Kanikian. These names sound really familiar. What the hell? Aren't these the leaders of the 3 divisions of Amaterasu? How did they get in? Holy crap. It really seems so. But wait a minute. In a level 50 or below dungeon raid, even if levels and equipment are balanced, the highest level participants can only be a bit over 50. I remember the leaders of the 3 Amaterasu divisions are all over level 70. How did they get in? In the secret passage of Qinghua Academy's dungeon hall, Jiang Zhen, Ling Xuahan, and Wang Qingfeng looked shocked. Wang Qingfeng said solemnly, I didn't expect Sakura Country to secretly hold 3 golden battle orders. Jiang Zhen was slightly surprised, feeling some worry in his heart. Abe Hidataka is a level 74 on my OG. His Shikigami 7 people has both offense and defense, with special abilities and a high level. He's truly not easy to deal with. Fujino Kimaru's 3-sword style is also extremely sharp, and Sinmo Kanikian is known as a master of ninjutsu, proficient in various advanced techniques. These 3 guys are not easy. Ling Xuahan frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, the leaders of the 3 Amaterasu divisions are among the best level 70 practitioners. If I face them alone, I can handle at most 2 of them. They are indeed difficult. However, even if they can enter the raid using the golden battle orders, under the balance of levels and equipment, their biggest advantages are merely basic attributes and the number of skills, plus that one chance to unleash their full power. But my junior brother has those abnormal exclusive talents. With that unreasonable firepower coverage, their basic attributes and skills won't have much advantage. The biggest threat to my junior brother is still that chance to unleash full power. At this point, Ling Xuahan paused slightly. A glint of cold light flashed in her eyes, but unfortunately, my junior brother's newly awakened mechanical doppelganger has no limit on usage. Together, they only have 3 chances to unleash their full power, but even if they can kill my junior brother 3 times, with so many super weapons my junior brother has, it means nothing. Ling Xuahan's eyes suddenly flashed with excitement, mocking, hey, the 3 leaders are sacrificing together. Sakura Country is destined to embarrass themselves this time. In the raid dungeon, as Li Hao Ian just teleported in, he immediately opened the god's perspective. The entire canyon is encompassed. This time, those guys from Sakura Country suddenly hid everyone's names, and this action also made Li Hao Ian feel a touch of vigilance rise in his heart. But soon he was stunned, because he suddenly saw that the guys on the opposite side had actually displayed their names again. Abe Hidai, Fujino Onamaru, Senmoku Nichija. Li Hao Ian's eyes immediately revealed a serious expression, and he even felt a bit incredulous. The 3 major division heads of the Amaterasu Guild from Sakura Country. He showed a speechless face. Damn, really? You just lost 200 of your people. How come you can't play it safe anymore? The Golden War Order? I didn't expect that Sakura Country actually hides such good things. Good thing I was a top student before. Otherwise, ordinary people really wouldn't know about this stuff. While observing, Li Hao Ian raised his eyebrows. Wow, Sakura Country really thinks highly of me. Even these remaining people seem to have better basic qualities than the previous professionals. That's Hirono Hikari, right? Also, Uzumaki Akihito, Uchiha Yusuke, TSK, all famous skill players at level 50 from Sakura Country. Goodness, could it be that this time they've gathered all mid-level elite professionals above level 50? Ah, the enmity I've drawn really goes back to their ancestors. After confirming the identity of the opponents, Li Haoyan admired them while quickly thinking in his mind. Then, he still followed the previous tactics, first summoning 50 heavy tanks, arranged on the high ground. Then he summoned 100 rocket launchers, surrounding the high ground in a circle. But unlike those tanks, Li Haoyan aimed all these rocket launchers inward. After preparing, Li Haoyan smiled darkly. Game on, start. In the blue camp, the three major division heads let their subordinates spread out in groups of 3 to fight. Samurai in front, ninjas hidden in the dark, and the Onmyoji as magic output fell to the back. Then they fully spread out and charged toward the red camp. As for the extra Onmyoji, they followed Senmoku Nichiju to the location of the red elite monster. Fujino Onamaru, as a warrior, temporarily served as the meat shield for Abe Hidai, going together to the location of the blue elite monster. This was their discussed tactic. The red elite monster could increase attack power by 30%. It was most suitable for the assassin-type Senmoku Nichiju to acquire, as it would boost his attack power during ambush. The blue elite monster increased recovery speed by 30%, which was naturally most suitable for Abe Hidai. Although Fujino Onamaru usually couldn't stand Abe Hidai, at such a time, he could clearly differentiate between light and heavy and wouldn't trip up Abe Hidai. However, when they acted separately and were about to approach the areas of the red and blue elite monsters, with a loud boom, Li Haoyan opened fire. He summoned 25 tanks each to simultaneously bombard Abe Hidai and Senmoku Nichiju. Senmoku Nichiju, as a master of ninjutsu, was cautious and kept an eye on his surroundings during the journey. Suddenly, a terrifying feeling descended from the sky. Before the shells landed, all the hairs on his body stood on end. He didn't even lift his head to look, and without hesitation, he performed the substitution technique. With a soft bang, Senmoku Nichiju's figure disappeared, replaced by a stout wooden stump. But the Onmyoji who followed him didn't react so quickly. Boom! With a violent explosion, both the Onmyoji and the red elite monster were blown to bits. Meanwhile, on Abe Hidai's side, they also sensed Li Haoyan's sudden attack in time. Abe Hidai was horrified. In the first moment, he instinctively summoned you, one of the 7, to his side, hoping to use it as a shield. But this action did not bring him any sense of safety. As an experienced professional, Abe Shu could clearly feel that after his Shikigami was suppressed to below level 50, the opponent's strike had exceeded the defense limit of the Shikigami. Chapter 61. The New Mechanical War God? While making these responses, Abe Shu was also greatly shocked, exclaiming, "The opponent is a mechanic." Immediately after, he gritted his teeth and prepared to use that one chance to strike with all his might. There was no other way. Among his Shikigami, there was no one like Qianmu Rigian who had the ability to switch or teleport, so he could only brace for this wave of attack. But at that moment, Fujino Onamaru suddenly said in a deep voice, "I will take this one. You save your chance for that mechanic." Fujino Onamaru also had no choice. As a samurai, his direct attack power was beyond doubt, but in terms of defense, at most he could be considered a slightly sturdier fighter. Although his resistance was good, under the situation of being suppressed in level and equipment, he could never withstand the concentrated bombardment from 25 tanks' main cannons, unless he could unleash the strength of a level 70 professional. But the chance to strike with all his might was only once. If both he and Abe Shu used it, they would have no trump card against Li Haoyan. So, in the face of Li Haoyan's sudden attack, Fujino Onamaru could only choose to use that chance himself to defuse the crisis and let Abe Shu conserve his strength. Because when Abe Shu's 7 warriors Shikigami erupted with all their might, not only was their attack far more diverse, but their strength was also greater than his, making them more suitable as a trump card. Saying this, Fujino Onamaru instantly drew 3 gleaming samurai swords, holding 2 in his hands and biting one with his mouth. His gaze instantly became as sharp as a hawk, and his voice was hoarse as he murmured, "Secret technique. 108 troubling winds." With a bang, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from Fujino Onamaru, transforming into an extremely sharp tornado that shot into the sky, heading toward the rapidly descending shells. Clang, 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 clang. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of metal cutting came from high above, followed by a series of explosive sounds. The volley fired by Li Haoyan was directly intercepted and shredded by Fujino Onamaru in mid-air. After launching this attack, Fujino Onamaru's momentum quickly dropped, being suppressed back to below level 50. His face darkened as he shouted loudly, "Everyone pay attention. The opponent is a mechanic. Don't waste time. Charge forward at full speed. Close the distance." Yes. All action teams quickly responded. their speed of assault instantly increasing, transforming into phantoms rushing toward the red team's camp. Abe Shu and Fujino Onamara did the same, not daring to delay, darting forward like lightning. At the same time, they moved in a serpentine path, trying to avoid being targeted by the enemy. Li Haoyan shook his head regretfully, muttering, "Although I couldn't kill one of these three guys, at least I've wasted Fujino Onamara's chance to strike with all his might." Well, but this is also good. If the other two guys have no trump cards, they probably won't dare to rush up the high ground to kill me. In that case, my trap won't be easy to escape. As he mumbled, 50 tanks continued to fire fiercely, causing significant losses to the assaulting combat teams. Although these professionals were mid-level ones who entered after balancing their levels and equipment, without the blessing of the Golden Battle Order, they only had slightly better base attributes and skill quantity. Faced with Li Haoyan's endless ammunition bombardment, they similarly had little chance to resist, only able to try their best to evade. The only thing they could pray for was that the shells wouldn't land on them. But even so, when they charged toward the red team's high ground and lost around 20 to 30 people, the three main ministers mixed in with the crowd had already gathered together. When they saw the dozens of tanks displayed on the high ground from a distance, Qianmu Ri Jian's gaze instantly darkened. These are heavy tanks, and there are a lot of them. Tung Yigue Maru showed a look of suspicion. Something's not right. Although there are quite a few tanks, the ammunition they carried should have run out by now. But as we fought our way here, the bombing frequency of the tanks hasn't changed at all. Could it be that they don't need to change weapons? And Beishouyi also showed a thoughtful look in his eyes, then shouted in shock. "I know why he could kill so many of our professionals so quickly." "What do you mean? What did you figure out?" Tung Yigue Maru and Qianmu Ri Jian immediately turned to look at Beishouyi. And Beishouyi stared intensely at the row of tanks above, incredulously saying, "I suspect that his tanks really don't need to change ammunition. This mechanic is different from ordinary mechanics. His tanks have unlimited ammunition. The reason East Dragon issued the national ban is likely because of him. That old guy Li Fuzi must have restarted the Mechanical War God project. He is the new Mechanical War God." Tung Yigue Maru and Qianmu Ri Jian's bodies shook all over, their faces filled with shock. Unlimited ammunition. A new Mechanical War God? This East Dragon Empire is definitely hiding a big move. Watching as the other professionals began to charge at the defensive towers on the high ground, struggling amidst the crossfire of those dozens of tanks, jumping up and down, Qianmu Ri Jian said solemnly, "Without ammunition limits, the enemy's firepower is too dense. This won't do. If more of our people die, even if we both have one more chance to strike with all our might, it might not be stable." And Beishouyi glanced at the battlefield, hesitating slightly before gritting his teeth and saying, "The enemy is a mechanic, and they have unlimited ammunition. Fighting him with our lives isn't cost-effective. We must defeat these three defensive towers on the high ground as quickly as possible, then close the distance to surround him. As long as we can rush to his side, with the mechanic's fragile defense, a full force strike from Ji Ri could take him out in seconds." Qianmu Ri Jian's eyes brimmed with killing intent. "Your 7 heroes excel in group attacks. You push the tower while the others surround him, and I'll strike from the shadows for a guaranteed hit." And Beishouyi nodded vigorously. "That's exactly what I was thinking." Tung Yigue Maru urged impatiently. "Stop talking. Let's act quickly." In just a moment, he witnessed another 2 or 3 warriors die in the crossfire between the defensive tower and the tanks. And Beishouyi no longer hesitated, swiftly making a peculiar hand gesture. Then, a powerful aura seemed to break through restraints and rose from him. And Beishouyi shouted, "7 kills, full moon." Immediately, 7 Shikigami soared up from around in Beishouyi, merging in midair to form a bloody full moon. As in Beishouyi pointed forward, the bloody moon split into 3 and descended upon the 3 defensive towers on high ground. Chapter 62. This mechanic is simply invincible. And Beishouyi stared intently at that guy behind the high ground. He truly wanted to use this move to directly annihilate that mechanic. But as long as there were 3 defensive towers, the high ground would be protected by a shield. Even if he unleashed a full-force attack, it would be difficult to break the shield and kill the enemy simultaneously. 3 smaller bloody moons fell like comets, ferociously crashing into the 3 defensive towers. With a boom, the defensive towers instantly collapsed. Other professionals saw the enemy's defensive towers destroyed by Beishouyi and excitedly shouted, "Minister Nbei is mighty. Kill! Kill!" Seeing the high ground's defensive towers destroyed, the remaining dozen or so professionals yelled and cheered. A swarm rushed towards a mechanic in exoskeleton armor. Thousand Eyes Day had also concealed himself nearby, ready to take action at the right moment. Fujino Onamaru and Abe Hidemasa similarly joined the siege army, but for some reason, they fell to the back, not charging at the front line. Li Haoyan smirked coldly, thinking to himself, as expected of a leader, truly cautious. It's just a pity, no matter how careful you are, you have already entered my encirclement. In the next moment, over 100 rocket launchers whooshed up from the edge of the high ground, their dark mouths pointing directly at the center. Abe Hidemasa immediately noticed the change, his face pale. There's an ambush. He wants to take us all down with him. They kill him quickly. Fujino Onamaru shouted in shock. They did not know that Li Haoyan had a mechanical double, believing that he was desperate and ready to perish together. Though Thousand Eyes Day did not reveal himself, he was also on the high ground, not far from Li Haoyan. If these hundreds of rocket launchers fired simultaneously, it would be like capturing a turtle in a jar. Even Thousand Eyes Day wouldn't withstand it. There were no wooden stakes on the high ground for him to use his substitution technique. As for Fujino Onamaru and Abe Hidemasa, their full power strikes had already been used up. Faced with such a combination of rocket launchers, they too had no chance of survival. A fierce aura suddenly erupted from Thousand Eyes Day. Lightning surged. Thousand Eyes Day roared. Lightning release. 1,000 years kill. With a whoosh, Thousand Eyes Day transformed into a blue electric light, instantly stabbing in front of Li Haoyan. With intense killing intent in his eyes, Thousand Eyes Day shouted, "Die." In the next moment, Thousand Eyes Day's right hand pierced through Li Haoyan's chest like a lightning spear. Seeing this scene, Abe Hidemasa and Fujino Onamaru relaxed but also showed excitement in their eyes. Finally, the damn mechanic was killed. However, the next second, an eerie smile suddenly appeared on Li Haoyan's face, and his figure flashed out of sight. In his place was a shiny silver grotto pistol. Thousand Eyes Day's killing intent froze, while Abe Hidemasa and Fujino Onamaru's pupils contracted instantly. Impossible! What the hell is this? When did the mechanic learn substitution techniques? Shocked voices erupted from the three of them. Li Haoyan's figure quietly reappeared on top of one of the tanks at the edge of the high ground. He wore a faint smile and gently uttered a word. Boom! As soon as he spoke, 100 rocket launchers roared simultaneously, drowning the center from all sides. Boom! With this violent explosion, the three ministers and the remaining professionals of Sakura Nation were instantly torn apart by the artillery. In his final moments, Thousand Eyes Day's eyes were fixated on Li Haoyan, who stood proudly atop the tank, filled with shock. He murmured bitterly, "Unlimited ammunition, and he can use super weapons as substitutes. Sakura Nation is in big trouble this time." This mechanic is simply invincible. Outside in the dungeon hall, since seeing the names of the three ministers of Sakura Nation, the professionals inside quickly stopped cheering, because some of the professionals had already explained the function of the Golden War Order to everyone. As the three ministers of the Amaterasu Guild, Fujino Onamaru and the others' exquisite equipment goes without saying. On top of that, they were all powerful professionals at level 78 or 79, and each had a chance for a full power eruption. In this situation, even if that lady boss was strong, she would definitely be doomed. Not to mention, the ninja department's minister, Thousand Eyes Day, was the strongest assassin in Sakura Nation. If he launched a full power ambush, let alone being suppressed to below level 50, even a strong opponent of the same level, I'm afraid it's hard for them to survive. In other words, this female big shot is doomed. It's over this time. These old silver coins from Sakura country must have hidden their names when they entered, probably to avoid the female big shot discovering their scheme and refusing to start the war. What the hell? A level 50 camp battle dungeon, with the three main ministers personally taking the stage and still pulling such a dirty trick. After the Sakura country and the Free Federation saw the names that reappeared after the match started, the atmosphere was completely opposite to that of the Eastern Dragon Empire. As expected of the three main ministers, this is the power of wisdom. That woman from Eastern Dragon is definitely doomed this time. The guys from Eastern Dragon must be going crazy right now. Who told that woman to provoke our Sakura Empire? She was asking for death. She deserves it. The Free Federation, Parker and the others, after seeing the names of Fujino Onamaru and his two companions, finally relaxed and let out a breath. President Parker Williams smiled faintly. That guy Kenjin still has some brains. At least he knew to crush this woman in the cradle. James Gordon, president of the Gotham branch, also smiled and said, with the three ministers from Sakura country stepping in, there shouldn't be any surprises this time. Bruno Collins, president of the Huadu branch, nodded with restraint. Unfortunately, to be honest, I really wanted to see what this mysterious woman looks like, but it seems I won't get the chance. In a hidden area of the Qinghua Academy dungeon hall, Wang Qingfeng looked at the names of Sakura Country's ninjas gradually turning gray, his face full of admiration. Junior brother really does things steadily, like an old dog. Looking at the speed of the opponent's deaths, he probably only summoned a few dozen tanks for fire coverage, right? Is he trying to deceive those three old guys? Ling Xuan's eyes showed admiration. It should be like this. When Junior brother dealt with those 50 on my OG, he used this kind of tactic, right? The remaining superpowered weapons, he most likely ambushed on the high ground. Jiang Jin grinned. I wonder what those three old guys will think when they believe they successfully ambushed Junior brother, only to see him suddenly turn into a Glock handgun. As Sakura Country started losing people, the battle situation in the camp confrontation dungeon surprised many. The Eastern Dragon Empire's professionals, who had been angrily cursing and resenting at the start, were now getting more and more excited, as if their small universes were burning. Chapter 63, Danger Level, S-Class. The Eastern Dragon Empire's professionals stared at the names from Sakura Country, turning gray again, their expressions slightly stunned. Damn, that female big shot must have seen a video and their names already, right? She's still fighting, and it seems like she has no intention of giving up. Impressive. With the three main ministers leading the team, they've still been killed by the female big shot. It's over. The enemy has reached the female big shot's high ground. Those damn Japanese have only 11 people left, and those three old guys are definitely still holding their ultimate skills. The female big shot is done for. Sigh. Our Easter Dragon finally had someone so amazing, but now Sakura Country is going to trick us to death. What a pity. Women are always easily carried away. If she had known when to stop earlier, we wouldn't have lost, but now it's all gone. After a while, suddenly, the remaining 11 names from Sakura Country all turned gray at the same time, including Abadeo and the three main ministers. When everyone saw this information on the announcement board, all the copy halls worldwide suddenly fell silent, as the noise and discussion stopped abruptly. Everyone widened their eyes, and there was a dead silence. Wang Qingfeng swung his hand excitedly. Haha, Junior brother is amazing. He actually killed all three of Sakura Country's main ministers at the same time. Ling Xuan and Jiang Jun were also incredibly excited. In all the Eastern Dragon dungeon halls, an earth-shattering cheer instantly erupted. What the hell? The three main ministers of Sakura Country were actually killed by the female big shot. So cool and so amazing. This is not just a big boss. This is clearly the Empress of the modern age. Sister Empress, I don't want to work hard anymore. I'm willing to serve you. Please take me in. Haha, the Cherry Blossom Country has really suffered a great loss this time. The three major ministers were taken out at once. How thrilling. In the Amaterasu Guild, Kenji Kobe sat on the ground, looking as if he had seen a ghost. In the Free Federation, Parker Williams and the others stood up in shock. Parker's face was extremely serious as he spoke word by word. This woman must not be left alive. He took a deep breath, both ridiculous and shocking. Even if she really is a level 50-plus professional, under the conditions of level and equipment suppression, she was able to withstand the full power strike of those three guys from the Cherry Blossom Country and even killed them all. Such combat power is probably far inferior to Li Fuzi when he was level 50. If she rises to level 60, 70, or even 80 in the future, wouldn't she be even more powerful than Li Fuzi? One Li Fuzi is already enough of a headache for the East Dragon. If we add this woman, won't it be a rhythm to dominate the world? Parker suddenly turned his head, staring fixedly at James Gordon, his eyes flashing with deep fear and dread. James, raise this woman's danger level to S rank, find her at all costs, and then kill her. If this woman is not dead, in the future, the East Dragon Empire will definitely step on our heads. Yes, President. James Gordon nodded heavily, still shocked. The announcement board for the faction confrontation copy changed again. : Is the Cherry Blossom Country struggling? Can't produce anything big, just brought over 3 little ones? As soon as these words came out, all the instance halls of the East Dragon Empire burst into laughter. I'm dying of laughter. This big boss must be an art student with very high language skills. Haha, I suspect those illiterates from the Cherry Blossom Country can't even understand this. What to do? Strongly recommend the Cherry Blossom Country to offer Chinese courses. At least ensure normal reading comprehension skills. Is the Cherry Blossom Country still going to play? If you're going to play, hurry up. I've been waiting for a while. I'm starving. I'll give you all 15 more minutes. If no one comes, I'm going to get a midnight snack. Kenji Kobe looked at the information on the announcement board, so angry he almost had a heart attack. He gasped heavily, his eyes completely filled with bloodshot veins, staring fiercely at the string of question marks on the announcement board. Kenji Kobe's lips trembled uncontrollably, not knowing whether it was from anger or heartache. His voice sounded almost insane as he muttered, "Who are you? Who exactly are you?" Suddenly, Kenji Kobe jumped up violently, shouting crazily, "Come here! Bring me people! Summon all level 50 and below professionals from a guild. I refuse to believe this wicked woman can keep killing. Use a war of attrition to wear her down." A subordinate waiting outside trembled at these words. He gritted his teeth, hesitated for a while, then finally mustered the courage to come in, looking pained as he said, "President, you must calm down. You need to pull yourself together. The 3 ministers have already heroically sacrificed. If we continue sending people in, our younger generation of professionals might even face a cliff-like drop. Our Cherry Blossom country's number of professionals can't be compared to the vast East Dragon." Looking at his subordinate who was in tears, Kenji Kobe's body shook, and the madness in his eyes seemed to fade a bit. He gazed blankly at the string of question marks on the announcement board, his heart bleeding, murmuring with a distorted face, "Am I really just going to let her go? My precious son, and so many elite members of Amaterasu, even the 3 ministers His subordinate said heartbreakingly, "President, please stop. This person is definitely a monstrous genius secretly cultivated by the Eastern Dragon Empire. Perhaps the Imperial Seal is also related to her. We have already lost our advantage in the camp confrontation instance. We can think of other ways." Hearing the words, Imperial Seal, Shinobu Kenjin's body jolted, and he finally regained some of the sanity of the Amaterasu guild leader. A glimmer flickered in his eyes. After a long pause, he let out a roar of frustration, finally giving up the foolish act of sending others to die, and walked toward the door. With the 3 major ministers all finished, there's still many things the Amaterasu Guild needs him to personally attend to. Li Haoyan was bored, waiting in the preparation room, watching whether the Cherry Blossom Kingdom would continue to send others to die. To be honest, after so many confrontations, he was somewhat hungry. Since finishing off the monsters, due to the trouble caused by the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, he hadn't even had time to eat dinner. A quarter of an hour later, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom had no response. Li Haoyan sighed in relief. "Finally, I can eat. You useless pieces of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Since you're scared, then I'm off for a midnight snack. If you're not satisfied, come back next time." After leaving this statement, Li Haoyan prepared to disband the camp. At that moment, a line of prompts suddenly floated before his eyes. After disbanding the camp energy will automatically end. Do you want to collect the aura? Li Haoyan's eyes brightened instantly. Damn, I almost forgot about this. There's still a trophy to collect. Chapter 64, Ultimate Aura Effect, Double Happiness. A trace of anticipation flashed in Li Haoyan's eyes. In this camp confrontation instance, a few hundred people had died inside. Moreover, a considerable number were professionals above level 50. In the end, even more than 70 level 3 ministers contributed their meager strength. After gathering for so long, the output aura attributes must not be bad, right? Li Haoyan decisively responded. Collect the aura. Ding! Aura is being generated. As the prompt floated up, strands of red light began to gather from all directions, forming a large red halo in front of Li Haoyan, much like a corona. Ding! Aura generation complete. Please collect the aura. Li Haoyan looked at the red corona with curiosity and instinctively reached out to gently touch it. The moment he touched the red corona, the attributes of this aura automatically appeared in Li Haoyan's mind. Aura, spiritual energy bloom. Basic attributes. Spiritual power increases by 1,000 points. Aura effect. Double happiness, effective after wearing. Note, wearing this aura will grant double happiness. Happiness 1. Half spiritual power consumption when using skills. Happiness 2. Skill quantity doubles when releasing skills. Seeing this aura effect, Li Haoyan's eyes slowly widened. Double happiness? This skill effect is 2 against the heavens. As a type of extremely rare special equipment, it's not surprising that the basic spiritual power is high. After all, it takes at least over 100 people to sacrifice to produce this, which is essentially nourished by the lives of professionals, so the basic attributes will naturally be excellent. To truly judge whether an aura is top-notch, the main thing is still to look at the aura effect. And this aura's effect is definitely the best among the best, and it's universal for all professions. Especially for magic professions, the effect is nothing short of miraculous. When using skills, if the spiritual power consumption is halved, it means the endurance of magic professions immediately doubles. And the skill quantity doubling is equally incredible. If combined with the first effect, the reduction and increase actually lead to not just double happiness, but quadruple happiness. This is just for ordinary magic professions. If it's Li Hao Yin, the aura's effect could even surpass epic equipment. What's the strongest aspect of the mechanic? Of course, it's a super weapon of a magnitude level. And Li Hao Yin's super weapon is different from a regular mechanics. Because he doesn't need to create. As long as he has a spiritual power, he can summon it directly. And with this halo, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Li Hao Yin's combat power has quadrupled. Even his ability to survive has also quadrupled. If we say Li Hao Yin has 2,000 points of spiritual power, and summoning a Gatling rotary machine gun originally requires 2 points of spiritual power. That means, under normal circumstances, Li Hao Yin can summon 1,000 Gatling rotary machine guns and unleash a crazy output for 1 minute without any ammo limits. But with this halo, the consumption to summon a Gatling rotary machine gun is halved, reduced to 1 point of spiritual power. This means that, with the same amount of spiritual power, Li Hao Yin can summon the number of super weapons doubled, changing to 2,000 Gatlings. And even more insane is that this halo has another effect. When releasing skills, the number of skills doubles. In other words, 2,000 Gatlings double again, directly becoming 4,000 Gatlings, and they are all 4,000 Gatlings with unlimited ammo. Wow, this scene is simply terrifying to even think about. Moreover, this halo effect acts on the practitioner himself. Once Li Hao Yin raises his level later, his spiritual power will greatly increase, and the power of the super weapons will also significantly boost. At that time, it will be when this halo truly unleashes its power. Li Hao Yin was even so excited that his whole body trembled slightly. This is the rhythm of invincibility. With just a thought, he immediately stored away this halo. The red corona instantly entered Li Hao Yin's body, and a faintly visible translucent red circle appeared behind him. Then, Li Hao Yin turned off the halo display function, and the circle quietly disappeared, everything returning to normal. He chuckled, knowing that special equipment like the halo must be hidden well. Stealthily grow stronger, strike with deadly force. After finishing all this, Li Hao Yin satisfactorily exited the preparation room and dissolved the camp confrontation dungeon. The dungeon hall of Qinghua Academy was already in a frenzy. Everyone was excitedly guessing the profession and true level of that female big shot. And in a secret area behind the dungeon hall, with a flash of white light, Li Hao Yin's figure slowly emerged. Wang Qingfeng and the other saw the junior brother come out and immediately went up to him. Wang Qingfeng patted Li Hao Yin's shoulder heavily, laughing loudly. Little junior brother, well done. This time, Sakura Country has really suffered a huge loss. Haha. Ling Xuahan also looked pleased. Yeah, not only did Kobe Kenrin's son die, but even the 3 major ministers of Amaterasu also fell in the hands of her junior brother. Kobe Kenrin must be going crazy with anger now. Jiang Zhen's eyes sparkled with admiration. Not only that, but the Sakura Country practitioners killed by our junior brother in the camp confrontation are basically mid- and lower-level elite practitioners of Amaterasu. The loss for the Amaterasu guild this time is indeed not small. Li Hao Yin smiled coldly. Sakura Country has been getting more and more arrogant in recent years. If I don't give them a lesson, they will think a fierce tiger is a sick cat. Ling Xuahan nodded in agreement, a flash of killing intent in her eyes. Well said. These Japanese should be mercilessly killed. At this moment, Wang Qingfeng seemed to remember something suddenly and curiously asked, by the way, little. Li Hao Yin smiled mysteriously. Not just good, the effect of this halo is so strong. It's simply more epic than epic. Saying this, Li Hao Yin simply stopped explaining and directly demonstrated the halo, making its effect public for the 3 to see. Spirit energy blooming, directly increasing 1,000 spirit power? Good heavens, this truly is the brilliance produced after sacrificing so many lives. The base value increases a lot. However, when the 3 of them saw the final halo effect, they were even more shocked that they almost jumped up on the spot. Chapter 65, Celebration at Drunken Immortal Tower. 3 consecutive gasps filled the air, almost sucking the oxygen out of this area. Double happiness? Damn it, this isn't double happiness. It's simply quadruple happiness, spiraling into the sky. Wang Qingfeng's eyes were nearly popping out. My god, this is simply the divine gear of a magic system profession. Ling Xuahan's mouth slightly opened, her eyes full of envy. You must know, both of them, as vice presidents of the 2 of the 3 major guilds of East Dragon, each have a halo. But when comparing their halo effects with Li Hao Yin's, it was like the difference between blue gear and epic gear. Don't even mention being on the same level. They weren't even qualified to be mentioned together. Jiang Zhen was even shaking uncontrollably. Even his voice trembled a bit. For ordinary magic professions, this is divine gear, But for the little junior brother, this is more than divine gear. It's simply a bug. Spirit power consumption halved, quantity doubled. With this one piece of equipment, it directly quadrupled the number of super weapons for the little junior brother. Wang Qingfeng looked at Li Haotian with burning eyes. Little junior brother, this halo can give you an increase of 1,000 spirit power. Your current total spirit power should have surpassed 3,000, right? Li Haotian nodded. Yes, my spirit power is now over 3,300. Ling Xuahan quickly began to calculate. 3,300 spirit power. If calculated according to the spirit power consumption of a tank, the normal cost to summon a tank is 16 spirit points, allowing a total of over 200 tanks. On this basis, combined with the Halo's double happiness effect, the number will directly quadruple to over 800 tanks. The pupils of the three trembled at the same time. My God, a full 800 tanks and still with infinite ammunition. With such a number, let alone infinite ammunition, even a single barrage would wipe out all level 60 and below professions unless they had special abilities. And even level 60 or 70 professionals, if bombarded with infinite ammunition for a minute by Li Haotian, would absolutely be doomed. Doesn't this mean that Li Haotian, who has just reached level 30, is already capable of crushing 90% of the professions below level 80 in direct combat? This is truly a mechanical war god. Even with Wang Qingfeng and the others' identities and wisdom, they were starting to lose control of themselves. Galugulu. At this moment, a strange sound suddenly came from Li Haotian. Li Haotian stiffened, embarrassment suddenly appearing on his face. Wang Qingfeng and the others were stunned, and Jiang Zhen suddenly laughed and said, Hey, I almost forgot. Because of the trouble caused by the Cherry Blossom Country, the little junior brother hasn't even had dinner. Wang Qingfeng shook his head with a smile. It's my fault. I was too busy being happy that I forgot about eating. He waved his hand and laughed. To celebrate the little junior brother taking down the three ministers of Cherry Blossom Country, I'll treat you all. Let's go to Drunken Immortal Tower. Oh, right, junior sister. Please go back and bring Yiyo too. Yiyo said before she wanted to wait for the little junior brother to come back and eat together. I didn't expect it to be delayed until now. She probably hasn't eaten yet. Jiang Wuyo is Jiang Zhen's daughter, usually very familiar with Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan, often hanging out together. Moreover, the little girl is sweet in appearance and has a good temperament. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan regard her as their own daughter. Speaking of this little girl, Ling Xuahan smiled coldly. Yes, I almost forgot that girl. You all go ahead. I will go pick up Yu. Jiang Zhen bowed and smiled. Sorry to trouble you. Second Shiji. Ling Xuahan waved her hand indifferently, tore open a spatial rift, stepped in, and disappeared without a trace. The Drunken Immortal building is the highest class, most luxurious hotel in the capital, Tianjin City. According to legend, the behind-the-scenes owner of the Drunken Immortal building is the royal family, and all the chefs here were once royal chefs serving the royal family. And more importantly, all the ingredients used at the Drunken Immortal building are precious mountain delicacies and seafood obtained from hunting monsters. Not only can it satisfy one's appetite, but for professionals, it also has many benefits equivalent to dietary supplements. At this moment, the Emperor's suite on the top floor of the Drunken Immortal building was occupied by 5 people, 3 adults and 2 children. Jiang Wuyu had just taken her seat when her bright eyes first landed on Li Haotian, and she pouted, saying, Haotian, it seems you really enjoyed leveling up. I even said I would wait for you to come back for dinner. And look, it's already dark. Dinner has turned into supper. Li Haotian looked at Ling Xuahan in surprise. Second Shiji. You didn't tell her? Ling Xuahan shrugged. I brought her along and didn't have time to explain. Jiang Zhen shook his head helplessly, while Wang Qingfeng looked at Jiang Wuyu's cute pout with interest and teased. Ew, don't blame Haotian. He risked his life to find a way out for our East Dragon Empire just now and didn't even have time to eat. Find a way out for the East Dragon Empire? Jiang Wuyu was taken aback and asked doubtfully. Uncle Wang, what do you mean by that? Ling Xuahan chuckled and nudged Li Haotian with her chin. Junior brother, show Yu your new equipment. Jiang Wuyu already knew Li Haotian's background, and with her identity, she could never leak Li Haotian's secrets. So, Wang Qingfeng and the others intended to be open with her. Seeing the 3 senior brothers and sisters enjoying the show, Li Haotian shook his head with a smile, secretly muttering, At your age, you still enjoy this. You finish being shocked, and still want to watch others get shocked. Jiang Wuyu looked confused. New equipment? Low-level professionals shouldn't have anything that catches Aunt Ling's eye, right? Jiang Wuyu looked at Li Haotian curiously and asked, Did you encounter a dungeon from the abyss again? In her understanding, below level 50, it seemed that only the best legendary orange equipment dropped from the abyss dungeons would catch the attention of Ling Xuahan and others. Li Hao Yan didn't explain. He simply lifted his concealment and revealed the halo behind him. As a semi-transparent red halo appeared behind Li Hao Yan, Jiang Wu Yuyu's big eyes slowly widened. Her rosy lips slightly parted in astonishment. A halo? Where did you get this special equipment? Isn't this only produced in the faction confrontation dungeons? Jiang Wu Yuyu instinctively spoke, but before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly stopped. Then, under the amused gazes of Ling Xuahan and others, Jiang Wu Yuyu's eyes widened instantly. Her gaze toward Li Hao Yan became increasingly shocked, and she instinctively covered her mouth with her hand. Chapter 66. Encountering Beta. Jiang Wu Yuyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she stared at Li Hao Yan, exclaiming, You are... Chill. Jiang Zhun smiled, quickly stopping his daughter from finishing her words. Facing Jiang Wu Yuyu's horrified gaze, Li Hao Yan chuckled and gently nodded. Jiang Wu Yuyu still wore an incredulous expression, subconsciously looking toward Wang Qingfeng and the others, as if needing them to confirm her guess. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan nodded with interest. Having her answer confirmed, Jiang Wu Yuyu still wore a face of disbelief. Today, the conflict initiated by the Sakura Nation against the Eastern Dragon Empire caused a huge uproar, and Jiang Wu Yuyu, although not at the instance hall, was constantly watching the event through online streaming at home. However, because that mysterious powerful figure was a female boss, she never connected that female boss to Li Hao Yan. Moreover, in her view, facing the three ministers of Sakura Nation, who were also level 70 experts retaining the ability to attack with full power, even though Li Hao Yan's unlimited ammunition was strong, he could not be their opponent. Plus, considering her father and their respect for Li Hao Yan, he really shouldn't participate in such a deadly faction conflict instance, because it was just too dangerous. If something unexpected happened to Li Hao Yan, it would truly be a huge loss. So she never thought that the mysterious powerful figure who caused a stir today in the entire Eastern Dragon Empire was actually Li Hao Yan. Jiang Wu Yuyu looked at Li Hao Yan in confusion, shocked. You, how on earth? Li Hao Yan chuckled, simply displaying his attribute panel directly. Jiang Wu Yuyu instinctively glanced over, and just with one look, her pupils slightly shrank. You actually reached level 30 so quickly? Then, when she saw Li Hao Yan's skills and talents, her pupils shook even more. Heavy tank? Mechanical avatar? My goodness. This. A strange light burst forth in Jiang Wu Yuyu's beautiful eyes, and her little mouth was covered even tighter. Combining Li Hao Yan's previous talents and skills, Jiang Wu Yu immediately realized why Wang Qingfeng and the others dared to let Li Hao Yan participate in the faction conflict instance against Sakura Nation. With Li Hao Yan's current spiritual power, paired with that terrifying number of super weapons, his offensive capability below level 50 was simply invincible. Furthermore, with the mechanical avatar solving Li Hao Yan's weak defense issue, let alone the three ministers of Sakura Nation having just one full power strike each, even if there were 10 chances, they still couldn't harm Li Hao Yan. Next, Jiang Wu Yu turned her gaze toward Li Hao Yan's back, her eyes revealing a look of expectation. The aura produced by sacrificing so many professionals, and looking at the situation, it seemed even Ling Xuahan and the others highly regarded it. The aura effect had to be extraordinary, right? As Li Hao Yan opened the aura attributes, Jiang Wu Yuyu's eyes suddenly widened. Spiritual power increased by a whopping 1,000 points. And this aura effect, double happiness? Is it? Jiang Wu Yuyu gasped, her big eyes bulging wide, and the shock on her face was even more exaggerated than before. This aura effect was simply tailor-made for Li Hao Yan. Jiang Wu Yuyu's mind involuntarily flashed scenes of heavenly rockets blasting away. Her delicate body quivered. Hao Yan, this mechanic was truly outrageous. Seeing Jiang Wu Yuyu's cute expression, Wang Qingfeng and the others burst into laughter. Yes, that's the feeling. It's really satisfying to see others in shock. Amid the joyful atmosphere, various exquisite and rare dishes were served at the table, all highlighting color, aroma, and flavor. Li Hao Yan's eyes lit up as he eagerly took one chopstick of violent carp sashimi with his left hand and one chopstick of braised duck with his right, enjoying it immensely. At the same time, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the ingredients at Zue Xianlu were indeed as legendary as rumored, all being of extraordinary quality. After a few mouthfuls of delicious food, Li Hao Yan even felt that his strength, speed, and spiritual power, among other attributes, had a certain degree of increase. Although the growth value was small, only 1 or 2 points, but this was all a permanent increase. No wonder Zue Xianlu was known as the most luxurious hotel in the Eastern Dragon Empire. It truly was extraordinary. Wang Qingfeng and the others casually ate a few bites, then smiled and stopped, watching Li Haoyan feast away. Although the food in the Drunken Immortal Tower is very beneficial for professionals, it also has its limits. Once a certain limit is reached, it will no longer produce the effect of permanently increasing attributes. With their identities, Wang Qingfeng and the others had naturally already reached this limit. Not to mention them, even Jiang Wu Yuyu, as Jiang Zhen's daughter, Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan's goddaughter, had already eaten to her limit. So, after filling her stomach, Jiang Wuyu put down her chopsticks and smiled as she watched Li Haoyan devour his meal. After a long battle of faction conflict, Li Haoyan was truly hungry now. After watching for a while, Jiang Wuyu felt a bit of urgency and excused herself to go to the restroom. But unexpectedly, when she finished her business and came out, she ran into her old rival, and her pretty little face instantly soured. Jiang Wuyu, what are you doing here? A cold voice with a hint of hostility questioned her. Jiang Wuyu's voice also turned cold. What? Is the Drunken Immortal Tower open by your family? If you can come, I can come. Yunlan's expression changed, ready to retort, but Yun Miao beside her spoke first. Yun Miao's expression shifted slightly, and she asked in a dispassionate tone. Since you are here, then Jiang Zhen and the others should also be here? Sunrise in the East is booked by you. Although Jiang Wuyu had no good impression of Yun Miao, her identity was there, so she had to suppress her temper and replied, yes. Sunrise in the East was indeed the imperial suite they were in. A gleam flashed in Yun Miao's eyes, and her eyes narrowed slightly. Jiang Wuyu didn't know that her question was actually a test. Yun Miao naturally understood Jiang Zhen's identity very well. As the youngest direct disciple of Master Li, Jiang Zhen did not hold any important position in Tsinghua Academy, but his status was absolutely not low. The reason he hadn't taken a position of power in Tsinghua Academy was partly because his cultivation was not quite enough, and partly because he valued Jiang Wuyu more, hoping to spend more time with his daughter. But in reality, Jiang Zhen was quite valued by Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan, and their relationship was also very good. Normally, even with Jiang Zhen's status, unless there was something special, he rarely ate at the imperial suite of the Drunken Immortal Tower. However, today a special event had just occurred. That was the faction conflict instance triggered by Sakura Country. It should be known that Yun Miao held a significant status in Beta Academy. But even she had no idea that the Eastern Dragon Empire actually hid such a female big shot. Because Marshal Li suddenly proposed the Prohibition Order, Beta Academy was very sensitive to all unusual movements from the Eastern Dragon Empire. And today, since that female big shot suddenly appeared in the faction conflict instance, Beta Academy immediately began to gather information. In the lower ranks of the Eastern Dragon Empire, the strong ones were just a few, and the powerful professionals were mainly in various strong guilds. Since this female big shot was not a member of the Undead Returning, she was very likely from the Dragon Team or the Nuclear Peace Elites. But why had Yun Miao and the others never heard of her before, or even known that such a monstrous genius existed? Could it be that this female big shot had a special identity or a special reason that caused Marshal Li to keep her hidden? Moreover, what puzzled Yun Miao even more was how this mysterious woman had managed to kill so many people, including Shun Huichiro. It should be noted that even a mid-level professional above level 50, who entered the faction conflict instance through level and equipment balancing, could not single-handedly kill so many people. Moreover, the three major ministers of Cherry Blossom Country have personally stepped in. However, it is precisely because the three major ministers of Cherry Blossom Country entered the instance that Yun Miao and others suddenly had another guess. Could this mysterious woman, like the three major ministers, have entered using the Golden War Order? And the reason she could kill so many people from Cherry Blossom Country, aside from her own mystery and strength, might be because she has a high level with basic attributes and skills far exceeding others. It is also because she has the ability to strike with full force that she could unexpectedly explode and instantly counterkill the three ministers of Cherry Blossom Country. After killing the others, she immediately chose to retreat, simply because her trump cards had been used up, which is why she used the excuse of going for a midnight snack to exit. If this is the case, then the true level of this mysterious female boss is probably at least above level 70. Moreover, she is a genius of monstrous talent hidden away by Master Li for countless years. So, when she saw Jiang Wuyu just now, Yun Miao immediately thought of that female boss, using the excuse of going for a midnight snack. If that female boss really is someone Master Li has been hiding and is a character above level 70, then her identity and status are certainly not simple. At such a time, if this kind of person really wants to have a midnight snack, choosing the Emperor's Box in Zue Xian Lu should be quite reasonable, right? Thinking along this line, if Jiang Zhen accompanies this female boss for a meal, and even Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuhan personally show up, it seems also not strange. Thinking of this, a spark flashed in Yun Miao's eyes, and she immediately made a decision. A smile suddenly appeared on her face as she said to Jiang Wuyu, "Just right. I have something about screening foreign professionals that I need to discuss with your father. Since your father is here, I'll go greet him." After saying that, without waiting for Jiang Wuyu to respond, Yun Miao immediately turned around and quickly walked towards Sunrise East. As a regular here, Yun Miao naturally knew where the emperor's suite was located. Seeing Yun Miao walking away quickly, Jiang Wuyu was first stunned, and then her expression changed slightly. As Jiang Zhen's daughter, Jiang Wuyu was quite alert and sensitive about certain things. You must know, besides Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuhan, Li Haoyan is also in the box. Using Jiang Zhen's connection to have a meal with Wang Qingfeng and the others is still acceptable. But what about Li Haoyan? On the surface, Li Haoyan's identity is just a new student who has just entered Tsinghua Academy. Even if he performed outstandingly during the college selection, it wouldn't be possible for him to sit and eat with someone of Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuhan's level right after entering the academy. Unless, for some reason, Li Haoyan has caught the attention of Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuhan. She hurriedly chased after her, shouting, "Wait, Yin Senior, you!" However, Yun Miao completely gave Jiang Wuyu no chance to stop her. She took 3 steps and 2, quickly arriving outside Sunrise East. Grasping the handle, it snapped open, and she stepped inside. Walking into the suite, Yun Miao's gaze quickly turned towards the dining table, and her pupils slightly contracted. Li Haoyan. At this moment, there were 4 people at the dining table. 3 of them she was already very familiar with, one of whom was, of course, Jiang Wuyu's father, Jiang Zhen. And the other 2 were actually the main figures of the Dragon Team and the Nuclear Peace Elites, Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuhan. The 3 disciples of Marshal Li had actually gathered here. Aside from those 3, there was also that extremely arrogant new professional, Li Haoyan, whom Yun Miao had met in Four Symbols City before. Upon seeing Li Haoyan, a trace of doubt flashed in Yun Miao's eyes. An unbelievable thought immediately popped up in my mind. Is it him? Could he be the mysterious, powerful figure in the faction battle instance? But right after that, Yun Miao quickly dismissed this idea. No, that's not right. Just now, there should have been another person in the room. Yun Miao's gaze immediately skipped over Li Haoyan and landed on the empty seat beside him. Li Haoyan had an empty seat on both sides. On the left, the back of the empty chair hung a pink jacket, clearly a style a young girl would like. Needless to say, this must be Jiang Wuyu's seat. And on Li Haoyan's right side, there was also an empty seat. On the table in front of the empty seat, there was a small bowl with half a shrimp in it, and nearby were some leftover food scraps. It looked like a previous diner had abruptly left after eating half. Yun Miao fixedly stared at that empty seat, her gaze sweeping across the open window nearby, her eyes sparkling. At this moment, Li Haoyan looked at Yun Miao with a face full of surprise. He seemed completely unprepared for Yun Miao to suddenly barge in. Wang Qingfeng wore a faint smile and slowly spoke. "Isn't this teacher Yun Miao? What a coincidence to meet you here." Yun Miao's gaze darkened slightly as she glanced at Wang Qingfeng and the other 2. Suddenly smiling, "I didn't expect that Vice President Wang and Vice President Ling would also be here. You 2 presidents are very busy with official duties. It's rare to find the time to eat at Zue Xianlu. Oh, I wonder whose empty seat over there is. Why is there no one there?" Yun Miao's gaze swept to the empty seat on Li Haoyan's right, playfully asking with a smile. Li Haoyan quickly spoke up, as if a bit anxious. "It's nobody's. This was my seat earlier, but when I accidentally spilled some water on it while drinking, that's why I moved over here." As he spoke, Li Haoyan seemed afraid that Yun Miao wouldn't believe him and hurriedly picked up the half shrimp in the bowl and stuffed it into his mouth. Yun Miao's eyes swept over the bowl in front of Li Haoyan, clearly not believing him. A kid who hasn't even grown up yet dares to use such a poor excuse to deceive me. Yun Miao coldly laughed in her heart. Behind Yun Miao, Jiang Wuyu looked at the empty seat beside Li Haoyan, a look of astonishment flashing across her charming face. Soon after, she quickly reacted, admiringly glancing at Li Haoyan, her panic quietly receding as she returned to her seat. With a smile, Jiang Wuyu said, "Senior Yun, weren't you looking for my dad to discuss something? My dad is right there." Jiang Zhen raised his eyebrows, with a hint of a smile as he said, "Oh, Teacher Yun is looking for me for something?" Yun Miao deeply glanced at Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuhan, and then looked at Jiang Zhen, smiling. "It's not a big deal. Just wanted to ask if Teacher Jiang already knows about today's faction battle instance. I wonder if Teacher Jiang knows who that mysterious female powerhouse is. I didn't expect that our East Dragon Empire has such a remarkable woman. I I really want to meet her. Jiang Jun smiled faintly. So it's about this matter. To be honest, I'm also quite curious about this female powerhouse. It's just a pity that this female powerhouse might be a hidden cultivator among the common people, not well known, so we might miss the chance to meet her. Is that so? That would indeed be a pity. Yin Miao smiled slyly as she glanced at the empty seat beside Li Haoyan. Oh, by the way, Vice President Wang, Vice President Ling, you both are usually busy with official duties. How come you have the time to have a meal with the younger generation today? Yin Miao shifted her gaze back to Li Haoyan. Wang Qingfeng smiled lightly, looking at Jiang Wu Yuyu, and spoke in a teasing tone. Yuyu has grown up under the watch of myself and Xu Han. Now that she's looking for a boyfriend as elders, we naturally have to come by and help keep an eye on things. Yin Miao immediately froze. She didn't expect the answer Wang Qingfeng gave would be like this. Jiang Wu Yuyu's body stiffened, and her pretty face slightly flushed as she glared at Wang Qingfeng and playfully said, Uncle Wang, what are you talking about? At the same time, Jiang Wu Yuyu subconsciously sneaked a glance at the composed Li Haoyan. Yin Miao's gaze swept across Jiang Wu Yuyu's face, revealing a look of understanding and confusion. Beside her, Yinlan also looked at Li Haoyan in astonishment. She didn't expect that Li Haoyan had only recently entered Tsinghua Academy and had already won Jiang Wu Yuyu's heart. Yin Miao looked at Wang Qingfeng with a knowing expression. So that's how it is. I didn't expect Vice President Wang to care so much for the younger generation, taking time out of your busy schedule to pay attention to children's love lives. After glancing at the open window, Yin Lan's smile faded, and she said lightly, In that case, I won't disturb you three during your meal. Goodbye. After saying that, she decisively turned and left. Take care. No need to see you off. Jiang Jun smiled faintly. After closing the door, Yin Miao quickly left with Yin Lan. Teacher, what about the vacant seat beside Li Haoyan? Yin Lan asked softly. Yin Miao's eyes sparkled, and she affirmed. Just now, there was definitely another person in the private room. That person was startled by us and left through the window. That kid Li Haoyan thinks he can use such a clumsy excuse to cover up. It's simply laughable. I've eaten more salt than he's eaten rice. Yin Miao snorted coldly and continued. When I went in earlier, I was secretly paying attention to Li Haoyan's every move. When that kid was picking shrimp meat, his gaze inadvertently darted towards the window. He obviously has something to hide. The person sitting next to him must have quietly left through the window before we entered. Yin Miao paused slightly, excitement hidden in her tone. If I'm not mistaken, the person who is important enough for both Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan to accompany must be the mysterious big sister in today's camp confrontation instance. Although Yin Lan had expected it, she was still quite surprised to hear her teacher say this. Teacher, so that mysterious big sister is someone from the Dragon Group or the Nuclear Elite? Yin Miao nodded heavily. More likely than not. Moreover, that woman is very likely a top expert secretly cultivated by Marshal Li. The previous Forbidden Country order might have even been issued because of that mysterious woman. If I'm correct, that woman should be the secret weapon that Marshal Li is preparing for the upcoming international war instance. Yin Lan asked doubtfully. But teacher, if that mysterious woman is really a secret weapon secretly cultivated by Marshal Li, why would she expose herself before the international war instance? Wouldn't that draw the attention of other countries too early? Yin Miao shook her head. No, this was just an accident. The light in her eyes sparkled with thought, as if she had seen through everything. To make an impact in the international war instance, that woman's real level is probably at least above level 70. Moreover, her profession should be very special. It's even possible she has a unique super god profession like Marshal Li, much stronger than an ordinary illusion god. If it were a known illusion god profession, even if she were to use the Golden War order, it wouldn't have been possible for her to slaughter so many professionals from Sakurako country in the camp confrontation instance, including talents like Ikikuro Ichiro and the 3 ministers of Sakurako country. I estimate that according to Marshal Li's original plan, the Forbidden Country order was enacted to protect her. After all, as the international war instance approaches, all countries have already started secretly preparing. Especially for a first-tier country like our East Dragon Empire, we inevitably attract attention from all nations. Marshal Li's actions are meant to strike against the spies of other countries and keep her safe. It's just that Marshal Li probably never expected. The reaction of Sakura country was so intense, causing all these troubles and killing so many of us. Yun Miao shook his head and said, if it weren't for Sakura country provoking faction confrontations, that mysterious woman would never have revealed her presence early. She would have hidden until the international war instance began, giving everyone a surprise. After listening to Yun Miao's analysis, Yin Lan looked impressed. Master truly is a wise person. Just from a chance encounter tonight, you've figured everything out. Yun Miao grinned proudly, tugging at the corner of his mouth. It's just experience. Once you've seen more things in the future, you'll naturally understand as well. Yin Lan nodded wholeheartedly. Yes, master. Yun Miao nodded slightly. Well, but speaking of coincidences, it was quite the luck to run into Wang Qingfeng and the others at the Drunken Immortal building tonight. Now that we know that woman is General Li's person, we can find a way to dig up her specific information next. To be honest, I am quite curious about what profession that woman actually has. Yun Miao's eyes gleamed as he murmured softly. Chapter 69. Life is like a play, relying on acting skills. Listening to Yun Miao's murmurs, Yun Lan's thoughts drifted in another direction. She hesitated. Master, if that mysterious powerful woman is indeed a formidable practitioner at level 70 and secretly trained by General Li as a weapon for the international war instance, then her presence here makes sense. But what about that kid Li Haoyan? Even if he levels up quickly in the beginning and somehow defeated Mai and Jiang Wu Yuyu's phantoms. Regardless, he's just a low-level practitioner in his 20s. Why can he sit and eat with people like Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuahan? Upon hearing his disciples' questions, Yun Miao thought for a moment and then said with an insightful expression, if I'm not mistaken, the mysterious powerful woman is probably related to Li Haoyan. As he spoke, Yun Miao affirmed his guess, nodding emphatically that kid Li Haoyan is very likely a disciple of that powerful woman. And the reason he can level up quickly and even kill Yuan Jiang Wu Yuyu's phantoms in a short time likely has something to do with that powerful woman. A light flashed in Yun Miao's eyes, getting more excited as he spoke. I speculate that the powerful woman's abilities are likely related to beast taming or summoning, but in terms of strength, they far exceed ordinary beast tamers and summoners. Moreover, her summoned creatures should be able to be temporarily loaned to others like a beast tamer. So, perhaps Li Haoyan's quick leveling up isn't due to exploiting a glitch in the instance, but rather relying on an external power far beyond his current level. Yun Miao looked at his disciple, his face wearing a smile of understanding. Lanner, didn't you notice? Just now at the dinner table, the vacant seat of that powerful woman was right next to Li Haoyan's, while on the other side was Jiang Wu Yuyu. What does this indicate? It shows that the person who was originally sitting in that empty seat is very close to Li Haoyan, her identity equivalent to that of Li Haoyan's elder. It is precisely because of her that Li Haoyan could get so close to Jiang Wu Yuyu upon entering Tsinghua Academy, even becoming a couple. Yun Miao sneered. Jiang Wu Yuyu seems bright and generous on the outside, but in reality, her pride is no less than yours. If Li Haoyan were just an ordinary orphan, I don't believe Jiang Wu Yuyu would agree so easily to be his girlfriend. So although this kid is just a shabby mechanic, he is so unique. The root of it isn't because his profession is so strong or because his abilities are special, but simply because behind him hides a powerful practitioner at level 70. I guess that woman must have her eyes on Li Haoyan's unprecedented full spirit power. Hey, it's just a pity human plans can't compare to the heavens. Even though Li Haoyan has full spirit power, the job he awakened is the most useless illusionist profession, the mechanic. I have to say that the woman is not unkind to Li Haoyan. After he awakened such a trash job, she was still willing to use her ability to protect him and find a way to send him to Tsinghua. Yun Lan suddenly realized. So that's how it is. Yun Miao pondered while saying, however, if that's the case, Li Haoyan is indeed a clue. We can use Li Haoyan to investigate the woman's true identity. I don't believe that since she has already revealed a flaw, that woman can keep hiding. Two figures walked farther away, and Yun Miao's voice gradually faded in the corridor. In the suite of the rising sun. After Yun Miao went out, Jiang Wuyo was just about to speak, but was stopped by a glance from Ling Xuahan. Jiang Wuyo immediately closed her mouth, and the room fell silent. After a moment, Ling Xuahan carefully sensed for a moment, confirming that Yun Miao and others had walked far away before waving her hand. As a silver light spread, a faint spatial fluctuation enveloped the entire room, and Ling Xuahan gently nodded to everyone. All right, everyone can talk now. Receiving Ling Xuahan's gesture, Jiang Wuyo controlled her voice and glanced excitedly at the empty seat beside Li Haoyan, asking, Aunt Ling, is this empty seat meant for them to see? Ling Xuahan admired Li Haoyan with a glance. This is thanks to Haoyan's quick wit. After we heard your loud shout outside the door, we immediately guessed that Yun Miao might rush in to check the situation. I originally wanted to lead Haoyan to avoid it directly, but Haoyan said that even if we could avoid it this time, after spending more time together, others would still notice him. Instead of that, it's better to shift the focus and draw attention elsewhere. Wang Qingfeng nodded in appreciation. I have to say, in this respect, the little junior brother is indeed thoughtful. To Yun Miao, It seems that her encounter with us tonight was purely accidental. Only such an accidental meeting would allow Yun Miao to firmly believe that the big female boss truly exists. Jiangjun couldn't help but laugh. That's right. And just now, Hao Ian perfectly performed the strategy of making a feint to catch, completely highlighting a youthful person with no social experience trying hard to conceal his panic. Ling Xuahan chuckled, her tone sarcastic. People like Yun Miao, who think of themselves as the of who, will only believe what they saw with their own eyes. And just now, Hao Ian's performance is already enough to make her believe in the existence of the big female boss. Wang Qingfeng smiled and nodded. Not only that, I suspect Yun Miao might have already auto-completed many details and speculations about that big female boss. In the future, her level of attention towards Hao Ian will significantly drop. Even if she sees us often with Hao Ian, she won't focus on him but will use him to probe and think about that non-existent big female boss. Listening to everyone's discussion, Jiang Wuyo giggled and looked at Li Hao Ian. Hao Ian, do you think Yun Miao and the others will believe that the big female boss is your distant relative or something? Li Hao Ian chuckled, mocking. Why does it have to be a distant relative? Can't she be my confidant? Jiang Wuyo widened her almond eyes and scolded him. Humph. Think again. You, a junior low-level worker, still dare to dream of having such a powerful confidant. Li Hao Ian sighed and nodded. That's true, with my level 30 trash. Even if I really wanted to find a confidant, I'm afraid I could only find someone low-level like you. Jiang Wu raised her delicate brows, picked up a chicken leg, and stuffed it into Li Hao Ian's mouth, scolding angrily. Oh, you dare to criticize me? Eat your chicken leg. Wang Qingfeng and the others immediately burst into laughter. Chapter 70. Encrypted Video Call. After dinner, the time was already nearing midnight. Li Hao Ian had been fighting in the faction competition dungeon for a long time and was feeling mentally exhausted, so he decided not to grind the endless altar anymore, but instead went back to his new home with Jiang Jun and the others to rest. The next day, Li Hao Ian was called out early by Ling Xuahan and Jiang Jun to continue with the monster hunting business. Meanwhile, in Sakura country, at the Amaterasu headquarters, in the conference room, Kobe Kinjin stared coldly at the large screen, where a neatly combed, serious-looking middle-aged man with blonde hair appeared. Kobe Kinjin, you encrypted the call to talk to me. What is it about? Parker Williams asked in a deep voice. Kobe Kinjin bowed respectfully and replied in a low voice. President Parker, I have received some news about that woman from the Easter Dragon Empire. Oh, Parker Williams straightened up slightly, his gaze turning more serious. Tell me about it. Although Kobe Kinjin didn't specify who that woman was, at this moment, the only woman who could have made him speak with such solemnity was clearly the one who had killed the 3 ministers of Sakura country in the faction competition dungeon. Kobe Kinjin spoke in a deep voice. According to the information I've received, that woman is likely a secret weapon secretly cultivated by Li Fuji, prepared for the upcoming international war dungeon. And the reason she was able to kill so many of our Sakura country's warriors is highly likely, because her class is similar to Li Fuji's super god class, far stronger than an ordinary illusion god. At the same time, we speculate that her actual level is probably above level 70, and she also participated in the faction competition dungeon through the Golden Battle Order. The reason she was able to counter-kill Abe Hideaki and the others is probably because she used her full power strike ability. Super god class, level 70. Parker Williams' eyes immediately narrowed. He didn't ask where Kobe Kinjin had obtained the information or whether it was reliable, as if he had no doubts about it. The light in Parker Williams' eyes flickered, as if he were contemplating the possibility of what Kobe Kinjin had said. After a moment, he slowly spoke. Your guess has some merit. Based on the combat power that woman displayed in the faction competition dungeon, she indeed far surpasses the existing illusion god classes. If she were just an ordinary illusion god class, even if she could kill those 3 guys from Amaterasu, the speed wouldn't have been that fast. So it's very likely she is a super god class. Parker Williams paused slightly and spoke in a deeper voice. But I think her actual level may not be 70, it could very well be the peak of level 60. Kobe Kinjin asked in confusion, why? Parker Williams replied indifferently. Back then, Li Fuji only appeared after reaching level 70. At that time, he was already invincible at the same level. Although the builder class Li Fuji awakened wasn't particularly outstanding in terms of attack power, it was very strong in self-defense and flexibility. Unless his spiritual energy was exhausted, no one could deal with him. But I'm sure that if we replaced Li Fuji from back then with that mysterious woman, he might not have been able to achieve such a one-sided slaughter. At the very least, in terms of killing speed, Li Fuji certainly can't compare with this woman. At this point, Parker Williams' eyes grew solemn. The class that this woman awakened is absolutely far superior to Li Fuji in terms of attack power, and her ability is likely very good in group battles, which is why every time she fights, she can kill all the enemy's people in just a few minutes. Kobe Kinjin thought back to the previous few faction competition dungeon runs, and he was shocked. He exclaimed in horror, "So, is that woman even more terrifying than Teacher Lee?" Parker Williams gently shook his head. "No. On the contrary, as long as you know who she is, her threat level is much lower than Teacher Lee." Kobe Kinrin asked in confusion, "Why?" Parker Williams smiled lightly. "Every professional is not perfect. They have strengths and naturally have weaknesses, even super professionals. Teacher Lee's creator has the best self-defense ability in the world, but his attack power is rather mediocre. If this woman has such strong attack power, her self-defense ability among the same level of professionals must not stand out. Otherwise, how could she kill your 3 ministers and then immediately pull away?" Parker Williams sneered and relaxed a bit. "So, I think this woman might be a high-attack, low-defense type, good at group battles, similar to the mechanics of the Easter Dragon Empire. With this level of attacking power, even if she is a level 60 professional, she could potentially wipe out your 3 ministers." Kobe Kinran realized, "So that's it." Parker Williams's eyes glinted coldly. "If that's the case, then although this woman is still worth paying attention to, she is much easier to deal with than Teacher Lee." Kobe Kinran gritted his teeth. "Hey, President Parker, this woman killed my son. If your side has a proper plan against her, please let me join." Parker Williams's eyes flashed coldly, and he nodded slightly. "I understand. Since we now know some of her details, we will naturally find a way to take her down before the International War Instance begins. With this woman's abilities, if she participates in the International War Instance, it would also be a significant threat to us, After saying this, Parker Williams hung up the video encrypted call. As night fell, Li Hao-yen, led by Ling Xuahan, finished a whole day of experience grinding and finally returned. His level had risen from 30 to 34, just one step away from unlocking the next skill. Today, Sakura Country did not provoke, and Li Hao-yen finally had a proper dinner. After dinner, Li Hao-yen, once again led by Ling Xuahan, arrived at the secret area of the Qihua Academy Instance Lobby. Today, he was ready to begin solo grinding in the Endless Altar. Wang Qingfeng had other matters to attend to and did not come. Jiang Zhen and Jiang Wu Yuyu, who had nothing to do, curiously followed along. Ling Xuahan glanced at the world rankings above the Endless Altar and introduced to Li Hao-yen. The Endless Altar could be considered a special solo instance, where all professionals can grind, and you can enter at any time, yielding a large amount of experience. But in reality, for most people, the function of this instance is not very significant. "Why?" Li Hao-yen asked curiously. Ling Xuahan displayed a helpless expression. "Because the monster levels and layers in this instance correspond 1-to-1, and the higher the layers, the number of monsters will increase geometrically." Chapter 71, The Endless Altar. Ling Xuahan paused for a moment, and then continued. "The Endless Altar has a total of 100 layers, and each layer can only be cleared once. But so far, no one in the world has been able to clear it. Even our teacher has only reached the 93rd layer at most." Li Hao-yen was instantly astonished. "Is it really that difficult?" Jiang Zhen nodded seriously. "That's right, it really is very difficult. The monster levels in the Endless Altar correspond to their layers. For example, the monsters on the first layer are level 1, the 10th layer are level 10, and the 95th layer are level 95. But if it were only that, it wouldn't be too difficult for professionals of the same level to handle monsters of the same level. Even if they're a little higher in level, it wouldn't be a big deal. Especially after level 50, mid to high level professionals who have completed their advancement awakening will have their power greatly increased. Those powerful professions can solo hundreds or even thousands of monsters without any problem. After all, the abilities of monsters are relatively single. Their skills are not as abundant as those of professionals, and they are even worse in wisdom." Ling Xuahan sighed helplessly. "But the number of monsters in the Endless Altar is just too many. For every level you go up, the total number of monsters is the square of that level. For example, the monsters on the first level are 1 level 1 monster. On the 10th level, it is 10 squared, which is 100 level 10 monsters. On the 50th level, it's 50 squared, which is 2,500 level 50 monsters. And on the 93rd level, it's even more exaggerated, 93 squared, a whopping 8,649 level 95 monsters." Li Hao-yen exclaimed in surprise. "So, that means the higher the level, not only are the monsters' levels higher, but the quantity also increases geometrically." But right after that, he frowned. "It feels a bit off. If the difficulty is like this with hundreds or even thousands of monsters spawning at the same time, probably 99% of professionals wouldn't be able to get past a few levels, right?" Especially after reaching level 30, the number of monsters has already exceeded 1,000. This level of monsters, apart from a few professions that are good at group combat, would probably overwhelm most other professions in no time. Jiang Jun gently shook his head. What the second senior sister just said was the total number of monsters on each level. But after the battle begins, these monsters don't come out all at once. There will be a gradual process where the difficulty increases step by step. For example, if there are 2,500 monsters on the 50th level, the first batch might come out as 10, the second as 30, the third as 100, and then it keeps increasing until all 2,500 monsters are eventually out. And there is a certain interval between each batch of monsters, giving the professionals a buffer time to adapt. If you kill all the monsters in the previous batch, then the next batch will appear immediately. But even so, once you reach the 50th level, the total number of monsters is still terrifying. Even if the attack power is sufficient, the spirit power may not be able to sustain the consumption. After hearing Jiang Jun's explanation, Li Haoyan nodded. I see. Ling Xuahan said, so, although the experience points given by the Endless Altar are plenty for most professionals, it is actually a bit of a mixed blessing, because the soloing speed is too slow and the risk is too high. Once professionals enter the Endless Altar, there are only two ways to exit. One is to clear that level, where there will be two choices, either to enter the next level or to choose to exit. The second is, if you can't handle the battle after it begins, you must persist in that level for half an hour before you can choose to exit midway. But what if you can't last half an hour? Li Haoyan asked. Ling Xuahan shrugged. Then you can only die under the siege of monsters. If it weren't for the monsters in the Endless Altar appearing in batches, gradually increasing in number, giving professionals a chance to buy time, probably very few would dare to challenge it. Jiang Jun laughed. Now, most professionals see the Endless Altar more as a training ground for skills or combat techniques. After making a breakthrough, they would enter the altar to see if they could surpass the number of monsters killed before and last longer, serving as a good measure of their self-improvement. Ling Xuahan suddenly showed an excited look in her eyes, staring at Li Haoyan. Junior brother, for others, the Endless Altar is quite dangerous, but for you, it is an excellent place to gain experience. Because the monsters in the Endless Altar do not have level experience penalties. This means that even if you're only in your 30s, as long as your attack power is sufficient, you can fight as many levels as you want. This is like killing monsters at a higher level to accumulate experience, allowing lower-level professionals to significantly increase their leveling speed in a short period. Hearing Ling Xuahan's words, Li Haoyan's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. No level experience penalty? Wow, that's going to be so awesome. With the number of super weapons Li Haoyan can summon now, he really isn't afraid of the monsters' numbers. In fact, the more monsters there are, the more excited he gets to fight. An unlimited ammo mechanic gives him plenty of confidence. Thinking of this, Li Haoyan rubbed his hands together, ready to start his monster hunting journey. At that moment, Ling Xuan handed Li Haoyan 2 small porcelain vials and reminded him, Junior brother, these are the Tianling pill and Xinling pill. Eat one of each after you go in. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wu Yuyo beside them exclaimed, Xinling pill? Isn't that a bit too luxurious? Li Haoyan also looked surprised as he opened the orange-red vial and poured out an orange-red pill. This is the legendary Xinling pill. Ling Xuahan nodded with a smile. Exactly. This stuff is quite hard to get. Only level 70 and above alchemists can refine it, and the success rate is extremely low. These 10 pills are all that the Dragon Group and Nuclear Elite have in stock. Consuming the Xinling pill along with the Tianling pill can quadruple the experience points you gain for half an hour, which is best for you right now. Li Haoyan was visibly moved. Thank you, second sister. Ling Xuahan smirked coldly. We are all part of the same team. No need for pleasantries. Go on and be careful. Okay. Li Haoyan nodded heavily and walked towards the teleportation area. With a flash of light, when Li Haoyan's vision cleared again, he found himself standing at the edge of a gigantic altar. The altar was circular, and its area was quite extravagant, roughly estimated to be over 10 kilometers in diameter, with intricate mysterious patterns carved into the ground. In the very center of the altar, there was a large 1 character, indicating that this was the first level of the Endless Altar. At that moment, Li Haoyan stood at the edge of the altar in a separate small circle. Li Haoyan knew this was the safe zone of the Endless Altar. Once the adventurer was prepared and stepped out of this safety area, the challenge would begin. At that moment, a line of prompts floated before Li Haoyan's eyes. First challenge of the Endless Altar, basic information registration in progress. Ding. Information registration complete. Name, Li Haoyan. Country, Eastern Dragon Empire. Affiliated guild, Nuclear Elite. Occupation, mechanic. Level, 34. Li Haoyan was momentarily stunned. What's going on? Do I need to register my information to challenge the Endless Altar? If that's the case, wouldn't my identity be exposed? But right after that, the prompts that floated in front of him immediately dispelled Li Haoyan's worries. Do you want to make your information public? Li Haoyan immediately breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. So it turns out I can hide my information. That startled me. Hide all, Li Haoyan quickly responded. Hiding complete. Name? Seeing this familiar string of question marks, Li Haoyan chuckled. Now I can go all out. He immediately took out the 2 vials Ling Xuahan gave him, poured out a pill from each, and swallowed them at once. Looking at the 4 times experience countdown appearing before him, Li Haoyan nodded slightly. Next, he pondered briefly before making his move. With a thought, a swarm of heavy tanks appeared in front of Li Haoyan, lined up in formation. Summoning 1 tank consumed 16 points of magical power, and Li Haoyan currently had over 3,300 points of magical power. Combined with the aura's double happiness effect, Li Haoyan summoned a total of 800 heavy tanks. Looking at the superpowered army before him, Li Haoyan felt a surge of confidence and stepped out of the safe zone. With a hum sound, the entire altar seemed to come alive. The mysterious patterns on the ground instantly lit up, and a massive white light gate quietly rose from the center of the altar. Then, a mass of red strange creatures crawled out from the light gate. Those were the monsters from the first level of the Endless Altar. Red Slime. Li Haoyan grinned and gave a command in his heart. With a loud bang, 800 tanks fired simultaneously. Under such terrifying firepower, that blob of red strange creature was immediately blown apart. Kill Red Slime. Gain 400 experience points. Li Haoyan looked at the floating prompt. His eyes brightened. Wow, this experience points are indeed high. You have to know, this is only the first level monster. Even without the quadruple experience potion bonus, there is still a full 100 experience points. That's equivalent to twice the boss in the level 10 dungeon, the Dark Forest. If this continues at high levels, wouldn't the experience points shoot up? Congratulations on passing the first level of the Endless Altar. Do you want to continue the challenge? Continue the challenge. Li Haoyan made his choice immediately without hesitation. A layer of white light quickly rose from beneath his feet, engulfing Li Haoyan. When the white light faded, Li Haoyan found himself already in the second layer. The number at the center of the altar changed from 1 to 2. Li Haoyan instinctively looked around, his body shuddered, eyes widened, and even his mouth couldn't help but open, because he saw, right in front of him, those 800 tanks were lined up perfectly, not a single one missing. Li Haoyan's mind was a bit dazed. What's going on? Didn't the second senior sister say that when a professional clears a level and chooses to continue, all panel attributes will reset? Could it be the skills already used won't reset? Li Haoyan immediately opened his attribute panel to check. Spirit Power, 2,345. It really reset. He checked the remaining duration of these heavy tanks. 53, 52, 51. Li Haoyan's eyes instantly burst with brilliance. He didn't expect that he had been told he was exploiting bugs. And today it seemed he had truly hit a bug. The super weapons that had already been summoned actually did not disappear when continuing to challenge the next layer. The duration would only carry on. What does this mean? It means that if Li Haoyan can clear monsters fast enough, his super weapons can accumulate far beyond the limits of his current spirit power. It's like rolling a snowball. Every time he advances a layer, his super weapons can double, and then, becoming more terrifying, the firepower growing stronger. Even when it comes to the later stages, the super weapon he summoned for the first time will disappear after a minute. However, the later super weapons can still accumulate an extremely exaggerated number. This is at least equivalent to dozens of times what Li Haoyan's current spirit power can summon. This is simply an unstoppable rhythm. Li Haoyan didn't know that this was not considered a dungeon bug, because worldwide, there's only one professional like him who can summon super weapons and continue summoning as long as he has spirit power. Even with other similar professions, like beast tamers and summoners, their pets and summon creatures are all fixed, and there is no possibility of repeating summons. And once their pets or summon creatures are injured or even die during monster clearing, they can only wait until natural recovery is completed before they can summon again. So, even if their summon creatures come along to the next layer when they choose to continue the challenge, at most it just saves a little spirit power when activating skills. It won't provide any extra combat power for the professionals. Therefore, such rules cannot be exploited by professionals. Only, Li Haoyan is an exception, because his super weapons exist through continuous consumption of spirit power without numerical limitations. Thinking of this, Li Haoyan dared not waste any time. With a single step forward, he immediately swish, 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 summoned another 800 tanks. Buzz, a huge white light gate appeared again at the center of the altar, for strange green creatures slowly crawled out from inside. On the second level, the number of monsters was 2 squared, a total of 4 green slimes. Boom! A total of 1,600 tanks roared simultaneously, and the 4 slimes were instantly blown to bits. Kill the green slime. Gain 1,600 experience points. Kill the green slime. Gain 1,600 experience points. 4 consecutive prompts appeared, making Li Haoyan's face light up with excitement. Wow, this endless altar is quite fair. As the levels increased, the number of monsters rose geometrically, while the experience points also increased exponentially. According to this rule, the original experience points on the 3rd level should be 3 squared multiplied by 100, with each monster's original experience being 900, coupled with a quadruple experience potion, a whopping 3,600 experience points. As Ling Xuahan said before, when the levels go up, the monster's experience growth will slow down, but for him, a low-level player in his 30s, it still feels amazing and he can't wait. Congratulations! You have passed the 2nd level of the Endless Altar. Do you wish to continue the challenge? Continue. With a flash of white light, Li Haoyan appeared on the 3rd level. This time, he was even faster. In order to save time, he didn't even glance at the scenery before him and stepped out of the safe zone, launching 800 tanks again. Just as Li Haoyan stepped out of the safe zone, a huge white portal reappeared in the center of the altar, and 9 dark, purple giant spiders crawled out from the portal, their eyes flashing with ferocity. These were the monsters of the 3rd level, the Raging Spiders. Boom! 2,400 tanks fired simultaneously, and before the 9 Raging Spiders could take a few steps, they were instantly turned into clouds of blood. Kill the Raging Spider. Gain 3,600 experience points. Kill the Raging Spider. Gain 3,600 experience points. Just as I thought, seeing the kill prompts floating in front of him, Li Haoyan showed a joyful expression. Watching the large amount of experience points accumulate, Li Haoyan felt restless and began to push quickly to higher levels. Outside, Ling Xuahan, Jiang Zhen, and others occasionally glanced at the Endless Altar global leaderboard while chatting. Jiang Wu Yuyu said with anticipation, "I wonder how many levels Haoyan can reach." Jiang Zhen laughed and said, "With that halo, Haoyan's super weapon is effectively quadrupled. If he summons all the tanks, that would be 800 tanks outputting full force for 1 minute, and there's no ammo limit. With this kind of firepower density, I feel reaching level 50 shouldn't be a big problem." Ling Xuahan calculated quietly in her heart and said with a smile, "The attack mode of the mechanic is quite special. With enough ammo, it's all area-covered attacks. The firepower of the heavy tank main gun is indeed strong, but as the levels go up and the number of monsters increases, the tank's attack coverage is actually less than that of rocket launchers." Jiang Zhen showed a thoughtful expression. Second sister is right. The main gun of the tank has indeed more single-shot firepower than rocket launchers, and it has a longer range, but the coverage density is much smaller. If Hao Qian summons rocket launchers, the spiritual power consumption would only be a quarter of that of tanks, and, calculated in numbers, he could even summon over 3,300 rocket launchers. The fire coverage from this level of rocket launchers could even be stronger than 800 tanks, because to measure a mechanic's firepower, the quantity of super weapons is key. Ling Xuahan nodded and said, "That's right, even low-level super weapons, when their numbers reach a certain threshold, can be terrifyingly powerful, even surpassing high-level super weapons. If Hao Qian realizes this after level 50, instead of summoning tanks, it would be better for him to summon all rocket launchers. With over 3,300 rocket launchers firing full blast for 1 minute, he should have a great chance to reach level 60. But, Jiang Wu Yuyu said worriedly, however, the attack range of rocket launchers is much shorter than tanks. If a monster gets too close to us, wouldn't the danger greatly increase? Hearing this, Jiang Zhen immediately laughed and said, Yu, have you forgotten about Hao Qian's new talent? He has a mechanical doppelganger. It's hard for him to even die, so why fear danger? Jiang Wu Yu suddenly remembered this and stuck out her tongue, feeling embarrassed. Ling Xuahan teased her with a glance and joked, it's okay. Worrying leads to confusion. Aunt Ling understands. Jiang Wu Yu's pretty face turned red, and she pouted playfully, Aunt Ling. At that moment, Jiang Zhen, who had been focusing on the global leaderboard of the Endless Altar, suddenly narrowed his eyes and exclaimed in surprise, Hao Qian has entered the leaderboard. Where? Let me see. Jiang Wu Yu quickly looked up. Ling Xuahan also raised her voice in surprise and focused on the leaderboard. The Endless Altar is accessible to all professionals worldwide, and there are many participants. Thus, the global leaderboard only records professionals who have cleared the 30th level challenge. After that, Each subsequent level is ranked according to the time taken to clear it. As for levels below 31, the professionals are still beginners with limited strength and cannot clear many levels. 2. Professionals below level 30 can level up much faster by farming dungeons or being carried by others, which is also safer. Naturally, no one would willingly seek hardship by soloing the Endless Altar. Once they reach level 30, the difficulty of dungeons instantly increases significantly, and leveling up slows down greatly. At that time, most professionals choose to upgrade their equipment at level 30. Rich kids usually get themselves a set of divine-level pink gear at this time, and if they're lucky enough to find a legendary orange gear or a 40-level pink gear during their adventure, they will switch it out. Otherwise, they will use what they have until level 50, which is considered the most cost-effective plan. Moreover, powerful classes and top-tier professions will create a significant gap with ordinary classes at this point, marking a watershed among low-level professionals. For example, Ikuto from Sakura Country was exceptionally lucky to gather a complete set of 40-level legendary class-specific equipment during a few Abyss dungeons, almost bringing his combat power to the peak level below 50. If not for encountering the abnormally Hao Ian, he would have been the combat power ceiling below level 50. Jiang Weiyu looked at the string of question marks at the bottom of the leaderboard and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha! It's this string of question marks again. All the information is hidden. It should be Hao Ian. Ling Xuan looked a bit puzzled and murmured, "Strange. Hao Ian seems to have killed monsters faster than I expected. How did he reach level 30 so quickly?" Jiang Jin chuckled and said, "That's not surprising, is it? There are only a few hundred monsters below level 30 with very low defenses. Even if Hao Ian summons 800 tanks, it's enough to wipe out that many monsters in milliseconds." Ling Xuan hesitantly nodded. That said, she still felt something wasn't quite right. At Beida Academy, in the dungeon hall, suddenly, a new name appeared in the leaderboard's 33rd level section. Yin Lan. Yin Miao stood with her hands clasped behind her back, also looking at the Endless Altar leaderboard, her usually expressionless face faintly showing a smile. With a flash of light, Yin Lan, who had a fit body and was dripping with sweat, suddenly teleported out. She gasped for air, but her face wore an excited smile. Yin Miao nodded in appreciation. "Well done. Although clearing it was a bit tough, clearing the 33rd level is already outstanding. Lanner, compared to before, your combat skills have improved quite a bit." Receiving her teacher's praise, Yin Lan was delighted and nodded earnestly. "Yes. Thanks to the teacher's proper guidance. Thank you, teacher, for helping me level up to 30. In Xixiang City, Yin Lan saw Jiang Weiyu level up to 30 ahead of time. The sense of urgency suddenly surged. So, after returning, she asked Yin Miao to take her to grind monsters and level up, hoping to catch up with Jiang Weiyu's progress. Chapter 74. The Fear of Clusters in the Endless Altar. Fortunately, her experience points were already close to level 30, and Yin Miao valued her quite a lot, so he took her to grind for 2 days and even let her eat a few heavenly spirit pills. Finally, today, she raised Yin Lan's level to 30 and changed her entire outfit to pink. So, after changing her gear, Yin Lan thought about testing her combat power in the Endless Altar. Unexpectedly, she rushed all the way to the 33rd floor. Generally speaking, with the strength of an illusion god class, one can usually challenge monsters 3 or 4 levels higher in the Endless Altar. On the other hand, a frontline class can only challenge monsters 1 or 2 levels higher. Only super god classes like Martial Lee can reach 5 levels above their own level, and it can even be 5 levels across major brackets. In addition, there are differences based on class inclinations. For example, Yin Lan's Battle Mage class is not good at group fights. It leans more towards warrior and assassin types. Thus, when Yin Lan challenged the Endless Altar, she was actually at a disadvantage. Being able to reach the 33rd floor was already quite good for her. Yin Lan herself was also fairly satisfied with this. A little frightened, she said, the attacks from the Hell Goblin archers on the 33rd floor were just too dense. Luckily, the altar space is large enough. Only by constantly moving could I avoid getting focused down by those archers. If my speed weren't decent, I probably would have regretted it on the spot. Yin Miao nodded slightly. Battle mages are not good at group battles, and even worse at range combat, so the Hell Goblin archers are indeed quite a counter for you. Yin Lan looked up at the leaderboard. Since she was close to the limit, her ranking was basically at the bottom of the 33rd floor. However, just as she was about to shift her gaze away, suddenly, a strange name caught her eye, because that name was a string of question marks. At that moment, the question mark name was tightly following her, ranking first on the 32nd floor. Yin Lan's pupils instantly contracted, and she raised her hand to point at the leaderboard, exclaiming, "Teacher, look!" Yin Miao turned in surprise and immediately focused his eyes. Since that day during the faction confrontation instance, A string of question marks has only represented one identity. That mysterious strong woman from the Eastern Dragon Empire. Seeing this string of question marks, Yun Miao instantly thought of her. Yun Lan exclaimed in astonishment. Teacher, could this be that mysterious, powerful woman? Yun Miao's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not immediately respond to his disciple's question, but instead stared intently at the question mark name without blinking. Then, after a few seconds, that question mark name suddenly disappeared from the 32nd floor area. Yun Miao's body shook, and he quickly looked at the leaderboard for the 33rd floor. The question mark name had already reached the top of the 33rd floor. Yun Miao's face showed an expression of as expected, and he slowly nodded. It's her. Such a clearing speed could not be achieved by someone in their 30s levels. And this person cleared at such a fast pace. There was only one possibility. That is, her attack power far exceeds the monster level of this tier, equivalent to the monsters just appearing, only to be instantly taken down. And in just a few breaths, that question mark name again disappeared from the 33rd floor, appearing at the very top of the 34th floor. Yun Miao looked intensely and said, This woman has been hidden by Marshal Li for who knows how many years. With her current level, she is very likely already a level 70 or above powerhouse. Before, she had to hide her existence, so she had never come to challenge the Endless Altar. Now, while her true identity still needs to be kept secret, her existence has already been exposed. That's why she is starting to grind the Endless Altar now. Yun Miao chuckled lightly and said, Interesting, I want to see how many levels that woman can climb. In the Qinghua Academy Instance Hall, Ling Xuahan and the other two were also staring at the leaderboard of the Endless Altar, fixated on a series of question marks. Level 45, 46, 47. Watching that name shoot up crazily every few seconds, even Jiang Zhen started to feel something was off. With a look of confusion and surprise, he murmured, It's almost 50 levels. Why is Hao Yian's speed still so fast? This is just too impressive. Is the firepower of 800 tanks really this fierce? It's a bit unscientific. Jiang Wu's eyes were filled with excitement and joy as she cheered for Li Hao Yan, shouting excitedly by the side. Hao Yan is amazing. It's like cutting vegetables. I wonder what level he's at now. Hearing his daughter's words, Jiang Zhen calculated in his mind. Given Li Hao Yan's speed in fighting monsters, without experience penalties, and with the quadruple experience potion, he was probably close to level 40 now. Suddenly, Ling Xuahan's eyes darkened slightly, and she whispered, He's about to break through the 50-level barrier. Within the Endless Altar, the once empty space was now filled with countless super weapons. Looking around, there was barely any place left to stand. Heavy tanks covered almost the entire altar, their dark cannons all pointed toward the center. Not just the ground, but even the sky was packed with various super weapons. At the very top in the center of the altar were dense Barrett sniper rifles, surrounded by Gatling rotary machine guns. This area was specially designed by Li Hao Yan for finishing off enemies. Because the coverage density of the Gatling and Barrett was greater, they could quickly eliminate any leftover monsters and save time. Outside the Gatling machine guns were purely rocket launchers. Looking at the number and density of the rocket launchers, it was terrifying enough to trigger a phobia of clusters, with at least tens of thousands of them. And the creator of all this was squeezed into the outer edges of the altar, sitting lazily on a tank, yawning. At this point, he couldn't be bothered to look at the monsters coming out of the light gate. Anyway, regardless of what monsters appeared, they meant nothing in the face of such overwhelming superweapons. What he needed to do now was to fill the empty spots after the summoned superweapons had run their course. Other than that, it was just a mindless bombardment at the center of the altar with no need for extra maneuvers. Unlike other professionals who had to leap and dodge around while fighting at the altar, tactics, opportunities, none of that was necessary at all. As long as the firepower was sufficient, all monsters were delusions. They would die the moment they showed up. Li Hao Yan looked at his attribute panel and murmured, Once I finish the 50th level, my experience should be enough to level up to 40. TSK. This Endless Altar is indeed a great place for farming experience. The initial experience from a single monster exceeds that of a boss at the same level. Paired with the quadruple potion, the experience grows visibly, faster than hormone-injected chives, truly endless. Chapter 75, New Talent. Infinite Endurance. Boom. Another round of cannon fire, and over 1,000 Hell Knights turned to ash in an instant. Level 50, cleared. Ding. Congratulations, you have reached level 40. Seeing the upgrade notification appear before him, Li Hao Yan's eyes lit up immediately. While choosing to continue ascending the levels, he quickly opened his attribute panel to check his new skills and new talents. After reaching level 40, the attributes gained from leveling up increased from 5 points to 10 points. and the free potential also became 10 points. Without hesitation, Li Haoyan directly allocated all these free points to his spiritual power, increasing it upwards. Quickly opened the talent section. At this moment, the left side of the skill bar in the talent section had two new skills. One was unlocked at level 35, but Li Haoyan had previously been too lazy to check, planning to look at it all together when he reached level 40. Level 35 skill, Wolverine. Skill description, summon the Wolverine. The Wolverine consumes 32 points of spiritual power for every minute it exists. Note, the Wolverine has two forms. One is human-shaped, with a more diverse fighting style, capable of equipping various long-range superweapons. The second is wolf-shaped. Its fighting flexibility is reduced, but its speed and strength are 3 times that of its human form. Note, when spiritual power reaches 0, the Wolverine will automatically withdraw. Seeing this, Li Haoyan raised his eyebrows high and said with satisfaction, "Wow, not only does it have independent combat capability, but it also has dual forms. Isn't this just like a super infantry? Very nice." Level 40 skill, Laser Cannon. Skill description, summon the Laser Cannon. The Laser Cannon consumes 50 points of spiritual power for every minute it exists. Note, the Laser Cannon is a long-range energy weapon with immense power, possessing armor-piercing and penetrating effects, with a maximum range of 35 kilometers. Note, when spiritual power reaches 0, the Laser Cannon will automatically withdraw. Li Haoyan's eyes brightened as he gasped in surprise. Oh my, it actually also has special effects as a super weapon. The mechanic truly deserves to be a mythical profession. Starting from level 40, the attack effects of super weapons have significantly increased. If the quantity is stacked up, the Laser Cannon, which naturally has penetrating and armor-piercing effects, is inherently a nemesis of mages and heavy-armored warriors. Not only that, Li Haoyan also discovered a problem. The spiritual power consumption of the Laser Cannon skill is actually 50 points. To know, all his previous super weapons generally doubled in spiritual power consumption every 5 levels. The level 35 Wolverine requires 32 points of spiritual power. He originally thought the level 40 skill would consume 64 points, but unexpectedly, it was 50 points, much less than he expected. For Li Haoyan, this means his endurance can be increased again, which is absolutely good news. After finishing reading the skills, Li Haoyan could not wait to look at the mechanic exclusive talent on the right. Compared to the skills unlocked after leveling up, talents are the key. Mechanic exclusive talent. 4th phase, life to spirit. Note 1. Killing enemies with super weapons can convert 1,000th of the enemy's health into spiritual power, replenishing himself. Note 2. The 5th phase exclusive talent can be unlocked at level 50. Seeing this skill, Li Haoyan's breath quickened instantly, converting 1,000th of the enemy's life into spiritual power. In this way, paired with the double happiness effect of the energy blooming halo, doesn't his endurance greatly increase again? Previously, although Li Haoyan's firepower was exaggerated, he had a major drawback. Consumption might not keep up. For example, during the previous faction confrontation instance, Li Haoyan had to ensure firepower while also keeping a certain amount of reserve. Otherwise, if too many super weapons were summoned at once, and a natural recovery of spiritual power couldn't keep up, it could lead to many super weapons disappearing suddenly due to insufficient spiritual power and automatically withdrawing. If that happened, Li Haoyan would be in danger. But now with this life-to-spirit talent, Li Haoyan was even less afraid of facing group battles. One could even say that the current Li Haoyan was born for group battles. The more enemies there were, the more fiercely he fought. After killing enemies, the opponent's life would be converted into spiritual power for Li Haoyan at 1,000th of the amount. This spiritual power could support the consumption of the super weapons he summoned, or summon more super weapons. This is simply infinite blue regeneration. Against the heavens. It's simply against the heavens. With this talent, Li Haoyan is equivalent to truly having the capital to fight 1,000 or even an entire country. Li Haoyan gazed eagerly at the center of the altar, because he suddenly thought that the talent life transformation is perfectly suitable for grinding the endless altar. With the number of monsters in the endless altar, it can totally give him a huge recovery effect for his spiritual power. With this talent, Li Haoyan's number of super weapons can increase again from the current basis, and the duration can also be extended. These chaotic thoughts seemed complicated, but in Li Haoyan's mind, they merely flashed by rapidly. When he refocused on the altar, the huge white light gate in the center flashed again, and several hundred cyclopes appeared. As soon as Li Haoyan moved his thoughts, he summoned more than 200 laser cannons to supplement his firepower. When the cannon fire roared again around him, he showed a surprised expression, because he saw with divine perspective that every monster that appeared this time had a red semi-transparent light strip on its head. What is this thing? It seems I haven't seen it before. As this thought floated in Li Haoyan's mind, those cyclopes vanished into ash under the kiss of cannon fire. At the same time, the red semi-transparent light strip on their heads also instantly cleared. Li Haoyan's eyes lit up, immediately reacting. Damn, this is surprisingly a health bar. With this talent, he can actually see the other party's health bar now. As these cyclopes died, a new batch of cyclopes quickly refreshed, and a string of numbers floated before Li Haoyan. Spiritual power recovery plus 71. Spiritual power recovery plus 71. Spiritual power recovery plus 71. Combining this with the numbers he saw on a light strip on the cyclopes' heads, Li Haoyan was extremely excited. The cyclopes are level 51 monsters, known for high defense and thick health, and their attack power is not weak at all. Just now, Li Haoyan clearly saw that one cyclops had 71,000 health, and according to the 1,000th ratio, for each cyclops killed, Li Haoyan can precisely recover 71 points of spiritual power. Li Haoyan's body even trembled slightly with excitement. You must know that summoning a laser cannon only consumes 50 points of spiritual power, and this is still without calculating double happiness. This is simply unlimited endurance. Chapter 76, Unbelievably Fast Monster Killing Speed. At this moment outside, because Li Haoyan's speed in leveling up was too astonishing, coupled with that eye-catching row of question marks, he had already caught the attention of many people. In the instance halls of countries around the world, a stir was immediately stirred up again. Is this the mysterious female boss? Baka, the mysterious woman from East Dragon, has appeared again. Hide and seek. If you have the ability, show your name. The female boss is grinding the endless altar. Everyone hurry up to watch in force. Sister is awesome. The 8-pack abs boy is online seeking shelter. Can milk, can wolf, can lick. Various chaotic discussions quickly began to erupt in major forums. In the East Dragon Empire, countless professionals quickly caught wind of the situation and flocked to the instance halls of various cities, like watching a live broadcast. Some who had just exited the instance hall were startled by the dense crowd before them. After learning from the various discussions what had happened, they simply chose not to leave, joining everyone to watch the excitement. In an instant, the atmosphere in the instance halls of major cities was as fiery as during New Year's Eve. In the Free Federation, the president of the Source God Guild, Parker Williams, was also alarmed by this situation. Without saying a word, he immediately gathered the presidents of all the major branches for an online meeting, while having his subordinates broadcast the status of the dungeon hall. Although the outside people could not see the situation in the Endless Altar, as experienced professionals, they could infer a lot of information just from the mysterious woman's monster-slaying speed and ranking. While the subordinates were still connecting the broadcast, all the branch presidents of the Source God Guild had already logged on. This shows how highly they regarded that mysterious woman from the Eastern Dragon Empire. James Gordon, the president of the Gotham branch, first spoke solemnly. I just got word that the woman has already passed the 51st level, and the people below said her climbing speed is very fast. Parker Williams looked a bit displeased. Fast? Fire your subordinate. They can't even use proper words. James Gordon appeared shocked and puzzled. Is there something wrong with the judgment below? In reality, is it not that fast? At that moment, the big screen flickered, the broadcast connection was completed, and the big screen displayed the scene of the Source God Guild's dungeon hall. The big screen flickered, and the ranking of the Endless Altar was quickly enlarged. When everyone saw the string of question mark names at the top, everyone's breathing suddenly paused at the same time. 57 levels. First place in clearing time. James Gordon's pupils instantly contracted. Seeing this number, he finally understood why Parker Williams wanted him to fire that subordinate. Because a few minutes ago, Parker Williams informed him to hold an online meeting, saying that that mysterious woman from Eastern Dragon was farming the Endless Altar. After receiving this news, James Gordon immediately had his subordinates check the leaderboard information from the dungeon hall. And from the time that subordinate reported until now, it had only been a few minutes at most. But in such a short few minutes, that mysterious woman from Eastern Dragon had already climbed from the 51st level to the 57th level. What kind of speed is this? Very fast. She might as well be riding a rocket. That woman must be finishing the maps in seconds. She probably took less than a minute for each level. While James Gordon was slightly dazed, the string of question mark names on the 57th level leaderboard suddenly disappeared. Everyone present was momentarily stunned, and then the big screen changed again, shifting to the 58th level leaderboard. And the name in first place was still that string of question marks. Bruno Collins, the president of the Huadu branch, wore a look of astonishment and questioned, Isn't this just too fast? The total number of monsters at level 57 has reached over 3,200. What profession is she, with such terrifying attack power, that she can achieve such overwhelming mass slaughter? James Gordon questioned. Another branch president frowned and said, "The speed is indeed very fast. Almost as soon as a monster appears, she kills them all instantly, showing that these monsters cannot withstand her attacks at all. But thinking about it carefully, it's not too surprising that she has such combat power, right? After all, we have already received some information from Cherry Blossom Country and made some speculations that this woman is very likely a level 70 or above professional. If her level is at peak level 70, and her awakened profession is at the same level as Master Lee's supreme profession, especially if it's focused on attack and excels in group combat, then it makes sense that she can quickly kill monsters at level 57, right?" Hearing this branch president's comments, others slightly nodded, clearly agreeing with his analysis. But Parker Williams' gaze was heavy. His eyes were fixed firmly on the big screen. As the president of the Source God Guild and ranked second on the leaderboard, a peak professional at level 87, he felt that things were not that simple. In the Eastern Dragon Empire, in the hall of Qinghua Academy's dungeon, Ling Xuahan and Jiang Zhen exchanged glances, filled with both surprise and confusion. How exactly did Hao Ian do it? Is his super weapon really that powerful? Jiang Zhen asked curiously. Others didn't know the truth about Li Hao Ian, but they did. Li Hao Ian was not some powerful professional above level 70. Even after grinding for half a day, his level had just increased. But Ling Xuahan could roughly calculate that Li Hao Ian's real level was just above 40. Yet, this mechanic at just over level 40 could take down level 57 monsters as if he were playing around. Even if Li Hao Ian had infinite ammo, the speed at which he wiped out monsters was just too exaggerated. Jiang Liu didn't know the level of monsters in the Endless Altar. She only knew that Li Hao Ian had many super weapons and fought quickly, which was not surprising. So, she had no doubts about Li Hao Ian's current achievements, instead filled with envy like little stars in her eyes. Ling Xuahan hesitated and guessed, something seems off. Even if Hao Ian summoned over 3,000 rocket launchers, he shouldn't be attacking this quickly. This speed completely crushes the monsters, with almost no time wasted. If we calculate based on this intensity, even level 60 doesn't reach Hao Ian's limit. This attack power is at least at the level of 70 or above. Jiang Zhen raised his eyebrows, instinctively taking a deep breath. Level 70? My goodness, this level would be tough for him, an element controller at level 68. One should know that his highest level he could pass now was just level 71. Doesn't this mean that Li Hao Ian's current attack power is almost as high as his? Chapter 77. The space is a bit small, not even enough to fit. Incomprehensible. Simply incomprehensible. Jiang Zhen's eyes showed an expression of shock. He suddenly realized that his little junior brother seemed even more monstrous than they had imagined. Ling Xuahan's expression was also slightly furrowed, showing a look of contemplation. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something, and a spark of excitement flashed in her eyes. "Third junior brother, we overlooked something." Jiang Zhen asked confusedly, "What is it?" The little junior brother has been grinding until now, and with the quadruple experience elixir, his current level should have surpassed level 40. This also means that the little junior brother's amazing mechanic exclusive talent has unlocked a new one. I suspect that the reason why the little junior brother's attack power is so strong might be related to this newly unlocked talent. Jiang Zhen slapped his forehead, suddenly enlightened. Right, I almost forgot that the little junior brother can unlock a new talent every 10 levels. He immediately excitedly guessed. Could it be that the effect of the little junior brother's new talent doubles the attack power of super weapons, allowing him to crush monsters over level 50? Ling Xuahan's beautiful eyes gleamed, gently shaking her head. Not sure, but I feel it might be even more exaggerated than that. She quickly calculated in her mind. If Li Hao Ian had summoned over 3,300 rocket launchers, then, even if the attack power of these over 3,300 rocket launchers was doubled, it shouldn't reach this speed of taking down monsters. Unless that new talent's effect wasn't a double, but several times. Minutes passed again. At this moment, the dungeons, halls in various countries were not as noisy as at the beginning, but had grown quiet again. Everyone's eyes were glued to the leaderboard of the Endless Altar, and occasionally, you could hear someone swallow. The online conference of the Free Federation. Now, the faces of all the branch leaders became serious. Even the branch leader who had initially said, "It's understandable that that mysterious woman from Donglong has such strong attack power," now closed his mouth, with shock evident in his eyes. On the big screen, the leaderboard showed that the name marked with question marks had disappeared from the 63rd level and reached the very top of the 64th level. So fast, the speed showed no sign of decline. Crossing a large level, from the 50th to the 60th level, the overall strength of the monster had increased dramatically, but that woman's monster-killing speed had not slowed down at all. Like she had gone mad with killing, she continued to clear maps in an instant. In Parker Williams' eyes, wariness was beginning to show. If calculated based on her attack power, that woman's real level was probably the peak among level 70 characters, equivalent to top strength among mid-level professionals. In fact, she was already nearing the level of advanced professionals at level 80. From such achievements, it was clear she still had a lot of strength left. James Gordon, the president of the Gotham branch, also showed a shocked expression. How many years has Lee Fuji hidden that woman? How could a peak level 70 super professional suddenly pop up when we received not a single piece of news about her? Bruno Collins, president of the Huadu branch, also looked serious. It really is a bit unbelievable. Donglong has done an excellent job at keeping this secret. Does that woman not need to grind through large group dungeons or slaughter instances? It seems our people have never encountered her in these multiplayer dungeons. Other branch leaders began to feel the sense of crisis that woman brought them, privately messaging each other to exchange information. Parker Williams still said nothing, but the ominous feeling in his heart grew stronger. In Sakura country, Kenji Kobe sat in his office, with his hands resting on his chin, eyes fixed intently on the endless altar leaderboard on the screen. Unlike Parker Williams, Kenji Kobe's eyes showed not wariness, but panic. Due to certain historical reasons, Sakura country and Donglong Empire have been at odds for years. Donglong Empire has a Lee Fuji, and for Sakura country, that is like having a spike club hovering over their heads. And suddenly, Donglong had produced another peak level 70 super professional, and she had such incredible area attack capabilities. If, after this, Sakura country got into conflict with Donglong, with Lee Fuji protecting that mysterious woman, both would come together, and with Lee Fuji's life-saving abilities as a creator, that woman could attack without mercy. How destructive would she be? Moreover, Sakura country currently lacked high-level powers like the three major ministers, making the power comparison even more skewed. Thinking of the deaths of the three major ministers, Kenji Kobe suddenly shivered, his eyes showing uncertainty. Because he suddenly thought of something. Could the appearance of that woman be a scheme by Donglong Empire specifically aimed at the high-level professionals of Sakura country? Was she trying to use the camp challenge dungeons to lure out high-level professionals from Sakura country, weakening their top-tier strength? Thinking of this possibility, panic began to appear in Kenji Kobe's eyes. In Donglong Empire, at Tsinghua Academy, Marshall Lee comfortably leaned back in the armchair in his room, gazing in admiration at the information on the endless altar leaderboard displayed on the screen. Unfortunately, he was unaware that Kenji Kobe was currently frantically adding drama to the Donglong Empire. Otherwise, Marshall Lee couldn't help but laugh. It's no wonder this tiny place lives in constant fear. Of course, Marshall Lee also didn't know why Li Haoyan's attack power was so strong, even somewhat outrageous. Like Ling Xuahan, he guessed that it was likely due to the new talent Li Haoyan had unlocked, which granted him a new boost in combat power. As for what that new talent was, it would be easy to ask Li Haoyan about it once he came out. At this moment, Wang Qingfeng was also sitting in his office, handling various matters while keeping an eye on his junior brother as he farmed the endless altar. He glanced at the overwhelming discussions and speculation online, and surprisingly felt a hint of admiration for Li Haoyan. He exclaimed, "Wow, my junior brother's trickery is truly brilliant. He fabricated a female big shot out of thin air, diverting everyone's attention completely and making them believe it." But then, Wang Qingfeng shook his head in self-ridicule, saying, "But you know, with the level of attack power my junior brother has shown, if it were me, I wouldn't believe he's just a low-level professional of 30 or 40. Amid the global attention and discussions, a certain female big shot looked troubled as she stared at the endless altar, which was packed with countless super weapons. Hey, I didn't expect the recovery spirit power could also be used to supplement the super weapons that haven't reached their time yet. This way, there won't be a waste, ensuring the maximum quantity of super weapons exists." However, soon after she complained, "But this space is a bit small. It's not enough to fit everything." Chapter 78. The Hidden Level of the Female Big Shot? 67, 68, 69, 70. That striking series of question marks broke through 70 layers, and all the professionals in the Donglong Empire Instance Hall erupted in excitement. Wow, 70 layers already, and still number one. Amazing. Simply amazing. It's confirmed. This female big shot is at least a level 70 peak superclass professional. With this speed, even those proficient in group attacks would be far behind. No, you guys are oversimplifying it. I feel this female big shot should be more than level 70, With that kind of attack power, even a superclass professional wouldn't reach that as a level 70. I estimate she's probably a level 80 or above professional. Hey, don't say that. It's really possible. We've hidden her in the Donglong Empire for so long, and now that we dare to reveal her existence, it means she's already strong enough. Level 80 might seem exaggerated, but it's plausible. Don't you find it strange? If this mysterious female big shot is a peak level 70 or even a high-level professional at level 80, why isn't her name on the global level leaderboard? When this was said, everyone froze for a moment. That's right. The global level leaderboard is automatically displayed, even if that mysterious female big shot hit her name. If she were really level 70 or even above level 80, at least that string of question marks would show up on the leaderboard. But so far, all the names above level 70 on the leaderboard are familiar to everyone. There aren't any unfamiliar names appearing, not even that familiar string of question marks. Could it be that the female big shot's true level isn't that high? Or did she use some special method to hide her name from the leaderboard? This female big shot is getting more and more terrifying. In the Free Federation, Parker Williams's eyes were glued to the name of the question mark sitting at the top of 70 layers, with increasingly intense wariness and unease in his gaze. The other branch leaders' expressions grew serious as well. The Gotham branch leader, James Gordon, said, "If I remember correctly, the monster on the 70th floor is the Dark Fearclaw Bear, with amazing defense and a gifted skill called Dark Fearclaw. Its attack power is also extremely terrifying. Except for being a bit slow, this monster almost has no weaknesses. Moreover, the total number of monsters on the 70th floor has reached 4,900, but even so, when she climbed to the 70th floor, her speed was only slightly slower than before, still astonishingly fast." Bruno Collins said seriously, "Such attack power can only be possessed by profession holders at level 80 or above." James Gordon asked in confusion, "But there is no record of her on the ranking board. The high-level profession holders of the Eastern Dragon Empire are still the same as before. What is going on?" Finally, Parker Williams spoke in a low voice. Although it's hard to believe, the Eastern Dragon Empire must have used some special method to hide her level. Such strength absolutely cannot belong to a profession holder below level 70. That old manly is hiding so deeply, Everyone looked at each other, their brows furrowing in thought, yet no one refuted Parker Williams' view. Soloing the Endless Altar relies solely on one's own strength and equipment. It is purely hard power that cannot be faked. Moreover, that woman has been advancing from a low level to the present without pausing at all. This means that she has never exited the Endless Altar halfway. What does this indicate? It shows that the woman from the Eastern Dragon not only has deep foundations, but is also extremely confident in her own strength. Now everyone has confirmed that the mysterious woman is definitely a secret weapon secretly trained by the Eastern Dragon Empire for the upcoming international war instance. And the reason she keeps her information hidden is likely to guard against schemes from other countries. Because she is most likely a high-damage, fragile mage type with extremely strong attack power, but should be much weaker in defense. She can unleash her power freely in the Endless Altar because the environment inside is simple and the enemy appearance pattern is also fixed. However, in the real world, if a powerful assassin profession takes advantage of a complex environment for assassinations, then it won't be so easy for her to handle. If she is not careful, she could easily suffer a bitter defeat on the spot. A cold glimmer flickered in Parker Williams' eyes as he thought of something. While they were discussing, Li Hao Ian's journey of climbing the floors was still progressing steadily and quickly. Upon reaching the 70th floor, the overall strength of those monsters had indeed increased significantly compared to the 60th floor. But thanks to the talent, life transmutation, the number of his super weapons had reached an astonishing level. Looking around, he had even filled the entire Endless Altar. Both the sky and the ground were filled with Li Hao Ian's army of super weapons. Just a rough calculation showed that there were at least hundreds of thousands. Moreover, due to his life transmutation talent, Li Hao Ian's mana was now in a state of surplus. He had no worries about usage. Taking the monsters on the 70th floor as an example, the Dark Fearclaw Bear has 130,000 health points, and at a conversion rate of 1,000th, for each one killed, Li Hao Ian could recover 130 points of energy. And with 4,900 monsters in total on the 70th floor, the total energy recovered is 63,700 points. He couldn't use it all. He simply couldn't use it all. Fortunately, Li Hao Ian could also store the excess energy in the super weapons he had summoned, giving them renewal to extend their existence time. Otherwise, with so much energy, if all used to summon super weapons, this endless altar of approximately 10 kilometers in size might not be enough to contain them all. 75, 76, 77. Li Haoyan's rank continued to rise rapidly at a stable speed, crossing one level after another. In the Endless Altar, a terrifying demon dragon, covered in fierce scales and wreathed in black flames, had just emerged from the light gate, only to be met with a dense barrage of cannon fire. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening cannon fire rained down on these oppressive creatures, instantly knocking these sky overlords to the ground, their broken wings scattered, and their bones exposed. But surprisingly, these tenacious life forms still hadn't died. Li Haoyan raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of interest. Wow. At level 80, the monsters are much tougher, huh? The individual strength, compared to before, is not on the same level. At least it has increased by more than 10 times. Chapter 79. Speculations of the Free Federation, Otherworld Instances. Levels 50 to 70 belong to intermediate professionals. And level 80 is the true advanced professional. Compared to intermediate professionals, the difference is like heaven and earth. The feared demon dragon at level 80 clearly far exceeded the monsters at level 70. It could withstand such an exaggerated barrage of cannon fire without being instantly killed. But that was all. Boom, 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 boom. Another series of explosions. Under the endless bombardment, those feared demon dragons could only let out a helpless roar, their health bars reaching 0. Level 80 cleared. Outside, that mysterious question mark name again topped the leaderboard at level 80. In the East Dragon Empire's Instance Hall, a wave of screams erupted like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami rolling. 80 layers. 80 layers. With this monster-slaying speed, the female boss is indeed an advanced professional above level 80. So strong. Absolutely too strong. Hey, do you think this female boss's level might be higher than Marshall Lee's? I feel like her monster-slaying speed is probably even greater than Marshall Lee's. It shouldn't be possible, right? Professionals need an outrageous amount of experience to level up after reaching level 70, and unless there are special encounters, the leveling speed drops significantly. Yeah, Marshall Lee is the highest ranking existence on the global leaderboard. If this female boss's level is higher than his, wouldn't that make her close to level 90? Hearing the discussions around her, Yun Miao's eyes were filled with undisguised astonishment. Level 80? How is this possible? This woman is even stronger than I imagined. Beside her, Yunlan also wore a look of shock and awe. Teacher, could this mysterious female boss really be a power similar to Marshall Lee? I feel like her strength seems to be even greater than Marshall Lee. Yun Miao came to her senses and said solemnly, "It's different. This mysterious woman, while likely an extraordinary professional like Marshall Lee, excels in a different area." From a previous camp confrontation instance, it was clear that although this mysterious woman's level and equipment were suppressed below level 50, the guys from Sakura Country had little resistance in front of her, cleaned up in an instant. This indicates that this woman's group battle ability and attack power are far beyond those of professionals at the same level. But Marshall Lee is different. His advantage lies in mastering everything. His combat flexibility and self-preservation ability are unrivaled globally. Though his attack methods may vary, his attack power isn't as outstanding. So, although this woman's level should likely be above 80, it probably isn't as high as Marshall Lee's. It's just that her attack power is remarkably outrageous. In the Free Federation, the Source God Guild's online meeting. Parker Williams's face was already as ugly as it could get. The other vice presidents looked at each other in disbelief, their expressions filled with incredulity. The Donglong Empire suddenly produced a high-level professional above level 80, with such astounding attack power, yet they had received no prior news at all. This is simply unbelievable. After level 70, if one does not participate in large group raids, slaughter dungeons, and international war dungeons, achieving outstanding contributions within them, the rate of leveling for professionals slows to an outrageous crawl. But this woman, during the time before, had remained low-key. How on earth did she manage to level up? Did she rely on farming wild monsters and world bosses? Impossible. Each high-level world boss's appearance draws worldwide attention. With so many participants in the effort to defeat the world boss, if she dealt damage, it would be impossible for no one to notice her. As for wild monsters, that's even more ridiculous. If high-level players want to level up by grinding wild monsters, it's like common folks thinking they can become billionaires by working. Laboring for a lifetime is just not possible. Parker Williams furrowed his brow in thought for a moment, then suddenly proposed a hypothesis. Perhaps she leveled up through otherworldly dungeons? Upon hearing the chairman's words, everyone suddenly realized, because besides this option, They really couldn't think of any other way for that woman to level up so quickly. Otherworldly dungeons, also known as secret dungeons, are unique dungeons independent of the world's conventional ones. To enter otherworldly dungeons, one must obtain otherworldly contracts that drop from various dungeons. The difficulty of otherworldly dungeons is usually quite high, and they also take a long time to complete. However, correspondingly, the reward from grinding otherworldly dungeons are very high. Not only can they yield a large amount of experience points, but also various precious materials, and even equipment with attributes that could surpass epic levels. Bruno Collins, the president of the Huadu branch, brightened his eyes and spoke. What the chairman said might really be true. If she mainly leveled up through otherworldly dungeons, it would naturally allow her to remain hidden from everyone. Moreover, she might have gathered a complete set of exceptionally powerful otherworldly equipment, or even upgraded profession-specific exceptional otherworldly gear. Bruno Collins quickened his pace of speech. According to research by professional scholars, all professionals at this stage actually originate from various otherworlds. And among them, those powerful fantasy professions are the peak existences in those large otherworlds. As for the super god professions, they may even automatically receive corresponding otherworldly adventure quests. If Master Li really wants to fully cultivate her, then with Donglong's foundation, secretly gathering a large number of otherworldly contract for her to grind experience is absolutely not a big problem. So, this mysterious woman could raise her level so high without anyone noticing. Furthermore, otherworlds can yield some powerful and unique auxiliary equipment. And the reason that woman was able to conceal her level on the leaderboard might also be due to the special effects of some such auxiliary equipment. Hearing the chairman's hint and Bruno Collins' analysis, the presidents of the other branches all wore expressions of "I see now." If this is true, then everything makes sense. Parker Williams slightly nodded. What Bruno said was precisely what he had speculated. Otherwise, he really couldn't understand why Donglong would suddenly produce such a powerful and mysterious woman. He glanced at everyone and said solemnly, "Although we can guess the reasons for that woman's strength, it still does not change the fact that she has already grown strong. Everyone, the International War Dungeon will start soon. With this woman's strength, I must not say more about her threat." Parker Williams's eyes flashed with determination. Before the International War instance begins, we must find a way to eliminate her. Chapter 80. This is really off the charts. In the endless altar, Li Haotian looked at the hellbone dragon turned to ashes before him, and suddenly his eyes brightened. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 45. After clearing the 83rd level, Li Haotian's unchanging monster hunting finally brought him some new surprises. Reaching level 45 means he can unlock a new skill. While controlling the superpowered army to continue fighting through the levels, Li Haotian opened his attribute panel, adding 10 points of free potential to his spiritual power, then clicked on the talents section to check the newly unlocked skill. Level 45 skill, Strategic Bomber. Skill description, summon a strategic bomber. Each minute the bomber exists, it consumes 100 points of spiritual power. Note, the strategic bomber travels at a speed of 2,000 kilometers per hour, with a maximum range of 12,000 kilometers, carrying various weapons such as airdrop bombs, cruise missiles, air-to-ground missiles, anti-ship missiles, and air-loaded cannons. It can also carry other superpowered weapons itself. Note, when spiritual power reaches 0, the strategic bomber will be automatically recalled. Li Haotian's body shook, and he excitedly waved his fist. Wow! Finally, I have air superiority weapons. But immediately after, he glanced regretfully at the superpowered weapon army that had almost filled the entire endless altar before him. TSK, what a pity. This place is not suitable for the strategic bomber to perform. There's not even enough extra space. Shaking his head helplessly, Li Haotian could only close the attribute panel, feeling eager for what lay ahead. He looked at the Storm Naga on the 84th level and murmured, "There are still 16 levels left. Based on the current experience increase ratio, if I can clear 100 levels, will I be able to reach level 50 directly? I'm actually a bit looking forward to it. I wonder what new talent will be unlocked at level 50? Sigh, this endless altar is indeed a great place for grinding experience, but unfortunately, each level can only be cleared once. If only it could be cycled. With the quadruple experience potion, this is much more efficient than grinding monsters in the wild. My second senior sister is the person in charge of nuclear annihilation elites. She probably has a lot of work to deal with. I always feel a bit embarrassed to keep asking her to help me grind experience." Unfortunately, Ling Xuahan didn't know Li Haotian's thoughts at this moment. Otherwise, she would have surely sarcastically said, "Junior brother, I didn't expect you to be such a nice person." Outside, at Tsinghua Academy, Ling Xuahan, who felt very embarrassed, was staring blankly at the leaderboard, watching that string of question mark names easily jump up a level. Beside her, Jiangjun couldn't help but rub his eyes. If Ling Xuan hadn't seen the same information as him, he would have doubted whether he was under an illusion. 85 levels. A professional from level 30 to 40 managed to clear the endless altar all the way to level 85 in one go. And judging by the current situation, this was still not his junior brother's limit. Although the monster hunting speed had decreased compared to before, it was still astonishingly fast. Beside him, Jiang Weiyu also finally felt something was off. She turned to her father, puzzled, and asked, "Dad, didn't you say the monsters in the endless altar are hard to deal with? Especially the advanced monsters after the 80 levels. Their individual strength is more than 10 times that of monsters in the 70 levels. Why do I feel like Hao Ian is fighting without any effort at all?" Jiangjun glanced at his daughter, but had no idea how to respond. "You ask me. Who should I ask?" Ling Xuan stared blankly. Logically speaking, monsters at the 80 levels are indeed vastly different from those at the 70 levels. Even I can't fight against the 80-level monsters right now. How on earth is Hao Ian doing it? Jiangjun's eyes were filled with confusion. Could it be that the 40th level unlocked talent effect of Hao Ian is really that incredible? Below the 80th level, hunting monsters is like chopping vegetables. Even if I get to the 80th level, it just changes chopping vegetables to chopping bones and meat, and it's still soft bones. Are high-level monsters really this vulnerable? Sakura Country, Tianzhao Guild. Kobe Jianren looked at the ranking information on the display screen, his face full of disbelief. 85th level. This is the highest level he's been able to clear so far. But from a monstrous speed at which that mysterious woman from Donglong was hunting monsters, it was clear this was not her limit. Doesn't this mean that the woman's strength is even greater than his, the president of the Tianzhao Guild? Qinghua Academy, Li Yuanshui's residence. At this moment, this top figure of the Donglong Empire was no longer leisurely reclining in his chair, but standing straight in front of the display screen, staring at the ranking information and mumbling to himself. Impossible. Whether it's the 84th level Storm Naga or the 85th level Hell Rainbow Dragon, they're all high-level magic monsters. With the defensive power of their magic shields, even though Hao Ian has a lot of super weapons, it shouldn't be able to break through so quickly. Li Yuanshui subconsciously tugged at his white beard, feeling a bit skeptical about life. Furthermore, the number of monsters at the 85th level has already reached an astonishing 7,225. How did he defeat them in such a short time? This is really outrageous. In the dungeon hall of major cities in Donglong, chaos had already erupted. 85th level. Damn, with such a monster hunting speed, she can't be a level 90 professional, right? This, so terrifying, so terrifying. Everyone, I'm not joking. I feel like our Donglong is about to be invincible. Haha. I'm really looking forward to the upcoming International War Dungeon. With this female powerhouse, we will definitely crush those arrogant white-haired monkeys of the Free Federation into the ground. Yun Miao's expression was already completely dazed, her gaze vacant. Who the hell is she? Donglong actually has such a fierce female leader. Yin Lan's eyes were filled with countless little stars, her admiration overflowing. Meanwhile, in the endless altar, Li Haoyan watched his rapidly increasing experience points with a feeling of immense satisfaction. Family, who understands the feeling of crazy experience grinding and leveling up? It's simply too refreshing. 87, 88, 89, Free Federation, online conference. Everyone was silent, their eyes fixed on the screen, staring at the question mark name, ranking first at the 89th level. Parker Williams' tightly clenched fists bulged with veins, revealing his extreme tension at the moment. As the second-ranked peak powerhouse in the global level rankings at level 86, he had awakened the top profession of the Divine Knight. His highest achievement in the Endless Altar was just the 90th level. Yet now, the woman from Donglong, whose name hasn't even been revealed, was about to catch up to him. Chapter 81. Is this kid cheating? Roar. The furious Beastman, Lion King, roared at the sky, spewing Beast King roars filled with violent energy all around, wanting to smash those dark cannon mouths firing at him into pieces. However, their numbers were simply too few, only a mere 4,000. Faced with an army of super weapons numbering in the hundreds of thousands, they couldn't stir up much of a wave. Chirp! In a sharp screech, the incandescent laser cannons shot down like divine light penetrating the heavens and the earth, densely striking to intercept the Beast King roars in midair. Then, rocket launchers, Barrett guns, Gatling machine guns, along with the main cannons of heavy tanks roared madly, and the rain of bullets and shells instantly submerged the Beastman Lion King. Boom, 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 boom. The violent explosion echoed throughout the endless altar. 5 minutes later, The last lion-headed emperor returned after the baptism of cannon fire, opening the path of reincarnation. 90 layers cleared. Li Haotian yawned in boredom and murmured, I can't believe it took 5 minutes of constant bombardment to deal with these guys. After layer 90, the overall strength of the monsters seems to be more than 10 times higher than that of layer 80. Fortunately, the super weapons I've summoned won't disappear during the ascent. Otherwise, even with my talent for life transformation, I would probably only be able to reach over 70 layers. At Tsinghua Academy, Marshall Lee stared at the string of question marks jumping to layer 90, shocked to the point of accidentally pulling a small tuft of his beard. Something's not right. Is this kid cheating? A total of 8,100 lion-headed emperors. Even if refreshed in waves, the last wave still has 3,000 to 4,000 of them. That's definitely not fewer than his super weapons. With the individual strength of the lion-headed emperor, even with infinite ammo, Hao Ian shouldn't have been able to pull this off, right? What's more, that kid only took 5 minutes. This speed is way faster than mine back in the day. Marshall Lee's head was filled with question marks. At the Amaterasu Guild, Kenji Kobe's eyes even revealed hints of fear. To clear layer 90, this kind of attack power has far surpassed him. In the Free Federation, Parker Williams had veins popping on his forehead. Although he had anticipated this scene, he still felt disbelief when he actually saw it. What the hell is her awakened class? This is unscientific. This is unscientific. In the various instance halls of the Eastern Dragon Empire, all the onlookers were buzzing with excitement. Wow, I think we underestimated the female boss. Clearing 90 layers in 5 minutes. With this kind of strength, I think she has a chance at hitting 100. 100 layers. We must go for 100 layers. Could it be that the first clear of the Endless Altar is going to be claimed by our Eastern Dragon Empire? Incredible. I wonder what rewards will come from layer 100. It's just too intriguing. Empress, please support me. You say what you want. If you let me be below, I absolutely won't be above. Inside the Endless Altar, the female boss was slowly and steadily advancing toward layer 100. 93, 94, 95. Watching the enchanting sea demon emperor slowly extinguished in the bombardment, Li Haotian couldn't help but tap his mouth. TSK, the difficulty after layer 90 is indeed extraordinary, completely incomparable to before. This is only layer 95. Why does it feel like the monster's strength has increased tenfold compared to before? Is it targeting me on purpose? At this moment, all the countries in the world had their eyes drawn to Li Haotian. High-level professionals from various countries were all focusing on the mysterious female boss from the Eastern Dragon Empire clearing layers. In the Free Federation, Gotham Branch President James Gordon looked at the time on his watch and said in a low voice, 8 minutes have passed. She still hasn't cleared it. Layer 95 should be your limit, right? Bruno Collins, the president of the Flower Capital Branch, nodded slightly, hesitating. I feel like it's about time. She had been spending a maximum of 5 minutes per layer before this, and it's already been over 8 minutes. She must be feeling the pressure and trying to buy some time. Parker Williams twitched the corner of his mouth and shot a look at these two. What kind of talk is this? This is freaking layer 95. When I cleared layer 90, it took me over 50 minutes to struggle through. At Tsinghua Academy, Master Li wiped cold sweat from his forehead and murmured, it should be time, right? It's already 95. If this kid can clear it, she'll be 2 layers higher than me. As the former number 1 on the leaderboard, the only peak expert in the world to clear layer 93. Master Li's memory of the endless altar monsters beyond the 90 layers was extraordinarily deep. When he fought at the 93rd layer, he painfully ground through it, spending over an hour to get through. At that time, if there had been even one more monster on the 93rd layer, he might have been worn down by the monsters. As for the 95th layer, it was simply unimaginable. In the secret area of the dungeon hall of Tsinghua Academy, Ling Xuahan and Jiang Zhen were completely stunned at this moment. Even Jiang Wuyo, who had been shouting loudly before, had quieted down by now. Ever since Li Haotian cleared the 90 layers, her eyes had been wide open. Above 90 layers, so far, only Marshall Lee from the East Dragon Empire and Parker Williams, the president of the Source God Guild from the Free Federation, had made it through. The difficulty and value of these layers could be seen without personal experience. But for Li Haotian, it seemed like there was not much difficulty beyond 90 layers. Only now, at the unprecedented 95th layer, did his speed seem to finally slow down. Even so, Ling Xuahan and the others felt that Li Haotian still had a great chance to pass the 95th layer, because they had been watching Li Haotian grind through the endless altar from initially a map every few seconds to 1 or 2 minutes per map in the 70 to 80 layers, and then 5 minutes per map after 90. By now, although more than 8 minutes had passed since Li Haotian started the 95th layer, in their eyes, this was just a significant increase in the difficulty of the monsters on the 95th layer, causing Li Haotian's grinding speed to slow down. As for whether he could pass, their answer in their hearts was yes. As time ticked away, the crowd in the dungeon hall began to whisper among themselves. What's going on? Could it be that the female boss has reached her limit? It's possible. The female boss's level could not exceed Marshall Lee. Even though her attack power is fierce, she's likely hit a wall at the 95th layer. Sigh, I want to see the female boss clear the 100 layers, but it seems there's no chance now. You must be dreaming. You think 100 layers are so easy to clear. If I can't achieve my dream, watching others is fine too. You burp. What the hell? He passed the 95th layer. My dream still has hope. Chapter 82. Clearing the 100 layers. Endless Destroyer. Seeing a string of question marks appear lonely on the display screen at the 95th layer, the professionals of the East Dragon Empire instantly breathed a sigh of relief, followed by wild cheers. 100 layers! 100 layers! The female boss is invincible. Clear it! Clear it! Charge! Go for the peak. In the Free Federation, Parker Williams's pupils instantly contracted. He passed. He actually passed. Is he really just over level 80? Why do I feel this woman could be level 90? A certain branch director murmured. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone froze. 90 level? Parker Williams muttered. Could it be that the East Dragon Empire has secretly nurtured a level 90 peak professional? This isn't scientific. How could they have quietly nurtured such a super powerhouse? Could it be that in the previous years, when the East Dragon Empire weakened in the International War dungeons, it was just a facade to deceive us? Seeing the string of question marks in the rankings, Ling Xuahan and Jiang Jun both sighed in relief. Ling Xuahan murmured, more than 10 minutes. It seems after 90 layers, for every 5 layers cleared, the monster's strength increases significantly. Jiang Jun nodded subconsciously. It should be so. When a junior brother fought through the 94th and 93rd layers, it took almost just over 5 minutes, so the monster's strength should only be in normal increase. But at 95, it's clearly much slower. As he said this, Jiang Jun's voice halted. Somewhat speechlessly, he exchanged a glance with Ling Xuahan. Jiang Jun felt a bit absurd himself. Back then, Marshall Lee took over an hour to clear the 93rd floor, and they all thought it was quick. But now, with Li Haoyan, it suddenly felt like spending just 10 minutes on the 95th floor was still slow. With this reference time, all the discussions began to slowly quiet down. They were already starting to prepare to witness a miracle. Li Haoyan's clearance speed had stabilized again. Now, each layer he passed took just over 10 minutes. In the infinite altar, as the light in front of him flickered again, Li Haoyan finally arrived at the last level. The 100th floor? Frowning, Li Haoyan looked at his attribute panel and muttered, the experience value is only 12% by the previous growth rate. Even after clearing 100 layers, it seems still not enough for me to reach level 50. Sigh, I thought finishing the infinite altar would get me to 50. Didn't expect I'm still a bit short. Li Haoyan stretched lazily, shaking off his earlier drowsiness. But finally, it's about to end. I wonder what kind of monster is on the 100th layer. As the light in the altar brightened, Li Haoyan's eyes suddenly widened. This is actually... Li Haoyan's mouth slightly opened, feeling a mix of laughter and tears, because in front of him stood another Li Haoyan. The monster on this 100th layer turned out to be himself. He saw that the other Li Haoyan waved his hand, and numerous rocket launchers appeared around him. In just the blink of an eye, 3,600 rocket launchers surrounded him. Seeing the other's actions, the genuine Li Haoyan suddenly realized. From the looks of it, the infinite altar seemed to have copied all his current abilities. After leveling up to 49, his total spirit power had already surpassed 3,600. If all of it was used to summon rocket launchers, combined with the aura effect, it would be about 3,600 rocket launchers. But the problem was, the infinite altar could copy all his abilities, yet it could not replicate the altar's own bug, much less his accumulated super weapons over so many layers. Having cleared so many layers of the infinite altar, the super weapons he accumulated through his life transformation talent had already reached hundreds of thousands. In front of so many super weapons, what use was this copy created by the infinite altar? It would be crushed in an instant. Looking at the pitiful 3,000 rocket launchers around the copy, Li Haoyan almost burst into laughter. To be honest, the logic of the infinite altar itself was entirely sound, because the copy created possessed all the abilities, equipment, skills, and character attributes of the original. That is to say, regardless of who reached the 100th layer, they would have to face a complete version of themselves. Killing monsters was certainly difficult, but defeating oneself was the real challenge. But the problem was, he happened to encounter Li Haoyan. The strength of Li Haoyan's original self and the battle power he had accumulated through exploiting bugs were completely on different levels. Boom, 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 boom. The fierce cannon fire had already erupted from around the copy, shooting straight toward Li Haoyan's position. It was clear that this copy also had Li Haoyan's exclusive mechanic talent, God's perspective. But unfortunately, his firepower was just too weak. Li Haoyan shook his head slightly and casually uttered 2 words. Goodbye. Boom, 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 boom. Hundreds of thousands of super weapons erupted simultaneously, and even more furious firepower instantly shredded the 3,000 rocket launchers surrounding the copy. The copy stood there dazed, mouth slightly agape. He seemed unable to comprehend why. Despite having the same abilities as the other, his cannons were outnumbered so unfairly. Bang! In the next moment, the clone of Li Haoyan exploded with questions in his mind. 100 floors cleared. Ding dong. Congratulations on clearing the endless altar, calculating clearing rewards. With this prompt, a blinding white light burst forth from the entire altar. Then, the light gate in the center of the altar quickly retracted, Ningzhi a line of dazzling golden text, Endless Destroyer. This line of dazzling golden text seemed almost solid, as if it were sealed in glimmering glass, floating in midair, shining brightly. Looking at this thing, excitement and confusion flickered in Li Haoyan's eyes. Endless Destroyer? What does that mean? It feels like some sort of title. After hesitating for a moment, he finally gritted his teeth and reached out with his right hand towards the line of dazzling golden text. A strange scene occurred. When Li Haoyan's right hand touched this line of golden text, it immediately transformed into a golden glow, like mercury flowing into Li Haoyan's body. Then Li Haoyan felt his mind slightly haze, and the line of dazzling golden text became semi-transparent, floating above his head, gently drifting. Watching the information flooding into his mind, Li Haoyan's eyes suddenly sparkled with wonder. This thing turned out to be a special piece of equipment. Title: Endless Destroyer. General Attribute: all profession base panels doubled. Title Effect 1. Summon a clone with 100% of your own abilities. Title Effect 2. Attack efficiency doubled. Takes effect upon wearing. Note 1. The summoned clone can only be used once a day, lasts for 24 hours. If the clone is killed, it cannot be summoned again that day. Note 2. The clone possesses independent thought. Sensory information can be shared with the main body, but it absolutely obeys the main body. Chapter 83. Heaven-defying title attributes. Seeing the attributes of this title, Li Haoyan was immediately stunned. Then, joy burst forth in his eyes. The opportunity to summon his own clone once a day, with exactly the same attributes and abilities. This effect, for any profession, is simple and brutal, equivalent to doubling combat strength. Moreover, this clone is not some mindless object. It has the full intelligence of the main body, can share sensory information, and completely obeys the main body. In other words, this clone can fully replace the main body for certain dangerous tasks. Even if it dies, it can be summoned again the next day. For other profession users, this effect is already ridiculously powerful. But for Li Haoyan, the actual function of the clone is even more terrifying. Why? Because Li Haoyan has a unique mechanic master talent. Other profession users might accidentally die, but Li Haoyan has a mechanical substitute. This also means that Li Haoyan's clone basically has no chance of dying, existing for 24 hours, with a cooldown of 24 hours. As long as the clone doesn't die, what's the difference from permanent existence? If he encounters a battle, especially large-scale battles, this clone also has the talent of life transfer, just like a damn war perpetual motion machine. One Li Haoyan is already powerful enough. 2 Li Haotians, oh my gosh, just imagining it is frightening. Li Haoyan's eyes flickered with light. Seeing this effect, he even began to think of how to use it. In the future, whenever there is a battle, he would first throw out this clone of Li Haoyan to attract attention, while he hides in the dark and acts stealthily. Let's not mention that enemies can't possibly kill this clone. Even if they do kill it, they would discover it's a damn fake. And once 24 hours pass, Li Haoyan can summon a new clone again. A clone version of Endless Descendants? Wow, this is simply incredibly cool. After a long time, Li Haoyan finally forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart. Transfer the attention to the second effect. Looking at the introduction of the second effect, Li Haoyan frowned slightly. Attack efficiency increased by half. What does this mean? He thought for a moment, and might as well try directly. Thinking and acting, a Gatling rotating machine gun appeared in front of Li Haoyan. It seems like the speed of using skills has increased. Feeling the change that occurred when summoning the Gatling rotating machine gun, Li Haoyan raised an eyebrow, seemingly understanding the meaning of this effect. He excitedly aimed the machine gun at the other side and opened fire. Da-da-da-da. The rapid gunfire erupted instantly. Carefully sensing the difference in the machine gun's attack compared to before, Li Haoyan excitedly waved his arm. Sure enough, the original firing rate of the Gatling rotating machine gun was 1,000 bullets per minute, but just now Li Haoyan could clearly feel that the summoned Gatling rotating machine gun had a firing rate increased by half. From 1,000 bullets per minute, it became 2,000 bullets per minute. It turns out that this so-called increase in attack efficiency by half refers to the attack speed and release speed. For all professionals, whether physical or magical, melee or ranged, attack speed and release speed are extremely important attributes. Attack speed allows the professional's attacks to reach the enemy faster, such as the magic cast by a mage, or the slash, chop, stab, and cut of melee professions. Release speed determines how fast the professional can release skills. Simply put, it's like the time needed to initiate an attack or cast a spell. When these two speeds double, the attack efficiency can naturally receive a tremendous boost. And this effect, if applied to Li Haoyan, would have an even more monstrous impact. Release speed is one thing. Because Li Haoyan summons super weapons with just a thought, doubling it again wouldn't make much difference. But doubling the attack speed has an incredible effect, because it raises the firing rate of the super weapons. And it applies to every super weapon. This means that if Li Haoyan now summons the same super weapon, these super weapons will unleash ammunition at double the rate of before. This is no different from summoning double the super weapons. It is equivalent to the overall attack power doubling from the current stage. And if you add replicates, then hiss. Thinking of this, Li Haoyan couldn't help but gasp. It's like an old cow taking its daughter on a plane. Double awesome. At this moment, Li Haoyan suddenly thought of something and murmured, if attack speed and release speed count as attack efficiency, then would the moving speed of super weapons also count as part of attack efficiency? For instance, tanks and strategic bombers, which have inherent mobility, would naturally have higher attack efficiency the faster they move. Logically, that seems reasonable, right? Let's try it out. Li Haoyan's eyes showed anticipation as he focused his mind again, and with a bang, summoned a heavy tank. Then, under Li Haoyan's mental control, the heavy tank immediately roared, its immense power propelling its dozens of tons of weight forward like a wild horse breaking free from its reins. Li Haoyan's eyes instantaneously sparkled with brilliance. Wow, it actually works. Even a moving speed of his super weapons has doubled. Previously, Li Haoyan's heavy tank had a speed of about 80 kilometers per hour. But now, it astonishingly reached around 160 kilometers per hour. You have to understand, this is a massive guy weighing dozens of tons. Imagine dozens of tons of heavy tanks, arrayed, crushing, or chasing the enemy at 160 kilometers per hour, while simultaneously conducting double-rate bombardment. Wow, just thinking about this scene makes my blood boil. Li Haoyan's eyes sparkled. If the speed of the tanks can double, then what about the strategic bombers? With a whoosh, Li Haoyan focused again, and a huge, sharp triangular bomber suddenly appeared in the air. Then, with a loud boom, a terrifying sonic boom erupted, turning into a fierce shock wave spreading outwards. Li Haoyan only had time for his pupils to contract before the enormous triangular bomber flashed away in the sky. Holy crap, that's incredibly fast. The strategic bomber's speed was originally 2,000 kilometers per hour, and after doubling, it now reached 4,000 kilometers per hour. If Li Haoyan hadn't reacted quickly and summoned a strategic bomber back, it would have smashed against the boundary of the Endless Altar. Chapter 84, Phase 5, Airdrop Support. Watching the white trail left in the sky, Li Haoyan took a deep breath. 4,000 kilometers per hour, what does this mean? It's more than 3 times the speed of sound. If calculated by the shortest distance from the Eastern Dragon Empire's coast to Cherry Blossom Country, Li Haoyan's fleet of strategic bombers could reach Cherry Blossom Country for a full-scale bombing in just 10 minutes. If Kenji Kobe found out, he would probably never sleep soundly again. Li Haoyan trembled slightly with excitement. What an endless destroyer. Truly, a reward only for reaching 100 levels. This attribute and effect are indeed amazing. Alright, the base attribute of this title doubles the basic panel. This means Li Haoyan's total spiritual power value has become over 7,200 points. Once Li Haoyan finishes grinding epic equipment, the basic panel will also increase significantly. By then, doubling this basic panel effect, oh wow, it's simply unimaginable. Huh, what's this thing? Just as Li Haoyan was admiring, he suddenly spotted a small wooden box on the ground. He had been so focused on the title attributes that he hadn't even noticed this thing. Curiously, Li Haoyan picked up the wooden box and opened it. Inside lay a bright yellow-orange pill. Li Haoyan's eyes lit up. A pill? What kind of effect does it have? Curiously, he picked up the pill, and information about it immediately flooded his mind. Upgrade pill, used to immediately increase one level. Note, the pill is valid for 1 hour, can only be used by the passer, and expires after that. No way. An upgrade pill? Such an amazing item exists. Li Haoyan was instantly overjoyed. He had been worried that he couldn't reach level 50 for the last layer of experience. But unexpectedly, the rewards after clearing the level included not only the title of Endless Destroyer, but also an upgrade pill. However, he then smacked his lips regretfully. There's even a time limit. If I don't use it within an hour, does this thing become useless? Ah, what a pity. This item seems to have no level restriction. If I could keep it until I level up to 69 or 79, wouldn't that be even better? Normally, those who could clear 100 layers would definitely be at least in their 90s. This upgrade pill would be most valuable if given to such high-level players, since the higher their level, the slower the speed of leveling up. But unfortunately, Li Haoyan was just exploiting bugs in the Endless Altar and was only level 50. Using this pill would indeed be a bit wasteful for him. Helplessly shaking his head, Li Haoyan thought for a moment and still decided to swallow it. If it only had a 1-hour shelf life, there was no need to save the upgrade pill. The sooner he consumed it, the sooner he could enjoy it. The pill melted in his mouth and in his attribute panel. Experience points instantly filled up. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 50. Seeing the upgrade prompt appear in front of him, Li Haoyan was very excited. At level 50, not only could he gain an additional skill, but more importantly, he could unlock a new exclusive talent as a mechanic. After reaching level 50, the attribute points awarded from leveling up also increased, changing from 10 points to 20 points. At the same time, the free potential also doubled, becoming 20 points. Li Haoyan allocated all these potential points to his spirit value and quickly opened the talent section to look. 2 new skills have appeared. Li Haoyan was a bit surprised. He noticed 2 new skills had popped up in the skill section. Level 50 skill, Transformer. Skill description, summon a Transformer. Each minute it exists, it consumes 200 spirit points. Note 1. The Transformer is a large, superpowered machine, 10 meters tall, with 3 models. Model A is Navy, Model B is Army, Model C is Air Force. Note 2. Each model has 2 forms. The humanoid form, which has more diverse combat methods, and the vehicle form, where Model A is a submarine, Model B is an armored vehicle, and Model C is an armed helicopter. Note 3. Transformers can be equipped with other superpowered weapons. Note, when spirit points reach 0, the Transformer will automatically retract. Li Haoyan's eyes were shining. Wow, a height of over 10 meters and equipped for land, sea, and air. This is definitely a true multi-purpose heavy weapon. What's more important is that this thing also has a certain loading capacity, clearly making it much stronger in practicality than previous superpowered weapons. Having reached level 50 and become an intermediate profession, the effect of the skills has also improved significantly. Li Haoyan forced himself to suppress the impulse to summon a few Transformers to play and continue to look at the other skill. Achievement Reward Skill. Iron Man Armor, Exoskeleton Armor Stage 2. Skill Description. Summon Iron Man Armor, which greatly increases the user's strength, defense, and speed from the original version, adding flight and diving functions. Iron Man Armor consumes 200 spirit points for each minute it exists. Note, when spirit points reach 0, the Iron Man Armor will automatically retract. Li Haoyan's eyes lit up. Another achievement reward. Moreover, there's actually a second stage of Exoskeleton Armor. Does that mean, will there be a third stage later? What will the third stage upgrade to? Wow, suddenly looking forward to it. This time, not only does it increase the basic attributes again, but it also adds extra flight and diving functions. As a result, its practicality has greatly improved. Looking at these 2 additional skills, Li Haoyan nodded in satisfaction. Next up is the most important new talent. Li Haoyan immediately looked to the right column for the newly added talent. Exclusive talent for mechanics. 5th stage, airdrop support. Note 1. Within the God's View range, superpowered weapons can be summoned for airdrop support at any location. Note 2. The 6th stage exclusive talent can be unlocked at level 60. Seeing this talent effect, Li Haoyan couldn't help but tremble all over. Summoning superpowered weapons anywhere within the God's View? Wow, this is going to be incredible. Don't be fooled by the simple explanation. The actual combat effect this talent brings is extremely perverse. As a mechanic, under the passive skill Superpower Control, Li Haoyan can entirely control superpowered weapons anywhere within his sight. But even so, during real combat, superpowered weapons still can't be too far away. Because human vision is limited, once it goes too far, it's impossible to accurately grasp the space and distance for a perfect strike. Even with Li Hao-Ian's abnormal talent for God's view, there's also a downside. That is, when he summons super weapons, he can only summon them around himself, and then control the super weapon to drift to where Li Hao-Ian wants it to go. In other words, this summon first, then move to the destination process is unavoidable, and it will definitely take some time to move. Chapter 85. Unpreventable. Absolutely unpreventable. But if there is the talent of airdrop support, this process can be completely skipped. Moreover, after clearing 100 layers of the Endless Altar, Li Hao-Ian's God perspective has expanded to nearly 360 kilometers. In other words, Li Hao-Ian can now casually drop super weapons anywhere within a 360-kilometer radius centered on himself, and he can strike wherever he points with precise bombardment. Li Hao-Ian's breathing suddenly became rapid. With this talent, his threat level to enemies instantly increased by 100 times. Just imagine, as long as the enemy enters the range covered by Li Hao-Ian's God perspective, he can summon any super weapon at any spot around the enemy at any time. For example, behind them, above them, or even beneath them, then unexpectedly shoot them. Unpreventable. Absolutely unpreventable. Thinking about the scene of a Gatling gun suddenly appearing beneath him and firing wildly, even Li Hao-Ian himself couldn't help but shiver. This is just terrifying to think about. Throwing out these fierce tactics that suddenly popped up in his mind, Li Hao-Ian let out a heavy breath. The gains from this run of the Endless Altar are simply beyond words to describe. Just two words: awesome. Breaking sound. While Li Hao-Ian excitedly counted his spoils in the Endless Altar, the outside world had already exploded. Since Li Hao-Ian reached the 90th layer, the leaderboard for the Endless Altar in the dungeon hall has become the focus of attention for everyone worldwide. Especially after he cleared the 95th layer. Even those who value early sleep and early rising were called up by their friends and family to watch the show. And when Li Hao-Ian passed the 99th layer, everyone's heart unconsciously rose into their throats. Ling Xiuhan and Zhang Zhun were already numb from being shocked by their little junior brother. But looking at the bright 99 on the screen, their hearts couldn't help but beat rapidly. It seems the first clear of the Endless Altar will be claimed by the little junior brother, Ling Xiuhan murmured. Zhang Zhun nodded instinctively. Even if the difficulty of the 100th layer rises again, based on the efficiency of the little junior brother beating the 99th layer in just over 10 minutes, beating the 100th layer won't take more than half an hour, right? At this moment, Jiang Wuyo felt somewhat dreamlike, staring blankly at the screen. She never expected that she originally just wanted to join in the fun, but now had the chance to witness Li Hao-Ian clear 100 layers firsthand. Who could believe that just a few days ago, this person about to clear 100 layers had just awakened his profession? Hao-Ian, the mechanic, is simply like he has a cheat. However, before Jiang Zhun finished speaking, his eyes widened suddenly. Not just him, at this moment, everyone staring intently at the big screen all paused in unison. Because they were shocked to see that the string of question mark names, which had just cleared the 99th layer a few seconds ago, disappeared again and ascended to the pinnacle of the 100th layer. The female big shot of the Easter Dragon Empire actually cleared the 100th layer in seconds. At Tsinghua Academy, Marshal Li, who was once again pulling at his beard, gasped in pain. Crash. People from Sakura Country and the Free Federation, like Kenjin Shinobu and Parker Williams, suddenly stood up, knocking their chairs to the ground. Even Kenjin Shinobu rubbed his eyes as if he had seen a ghost. It was as if he couldn't believe everything he saw. After a while, Parker Williams said in shock, She really cleared 100 levels? James Gordon, the president of the Gotham branch, finally came back to his senses, his eyes filled with fear. Could it be that this mysterious woman from Donglong is truly a practitioner above level 90? Bruno Collins, the president of the Huadu branch, appeared dazed as well. If she really is above level 90, isn't it a fool's dream for us to try to take her down? Silence enveloped the room. Level 90? That was a rank that no one had ever reached. Even the current top of the global leaderboard, Master Li from the Donglong Empire, was only level 88. Parker Williams's eyes quickly flickered with various lights. Clearly his brain was working overtime, thinking about what he just saw. After a while, he let out a heavy breath and said, She indeed has a great possibility of being a peak practitioner above level 90, but it's not impossible for us to kill her. A branch president asked in confusion, If Master Li is level 88 and that strong, how can we possibly kill this woman if she's really above level 90? Parker Williams replied seriously, Indeed, being able to clear 100 levels, her attack power is so strong that saying she's number one in the world wouldn't be an exaggeration. But haven't you thought, if she really is flawless, then why is she still hiding her name? As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned, then suddenly enlightened, showing thoughtful expressions. Parker Williams continued. Reaching the top of the endless altar, what an honor. For practitioners from all over the world, this is also a powerful deterrent. With so many benefits, why does she still choose to hide her name? Parker Williams's eyes sparkled. I suspect, although her attack power is unbelievable, her defense and self-protection abilities might be unimaginably low. This woman likely awakened a profession that is an extremely specialized, super strong group attack mage. Unmatched in attack power, but defense, hee. James Gordon's eyes lit up. So what you mean is, as long as we can find this woman, we still have a chance to assassinate her. Parker Williams nodded emphatically. Exactly. Inside the endless altar, Li Haoyan naturally did not know that his act of hiding his name had led those outside to think far from the truth. After counting his spoils and confirming that nothing was missed, he left the endless altar with a satisfied expression. Qinghua Academy, in a secret area of the dungeon hall. With a flash of light, Li Haoyan's figure reappeared there. Phew, I finally came out. No wonder it's called the endless altar. This thing really takes time. I fought through it for a whole night. Li Haoyan exhaled and couldn't help but mutter. Ling Xuahan. Jiang Zhen. Hearing Li Haoyan's complaint, Ling Xuahan and Jiang Zhen looked speechless. Takes time? Fought through a whole night? What kind of absurd statement is this? You, a level 30-something practitioner, cleared 100 levels of the endless altar in one night, and yet you're complaining about it taking too much time? This is like doing pole vaulting in the bathroom. I so over the top. Chapter 86. Your level of difficulty has already surpassed the teacher. Ling Xuahan was the first to come back to her senses from the shock of Li Haoyan clearing the endless altar. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she stared at Li Haoyan and asked, Haoyan, how on earth did you clear 100 levels? With the number and attack power of your super weapons, you should have only been able to reach around 70 or 80 levels at most. Li Haoyan grinned and began to recount the process of discovering the bug in the endless altar. It's like this. While I was farming monsters, I suddenly found out. Listening to Li Haoyan's story, Ling Xuahan and the other's eyes grew wider and wider. Once Li Haoyan finished speaking, Ling Xuahan looked shocked and said, The endless altar has such a bug? Jiang Zhen gasped in disbelief. My goodness, it can be played like this. Jiang Wuyu looked astonished. So, in the end, your number of superpowered weapons reached hundreds of thousands. Li Haoyan shook his head and sighed. Yes, but unfortunately, the endless altar is too small and can only hold dozens of thousands of superpowered weapons at most. If the endless altar were just a bit bigger, I wouldn't have to farm monsters so slowly later on. The three of them. Ling Xuahan shot Li Haoyan a glare, annoyed. Jiang Zhen suddenly snapped back to attention and asked excitedly, Haoyan, after finishing 100 floors with the 4x experience potion, what level are you now? Ling Xuahan and Jiang Wuyu's bodies trembled as they looked curiously at Li Haoyan. Li Haoyan smiled. I was lucky I just reached level 50. You're level 50? Jiang Wuyu's eyes widened in shock. This time, Ling Xuahan wasn't that surprised, just her eyes brightened as she nodded slightly. The monsters in the endless altar already give high experience, and there's no level difference penalty for experience. With the 4x experience potion, after a whole 100 floors with over 300,000 monsters, reaching level 50 isn't too surprising. Jiang Zhen said in awe. However, this way of leveling up cannot be replicated by anyone else. Only Haoyan can play like this. Ling Xuahan said. Indeed, to achieve this, Haoyan's unique way of summoning superpowered weapons, along with unlimited ammo and life transmutation talents, are all indispensable. She shook her head and sighed. Without these, not to mention 100 floors, even our teacher could only reach up to level 93 at most. Hey, Haoyan, you're already level 50 now. Then besides life transmutation, doesn't that mean you also have a new skill and a new talent? Jiang Wuyu asked without thinking too much. Hearing this, Ling Xuahan and Jiang Zhen straightened up, looking at Li Haoyan. Li Haoyan chuckled, too lazy to speak, and directly shared his attribute panel with the three. Transformers. Iron Man armor. Jiang Zhen's eyes widened. 2 more skills? Is this a special benefit only for fully awakened practitioners? Ling Xuahan looked excited. Wow. It actually has multiple forms as weapons. Land, sea, and air are all covered. With this thing's mobility and attack power, it will definitely be a killing weapon on the battlefield. Jiang Zhen also punched down fiercely. After checking the skills, both of them instinctively shifted their gaze to the main event. The Mechanics Exclusive Talent. Mechanics Exclusive Talent. 5th stage, Airdrop Support. Note 1. Within the God's Eye range, you can summon superpowered weapons for airdrop support at any position at any time. Note 2. The 6th stage exclusive talent unlocks at level 60. This talent's introduction is very simple, but Ling Xuahan and Jiang Jun just glanced at it and couldn't help but gasp. They were both experienced practitioners, and just by seeing this introduction, they could imagine how terrifying this talent would be if combined with Li Haoyan's God's Eye in a real combat environment. This is equivalent to a domain that solely belongs to Li Haoyan within his God's Eye range. Any enemy who dares to step in would be bombarded by countless superpowered weapons from any angle, at any distance. There will be no way to dodge or escape. Thinking of thousands of rocket launchers suddenly appearing around him and then opening fire, Jiang Jun couldn't help but shiver. Damn it, not to mention level 50, even level 60 or 70 practitioners without special abilities or slow reactions would. Every minute could be fatal. Li Haoyan saw their expressions and knew they had realized the terrifying nature of this talent. He chuckled. This talent not only greatly increases the threat of my super weapons, but it also significantly enhances my mobility, allowing me to quickly shift the battlefield or escape danger. Jiang Wuyo was momentarily stunned. What do you mean? Ling Xuahan's eyes flickered as she quickly recalled Li Haoyan's other talent, mechanical doppelganger. Jiang Jun also reacted swiftly, inhaling sharply. You mean? Li Haoyan nodded with a smile. That's right, it's the mechanical doppelganger. These talents can perfectly interact, so as long as it's within my God's perspective range, I can airdrop support with my super weapons. Then, within this range, I can perform instant transfers through headshot teleportation, precisely. Wherever my eyes see, there I can go. Ling Xuahan was momentarily speechless. After a while, she exclaimed, Now, it's even more impossible for others to kill you. Your current God's perspective already spans over 300 kilometers. With such a wide range, even if several countries cooperated to deploy their armies, they couldn't perform a large-scale, devastating strike. Little junior brother, your current level of difficulty, I feel, may have even surpassed our master. Jiang Jun also nodded in agreement with a look of admiration. Despite Li Haoyan being only level 50, with the attack power of a mechanic and his abnormal mechanic-specific talents, his overall combat ability and life-preserving capability indeed posed a greater threat than Marshall Li's creator. At this moment, Jiang Wuyo suddenly asked, By the way, Haoyan, since the Endless Altar is so difficult, do you get any extra rewards for clearing it? Extra rewards? Upon hearing Jiang Wuyo's question, Ling Xuahan and Jiang Jun's eyes brightened at the same time. Oh right, I almost forgot about this. Even the faction confrontation instances have rewards. The even more challenging Endless Altar should have some, right? Li Haoyan chuckled softly. Of course, and the reward are pretty good. There are 2 rewards after clearing it. One is a leveling pill, which will allow me to just reach level 50 after taking it. As for the other one, you can see for yourselves. Saying this, Li Haoyan activated his thoughts and revealed the hidden title again. Ling Xuahan and the others' gazes sharpened, revealing expressions of shock, because they saw 5 half-transparent golden characters suddenly appearing above Li Haoyan's head. Endless Destroyer. Chapter 87. Our plan might need to change. Looking at the 5 big characters above Li Haoyan's head, Jiang Wuyo looked enviously. Endless Destroyer? What a domineering title. Is this the reward for clearing the 100th floor of the Endless Altar? Ling Xuahan asked in surprise. Is this a special piece of equipment, similar to the Halo in the faction confrontation instance? Jiang Jun was already eager. Haoyan, what are the properties of this title? Li Haoyan chuckled and expanded the title's attributes. Ling Xuahan and the others perked up, watching intently. Then, the 3 immediately exclaimed, The base stats are doubled? This is insane. Ling Xuahan's eyes sparkled. If paired with a full set of epic equipment, wouldn't that be like soaring to the heavens? Jiang Jun was even more excited, trembling slightly all over. And there's this title effect, summoning a copy with 100% ability of the original. This effect is indeed powerful on an ordinary professional, but on Haoyan, it's just too absurd. With the number of super weapons and actual attack power Haoyan has now doubling, it would probably mean even an 80-level professional wouldn't be able to withstand it. Jiang Wuyo was amazed, but also showed a hint of confusion. Haoyan, what does it mean to have the attack efficiency enhanced by a factor of 2? Li Haoyan explained, It's easy to understand. Simply put, it just means attack speed and casting speed. If it's a summoning type of profession, then the movement speed of the summoned objects counts as well. For example, if I wear it, the summoning speed of the super weapons will double, and the shooting speed will also double. Also, if it's super weapons like tanks and bombers that can already move, their movement speed will double too. Hearing Li Haoyan's explanation, Ling Xuahan and Jiang Jun's eyes instantly widened. Ling Xuahan immediately seized the point and exclaimed, The shooting speed doubles? So, with this title, the amount of ammunition your super weapons can unleash in a unit time can double. Li Haoyan nodded with a smile. Jiang Zhen's mouth dropped open. Seemingly, even his voice had changed. Including that clone? Li Haoyan once again smiled and nodded. Hiss. Two inhaling sounds like a vacuum almost sucked all the air out of this place. Ling Xuahan and Jiang Zhen exchanged a glance, both excited and serious. I think we need to see our teacher. Jiang Zhen nodded emphatically. The gains from Li Haoyan's trip were simply too enormous. The previous plan was already a bit out of sync. He turned to Jiang Wuyo seriously and said, Wuyo, you go home first. Your Aunt Ling and I have something to discuss with the marshal. And remember, what happened today must not be revealed to anyone. Jiang Wuyo looked at Li Haoyan and nodded seriously. Don't worry, Dad. I understand the gravity. Tonight, I won't know anything. Ling Xuahan smiled and nodded. No longer hesitating, she immediately tore open a space crack and stepped into it with Jiang Zhen and Li Haoyan. Tsinghua Academy, Dean's office. Wang Qingfeng was still looking at the display screen in shock and amazement, when suddenly he noticed a movement in the center of the office. As a wave of spatial fluctuation occurred, 3 people stepped out from the space crack. Wang Qingfeng's face broke into a smile, and he quickly stood up to greet them, his eyes sparkling. Junior apprentice, how did you do all this? Before Li Haoyan could speak, Ling Xuahan impatiently said, Senior brother, junior apprentice made enormous gains. We'll explain the details once we meet the teacher. Jiang Zhen also looked excited. That's right. Senior brother, our previous plan might need to be changed. Oh, Wang Qingfeng, both surprised and curious, glanced at Li Haoyan, wondering what benefits this junior apprentice received that even the usually calm Ling Xuahan appeared uncontrollable. After a moment of thought, he nodded and said, Good, let's go meet the teacher. Knowing Ling Xuahan well, Wang Qingfeng believed she wouldn't suggest seeing the teacher for no reason. Since she proposed to see the teacher, it meant that Li Haoyan's gains this time must be truly extraordinary. Ling Xuahan nodded again and tore open another space crack, in which the 4 of them entered in succession. At the rear mountain of Qinghai Academy, Marshal Li's private courtyard. At this moment, a rare look of confusion appeared in Marshal Li's eyes. Impossible, this doesn't make sense. Are Haoyan super weapons really that strong? Could it be that the Endless Altar has a bug? Should I try tomorrow? Maybe I could also clear 100 levels. Suddenly, Marshal Li's eyes lit up, and he immediately turned to look at the courtyard. Seeing the 4 disciples coming together, Marshal Li was a bit surprised. He cleared his throat, quickly collected the shock and confusion from his face, and teased, What? Did you come to show off after clearing 100 levels of the Endless Altar to this old man? The 4 respectfully bowed to Marshal Li, and Wang Qingfeng looked at Ling Xuahan, smiling as he said, Teacher, junior sister said that junior apprentice gained a lot from the Endless Altar this time, so our previous plan might need to change. The teasing expression on Marshal Li's face immediately turned serious. He looked at Li Haoyan, nodded, and said, Just right, I'm really curious about how Haoyan cleared the Endless Altar. Since that's the case, let's talk in detail. Everyone immediately looked at Li Haoyan, especially Wang Qingfeng and Li Yuanshui. Their curiosity was practically jumping out. Li Haoyan didn't hesitate and quickly recounted his experience of brushing the Endless Altar. At first, Wang Qingfeng and Li Yuanshui listened with great interest, but soon, their expressions began to change. When they heard that Li Haoyan had unlocked the talent, life, transmutation, both of them started to unconsciously drop their jaws. By the time Li Haoyan mentioned the title reward he received after clearing the Endless Altar, along with the newly unlocked level 50 talent airdrop support, Wang Qingfeng and Li Yuanshui couldn't hold back anymore and were utterly shocked. After Li Haoyan finished his introduction, Wang Qingfeng and Li Yuanshui were left speechless for a long time, simply staring at Li Haoyan's attribute panel and the 5 shining words Endless Destroyer above his head. After a while, the 2 of them gasped at the same time. Seeing their reaction, Ling Xuahan and Jiang Zhen exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle softly. It turned out that it wasn't just them. Even the senior brother and the teacher reacted the same way. Wang Qingfeng stared blankly at Li Haoyan. So you're saying, the junior brother's total spirit power has reached over 7,200 points, and with the halo and title, he can not only summon 4 times the super weapons, but also, on top of that, the firing speed of the super weapons can be doubled, meaning the actual attack power is equivalent to 8 times the number of super weapons? Chapter 88, That Person. Ling Xuahan smiled and nodded. And not just that. Senior brother, don't forget, Haoyan has a clone, which on the basis of 8 times, doubles again, equating to 16 times. Jiang Zhen added, with his life transmutation talent, the more enemies there are, the more super weapons he can summon. The control area will also expand, and he can hit exactly where he aims. Wang Qingfeng stared at Li Haoyan. His lips moved for a long while. 1,000 words finally boiled down to 5. Really damn abnormal. Li Yuanshui instinctively reached for his beard, but the emptiness he felt made him wake up instantly. He quickly put his hand down in fear. Damn, if he accidentally pulled out more, the gap on his beard would be impossible to hide. Li Yuanshui's gaze was piercing as he stared at Li Haoyan. No wonder Xuehan said our plan needs to change. Your gains this time are indeed astonishing. And after finishing the Endless Tower, you actually leveled up to 50. It seems we can indeed rethink the plan we made before. Wang Qingfeng's body shook with surprise. Teacher, then what about the International War instance? The junior brother? Li Yuanshui thought for a moment, a smile spreading across his face. That's right. Even though Haoyan's level is still low, with a mechanical clone and the clone title from the Endless Altar, his life-saving ability is already not inferior to mine. Moreover, his God's Eye perspective has also expanded to nearly a radius of 360 kilometers. At this range, the enemy won't even be able to attempt a sneak attack. And after reaching level 50, Haoyan will also be able to wear epic gear. If he equips a full set of epic gear, his total spirit power will receive a huge boost. And at that point, both his attack power and life-saving abilities will have a groundbreaking improvement. In the upcoming International War instance, Haoyan can participate. With his current class strength, even advanced players above level 80 won't be able to handle him. This time, we're going to give the whole world a big surprise. As he spoke, Li Yuanshui's eyes sparkled, revealing a fierce and determined tone. Then, Li Yuanshui seemed to suddenly remember something and said to Li Haoyan, by the way, Haoyan, you can advance to Awakening after reaching level 50. Have you received the task for the Awakening? Li Haoyan shook his head. Every country's practitioners have their own unique characteristics. For example, the Onmyoji of Sakura Country is a profession unique in the world. Only the people of Sakura Country can awaken. The characteristic of the East Dragon Empire is that practitioners will have a chance for awakening at level 50. Practitioners of the East Dragon who complete the awakening will gain an awakening skill. This awakening skill may sometimes be an active skill and sometimes a passive skill. Different people in different professions receive different awakening tasks, and the awakening skills are also different. But the similarity is that this awakening skill is usually much stronger than other ordinary skills. And because of this awakening, the practitioners of the East Dragon Empire see a significant increase in their professional strength after level 50. However, if a practitioner of the East Dragon Empire fails to complete the awakening task, they will be stuck at level 50 and cannot level up further. The awakening task appears automatically, and the difficulty varies for each individual. Hearing that Li Haoyan had not yet received the awakening task, Marshal Li was not surprised. He nodded and said, the awakening task will automatically appear within 24 hours after a practitioner reaches level 50. There is no need to rush. You will receive it naturally then. Marshal Li turned to look at Ling Xuehan. Xuehan, Haoyan has reached level 50. Tomorrow, take him on a few team dungeons and pay attention to the world boss information. First, upgrade all his equipment to epic quality. The awakening task can only be completed alone. Although Haoyan's attack power and survival ability should be fine, we should still make all necessary preparations. Ling Xuehan nodded. Yes, teacher. Well, let's leave it at that for now. Haoyan's information should remain confidential until the International War dungeon is over. Understood, teacher. Everyone replied in unison. While the atmosphere was lively among the 4 mentors and disciples discussing Li Haoyan's future upgrades, the mood of other people was not so good. Sakura Country, Amaterasu Guild. Kobe Kino was somewhat dazed, staring at the question mark name at level 100 on the screen, lost in silence. After a while, he murmured, impossible, absolutely impossible. Why would East Dragon suddenly have such a powerful practitioner, while we have received no news at all? Could it be that the last assassination incident has made that old fellow Li's sense of caution so heightened that their secrecy measures are this effective? Kobe Kinto's eyes flickered with uncertainty. After a moment, he finally stood up and walked towards the hidden place behind the Amaterasu Guild. He passed through a series of houses, walked through a grove filled with countless cherry trees, and arrived at Stone House. Standing with his hands down, he respectfully said, Third uncle, Kinto has something to inquire. After a moment, a cold and ancient voice came from the stone house. What is it? Kobe Kinto quickly recounted today's matters regarding the Endless Altar. Third uncle, that suddenly appearing woman from East Dragon is indeed a bit strange. Her combat power even far exceeds that of Master Li. I would like to ask third uncle to use secret methods to inquire about that person, to see if she knows anything about this woman from East Dragon. The cold and ancient voice fell silent for a moment. seemingly reflecting on what Kobe Kinto had just said. After a while, he slowly spoke. According to what you said, that woman's existence has indeed posed a great threat to our Sakura Empire. However, the last time I inquired, he did not know the background of this woman. It seems to be a hidden move by Master Li. Since that assassin god plan, Master Li seems to have sensed his existence, but he still cannot confirm it. If this woman is truly the secret weapon secretly trained by Master Li, he probably won't reveal it to anyone. Kobe Kinran's eyes showed a serious expression. He knew what his third uncle said was reasonable, but the sense of threat that woman brought him was too strong, so he wanted to confirm it once more. Kobe Kinran bowed respectfully. Kinran understands, but for safety's sake, I ask Uncle San to inquire again. After a moment, an old voice spoke out. If that's the case, then let's confirm it once more. Chapter 89 Large Group Battle, 8th Apostle, Lothus. As soon as the old voice fell, a wave of seemingly tangible darkness surged out from the stone house, completely engulfing the space. Kobe Kinran watched the darkness continuously spread and couldn't help but admire internally. Uncle San's control over nightmares has become even more powerful. In the embrace of darkness, the surroundings fell into total silence. Suddenly, a gray figure illuminated the darkness, quietly appearing beside Kobe Kinran. This gray figure rippled like water waves, resembling a dreamlike mirage. A respectful voice emerged from the gray figure. Third Elder. The old voice of Uncle San seemed to resonate from the deepest part of the soul. Do you know who that mysterious woman, Donglong, is? The gray figure replied, I don't know. Kobe Kinran thought for a moment and asked, Then what about her profession? You said last time that her profession might be related to summoning. What's the reason? The gray figure said, Firstly, she is very skilled in group battles, and her attack power is extremely strong. Kobe Kinran nodded silently. The previous camp battle copy and soloing the Endless Altar had already hinted at this point. The gray figure continued. Secondly, according to the information I received, that woman seems to have lent her abilities to a junior disciple. If it weren't for a summoning type ability, it would be difficult to achieve this. Kobe Kinran's eyes lit up. Junior disciple? What's his name? Li Haotian. The gray figure said, I have had people investigate. That junior disciple is an orphan with no family. To gather information about that woman, the best way right now is to start with this junior disciple. But that woman hides very well, never having contact with this junior disciple, not even sending him to Master Li for protection, living in seclusion. Even if we want to take this route, we need to find opportunities slowly. Kobe Kinran's eyes sparkled. Master Li's secret of work has been remarkably effective. It is almost impossible to directly probe information about that woman. But since I know she has a disciple, at least I have a direction. Uncle San's old voice rang out again. I understand, you may withdraw. The gray figure slightly bowed. Yes. The darkness receded like a tide, revealing the stone house once again. Kobe Kinran thought for a moment and cautiously said, Uncle San, can his words be completely trusted? Uncle San's voice was cold. The nightmare rebirth technique is a deep-level hypnosis directly projected into the deepest part of the soul, based on the essence of consciousness, turning around cognition. Even he himself may not be aware. Do you think it is trustworthy? Recalling Uncle San's powerful profession as a nightmare master and the previous success of the assassin god plan, Kobe Kinran finally set his mind at ease. Bowing, Thank you, Uncle San. Leaving the stone house, Kobe Kinran returned to his office. After thinking for a moment, he made another encrypted video call. Seeing Parker Williams appear on the call, Kobe Kinran said solemnly, President Parker, I have received the latest information. After listening to Kobe Kinran's account, Parker Williams' eyes flashed. Junior disciple? If that's the case, there is still some room for maneuver. A night passed without any word. The next morning, Ling Shuahan arrived at the door of Li Haotian's villa. Ring the doorbell. Li Haotian welcomed Ling Shuahan into the room, a bit expectantly saying, Second senior sister, shall we go tackle the large team dungeon now? Ling Shuahan smiled slightly and nodded. That's right. After level 50, the experience gained from hunting wild monsters is quite low, while large team dungeons and slaughter instances are the biggest sources of experience for professionals. Moreover, epic level equipment, aside from world bosses, can only randomly drop in large team dungeons. It's not easy to gather a full set of suitable epic gear. Both luck and strength are essential. Li Haotian nodded slightly. These basic facts were known to him as a former top student. He thought for a moment and said, Second senior sister, the requirement for a large team dungeon is 100 people. Do we need to call others? Ling Shuahan smiled brightly. Of course not. Just the two of us are enough. Didn't the teacher say yesterday? Your information still needs to be kept secret before the International War Dungeon. My attack power is quite decent, and you don't even need to mention it. With your amazing abilities, even though there are many monsters in the large team dungeon, they shouldn't pose much of a threat. All right, Li Haoyan smiled and nodded. Without further ado, Ling Xuahan immediately tore open a crack in space and stepped inside. In the dungeon hall of Qinghua Academy, in a hidden area, the figures of Ling Xuahan and Li Haoyan reappeared. Ling Xuahan said to Li Haoyan, "Haoyan, large team dungeons are divided into 3 difficulty levels. Level 50 entry, level 60 normal, and level 70 hard. The epic equipment they drop has no level restrictions. As long as you are a professional above level 50, you can equip them. But the higher the difficulty of the large team dungeon, the greater the chance of dropping epic items, and the quality and attributes of the epics will be even better. As for the above level 80, there will be hell-level large team dungeons, which can drop better than epic weapons, vast epics," Ling Xuahan said with a regretful shake of her head. "With the current attack power, you could possibly clear it, but there's a level restriction for vast epics. You need to be above level 80 to equip them, so we won't consider that for now." Saying this, Ling Xuahan turned to look at a large team dungeon's teleportation array. "Our target is the level 70 large team dungeon. The 8th apostle, Rothus." As she said this, Ling Xuahan took out a stack of dungeon entry tickets and handed them to Li Haoyan. She smiled. "Originally, the teacher planned to take you to tackle dungeons and get gear after you reached level 50. After all, the number of monsters in hard dungeons is too high, and they're all over level 70. Even if I and your elder brother and third brother helped you, the efficiency of monster clearing might not be that high. But I didn't expect you to clear the endless altar by yourself, not only leveling up to 50, but also unlocking 2 even more ridiculous talents, and obtaining a title with amazing attributes." Ling Xuahan teased. "The number of monsters in hard dungeons is around 5,000, with a limit of 10 players, but now, it seems that even that number might not be enough for you to kill alone. I'll first guide you through the process, and if there are no issues, then you can solo from there. If I team up with you, it will split your experience in half, and the dungeon settlement rewards will also be shared, affecting your leveling." Li Haoyan nodded and took the dungeon entry ticket, feeling a warm sensation in his heart. After level 50, since leveling up becomes increasingly challenging, the corresponding entry tickets for large team dungeons are also extremely expensive. The entry ticket for the level 50 entry dungeon costs 10,000 gold coins. The ticket for the level 60 normal dungeon skyrockets to 50,000 gold coins. In the level 70 hard dungeon they are about to tackle costs a staggering 200,000 gold coins per ticket. If one were an ordinary professional, it would take a long time to save up enough gold coins for each dungeon run. But just now, Ling Xuahan gave him the stack of entrance tickets, roughly estimating there are at least 30 or 40 tickets, clearly prepared to use money to smash out a set of epic gear for him. Thinking of how he was about to equip a full set of epic gear, Li Haoyan strode confidently toward the teleportation zone. "Let's go, Octopus Massacre, begin." The large-scale team dungeon, the 8th Apostle Rothus, is humorously called the Octopus Dungeon by players because the final boss is an incredibly huge octopus monster. As the light flashed, a familiar daze hit him, and when Li Haoyan regained his sight, he discovered he was standing on the peak of a small island. Looking around, the small island was surrounded by a beach, and the beach was filled with gigantic crabs taller than a person. These crabs surrounded the high peak at the center of the island, roughly estimating there were probably at least thousands of them. All of them waved their massive pincers, their bright red shells reflecting metallic glimmers in the sunlight, looking extremely hard. In addition, there was the endless ocean. Although Li Haoyan had heard of this octopus dungeon, he had never seen it in person. Seeing that the number of monsters was not small, but obviously still less than the 5,000 monsters Ling Xuahan mentioned, he wondered. "Second sister, the number of monsters seems off, right?" Ling Xuahan smiled and replied. "Large-scale team dungeons are divided into zones, and there's a time limit. Only after conquering one zone will the other zones unlock." As she spoke, Ling Xuahan raised her hand and pointed to both sides of the small island. "We are currently in the first zone of the octopus dungeon. There are a total of 500 monsters. Once we teleport in, the dungeon begins, and we need to eliminate these 500 monsters within 10 minutes, after which 2 teleportation arrays will appear on either side. Through those 2 teleportation arrays, we can teleport to the second zone. Generally, the second zone has 1,000 monsters, and we must finish them within 20 minutes. Then, a third teleportation array will appear in front of the island. Through that array, we can reach the third zone. The third zone has 2,000 monsters, and they must also be defeated within 20 minutes. Once all the monsters in the third zone are killed, a fourth teleportation array will appear at the back of the small island, and through that array, we can finally reach the boss's fourth zone. Each zone will have a corresponding number of elite monsters. The first zone has one. Right there, it's that one several times larger than the other crabs. The second zone has two. The third zone has three. As for the fourth zone, besides the final boss, the eighth Apostle Rothus, there are also several hundred small monsters and 4 elite monster guards that must be defeated within 30 minutes. Li Hao Ian listened thoughtfully. Second sister, I noticed you mentioned that these zones seem to have time limits. What happens if we exceed the time? Ling Xuahan explained. In the first 3 zones, if we surpass the time without clearing them, it will grant the final boss a buff. The first zone gives the boss a 30% boost in physical defense. The second zone gives a 30% boost in magical defense. And the third zone increases its attack power by 30%. As for the boss zone, if we don't clear it within 20 minutes, the boss will go berserk, tripling all its attributes. Hearing this, Li Haoyan couldn't help but gasp. Wow, no wonder it's a difficult large-scale team dungeon. It really has such a mechanism. 10 people fighting 5,000 monsters is already tough enough. They even have time limits. If any of these steps go wrong, the final result will be a failure in the dungeon, wasting the 200,000 gold ticket cost. Li Haoyan suddenly grew curious. Second sister, do the level 60 and 50 normal dungeons and beginner dungeons have the same mechanism? Ling Xuahan smiled and replied, the mechanism is the same. The number of monsters is also the same, but the level of the monsters will be lowered to the corresponding level. The number of people entering has also increased a lot compared to the level 70 difficult dungeon. For example, in a level 60 normal dungeon, the limit on the number of people changes to 30, and in a level 50 entry-level dungeon, it is 50 people. Li Haoyan suddenly realized, so it's like this. Under the condition that the number of monsters doesn't change, if the number of players increases, it's equivalent to greatly lowering the difficulty of the gauntlet. Immediately after, Li Haoyan thought of another question. Second sister, these large group dungeons require relatively high levels, especially above level 70. Some smaller countries with overall weak strength, like Kimchi Country, probably can't gather enough people to clear large group dungeons, right? Ling Xuahan chuckled, amused by the example given by her little junior. Large group dungeons are usually organized globally. For small countries like Kimchi Country, if they only gather players of the same level in their own country, they probably won't clear much in a year. So that's how it is. Li Haoyan nodded secretly. The higher the level of a large group dungeon, the greater the requirements for the players. Although level 50 and level 60 players can enter a level 70 difficult dungeon, their combat power will undoubtedly lag behind due to their level. Besides freaks like Li Haoyan, it is rare to see such cross-leveling attempts in clearing high-difficulty dungeons. Of course, super guilds like Nuclear Peace Elites, King of Glory, Amaterasu, and Source God are exceptions. These super guilds have many strong players, so bringing along 1 or 2 lower-level players doesn't matter. It's just that they have many high-level accounts, which makes them quite extravagant. As for the medium and low-difficulty dungeons at levels 50 and 60, high-level players often bring their low-level alts to clear them. After all, with overwhelming combat power, it's much easier to grind. Saying this, Ling Xuahan sighed. But in recent years, our East Dragon has been targeted by various countries led by the Free Federation. Regardless of large group dungeons or kill instances, our losses have been quite severe. Li Haoyan's eyes flashed sharply. Then he suddenly laughed. Don't worry, second sister. From now on, I will make them behave. Ling Xuahan was slightly taken aback, then nodded heavily, seeming to look forward to that day. Yes. Li Haoyan turned his gaze to these large crabs, looking at the red, translucent light strip above their heads, and quietly calculated in his heart. 120,000 health points with 5,000 monsters can restore 600,000 spirit energy. Hey, more monsters is good. This blue energy won't even run out. Li Haoyan murmured, his thoughts moving, and he immediately activated the effect of the Endless Destroyer title. With a flash of light, another Li Haoyan suddenly appeared beside him. The two Li Haoyan looked at each other, and the former smiled slightly. I'll take the left side, you take the right side, let's speed it up. All right, main body. The duplicate replied happily. Chapter 91 Hard Dungeon. When did it become this easy? Ling Xuahan watched in amazement on the side. Is this the duplicate that Junior summoned through Endless Destroyer? It's really interesting, truly identical to the main body. Then, the two Li Haoyan turned around and with a thought began to summon their powerful weapons. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the blink of an eye, dense laser cannons appeared in midair, forming 2 gigantic arrays of laser cannons. The spirit energy consumption of a laser cannon is 50 points, and, at this moment, Li Haoyan's total spirit energy is over 7,200 points. Coupled with the double happiness effect of the aura, in this round alone, the two Li Haotian summoned over 570 laser cannons each. The reason for not using rocket launchers is that laser cannons have a longer range, reaching as far as 35 kilometers. While grinding monsters on this closed small island, using laser cannons, Li Haotian doesn't even need to move, just standing still to control the output. Whoosh! Aye. In the next moment, the laser cannon arrays on both sides fired simultaneously. With a sharp and coordinated whistle, the dense array of laser cannons swept forward like a bulldozer plowing the earth from near to far in a straight line. The laser cannons came with armor-piercing and penetrating effects. Under the focused fire of so many laser cannons, Li Haotian only needed to sweep back and forth through the crab swarm below, like painting with a brush, and those giant crabs would be reduced to a heap of severed limbs. As these giant crabs were killed in large numbers, a series of prompts immediately floated before Li Haotian's eyes. Spirit Power Recovery plus 120. Spirit Power Recovery plus 120. Spirit Power Recovery plus 120. With a new Spirit Power replenishment, the two Li Haotians wasted no time and again threw out laser cannons into the battlefield. The original 500-plus laser cannons quickly multiplied, turning into 1,000 cannons per person. The firepower density instantly doubled, even more. The remaining crabs were all sliced up in the blink of an eye, leaving a mess on the ground. As for the excess spirit power, it was all used by Li Haotian to prepay and recharge the summoned laser cannons. Ding! With a crisp sound, two dazzling white lights suddenly lit up on both sides of the island. Congratulations, you have successfully conquered Area 1. Area 2 is now open. Please proceed immediately. The two Li Haotians exchanged a glance, smiled in unison, and once again waved their hands to summon a massive creature. With a loud thud, two 10-meter-tall transformers appeared, each on their own side. The main Li Haotian smiled slightly at Ling Xuahan, second senior sister. Let's go, just a simple step. Ling Xuahan was stunned. Although she had mentally prepared herself for junior brother being able to solo large group dungeons, she was still completely shocked when she saw it for real. It was just too fast. This was a level 70 difficult group dungeon. But for Li Haotian, it only took half a minute to finish Area 1. With the life transmutation talent, Li Haotian's destructive power as a mechanic had truly been fully unleashed. The huge transformer slowly crouched down, extending its giant metal hands. Ling Xuahan instinctively stepped onto its left hand, while the main Li Haotian stepped onto the right. Then, the transformer slowly stood up, placing Li Haotian and Ling Xuahan on its left and right shoulders. Hood, hood, hood. Under Li Haotian's command, the transformer turned and walked toward the glowing teleportation array, while the dense array of laser cannons hovered above its head, looking extremely intimidating. As for the clone Li Haotian, he also mounted another transformer and walked toward the teleportation area on the right. At this moment, another image automatically appeared in the mind of the main Li Haotian. Like surveillance, it projected everything the other Li Haotian was seeing, giving him control over the situation on the other side. Li Haotian was surprised. So this is sensory information sharing? It's quite interesting. After a moment, Li Haotian arrived at the massive teleportation array on the left. This was the entrance to Area 2. He controlled the transformer to step into the teleportation array, and with a flash of white light, the massive transformer, along with the laser cannons summoned by Li Haotian, all disappeared. Li Haotian only felt a blur in front of him, and then he found himself in another place. This was also an island, but compared to the previous Area 1, this Area 2 was much larger. Area 2 was a long, strip-shaped island, still surrounded by the sea. In the center of the island were small rolling hills, with vast sandy beaches on both sides. Looking out, both the beaches and the small hills were filled with a large number of lobster monsters. These lobster monsters were about 2 meters tall, their bodies a deep red, waving their huge pincers, showing their fierce appearance. In the center of the island, there were 2 giant lobster monsters, clearly much larger, probably about 5 meters tall. Clearly, they are 2 elite monsters from the second zone. Li Haotian only observed for a moment before immediately controlling the laser cannon array to start plowing the ground. After recovering some spiritual power, he began to continue throwing transformers outward. These huge creatures had just emerged and quickly transformed in the air. The sound of propellers began to burst forth densely. Transformer C-type vehicles, armed helicopters. In the blink of an eye, these armed helicopters arranged themselves into a neat formation, flying towards the big island. At the same time, terrifying artillery fire poured down from the helicopters, exploding countless sparks among the lobster monster group below. Transformers can carry other superweapons, and the transformed helicopters can do the same. To improve monster-killing efficiency, Li Haoyan equipped each armed helicopter with rocket launchers and laser cannons. Combined with the helicopter's own machine guns and missiles, the firepower was maxed out. Boom, 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 boom. With the front lines bombing away, Li Haoyan comfortably followed behind with the 2,000 laser cannons to pick up the scraps. Seeing the not-yet-dead lobster monsters, he fired a round of lasers, focusing on not letting any corpses go to waste. After recovering some spiritual power again, he waved his hand once more, scattering a large number of Wolverine units. These Wolverines quickly transformed into human shapes upon landing. Then, under Li Haoyan's command, the floating laser cannons in the sky rapidly descended, embedding themselves into the shoulders of the humanoid Wolverines. These Wolverines then transformed into laser infantry, quickly advancing to finish off monsters while starting a thorough collection of loot. Li Haoyan sat contentedly on top of the transformer, waiting for the super mechanical army to bomb, finish off, and clean up the battlefield, all in one go. With a god's eye view monitoring the entire scene, he simply chose to stay put, waiting right there. Beside him, Ling Xuahan couldn't help but swallow her saliva, murmuring, "Difficult group quests. When did they become this easy?" Li Haoyan turned curiously. "I think it's not bad. The strength of these monsters is not high, and the quantity is average. Senior sister, was it really hard for you before?" Ling Xuahan twitched at the corner of her mouth. "Not high strength? Average quantity. Average. Compared to Li Haoyan, Ling Xuahan suddenly felt that her so-called phantom-class Voidwalker seemed like a three-legged disabled person. Chapter 92. The first epic item, Blue True Meaning Bracelet. Under normal circumstances, large group quests above level 50 require teamwork. Because different classes have different roles, this must be planned when forming a team. Tank-type classes mainly focus on defense, warrior-type classes on close combat output, while ranged mage-type classes stay behind to gather monsters. In addition, support-type classes provide buff boosts or status recovery, and sometimes assassins are needed to take out high-damage magic-type monsters. With good teamwork, large group quests become easier and more efficient. But Li Haoyan's appearance completely shattered Ling Xuahan's ingrained perception of this cooperative model for group quests. Defense? Not needed. Assassins? Not needed. Support? Even less needed, Li Haoyan explained to Ling Xuahan. Those flashy operations actually stem from insufficient firepower. As long as the firepower is enough, just sweep through and we're done. Under the rampage of Li Haoyan's super mechanical army, in just 5 minutes, the lobster monsters on the island were completely slaughtered by him. If not for the time spent collecting materials, Li Haoyan's clearing speed could have been even faster. Congratulations on successfully clearing the second zone. The third zone is now open. Please proceed immediately. The clearing prompt sounded again. Li Haoyan sat on the shoulder of the transformer, his eyes showing a hint of excitement. Epic drop. From his godlike perspective, Li Haoyan saw 3 golden flashes rising from the center of the island. Golden quality means epic equipment. Earlier in the first area, he didn't get a single epic drop. He didn't expect to enter the second area and directly score 3 epic items. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. Just as Li Haoyan finished speaking, he learned through the sensory information from his clone that 2 more epics had dropped over there. Under Li Haoyan's control, the Wolverine and armed helicopter quickly returned. After a quick glance, he felt a bit disappointed and retracted the 3 epic items from this side. The 3 epics included a cloth armor top, plate armor pants, and heavy armor boots, none of which were suitable for him. Fortunately, among the 2 epic items that dropped on the other side, there was a bracelet he could use. Ling Xuahan smiled and comforted him. It's okay, large group raids are like this. The epic drops are random types. Just run a few more times. As for the extra epics, you can decompose them all. The epic crystals produced from disassembling epic equipment are considered a rare material, so it's not a loss. Li Haoyan nodded and said to Ling Xuahan, "Second sister, looking at it this way, I think to collect a full set of epic equipment, I'll probably need to consume quite a few entry tickets. The materials produced in the raids can still be worth something. After I finish, I'll give you all these materials. And the epic crystals too, I'll just keep a portion. The rest I'll give you. I consumed so many entry tickets. It's just for the guild's benefit." Ling Xuahan thought for a moment and smiled, nodding. "That's fine. For someone like you who solo runs, all the materials produced in the large raids will belong to you. This way, the cost of entry tickets will basically be recovered, so feel free to run as much as you want." Ling Xuahan didn't hold back with him. Because Li Haoyan, this mechanic, was quite special, ordinary mechanics needed to collect materials to create super weapons, but Li Haoyan could summon them directly. So, the materials produced in the raids didn't hold much need for Li Haoyan. After cleaning up this battlefield, Li Haoyan led the super army back to the first area through the teleportation array, controlling the Wolverine army to also clean up the first area and gather materials. His clone arrived walking on another transformer, smiling as he tossed two epic items to Li Haoyan. You can still use the bracelet. The other one is a plate waistguard. It's not suitable for you. Li Haoyan nodded and accepted these two epic items. After putting away the plate waistguard, he checked the bracelet information. Name, Blue Truth Bracelet, Superior. Type, Accessory. Set, Blue Truth Set, 1/3. Attributes, Magic Defense plus 8,000, Strength plus 3,000, Spirit Value plus 3,000, Stamina plus 2,000. Effect 1, Magic Defense plus 5%. Effect 2, when attacking, there is a 3% chance to restore 3% of Spirit Value. Effect 3, when attacking, there is a 20% chance to add 10% damage. Looking at the attributes of this equipment, Li Haoyan couldn't help but suck in a breath. Wow, what a surprise. No wonder that before level 50, adventurers are called low-level adventurers, but after reaching level 50, they are considered intermediate adventurers. Not to mention anything else, just the epic equipment wearable after level 50 has attributes that completely crush the divine and legendary level equipment. Moreover, this was an epic drop from a 70-level raid, with even better attributes, all being superior equipment. Beside him, Ling Xuahan also saw the attributes of this bracelet, and her eyes lit up. Junior brother, you're pretty lucky. The Blue Truth set is considered a great epic set for spellcasting classes. The epic equipment produced in the 70-level difficult raid, even for the same set, has attributes and effects that far exceed those from the 60s and 50s raids. If you can gather all three pieces, activate the set attributes, the improvement will be significant. Li Haoyan glanced at the set attributes after collecting the three pieces, his eyes slightly shining. Set Effect 1, Damage plus 10%. Set Effect 2, Spirit Value increase 15%. Indeed not bad, he said with some anticipation. It's really good, but I wonder if I can collect them all. After wearing this bracelet, Li Haoyan saw his Spirit Value instantly break through 10,000, reaching over 13,000 points. This was mostly because the attribute panel doubling effect of the Endless Destroyer title is calculated based on the base panel. In other words, according to the original base panel, after wearing the Blue Truth bracelet, Li Haoyan's Spirit Value was actually over 6,600 points. Then, with the doubling effect of the Endless Destroyer, it became over 13,000 points. If Li Haoyan wears the whole set of epic gear and adds the title's doubling effect, his panel attributes will be even more exaggerated. After switching to this new gear, Li Haoyan pointed forward with confidence and shouted, "Set off, Zone 3. Buzz, buzz, buzz." Countless armed helicopters made way, and below, there were densely packed humanoid wolverines. These humanoid wolverines also carried two laser cannons on their shoulders, like super soldiers. Hood, hood, hood. Finally, two gigantic transformers marched forward with heavy steps, bringing the clones and the main body of Li Haoyan with them. Sitting on the shoulder of a transformer, looking at this spectacular scene, Ling Xuahan even felt a rush of blood. Li Haoyan's superpower mechanical army already had a visible shape. Chapter 93, Li Haoyan's exclusive set. Stepping into the teleportation array, with a flash of light, Li Haoyan and the others arrived in Zone 3. Zone 3 was clearly much larger than Zone 2, and the terrain was also more complex. Under the inquiry of the god's perspective, Li Haoyan quickly took in the entire Zone 3 into his mind. The area they were in was a huge reef area, with a rugged ground and various water bodies separated by the reefs. In front of the reef area was a vast beach, behind the beach was a large forest, and finally, there was a gentle hillside. And in all these terrains, there were huge coconut crab monsters with brown bodies distributed everywhere. The coconut crabs stood about 2 meters tall, with a pair of huge pincers in front that snipped continuously, sounding like metal clashing, with obvious strong attack power. Their hard shell was like metal, reflecting a tough and solid shine. Li Haoyan looked on excitedly and muttered, "So many monsters, how wonderful!" Ling Xuahan was immediately speechless, showing a face of helplessness mixed with laughter. When others saw so many monsters, the first reaction was a headache. But the little disciple was better. The more monsters, the more excited he got. The clone of Li Haoyan looked relaxed and turned to the main body. "What to do? You're the main body. You call the shots." The main body of Li Haoyan chuckled, "With so many blue packs, let's cover the whole map directly, and do it quickly." The clone shrugged. "No problem." In the next moment, more armed helicopters and strategic bombers were thrown out by the two Li Haotians. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, The entire sky of Zone 3 sounded like a swarm of locusts passing through, with the sound of propellers and wings slicing through the air. With airdrop support, the two Lehigh Oceans called the Air Force across the entire map, and fierce cannon fire poured down on those monsters from above Zone 3. Boom, 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 boom. The map-wide bombing began. The hissing of the coconut crabs accompanied by severed limbs and claws being blown away flew chaotically across the map. Then, after the Air Force plowed through, more humanoid wolverines carrying laser cannons and rocket launchers swept into various places on the map. With their individual agility, they began to reinforce and clean up the battlefield. Collect materials and equipment. Kill deep-sea coconut crab. Gain 4,000 experience points. Kill deep-sea coconut crab. Gain 4,000 experience points. Kill deep-sea coconut crab. Gain 4,000 experience points. Magic power recovery plus 140. Magic power recovery plus 140. Magic power recovery plus 140. Dense kill notifications and magic power recovery messages floated before Li Haoyan's eyes. This was still with him and Ling Xuahan teaming up, and since the experience was split with Ling Xuahan, otherwise, his gain experience would be even higher. Ling Xuahan looked at Li Haoyan crazily, clearing the map, and the super weapons had only seemed to multiply, with firepower increasing more and more, unable to help but take a deep breath. Little junior brother, this mechanic really is perverse. A good hard dungeon. He actually turned it into a casual game. But, watching the hordes of monsters obliterated in the gunfire, oddly enough, it's a bit relieving. Deep-sea coconut crab. Relieving your %, hashtag and amp. Asterisk hashtag at. 5 minutes later, the coconut crab casual game declared an end, leaving only a ground full of broken crab shells. Li Haoyan looked pleasantly surprised at the epic equipment in his hand. Name, Spirit Source Battle Boots, Advanced. Type, Cloth Armor. Set, Spirit Source Set, 1/5. Attributes, Physical Defense plus 1,500, Strength plus 500, Magic Power plus 2,500, Stamina plus 500, Speed plus 500. Effect 1, Magic Defense plus 3%. Effect 2, Physical Defense plus 3%. Effect 3, Magic Power plus 5%. Good stuff. Looking at the attributes of this equipment, Li Haoyan couldn't help but exclaim. Ling Xuahan looked at him in surprise. Little junior brother, Spirit Source is the exclusive set from magic-based support classes. What you have is. Li Haoyan pointed at the set attributes of this equipment with shining eyes, excitedly saying, Second sister, this is not just a support class exclusive set, it is clearly my exclusive set. Second sister, look, as cloth armor, its magic power bonus is the highest among all armor types. In addition, each piece of gear has a 5% magic power bonus. 5 pieces means a total of 25%. The most important is the set attributes, Li Haoyan said with a face full of excitement. With all 5 pieces, besides adding 15% to physical and magic defense, you can also gain another 25% magic power bonus. My god, altogether, that means a 50% magic power bonus. When it pairs with Endless Destroyer to double the attributes, isn't this just my exclusive set? Hearing Li Haoyan, Ling Xuahan was momentarily stunned. Immediately, she gasped in surprise. Experience can be deadly. She remembered that little junior brother was a mechanic, and that mechanic's exclusive armor type should be leather armor, so she never considered other types of armor at all. But the problem is, Li Haoyan is different from other mechanics. For him, the armor attributes brought by leather mastery are not important at all. With a mechanical clone, even if Li Haoyan's defense is 0, it doesn't affect his use of mechanical clones at all. What does Li Haoyan need the most? Of course, it is magic power. The higher the magic power, the more super weapons Li Haoyan can summon, and his sustainability and survival ability will also increase. It can even be said that aside from magic power, all other attributes are not important for Li Haoyan. He just needs to stack magic power. In other words, when Li Haoyan selects armor equipment, magic power is his only measure, while other attributes can be completely ignored. Because the super weapons summoned by Li Haoyan have fixed damage, except for equipment effects that increase damage, neither magic power nor strength will affect his super weapon's attack power. The only meaning of magic power is simply the amount of blue remaining. In this situation, an equipment set focusing on stacking blue is actually the most suitable for Li Haoyan. Coming to this realization, Ling Xuahan's eyes suddenly sparkled with light. She heavily patted Li Haoyan's shoulder, marveling, Junior brother, you really know how to have fun. Your thinking is so clear. Her gaze was piercing as she said, If we follow this thought process, I've already figured out the weapon that suits you best. If you get lucky and it drops, you probably won't even need to change it until level 80. Li Haoyan asked curiously, what weapon? Ling Xuahan stated word by word. Source of magic prayer beads. A weapon exclusive to spiritual energy masters. I won't mention its basic attributes, but its effects match you very well. Spirit power increases by 50%, skill attack power rises by 20%, and physical and magical defense are halved. Upon hearing this, Li Haoyan's eyes instantly lit up. Another 50% increase in spirit power? Wow. If this thing works in harmony with the magic spirit source set, wouldn't it be equivalent to doubling my spirit power? But right after that, Li Haoyan grew puzzled. Second sister, you just said this is an exclusive weapon for spiritual energy masters. If I wear it, won't my spirit power consumption become more than double, and the weapon's durability will also drop significantly? Ling Xuahan chuckled. Normally, that's true, but it's not unsolvable. After level 50, because the dropped epic equipment is random, many characters might not be able to obtain a weapon that suits their use. At this time, you can use the Weapon Mastery Scroll created by scholars. With this, you can master the weapons of other classes, exempting you from the penalty of cross-class weapon use. Li Haoyan was delighted. There's actually such a good thing. Then, Li Haoyan thought that this item seemed to have not been mentioned before in the special education. Probably not a common item, right? Second sister, is this Weapon Mastery Scroll very expensive? Ling Xuahan smiled slightly. It is a bit expensive, priced at 10 million gold coins each, and it's often available, but hard to find. But using it on you would definitely be very worthwhile. In our elite's warehouse, there's one copy. If you really drop the source of magic prayer beads, you can come to me for it. Li Haoyan was slightly startled. 10 million gold coins? Indeed, not an ordinary item. Thinking of the sacrifices his teacher and these seniors made for him, Li Haoyan felt a bit touched. But he did not refuse Ling Xuahan's kindness. He silently memorized these favors in his heart. Okay, thank you, second sister. Li Haoyan expressed his gratitude to Ling Xuahan and then put on the epic cloth armor. The greater the base number of the basic panel, the more terrifying the doubled effect of the Endless Destroyer attribute. Just this piece of cloth armor instantly boosted Li Haoyan's spirit power by several thousand points, reaching over 18,000. The third area was cleared, and Li Haoyan returned to the first area, passing through the teleportation array behind the small island to arrive at the boss area. The boss area was also a small island, roughly the same size as the first area. But compared to the first area, this small island was significantly more desolate. All around, there was nothing but a sandy expanse. The beach was densely populated with many black-shelled crabs, and these crabs had two large pincers covered in black fuzz, as if the genes of the hairy crab had mutated. Near the beach, close to the sea's edge, there was also a huge, sunken ship partly exposed. From its appearance, it resembled an ancient three-masted warship, measuring at least 30 meters long. In front of this three-masted warship, for gigantic black-shelled crabs, standing over 5 meters tall, were likely the elite monsters of the fourth area. Li Haoyan sat on the transformer and looked around in amazement. Huh, why can't I see the boss? Ling Xuahan explained. The boss is currently in a hidden state. After clearing these small monsters and 4 elite monsters, the 8th apostle, Rothas, will appear by that sunken ship. Li Haoyan nodded. So that's how it is. He grinned at the clone. In that case, let's get started. At your command, my lord. The clone chuckled in response. In the next moment, a dense army of superpowers under the control of both Li Haotians activated the slaughter mode against the big crabs everywhere. Armed helicopters rained ammunition from the sky, while the Wolverine army carried laser cannons to gather materials. 1 minute later, the last elite monster, the big crab, was blown to pieces and all the minor monsters were cleared out. During this process, Li Haoyan earned 2 pieces of epic loot, but unfortunately, neither was suitable for his use. Roar! At that moment, a deep, muffled roar came from beneath the sea. With a crash, a gigantic scarlet octopus with a row of ghostly blue vertical eyes on its forehead broke through the surface of the sea and appeared at the edge of a sunken ship. Just the head, which was above the water, was over 10 meters high. Around the sunken ship, 7 or 8 massive tentacles emerged from the water, creating a horrifying splash as immense power struck the surface. On the octopus's head, there was an enormous mouth with sharp teeth gleaming ominously as it roared. The boss has appeared. The 8th apostle, Rothas. Li Haoyan, from the central area of the island, looked at this giant radiating fierce might from a distance with a god's perspective. 8 million health points? Goodness, no wonder it's the boss of a difficult raid. This skin is really tough. Li Haoyan raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself as he looked at the astonishing health bar above Rothas's head. Seeing the boss appear, Ling Xuahan instinctively informed Li Haoyan about the boss's attack methods. Rothas's 8 tentacles will continuously attack enemies that come near it, centering around its body. Boom, 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 swoosh, 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 swoosh. Thousands of armed helicopters and thousands of laser cannons fired simultaneously, and in the blink of an eye, Rothus's health bar was instantly reduced to 0. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the 8th Apostle Rothus. Raid cleared. Received experience reward of 5 million. Li Haoyan turned to Ling Xuahan and asked curiously, Senior sister, the gunfire was too loud just now. What did you say? Ling Xuahan opened her mouth, sighed, and then closed it again. It's nothing. Just pick up the loot. Oh. Li Haoyan immediately controlled Wolverine to pick up the 3 epic items dropped from a boss. Beside him, Ling Xuahan looked speechless. The boss's attack mechanisms? In front of the thousands of super weapons that little junior brother had, they were utterly meaningless. On the side, Li Haoyan was pleasantly surprised to see the 3 epic items that Wolverine had retrieved. This time luck was on his side, as one of the 3 epics included a piece of leather armor and a ring suitable for Li Haoyan. Although the attributes weren't particularly fitting, it was good enough for temporarily boosting his spiritual power. After clearing the raid, Li Haoyan and Ling Xuahan were teleported out. Li Haoyan's clone existed essentially in the form of a skill, and, as long as it wasn't destroyed, it could last for 24 hours. Before leaving, Li Haoyan retracted his clone back into his title. Ling Xuahan, with a look of admiration, said to Li Haoyan, Little junior brother, with your current strength, you can easily solo large raids. Take these spirit pills, and from now on, you can solo it yourself. As she spoke, Ling Xuahan handed Li Haoyan another bottle of spirit pills to help him level up quickly. As for the celestial spirit pills, they were indeed rare. Even the nuclear elite and dragon group needed luck to find them. Okay, Li Haoyan said excitedly as he accepted the double experience pills. The epic journey begins. Chapter 95. Advancement Awakening Task. Orcs never be slaves. In the following time, Li Haoyan began to go in and out continuously, crazily farming epics. With his currently abundant firepower, every solo run took basically only over 10 minutes. This is because he needed to collect materials and equipment. Otherwise, he would be faster. Except for eating, Li Haoyan almost spent the entire day in the octopus dungeon. Until 7 o'clock in the evening, when the sun set, Li Haoyan excitedly exited the octopus dungeon. Wow, haha, my luck is amazing. Not only did the boss drop me a double yellow, but it's also the last piece of clothing and the source of magic beads from Magic Spirit Spring. Seeing Li Haoyan come out of the teleportation array with a face full of joy, Ling Xuahan was immediately surprised and said, You completed the set? Li Haoyan nodded vigorously. Finally got the Magic Spirit Spring set, and I even have the source of magic. As he spoke, Li Haoyan showed Ling Xuahan the full set of epic equipment he had obtained. After a whole day, he had cleared the hard dungeon dozens of times, and he was about to make Roth suffer. Although the 3 pieces of jewelry were all individual items and not a complete set, he was glad to have obtained the epic cloth armor and his exclusive weapon. With a full set of Magic Spirit Spring, Li Haoyan's magic power would receive a massive boost. Looking at the full set of epic cloth armor and the milky white beads in Li Haoyan's hand, Ling Xuahan was also surprised. You kid, your luck is pretty good. As she spoke, Ling Xuahan flipped her hand and immediately took out a scroll to hand to Li Haoyan. Junior brother, this is the Weapon Mastery Scroll. Once you use this, you can use the source of magic beads normally. Thank you, second senior sister. Li Haoyan excitedly took the scroll and immediately chose to use it. A strong light suddenly brightened up. Is that it? Li Haoyan asked curiously. Ling Xuahan smiled and said, Open your attribute panel and check your skills. Li Haoyan did as he was told. Then his eyes suddenly brightened, because he saw a new passive skill, Weapon Mastery, added to his skill bar. With his passive weapon mastery, Li Haoyan could perfectly master all types of weapons. Ling Xuahan curiously asked, How is it? The weapon effect should be showing now, right? What's your total magic power? Li Haoyan glanced at his attribute panel and was instantly shocked by that number. 90,320. This is the total amount of magic power Li Haoyan has now. It's important to know that as a magic-type profession, Ling Xuahan only has 41,000 magic power. With the effect of the title Endless Destroyer, Li Haoyan's magic power is more than twice that of Ling Xuahan. Hearing Li Haoyan's total magic power, Ling Xuahan was mentally prepared but still couldn't help but gasp. With this total amount of magic power, combined with the double happiness effect of the aura, even if Li Haoyan summons the most magic power-consuming transformers, he could directly summon over 1,800. This number of transformers, if used against the hard dungeon's rotes, even just marching in line would easily crush them. If it were other types of super weapons, the numbers would be even more terrifying. For example, the unassuming rocket launcher would be over 90,000. This overwhelming effect is comparable to a locust swarm, and it's the kind that bombs. Ding dong. Received Advancement Awakening Mission. At this moment, a series of prompts suddenly popped up in front of Li Haoyan, and a half-virtual purple scroll quietly appeared in his sight. Li Haoyan blurted out, "I've received an Advancement Awakening Mission." Ling Xuahan was taken aback for a moment and quickly asked, "Open it up fast. What's your Advancement Awakening Mission?" Li Haoyan nodded with anticipation and projected the thought of open. The half-virtual purple scroll quickly unfolded before Li Haoyan. Advancement Awakening Mission. Orcs never be slaves. Mission content. Gain the trust of the Orc clan leader, Galram, and help him defeat the evil shaman Gul'dan and liberate the enslaved Orcs. Task description. The chief shaman of the Orc tribe, Gul'dan, betrays his own race to please demons and gain greater power, causing many Orcs to become slaves of demons. The Orc tribe leader, Grom, unwilling to endure humiliation, leads the remaining Orcs to wage war against Gul'dan. However, because Gul'dan forms the Death Knight Legion with the help of demon lords, Grom's resistance is declining and on the brink of failure. Seeing the task description, Li Haoyan was momentarily stunned. Orc tribe? His Advancement Awakening task turned out to be a task from another world. In the East Dragon Empire, after reaching level 50, each person has a different Advancement Awakening task. And among these, the one with the highest difficulty is the Otherworldly task. Otherworldly tasks are also known as Secret Realm tasks. Once activated, the practitioner will leave the main world and automatically be transported to another world. Usually, if an Advancement Awakening task cannot be completed, it can be put aside temporarily. But otherworldly types of Advancement Awakening tasks are an exception. Once the task starts, one can only leave the other world after completion. Otherwise, one will be trapped in the other world forever. Seeing Li Haoyan in a daze, Ling Xuahan asked in confusion, "Haoyan?" Li Haoyan forced a smile. "It's actually an otherworldly type of Advancement Awakening task." "What? An otherworldly type of Advancement Awakening task?" Ling Xuahan couldn't help but exclaim, her brows instantly furrowing. "Tell me the task details. I need to see if this other world has been documented before." Ling Xuahan immediately asked. Li Haoyan nodded, recounting the task content and description to Ling Xuahan. Orc tribe leader Grom, Chief Shaman Gul'dan. After listening, Ling Xuahan's brows tightened even more. This race and these names sounded very unfamiliar to her. She didn't know if anyone had entered before. But at least, the nuclear elites and dragon group members hadn't been there. Otherwise, there would have been records related to this other world in the guild's data. Ling Xuahan thought for a moment and said, "Let's go ask the teacher." If the teacher hasn't heard of this other world, it probably means it has newly appeared. Okay. Ling Xuahan tore open a spatial rift and stepped in with Li Haoyan. 10 minutes later, at Marshal Li's courtyard. At this moment, not only Marshal Li, but also Master Brother Wang Qingfeng and Third Brother Jiangzhen were gathered here. Wang Qingfeng gently shook his head. "I used my authority to check other guilds' information and found no data on this other world." Jiangzhen frowned slightly, seeming a bit worried. The difficulty of a war-type otherworldly awakening task may not be simple. Chapter 96, Otherworldly Tasks begin. Seeing the worry on his two disciples' faces, Marshal Li wore a faint smile. "It's fine if we can't find anything. The Advancement Awakening task of the Illusion God profession has a high difficulty, and there's a good chance it's an otherworldly type. Besides, Haoyan's awakening as a mechanic is quite unique. Otherworldly tasks are indeed not low risk for ordinary Illusion God professions, and war-type otherworldly tasks are even more so. But don't forget, war means there will be many enemies. The more enemies there are for Haoyan, the stronger he becomes. If that's the case, what's there to worry about?" Hearing this, Wang Qingfeng and Jiang Zhen finally reacted. They had focused their attention on the strange otherworld aspect and forgot that this was a war-type otherworldly task. For Li Haoyan, what he feared the least was war. Wang Qingfeng let out a breath and smiled at Li Haoyan. "Looks like we were overthinking it. If that's the case, junior brother, you should have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow morning, I will activate the task and enter the other world." "Okay, big brother," Li Haoyan replied with some anticipation. At this moment, in the Free Federation, in the office of the president, Parker Williams, the president of the Source God Association, and his two most capable vice presidents were holding a secret meeting. James Gordon, the president of the Gotham branch, frowned and said, "President, can we trust that Kobayashi Kenjin guy?" Bruno Collins, the president of the Huadu branch, also expressed his concerns, saying, Yes, according to information from the California branch, the quality of that equipment is far beyond ordinary Otherworld gear, even surpassing elite Otherworld equipment. It should have already reached the level of a treasure. If we really disclose the Otherworld contract, there will definitely be countless people rushing to it all over the world. After all, that treasure has no level restrictions and will not bind to any professional. Although finding that treasure is quite challenging and depends entirely on luck, with more people entering, our chances of obtaining it will greatly decrease. Parker Williams' gaze became serious, and he slowly spoke. The source of Kobayashi Kinjin's information should be reliable. You all know how strange that old guy from the Amaterasu Guild's nightmare technique is. He paused slightly and continued. Treasure-level equipment is indeed rare, but compared to the threat posed by that woman from Donglong, a mere piece of equipment is nothing serious. According to news from California, this treasure originally belonged to the tribe, but ended up in the Alliance's camp due to some events. There are also humans in that other world, and, conveniently, humans are one of the major races belonging to the Alliance. This means that the task of exploring the other world for treasure isn't very dangerous. It's more about exploration. And there have been many instances of low-level professionals obtaining treasures while exploring the other world. The three major guilds of Donglong particularly enjoy such tasks. As long as we distribute the supplementary scrolls of the Otherworld contract, even if that woman from the Donglong Empire is worried about us using this opportunity to plot against her and doesn't participate in the treasure hunt, her disciple will have a high chance of getting involved. At this point, a spark of brilliance flashed in Parker Williams' eyes. Since Donglong has implemented a ban, we have no opportunity to approach that woman, and her disciple is very reclusive, so we can only take a gamble with this method to lure her out. If we can obtain information about that woman's identity from her disciple and have that old guy from Sakura Country use his underlings to carry out an assassination plan, given the grievances between Sakura Country and Donglong, if we can deal with that woman, they will undoubtedly not refuse. James and Bruno exchanged glances and nodded, saying, "Yes, President." Parker Williams said, "Let's do it this way. You immediately have the people below create supplementary scrolls centered around the Otherworld contract and then distribute the scrolls." Understood. The next day, the morning sun shone from the high sky, driving away all the lingering chill from the night. In the villa where Li Haoyan lived, Ling Xiuhan, Jiang Zhen, and Jiang Wuyo gathered here, preparing to witness Li Haoyan's journey to the Otherworld. After Li Haoyan filled his magic spirit source suit and magic power source beads, Marshal Li had no doubt about Li Haoyan's ability to complete this advancement awakening task. He just instructed Li Haoyan to find him after the awakening. Wang Qingfeng had other matters to attend to, so he did not come. Amidst the three people's expectant yet slightly anxious gazes, Li Haoyan took a deep breath. "Then I will begin now." Ling Xiuhan and Jiang Zhen nodded seriously, while Jiang Wuyo worryingly reminded, "Be careful with everything." Li Haoyan smiled slightly. As he spoke, he looked at the Advanced Awakening task on the attribute panel and clicked to activate it. In the next moment, a burst of purple light suddenly erupted from Li Haoyan, enveloping his entire being. The purple light grew stronger, so strong that it completely concealed Li Haoyan's form. When the purple light weakened again, Li Haoyan's figure had vanished without a trace. Li Haoyan felt as if he had fallen into a whirlpool, and when he regained consciousness, he realized he was in a strange place. This was a primitive jungle, surrounded by towering ancient trees and grass taller than a person. The plants growing on the ground seemed like wild exotic species, never seen before, and they were impressively large. The entire area exuded an atmosphere of primal wilderness. Li Haoyan first chose several hidden spots to summon a few grot pistols and hid them as his respawn points, because when in another world or instance, mechanical avatars could not be teleported back to the main world. After ensuring his safety, he began to think about the next problem. The task is to help the orc chieftain Galram defeat the evil shaman Gordo. So the urgent task is to find Galram first. Li Haoyan frowned slightly. "But where should I look for Galram?" He thought for a moment, muttering, "I don't know anything about this other world. I should find a local person to ask first." Then, with a thought, his god's perspective quickly opened up and spread rapidly around him. Yesterday, he had run a difficult team dungeon for a whole day, more than dozens of times. Not only did he gather a full set of epic armor and weapons, but more importantly, after slaying so many monsters, Li Haoyan's god's perspective had now expanded to over 600 kilometers. This meant that the area he could control for aerial drop support had become much wider. Chapter 97. I have a big airplane. As Li Haoyan's god's perspective spread outward, a skinny figure appeared in his sight. It was a humanoid creature, very short, probably less than a meter tall. Its skin was green with long, pointed ears and nose, but its eyes were quite lively. What kind of creature is this? Although it's ugly, it seems to be a highly intelligent being. Li Hao Ian's eyes brightened, and he muttered softly, "Let's talk to it, and learn more about the situation." With a firm decision, Li Hao Ian slightly focused his thoughts and summoned a grot pistol in front of the skinny figure. Then, he picked up the grot pistol he carried and aimed it at his temple. This mechanical avatar is quite convenient for traveling, but if it lasts too long, will I develop a tendency for self-harm? Li Hao Ian murmured, pulling the trigger. With a bang, a gunshot rang out, and the headshot teleportation activated. More than 100 kilometers away, the skinny figure noticed a uniquely shaped pistol suddenly appear in front of it, its eyes showing curiosity. Suddenly, the pistol disappeared, like a magic trick. The skinny figure was startled by Li Hao Ian's sudden appearance and instinctively shrank back. When it got a clear view of Li Hao Ian, it was both surprised and relieved. A human. Li Hao Ian was taken aback, looking at it with great interest. "You can speak human language?" The skinny figure retorted irritably. "You don't speak human language. Our goblin tribe is skilled in the languages of all major races. What's so great about human language? Goblin? Is this one of the races in this other world?" Li Hao Ian thought to himself. Then the goblin carefully examined Li Hao Ian and exclaimed suspiciously, "This outfit. You are not from our world. You are an outsider?" The goblin asked excitedly. "Are you for Blue Star?" Li Hao Ian was genuinely surprised this time. "Are there other Blue Star people who have come to this foreign world?" But Senior Brother and the others checked the information, and it seems no one from the Easter Dragon Empire has been here. Could it be some overseas practitioners? He curiously nodded. "I indeed come from Blue Star, so are there other Blue Star people that have come here?" The goblin nodded and said, "That's right. Just arrived not long ago. I heard he came to our world through some foreign contract." Li Hao Ian suddenly understood. The foreign contract, also called a secret realm contract. It is a product that occasionally appears in Abyss instances. The foreign contract records foreign tasks and foreign coordinates. Those who obtain the foreign contract can go to the corresponding foreign realm through the contract. But interestingly, foreign tasks, once accepted, can be left unfulfilled. In other words, the holders of the foreign contract have an opportunity to explore the foreign realm. And when they are in the foreign realm, if they reactivate the foreign contract, they will be teleported back to Blue Star after half an hour. Li Hao Ian curiously asked, "Is that Blue Star person still here?" The goblin shook his head. "He has already left." Li Hao Ian nodded and continued to ask, "I want to find the Orc clan leader Gorum. Do you know where he is?" The goblin looked at him warily. "Why does a stranger like you want to find Gorum?" Seeing his reaction, Li Hao Ian felt a stir in his heart. It seems this goblin knows where Gorum is, just unsure if they are friends or foes. Li Hao Ian calmly replied, "I know Gorum has recently encountered some troubles. I want to help him." Hearing Li Hao Ian's words, the goblin relaxed a bit in his heart. He scrutinized Li Hao Ian again, revealing a hint of disdain in his eyes. "You can blink. You must be a mage, right? But at your age, you're probably just a level 30 or 40 mage. With your level, you want to help Gorum? I think you might as well go die." "Oh, so it seems Gorum's enemies are very strong." Li Hao Ian continued to gather information. Fear flashed in the goblin's eyes. Of course, Gul'dan is an 86-level dark shaman. His Death Knight army consists of at least level 50 beings, plus several level 60 Death Knight commanders and 70-level Death Knight generals. Death Knights not only have extremely high defense and amazing attack power, but they also feel no pain. Even the brave Orc warriors find it hard to cope. For a small mage like you, it's more like going to die. As he spoke, the goblin sighed. Gorum is a traditional Orc warrior who has always looked down on human fancy gear. This time, he has been forced into a desperate situation by Gul'dan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entrusted me to help him purchase weapons from the Alliance. After all, the Alliance and the Horde have always been enemies. Only we goblin merchants can freely travel between their territories. It's just a pity, the goblin shook his head. The Orcs are too poor. Gorum spent his entire fortune only to buy some ordinary human gear. If he could have quality products from the dwarves, his chances of winning might be higher. Upon hearing the goblin's words, Li Hao Ian's eyes suddenly lit up. He did not expect that this goblin was actually involved in international trade. Moreover, from what he said, it seems he is about to deliver equipment to Gorum. In that case, if he follows him, wouldn't he be able to find Gorum? Li Hao Ian immediately smiled. "After chatting for so long, I still don't know your name?" The goblin proudly said. "My name is Gulu, a great goblin merchant." Li Hao Ian smiled and said, "Oh, Gulu, I see your relationship with Gorum seems pretty good. You wouldn't want Gorum to lose this war, right?" Gulu nodded repeatedly. "Of course. Gul'dan has been tempted by demons. He has already fallen into an evil devil.